Chapter 1. Hey brother, hey raise your drink, the food will be ready shortly. Just a moment, just a moment. Roya balanced a plate in one hand, upon which rested a large wooden cup brimming with rum, while the other hand clutched a dish, hurriedly serving the guests. Just a week prior, Roya was an ordinary worker on Earth, barely surviving the week until the weekend, when he finally settled in front of his computer to watch the long-awaited update of the One Piece anime. As he watched, fatigue overtook him, and he fell asleep, only to awaken in the world of One Piece. Having spent an entire day lying on the shore, it was not until evening that he was rescued by a fisherman named Heg. Heg, towering at nearly 3 meters, sported a buzz cut and a black bandana tied around his head, with a pair of bone knives sheathed at his waist, and was a muscular figure. Through Heg, Roya learned that he had inexplicably crossed over into the world of One Piece, now resembling an 8 or 9-year-old child, and that he was in the renowned birthplace of the Pirate King, Fusha Village, where Heg owned a tavern. In gratitude for Heg's rescue, and in search of a place to stay, Roya concocted a tale of having lost his memory due to a storm at sea and requested to work as a waiter in his establishment. To his surprise, Heg readily agreed, mentioning that his staff had recently been absent and he was in dire need of assistance. Thus, Roya returned to the tavern with Heg, where he worked as a waiter for a week. Initially apprehensive about his ability to adapt, he was astonished that a week had passed without any significant difficulties. As he served the guests, he kept an eye on the system progress bar in his mind. System activating 99. This progress bar had appeared on his first day at the tavern. Initially elated to discover his status as a transmigrator, he watched it reach 99, only for it to stagnate since then, remaining stuck at that damned 1% for an entire week. Sighing at the progress bar, Roya pondered how to get that infernal percentage to budge and activate the system. Switching the tray to his other hand, he shook his arm, as the weight of the rum-filled wooden cup had become burdensome, and his arm was starting to feel numb. Just as he prepared to return to the bar for more drinks, he noticed a bill on the ground nearby. As a transmigrator and a well-educated youth of the 21st century, spotting money on the ground prompted him to swiftly step over, pretending to tie his non-existent shoelaces, and then immediately pocketing the bill when no one was looking. This seamless operation was interrupted by a mechanical voice resonating in his mind as he pocketed the bill. Detected host possesses funds to activate the system, automatically absorbing. System activation at 100. Activation successful. Welcome, host, to the multiverse card draw system. Startled by the sudden voice in his head, Roya nearly leaped for joy. The system was finally activated, ensuring his safety in this perilous world of powerful pirates. Reflecting on the system's words, funds, and absorb, he checked his pocket and realized the 100 berries he had just found had vanished, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Well, no wonder I couldn't activate it. Turns out I needed to spend money. Heg, I'm here with the delivery. Just as Roya was distracted by the system, he forgot to serve the guests. The wooden door of the tavern was kicked open, and a child who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, wearing a straw hat and carrying a wild boar twice his size on his back, sauntered in. Upon hearing the commotion, Heg emerged from the kitchen, approached the newcomer, and effortlessly took the boar from him, smiling as he spoke. It's Roger. All right, set it down for now. We'll settle up later. Have something to eat first. Sure, I want a big bone and a large cup of rum, Roger cheerfully replied, flashing a toothy grin. All right, Roya, get Roger a cup of rum, Heg called out. However, absorbed in his thoughts about the system, Roya did not hear and accidentally bumped into a burly man, spilling rum all over him. Hey kid, are you blind? Can't you see him here? The man immediately swung a fist towards Roya's face, and before he could comprehend the situation, a fist appeared before him. Before Heg could react, Roger swiftly intervened, placing his hand in front of the incoming punch. Roya finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. My apologies. My waiter's negligence has caused you trouble. How about I buy you another drink? If you wish to settle this with a fight, I'm more than willing to oblige. Heg calmly approached the burly man, brandishing a knife speckled with green onions, towering over him with a smile. The man, intimidated by Heg's imposing figure and the knife, gulped nervously and sat back down, feigning bravado. Fine, I won't hold it against a kid. Just give me another drink. Relieved by the man's response, Roya finally noticed Roger sitting at the bar. Did Heg just call him Roger? No way. Is this the same Roger? So young? Heg, observing Roya's dazed expression, crept up behind him and lightly tapped his head, saying, "What are you thinking about? So lost in thought." "Ouch, Heg. I wasn't thinking about anything. Sorry for the trouble." Roya rubbed his head and replied, "Not a problem. Now stop overthinking and go serve the drink and don't forget to pour one for that kid." "Roger," Heg instructed before carrying the wild boar back to the kitchen. Roya took a deep breath and approached Roger with a drink. He needed to ascertain whether this Roger was indeed the Gold Roger he remembered from his past, and if so, in what year of the pirate era had he landed. "Your drink." Roya placed it in front of Roger. "Just what I needed. I was parched." Roger eagerly seized the cup and downed the rum in one go. Roya gazed at the oversized wooden cup, realizing that even at such a young age, Roger had an impressive tolerance for alcohol, befitting the future pirate king. "Your name is Roger? Thanks for helping me earlier," Roya said. "No need to thank me. I just can't stand to see anyone causing trouble in Heg's tavern," Roger replied. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. My name is Roya. I started working here as a waiter a week ago. It's a pleasure to meet you." Roya poured another drink for Roger as he spoke. Roger chuckled heartily, raising his cup. "Ha. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I am Gold Roger." Upon hearing Roger's self-introduction, Roya's heart raced with the realization that he was indeed in the presence of the future pirate king, and he could not help but feel a shudder of excitement. Gold Roger. It can't be mistaken. This surname, this child, seemingly only 8 or 9 years old, is the future pirate king. In what year have I transmigrated to the pirate era? Roger, what year is in the pirate era? Roya asked, handing him the bone. Roger took a large bite of meat and replied, his words somewhat muffled. "It's the year 1454 in the pirate era." The year 1454, just 14 years before Luffy's birth, and Roger was 53 at the time of his execution in 1498. The timeline matched perfectly. He was indeed 9 years old at this point. Yet the exact year of his transmigration mattered little. What was crucial was understanding the system's functions and how to grow stronger. Roya mused just as he contemplated summoning the system in his mind. Heg called out to him, "Roya, hurry and serve the dishes." Roya looked up at the bustling tavern, bustling with patrons during the midday rush, and sighed softly. "It appears there is no time to spare. I must get back to work. Truly, no matter where one goes, they remain a worker." After finishing his meal, Roger did not leave, but chose to stay and help. After inquiring, Roya learned that Roger had previously worked in Heg's tavern, but had been absent for the past few days for reasons unknown. As the lunch rush subsided and patrons trickled out, Roya finally found a moment to sit at the bar and rest eagerly. He summoned the multiverse card draw system in his mind system. "I am here." Why does this feel so familiar? "Never mind. It's not important, system. Please tell me what functions you possess." The system's cold, mechanical voice immediately resonated in his mind. "Host, this system is known as the multiverse card draw system, as the name suggests. By utilizing currency, the host can draw a card from across the multiverse. The drawn cards may grant abilities, weapons, and more. Since the host finds himself in the world of One Piece, he can use berries to draw cards." "A lottery? Goodness, back when I played card games, I was a total loser. Now that I've crossed over, my lucky charm is also a card draw." Luo Ya couldn't help but scoff internally, hoping that his previous misfortune wouldn't follow him into this new world. For Luo Ya, who was once passionate about card games, he was aware that the card drawing mechanics were likely to vary, with advanced and basic draws, each possessing different odds. Thus, he inquired, "How much berry is required for each draw, and how many drawing methods are available?" As expected, the system's response was exactly what Luo Ya anticipated. There are 3 types of card pools for drawing. One draw costs 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 berries. The cards are categorized into cards, SR cards, and SSR cards, each with distinct probabilities. 10,000 berry pool are cards 98, SR cards 198, SSR cards 002. 100,000 berry pool are cards 90, SR cards 98, SSR cards 02. 1,000,000 berry pool are cards 80, SR cards 18, SSR cards 2. Will the host proceed with the card draw? After detailing the card pools and types, the system politely inquired. The explanation was clear, and Luo Ya grasped it immediately. However, at that moment, he had not even a single berry to his name. let alone 10,000. Draw? What a joke. I don't even have a single berry right now. Moreover, it was the year 1454 of the Sea Circle era, and berries had far greater value than during Luffy's time in this era. Pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were dominant forces, while those with over 10 million could be considered supernovas. It was worth noting that the future pirate king was merely a 9-year-old child at this time. Luo Ya pondered, realizing that in the world of pirates, the quickest ways to amass wealth were twofold. One was robbery. If one had the guts and the strength, they could seize the celestial dragon's heavenly gold, worth 5 billion bariasa, some sufficient for several lifetimes, yes. Luo Ya silently resolved that once he grew strong enough, he would indeed attempt to rob the heavenly gold. The second method was to become a bounty hunter. In this era, those with bounties were at least in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of berries. Pets didn't count, but one should not underestimate them. Some pets could be worth a hefty bounty while engaging in high-stakes battles. Yet, considering these two options, with Luo Ya's current 9-year-old appearance and his frail physique that made even holding a wooden cup a challenge, it would be tantamount to courting death. By the way, are there even bounty hunters in this era? Sigh, if I were merely to work in Uncle Haig's shop, saving up 1 million berries would take an eternity. I'd probably grow old waiting. Luo Ya sighed repeatedly, feeling troubled by finances both before and after his transmigration. However, he soon came to a realization. I'm not setting sail right now, so there's no rush to grow stronger, but since I've crossed over, I certainly won't be content with remaining an ordinary person. I must venture out to seek adventures, and since I've happened to meet Roger, I should find a way to cultivate a good relationship with him to secure a place on his ship. Luo Ya's character was not one driven by ambition. He didn't aspire to be a captain conquering the world, though the thought of sailing as a captain was indeed exhilarating. Nor did he dream of becoming the pirate king or overthrowing the world government, though he would reconsider this notion later yet. He would not resign himself to mediocrity having crossed over. He was determined to explore the wonders of the sea and seek adventures, rather than remain cooped up in one place for a lifetime as a mere servant. If he were to accept the status quo, what difference would there be between him and a salted fish? Furthermore, having met the future pirate king, Gol D Roger, it seemed evident that joining his crew would lead to thrilling escapades. After all, an adventure with the pirate king should hardly be dull, and being on his ship might afford him a measure of safety. Little did Luo Ya know how laughable his assumption of safety would turn out to be. As Luo Ya gazed at the juice in his cup, he suddenly thought of something and casually asked, "System, is there no beginner's benefit or starter pack of sorts?" "There is, host," the system replied. "Really? What is it?" Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly inquired. "A beginner's treasure chest has been detected, containing a free draw from each of the 3 card pools. Once will the host choose to open it?" The system did not directly answer Luo Ya's question, but rather inquired if he wished to open the treasure chest. Luo Ya was overjoyed. "What a stroke of luck! Open it. I want to open it immediately." As the host, I find myself confronted with the unfortunate failure to open the novice treasure chest due to an insufficient amount of required items. The look of confusion washes over Luo Ya's face. "What on earth is this? System, what does it mean that the required items are insufficient?" He questions in bewilderment. The system responds coldly. "Opening the treasure chest necessitates a key, which the host does not possess. The host may purchase a key for the price of 1,000 belly. Gumo adopts a perplexed expression, exclaiming, "Does even the novice treasure chest require payment? This system is utterly ridiculous." The system, maintaining its serious demeanor, replies, "The host is mistaken. It is not the novice treasure chest that costs money, but rather the key required to unlock it. The key is not included as part of the novice treasure chest's offerings. Hence it must be purchased by the host." Luo Ya, incensed by the system's antics, finds himself at a loss for words. He decides to disregard it and contemplates how to quickly acquire the 1,000 belly. However, obtaining 1,000 belly swiftly proves to be quite the challenge. Should he borrow from Uncle Haig, perhaps he could claim it as an advance on his wages. That should suffice, right? Whatever the case. That seems to be the plan. After some deliberation, Luo Ya resolves that the quickest method to procure the 1,000 belly is indeed to approach Haig, just as he intends to do so. Roger beats him to it, calling out loudly, "Uncle Haig, all the customers in the shop have left." Haig emerges from the kitchen, surveying the empty restaurant and the neatly cleared tables and chairs, smiling as he addresses Luo Ya and Roger. You both have worked hard today. Later, I shall treat you to a grand feast." After pouring himself a glass of rum and downing it in one gulp, he turns to Roger, asking, "Roger, upon your return, did you bring back just this one small wild boar? Have you failed?" Roger shakes his head, flashing a bright smile, and excitedly replies, "No, I triumphed. I defeated it, but it's rather large, so I couldn't bring it back. I left it by the seaside with Grandpa Cote to keep an eye on it. Uncle, you mustn't forget our agreement." "Oh, you won. By the seaside. Let's go see it now." Luo Ya, utterly perplexed, wonders what is too large and what exactly Roger has defeated. Following Roger and Hage to a lighthouse by the sea, Luo Ya catches a glimpse of a shadow the size of a large truck in the light of the lighthouse before approaching. Upon closer inspection, he gasps in astonishment. It is the corpse of a gigantic wild boar, its back adorned with stiff, black bristles, and its tusks extraordinarily large, stained with dried blood. The conversation between Hage and Roger echoes in Luo Ya's mind. "I defeated it. It's too big." In disbelief, he turns to Roger and asks, "Roger, did you hunt this wild boar?" Roger nods, adjusting his straw hat, and explains, "This wild boar is the mountain lord of the uninhabited island next to Rog Town. It took me 3 days and nights to defeat it." Luo Ya turns back to gaze at the wild boar's corpse, its tusks towering even when standing upright, swallowing hard. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, there are true monsters. Roger is well on his way to becoming the Pirate King, having slain such a massive beast at just 9 years old. Observing that he carries no weapons, Luo Ya wonders if he managed to defeat it barehanded. Given the boar's size and bristles, he muses that even now, a single punch would likely leave him injured. Just as Luo Ya marvels at Roger's prowess, a somewhat aged voice suddenly calls out, "Oh dear, little Roger, if you had come any slower, this old man would have been off to bed." Luo Ya looks up to see an elderly man leaning on a cane, unsteadily emerging from behind the wild boar's corpse. The wrinkles on the old man's face and his white beard undeniably reveal his advanced age. Strangely, he is dressed in nothing but a white tank top and shorts, with a pair of flip-flops on his feet. It is a chilly evening by the sea, and even Luo Ya feels the need for a coat, while this old gentleman appears undeterred by the wind and claims to have been waiting for Roger for quite some time. Who would believe he is a normal person? Upon seeing the old man, Roger rushes over, saying, "Grandpa Cote, thank you for keeping an eye on the wild boar." The old man waves his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, that I'm just an old man who enjoys fishing and the sea breeze. Keeping watch for you is merely a small favor. However, this wild boar is truly large. Once you handle it, do share some with me." Luo Ya thinks to himself that in this season, wearing a tank top and shorts while braving the sea breeze, the old man must possess remarkable stamina. Roger feels somewhat put on the spot and glances at Hage, saying, "Grandpa, this wild boar is a gift to Uncle Hage as a token of apprenticeship. If you wish to taste it, you'll have to ask him." Grandpa Cote looks up at Hage. "Oh, you tall fellow are here too. I hadn't noticed. Have you taken on an apprentice? Does this mean I want to get to taste the wild boar?" Hage steps forward, looking down at Grandpa Cote with a smile. "Old man, if you wish to taste it, once I've processed it, I'll deliver some to you, along with a case of rum. How does that sound?" "Ha, that sounds splendid." Grandpa Cote laughs heartily, clearly delighted. He then notices Luo Ya standing behind Hage. "Hey, who is this little lad? He looks rather familiar. You're the child who lay on the beach for half the day, aren't you?" Luo Ya, wearing a confused expression, thinks to himself, "Did you really see me lying on the beach for half a day?" "Old man," with a wry smile, he replies, "Yes, it's me. Your memory is quite sharp, Grandpa. I'm now working at Uncle Hage's shop." Grandpa Cote nods in understanding, just as Roger and the others engage in conversation. A pirate ship approaches the lighthouse from a distance. It is a medium-sized sailing vessel, adorned with a pirate flag featuring a skull with enormous rhino horns. As the ship docks, a rope is thrown down, and a tall, slender figure climbs down. After taking a couple of steps, he disregards Luo Ya and the others, his eyes lighting up as he spots the wild boar beneath the lighthouse that he shouts excitedly, "Captain, there's a gigantic wild boar. It appears to be dead. If we haul it aboard, it will feed the crew for 10 days or more." "Oh," comes an acknowledgement from the ship. Moments later, a massive shadow leaps from the vessel, landing with a thunderous crash that sends sand flying and creates a deep pit in the beach. Luo Ya looks over to see a portly figure, over 2 meters tall, clad only in black pants and a gray cloak. With a belly and chest covered in scars and long black hair tied into braids, the hefty figure approaches, his body jiggling with each step. He too ignores Luo Ya and the others, grinning as he observes the wild boar's corpse. Ha ha ha, it's indeed quite large. It will provide enough sustenance for the crew for a while. Go summon the others to bring the wild boar back. Also, chop off its tusks. I want to display them in the captain's quarters. Yes, Captain, I'm on it. The thin figure dashes back to the ship to call for help. After giving his orders, the captain turns to face Luo Ya and the others, first casting a glance at Grandpa Kota, then at Roger and Luo Ya, finally settling his gaze on the towering Hage and the two bone knives at his waist. Humph, this wild boar belongs to you, doesn't he it? I am Ball, the captain of the wild rhino pirates. That I intend to take this wild boar. Do you have any objections? Both Luo Ya and Roger look to Hage, eager to see how he will respond. Hage takes a step forward, maintaining his smile as he addresses Ball. Ball, is it? If you wish to take this wild boar, that is certainly acceptable, but it will cost you 100 million belly. He extends his hand, seemingly expecting Ball to produce the sum immediately. Upon hearing Hage's agreement, Ball is about to commend him for being sensible when the subsequent words cause his head to swell with fury. Are you mocking me? I am a pirate with a bounty of 8 million belly, known as Wild Rhino Ball. You can go to hell. To my astonishment, Ball's temper proved to be quite explosive, incited by Hage's provocations to the extent that he resorted to utilizing the powers of his devil fruit. He transformed into a half-beast form, his skin gradually taking on a gray hue, muscles bulging, and a colossal rhinoceros horn sprouting from his forehead. This was the manifestation of his Zoan-type devil fruit, the bulbul fruit in its rhinoceros form. Although Luo Ya was aware that this was a manifestation of a devil fruit's power, having only witnessed it from the comfort of his television screen prior, the sight of a person metamorphosing into a half-beast in real life was undeniably striking. Ramming charge, Ball lowered his head, directing his rhinoceros horn at Hage and charging forward. Hey, at such a leisurely pace. Who are you trying to ram? Hage remarked nonchalantly, even taking the time to stifle a yawn. As Ball advanced, stepping forward with his left foot and gripping the hilt of his bone-cutting knife with his right hand. He suddenly drew his blade the moment they collided. The bone-cutting knife clashed with the rhinoceros horn, producing a resounding clang, prompting Luo Ya to instinctively cover his ears. Hage maintained his stance, not retreating an inch, while Ball remained hunched over, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. Just when Luo Ya believed they were locked in a stalemate, a series of cracking sounds emerged, and to his astonishment, he noticed Ball's rhinoceros horn shattering. With a sudden blankness in his eyes, Ball collapsed, unconscious that at that moment, Ball's crew arrived, witnessing their captain's defeat with wide-eyed disbelief, unable to fathom that their leader had been dispatched in an instant. Hage calmly sheathed his knife, addressing them. Drag your captain away, and then scram. The crew hesitated, only daring to approach and haul away their captain once Hage turned to walk towards Luo Ya and the others. However, they struggled to move him. As Hage drew closer, old Kota leaned on his cane and cast a glance at him, saying, "You're quite impressive," showing no signs of regression. Roger chimed in with a smile. As expected of my master, however, I could handle such an opponent as well. Luo Ya was profoundly shocked, a single strike to incapacitate, revealing Hage's formidable prowess. He pondered how the characters he encountered upon his arrival in this world were all such formidable individuals. Recalling that Hage had not been mentioned in the anime, another ship approaches. Roger suddenly pointed at the sea. Everyone turned to see yet another vessel making its way toward the lighthouse, a large ship without a pirate flag, most likely a merchant vessel. As the ship drew nearer, Luo Ya spotted a man standing at the bow, clad in knightly armor, wielding a rapier. The man, upon noticing Luo Ya and his companions, fixed his gaze squarely on Hage. Without uttering a word, he maintained a lofty stance, scrutinizing Hage, who met his gaze with an impassive expression. Suddenly, the man flashed a grin and leaped down from the ship, landing with remarkable agility, then charging toward Hage. Drawing his rapier with a sharp clang, he thrust it directly at Hage. This time, Hage did not appear as relaxed. As the man closed in, he stepped back with his left foot, gripping the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Muscles tensed in the moment the rapier lunged. He swiftly drew his blade, slicing upward. The sound of steel clashing reverberated as the blade met the rapier, and an intense gaze exchanged between Hage and the man ignited a powerful surge of energy. Around them, a formidable shockwave erupted, radiating outward. Old Kota, leaning on his cane, observed the confrontation with calm, his attire billowing in the gust, yet he remained unfazed, not retreating an inch. In contrast, Luo Ya was buffeted backward by the force. nearly losing his balance, only to be steadied by old Kote's support. "Little one, you ought to eat more. You're too light," old Kote remarked. Roger, meanwhile, braced himself against the wind, feet planted firmly to avoid being toppled. The clash between Heg and the man was evenly matched, both combatants locking eyes, their spirits undeterred, prepared to continue. However, a sudden surge of formidable energy caught their attention. They turned to see old Kote, who exuded an imposing presence, hands resting on his cane, posture straightened, eyes narrowed as he addressed them. "You two rascals, do you intend to keep fighting? If you want to brawl, do it elsewhere if you damage my lighthouse. I assure you, I will not be lenient." Living in the lighthouse, old Kote's words prompted the two combatants to exchange glances, silently agreeing to withdraw and sheath their weapons. The man, having secured his weapon, looked toward old Kote, who had already reined in his aura, his eyes slightly squinted, one hand resting on his cane and the other behind his back, appearing as any ordinary elderly man, as if the earlier display of power had never been his concern. "How boring. This old man truly knows how to dampen the mood that I've been sailing the seas for over a month without encountering a worthy opponent. It's utterly dreary. Of course, I wanted a good fight upon my return. I've told you, if you wish to fight, do so elsewhere. I have no interest in mediating your quarrels." Old Mr. Kote cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Humph, you old fool, how can you still be so spry? I thought I wouldn't see you again upon my return." The man retorted, "Humph, you brash young lad. When your day comes, I shall still be here, thriving." The two exchanged barbs, their eyes sparking with what seemed like lightning, indicating a familiarity that suggested they had known each other prior. "Hall, have you completed the task? You returned quite swiftly." Heg, noticing the impending confrontation, quickly diverted the topic, addressing the man. "It's nothing significant, merely delivering an invitation. Utterly dull. I even encountered a few reckless pirates attempting to rob me along the way, but none posed a threat." Hall waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of boredom, as if his recent maritime endeavors had been quite uneventful. "By the way, what were you doing by the sea at this hour, and with two little brats in tow?" "Hunting." Hall cast a glance at the carcass of a wild boar before inquiring of Heg. "Sort of, but I didn't catch the wild boar. It was Roger who hunted it. I intend to take him on as my apprentice, provided he can best this beast," Heg elucidated. Hall stroked his chin, eyeing Roger beside Kote, and remarked, "Not bad. Young Roger, quite impressive." Receiving the compliment, Roger, with one hand resting on his straw hat, beamed with a broad smile, his white teeth glistening. "So, you're planning to use it as the main ingredient for the young lady's birthday feast?" Hall directed his gaze back to Heg, pointing at the wild boar. "I suppose so," Heg replied. While Heg and Hall engaged in conversation, Roya remained in a state of shock. Uncle Heg possesses divine abilities and intends to take Roger as his disciple. Could it be that Roger's talents are taught by Heg? Who is that man? And old Mr. Kote, his presence is nothing short of intimidating. None of them were even mentioned in the anime of my previous life. I must seize this opportunity. I cannot let go of these powerful connections. Should I ask Uncle Heg to take me on as his apprentice? Lost in his thoughts, Roya caught Hall's attention. "Who is this little brat? I don't believe I've seen him before." The clouds dispersed under the energy generated by Hall and Heg's clash, revealing the moon and stars, casting a breathtaking seascape, a sight that Roya had never witnessed in his previous life, an expanse of twinkling stars mirrored in the water. On the coastline, Roya was still reeling from the overwhelming strength of Heg and the others when Hall suddenly called upon him. Caught off guard, Roya faltered, unsure of what to say, but thankfully, Heg stepped in to explain. "This is Roya. I rescued him a few days ago by the sea. He mentioned he was caught in a storm and capsized, which led him to lose consciousness on the shore. Now, he, like Roger, is working at my restaurant." Upon hearing Heg's words, Hall turned to Roya and said, "Hey, you lad are quite fortunate. A little fellow like you survived a storm at sea." "Ha!" Roya could only manage a nervous chuckle. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Heg, once I've finished my business with the lady, I'll come find you for a drink." With that, Hall departed, accompanied by his entourage, heading back to town. Watching Hall leave, Heg began to contemplate how to transport the wild boar carcass back. Should he slice it up or carry it whole? Old Mr. Kote, leaning on his cane, returned to the lighthouse, mentioning he would take a nap before joining Heg for drinks at dinner time. And as for Roya, he was still contemplating how to convince Heg to accept him as a disciple. Roger had put in considerable effort to hunt this massive wild boar and thus earned his place as an apprentice. It was unlikely that Heg would agree simply upon Roya's request. Noticing Roya deep in thought, Roger inquired, "Roya, what are you pondering? Need any assistance?" Suddenly jolted from his reverie by Roger's question, Roya blurted out, "I am contemplating how to ask Uncle Heg to take me as his disciple." Upon hearing this, Roger appeared to understand immediately. "Oh, is that all? That should be simple." He then called out to Heg, "Uncle Heg, Roya wishes to become your disciple too." Roya was taken aback by Roger's directness and felt a surge of panic. Heg, who had been mulling over how to carry the wild boar, turned with newfound interest towards Roya. "Oh, what prompts you to seek me as your mentor, Roya?" Roya was caught off guard by Heg's inquiry. "It's simply because you're so formidable, Uncle Heg." Heg seemed pleased by Roya's response, erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha! Is that so? Indeed, I am quite strong. However, if you wish to be my disciple, certain conditions must be met." Heg contemplated, scanning the surroundings before his gaze landed on the wild boar carcass, a grin spreading across his face. "Thus, if you wish to become my apprentice, you must transport the wild boar carcass that Roger hunted back to the restaurant. If you can accomplish this before dawn, I shall accept your request." Roya glanced at the boar carcass, roughly the size of a small truck, and swallowed hard. Was this some sort of jest? Looking up at Heg, his eyes were earnest, as if silently asking for confirmation. Heg met his gaze and resolutely nodded. Once more, Roya beheld the massive carcass, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. Upon reopening them, his expression was resolute. "All right, Uncle, I shall certainly bring back the wild boar." Witnessing Roya's determination, Heg felt a sense of pride, just as he reached out to pat Roya's shoulder in encouragement. However, Roya suddenly shifted the conversation. "But uncle, could you lend me 1,000 berries first?" Heg's hand froze mid-air, a perplexed look crossing his face. "What do you need 1,000 berries for?" Roya replied, "Given my current physique, I doubt I could haul the boar back by dawn, or even within the next year. I think I should buy some tools or hire someone to help me. Of course, I want to tell you it's for drawing cards." Heg laughed heartily, a hint of mockery laced within, as if amused by Roya's youth. Nevertheless, he pulled out 1,000 berries from his pocket and handed them to Roya. However, if Heg were to discover that Roya exchanged this 1,000 berries for 3 incredibly powerful abilities, would he still find it amusing? "Roya, you are still quite young. What can 1,000 berries buy that would help lift a 1.5-ton wild boar? Hire someone. Even if you hired 10 people, they wouldn't manage it unless you could find someone as strong as me. And what strong person would concern themselves with 1,000 berries?" Roya pondered thoughtfully before replying. "Then how about hiring you to help me? Would you agree?" Heg regarded Roya with an odd expression. "You want to pay me to do your work? You have quite the audacity, young man." Ignoring Roya's question, Heg turned and resumed his path back to the restaurant, leaving only his silhouette behind as he waved for Roger to follow. Roger glanced back at Roya, approaching his side. "Roya, I'll help. I'll be cheering for you." Roger exclaimed, "I'll be waiting for you at Uncle Heg's." "Oh no, Master S restaurant." "Thank you, Roger," Roya replied, his eyes friendly as he gestured for him to leave. "You should hurry and not fall behind Uncle Heg." "No worries. I know the way," Roger assured him. "By the way, you should be cautious. The wild boar king has very tough hide. Be careful not to get hurt." Ugh, Roya could no longer endure it and covered Roger's mouth, pushing him away. "Thank you, I understand. Please head back first and let me think of a plan." Adjusting his straw hat, Roger replied, "All right, good luck, Roya, I'll be off now." With that, he hurried after Heg. Once Roya saw Roger's figure vanish entirely, he immediately summoned the system in his mind. System, come forth. I have money now. I want to draw cards." His expression mirrored that of a child who had just received pocket money, brimming with excitement to purchase something he had long desired. The tone of his exuberance suggested that he was handling not 1,000 berries, but a staggering 10 million. The mechanical voice of the system responded. "Present, host." Out in the realm of conversion, the host eagerly inquired whether to purchase the novice treasure chest key. "Enough with the chatter. Just buy it. Open the chest directly," exclaimed Luo Ya with impatience. "System, understood, host." Initiating key purchase. Purchase successful. System, novice treasure chest successfully opened. "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 free draw from each of the 3 card pools." System, transitioning to the card draw function. Drawing in progress. System, drawing in progress. The card pool presented by the system was remarkably simple, featuring 3 cards that the system initiated the draw. The cards began to spin rapidly. Luo Ya watched the 3 rotating cards with bated breath, silently chanting, "May the luck of the European Emperor bless me. May the luck of the European Emperor bless me. May the luck of the European Emperor bless me." At last, the cards ceased their rotation. Luo Ya gazed at them, only to find the ornate designs obscured by a brilliant white light, rendering them indecipherable. Just as he contemplated asking the system for an explanation, the white light began to dissipate from the bottom upwards. In an instant, 3 blinding beams of golden light erupted from the cards, dazzling Luo Ya's titanium alloy eyes. Before him stood 3 shimmering cards, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Wow, golden legend. Is this a jackpot? With this blinding golden glow, this magnificent opulence, it would be absurd for them to be mere ordinary items. System, what should I do next?" Luo Ya inquired excitedly, gazing at the cards. "System? Oh, system, speak up. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Are you trying to back out now that I've struck gold with the luck of the European Emperor?" The system replied in a mechanical tone, its voice icy and calm, yet somehow imbued with a hint of disbelief regarding the situation at hand. "It is deemed normal luck to draw gold from a 1,000,000-card pool, extraordinary luck from a 100,000-card pool, and the possibility of exchanging one's life for a draw from a 10,000-card pool cannot be dismissed. Yet to draw gold from all 3 pools simultaneously, if the card draw function were not under the system's control, I would suspect you of cheating, host. Frankly, how much dog feces have you stepped in to acquire such fortuitous luck?" Listening to the system's sudden barrage of words, Luo Ya was left bewildered, pondering the abrupt shift from its typically aloof demeanor. "What happened to your cold persona? Your indifferent tone, and why are you so concerned? Just tell me what to do next, system." "Next, simply tap the cards with your hand. Is it really that simple?" Following the system's instructions, Luo Ya used his right index finger to tap the card from the 10,000-card pool. The card instantly flipped over, revealing a blade. "System, congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR weapon card. Demon Blade, CH Ray. Produced by the system, guaranteed quality. Demon Blade, CH Ray? I'm not familiar with is this blade an original creation of the system rather than drawn from another world?" "System, indeed, host. The card pool contains a limited selection of weapons and abilities produced by the system." Luo Ya scratched his chin, inwardly contemplating. This seems a bit dubious. Well, I'll give the system's Demon Blade a try later. For now, let's continue. He proceeded to tap a card from the 100,000 belly pool, which flipped to reveal a devil fruit resembling an apple, adorned with spiral patterns. "System, congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR item card. The demon fruit, seed fruit, not affected by the curse of the sea. A demon fruit. I can't believe I just drew a demon fruit. Seed fruit? I don't recall hearing about that in the anime." Luo Ya was astonished to have drawn a demon fruit directly. Though he was unfamiliar with the abilities of this so-called seed fruit, he decided to store it in his warehouse before proceeding to draw the final card. As it was from the 1,000,000-card pool and a gold card to boot, Luo Ya was filled with anticipation for this last card. When the final golden card flipped over, it revealed a stunning illustration. The image depicted a man clad in red armor, with strange patterns adorning his eyes and forehead, his hands clasped together, surrounded by a soft green glow. His imposing aura sent his long black hair billowing. Most strikingly, the man stood atop the head of a colossal wooden Buddha statue, which was enveloped by countless hands, radiating an overwhelming aura. Though merely an image on a card, the man's formidable presence was palpable, and the combined might of the man and the 1,000-handed Buddha evoked a profound sense of pressure. Luo Ya could not help but exclaim, "Isn't that the one?" The man who claimed the 9 tails was too strong while effortlessly suppressing it with a single hand using wood release, declaring his intent to seal it away. The one who ended the Warring States period and is known as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? As a seasoned otaku in his previous life, it would be absurd for Luo Ya not to recognize Senju Hashirama. "System, congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSR card, Senju Hashirama Cell. You have successfully learned all wood release techniques from the world of Naruto, Shippuden. The Hashirama Cell card was an ability card, and instead of residing in the warehouse, it transformed into a beam of light and fused directly into Luo Ya's body. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power within, his hands itching to unleash it, and the names and hand signs of all wood release techniques flooded his mind. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release, would pillar wall." In an instant, A row of wooden pillars erupted from the ground before him, bending to form an archway that shielded him. The time from Luo Ya's hand sign to the appearance of the pillars was less than a second. Having just grasped would release, Luo Ya had acquired an impressive ability of Hashirama, instantaneous ninjutsu. Isn't ninjutsu supposed to be uttered verbally? Must there be hand signs? However, ninjutsu indeed requires hand signs. Without them, it wouldn't be ninjutsu at all, only that the speed of sign formation is merely 0.0001 seconds per sign. As he gazed at the suddenly protruding wooden pillars, Luo Ya's eyes sparkled. Oh cool. He then noticed the technique in his mind called Buddha's Ascension, a smile creeping onto his lips. With hands clasped once more, he summoned forth his energy and shouted with all his might. Would release. Buddha's Ascension. As Luo Ya spoke, his aura intensified, his hair whipping in the wind, but ultimately, nothing happened. Only a gentle sea breeze swept by, tousling his hair as he crouched in a horse stance, hands clasped, staring at the still-standing pillars and the unaltered ground. What on earth is happening? System, Luo Ya called out in desperation. System, host, are you perhaps overestimating your abilities? You just mastered basic wood release and already wish to wield the pinnacle technique Buddha's Ascension. Why not aim for the heavens while you're at it? What do you mean basic wood release? Luo Ya retorted, puzzled. Isn't it the case that upon drawing a card, I can utilize its full power? I still want to go back and teach Roger a lesson. System. The abilities tied to all cards drawn by the host only exist in their initial stages upon acquisition. You must train and enhance them yourself. If you could instantly gain all power, how could I continue to extract your funds? What did you mutter at the end? System. Nothing. The host can now access the character panel to clearly understand their strength. Luo Ya. Character panel? Why didn't I have one before? System. Because previously, the host was too weak to warrant a character panel. Luo Ya. Character panel. Name, Luo Ya. Weight, 35 kg. Height, 150 centimeter length. Hey. System, what is this character panel? This is nothing short of a health check report, Luo Ya exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration at the plethora of useless information before him. Upon noticing a particular line, he hurriedly covered the panel with his hands. Though it was unclear what he was attempting to conceal, as no one else could see it. System. Is that so? It does seem rather unhelpful. Let me make some adjustments. Before Luo Ya, the character panel suddenly vanished, only to be swiftly replaced by a new one. Character panel. Name, Luo Ya. Physical arts, 100, enhanced by Senju cells. Swordsmanship, swordsman stage, augmented by demon blade. Heavy spirit, item card. Devil fruit, superhuman type, seed fruit. Armory, demon blade, heavy spirit. Ability, early stage would release. Berries, 0. Overall strength. Luo Ya gazed at the final and inquired. System, what on earth does signify regarding my overall strength? System. It means the host's current strength is How should I put it? You have some skills, but they are somewhat lacking. Luo Ya felt indignant. After all, he had drawn 3 SSR cards, so how was his strength merely The system explained. Host, you possess a demon blade. But do you know how to wield it? Luo Ya. Your early stage would release only encompasses defensive ninjutsu. Luo Ya. You haven't consumed the devil fruit either. So in summary, your current strength is simply Luo Ya was at a loss for words. It seemed to be true that he decided not to argue with the system and clicked on the item card to retrieve the devil fruit. Observing the watermelon-shaped devil fruit in his hand, he asked the system, what specific abilities does this seed fruit possess? System, as the name suggests, it allows you to control seeds. Luo Ya. System. Are you a master of vague literature? What you said is akin to saying nothing at all. System. So, are you going to eat it or not? Why all the fuss? It was no wonder Luo Ya hesitated. After all, one could only consume a single devil fruit. Although the fruit's potential depended on the individual, some fruits were undeniably terrible. Luo Ya. What if the fruit's ability is useless? The system grew increasingly irritable. Its tone bland yet exasperated. Host, are you looking for trouble? Is it possible for a fruit I provide to be utterly worthless? Besides, if it were useless, could it even be an SSR item card? Luo Ya pondered and agreed. After all, it was an SSR card, so it shouldn't be too shabby. Moreover, his previous 2 SSR cards, the Senju cells and the demon blade, heavy spirit, seemed to offer little assistance in bringing the wild boar back. So he could only hope that the ability of this devil fruit would prove beneficial. Examining the watermelon devil fruit before him, Luo Ya found no tools to slice it. He had no choice but to place it on the ground and use the demon blade, heavy spirit, as a makeshift knife. Fortunately, the spirit of the demon blade, heavy spirit, was dormant. Otherwise, it might have ended up devouring its master for using it as a watermelon knife. The demon blade, heavy spirit, appeared in Luo Ya's hand, which he scrutinized closely. The blade was Itachi, its hilt adorned with vivid red patterns, with the tip featuring a design resembling a higanbana flower, accompanied by a red tassel. Positioned before him, Luo Ya grasped the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Slowly drawing the blade, the gleaming silver blade emerged gradually, reflecting his face, and as it was fully unsheathed, it emitted a faint hum. Holding the blade in one hand before his eyes, Luo Ya was captivated by the pristine blade. But suddenly, it began to emanate a dark, malevolent aura, causing the entire sword to tremble. Luo Ya hastily discarded the scabbard and gripped the hilt with both hands. The tremors intensified, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Fortunately, he managed to hold on as the vibrations gradually subsided. But the higanbana pattern at the top of the hilt suddenly began to glow, encasing the red tassel in light, which then shot forth a beam that curved towards Luo Ya's right back. Leaving an imprint of the higanbana pattern, a ghostly claw manifested slowly from the higanbana pattern on Luo Ya's back. Although it was a mere apparition, he could see the veins and claws distinctly. Strangely, Luo Ya realized he could control the ghostly claw. Grip tightly. Open wide. Give a middle finger. It was as if the ghostly claw was his third hand. Could this be the ability of heavy spirit? Luo Ya directed the ghostly claw to swipe at the ground, leaving 3 claw marks on the sandy beach. He could even control the claw to seize heavy spirit with a powerful slash. A trench appeared on the beach. The ghostly claw's strength far exceeded Luo Ya's own. Thus, an idea struck Luo Ya. He concentrated, and the claw gradually expanded until it resembled a car tire, approaching the wild boar's corpse. He extended the claw beneath it and exerted force. Yet, despite using all his might, he could not lift the boar. Retracting the claw, Luo Ya exhaled deeply, abandoning that method, returning to the watermelon devil fruit. He swiftly swung the demon blade, heavy spirit. The devil fruit split into 4 pieces, its flesh indistinguishable from that of an ordinary watermelon, all red in color. Luo Ya picked up the scabbard, secured it at his waist, and sheathed the long blade with a crisp sound, causing the ghostly claw to vanish in response. He picked up a piece of the watermelon devil fruit, sniffed it, found it odorless, and after some contemplation, took a bite that tasted like chewing wax, devoid of any sweet watermelon juice. Instead, an extremely unpleasant odor surged to his head, reminiscent of cooked blue cheese smeared on herring. Then stuffed into socks that hadn't been washed for a decade, Luo Ya forced himself to swallow the piece of fruit, then immediately discarded the remaining piece, collapsing to the ground and retching. He couldn't fathom how that kid Luffy could eat the gum fruit with such a straight face. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, the taste in his mouth faded somewhat. Luo Ya slowly rose. Discovering a new, distinct power within him, he attempted to harness this power, and with a flick of his hands, 2 seeds appeared out of thin air and flew away, landing on the distant ground, where they quickly sprouted into 2 writhing vines. Luo Ya realized he had a connection with the vines. When he wished for them to strike left, they did so. When he wanted them to go right, they complied. If he severed the connection, the vines would wilt rapidly. Looking at his hand, another seed appeared out of thin air, growing and transforming into a vine that wrapped around his arm. Luo Ya thought to himself, the seed fruit and the Senja cells, are they steering me towards becoming a plant-type warrior? Tonight was a full moon, the moon gleaming brilliantly on the sea, the moon and stars reflected on the water's surface. The sea breeze gently blowing, causing the waves to carry the moon and stars to the shore. On the shore, the moonlight, along with the lights and starlight, illuminated the bewildered child. Luo Ya stared at the vine in his hand, then at the wild boar's corpse. Discarding the vine, which swiftly withered, he realized that his 3 SSR cards, drawn with extraordinary luck, seemed to offer no assistance in dragging the wild boar back. Was he to give up just like that? Gazing at the boar, which was the size of a truck, he could not conceive a method to move the 1.5-ton creature with his current physique, yet he did not wish to concede. If he gave up over a single wild boar, how could he face the adventures at sea? How could he confront the monstrous sea kings, those formidable beings? Most importantly, he wanted to learn the god avoidance technique. After struggling for a long time with his eyes closed, his mind racing for solutions, Luo Ya finally opened his eyes, the anxiety dissipating slightly, as if he had conceived a solution. rubbing his thumb and index finger against his chin. Luo Ya muttered to himself. Would release? Vines? Could it work? Regardless, it was worth a try. Embracing the notion of experimentation, he clasped his hands together, formed a seal, and called out. Wood release. For Pillar House. Wood release. For Pillar House is a ninjutsu from the Naruto world that allows one to instantaneously create a complex wooden dwelling, quite convenient to use. However, what Luo Ya conjured was not a wooden dwelling, but a massive vehicle resembling an ancient prisoner transport cart, designed to hold the wild boar's carcass that it actually worked. I was beginning to think I wouldn't be able to create it. Luo Ya was astonished that Wood release for Pillar House could be used in such a manner. Constructing a cart to hold the boar had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, and he had been prepared for failure. However, unexpectedly, it has come to fruition. Now that it has, the matter has become somewhat more manageable. Luo Ya, with his hands firmly on his hips, faced the prison cart containing the wild boar. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled, simultaneously opening his eyes, which now radiated with unwavering determination. 3 seeds materialized in his right hand, swiftly sprouting into tendrils that entwined around his arm. With a flick of his wrist, the other ends of the 3 vines soared towards the prison cart, rapidly wrapping around it, grasping the tendrils with his right hand. Luo Ya raised his left thumb, propelled the heavy spirit, and seized the hilt of his sword. With a sharp clang, the long blade was drawn from its sheath, and with all his might, he hurled it forth. The heavy spirit spinning in the air before striking the prison cart with a resounding thud. The intricate patterns of the flower on the hilt and the designs on Luo Ya's back glowed simultaneously. And the ghostly claws emerged. Luo Ya, gripping the tendrils, turned his back, and the ghostly claws extended, grasping the 3 vines. This was the only method he could conceive, to pull, utilizing the strength of the ghostly claws and the inertia of the prison cart's wheels to draw the wild boar back. Step by step, this was the only approach Luo Ya could devise. Had he been able to employ the wood release, wooden man technique, it would have been far less troublesome, yet he was currently unable to do so. Summoning all his strength, gritting his teeth, he stepped forward with his left foot, but could not push down at all. The prison cart remained utterly unmoved. After a few seconds of stalemate, the prison cart still did not budge. The ghostly claws seemed to grow frustrated, emanating thick black mist, swelling in power, as the veins on its hands bulged, pulling the tendrils backward that it moved. The prison cart shifted, and Luo Ya pressed his left foot down. But he dared not pause. Since the cart was in motion, it must not be allowed to halt. As soon as his left foot descended, his right foot followed suit, continuing to draw the prison cart back. Step by step, Old Man Curdy, by the window of the lighthouse, sipped his drink while silently observing Luo Ya's actions. Long before Luo Ya unleashed his wood release and displayed his might, Curdy had taken notice of him. This young lad is quite the hidden talent. I thought he was merely an ordinary child. Watching as Luo Ya first unleashed his aura, causing a row of wooden pillars to erupt from the ground, followed by another surge of power as he shouted, "Top transformation Buddha." The intensity and volume of his voice led one to expect some grand technique, yet nothing transpired. Then, he conjured a watermelon out of thin air. Quite impressive. Observing him as he examined the watermelon, he ultimately transformed it into a katana that as the blade was drawn. A powerful, malevolent aura accompanied it, nearly startling the old man into suppressing it. Yet, to his astonishment, Luo Ya remained unaffected by the sinister energy. This child is capable of subduing that demon sword. Truly remarkable. Finally, witnessing Luo Ya's ambitious attempt to use the tendrils and prison cart to tow the wild boar, the old man initially believed Luo Ya would be unable to succeed. Yet, unexpectedly, the aura of the ghostly claws intensified, assisting him in moving the prison cart. Thus, this lad strode forth without a backward glance, pulling the cart step by step. Observing all of this, the old man found himself unwittingly emptying his glass, and as he looked at the row of footprints left by Luo Ya, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. What an amusing young child. Indeed, a diligent child shall always be rewarded. Yawning, he turned to retire for the night. Did I forget something? Never mind, it matters not. I am old, and forgetfulness is a common ailment. Under the moonlight, a child was dragging a prison cart 10 times his size, proceeding slowly. To the ordinary observer, it would surely be astonishing. Where did this child find the strength and perseverance to pull the cart? Once I bring you back, I shall surely use you for cooking. Pork bone soup, fried pork cutlet, twice cooked pork, cabbage and pork dumplings. With each step, Luo Ya recited a dish made from pork, unwittingly making himself feel hungry. Shifting the topic, what were you eating to grow so large, only to be ultimately killed by a child, and now dragged by another charming young lad? What use is that? Really? What purpose does it serve? Why did you provoke Roger? He is to be the future pirate king. Do you really think a mere wild boar can stand against him? If the wild boar king could hear, he would surely be enraged and refute Luo Ya, insisting he was merely a harmless boar, spending his days colliding with trees, eating, and occasionally scaring off a few small tigers. Who, pray tell, would provoke that lunatic human? From the moment he struck, it was incessant for 3 days. Tell me, who isn't human? Even if you didn't provoke him, it's still strange that you chose to live so close to him. Wild boar. Good heavens, so no matter what, my demise is still my fault. Luo Ya struggled step by step to drag the prison cart containing the wild boar. Even as blood was drawn from his shoulders and palms, he did not cease his efforts, utterly unconcerned. Unconcerned, my foot. It hurts like hell. If I stop, what will become of me? Damn it, when I return, I will definitely cook this second brother. What other pork dishes were there? Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Luo Ya continued to pull the cart while muttering to himself. As if this would ease his burden, sweat poured down like rain, each step leaving a drop on his footprints, while the moon gradually shifted, as if it were watching this indomitable young man. Thus, under the moon's watchful gaze, Luo Ya continued onward, step by step. Time passed unmeasured. The moon slowly faded, and Luo Ya's back was drenched in sweat. His hands and shoulders had gone numb, devoid of pain. Yet, he finally spotted the wooden door of Uncle Heggie's restaurant, along with the 2 figures standing at its entrance, one with crossed arms, Heggie, and the other with hands clasped behind his head, Roger. Luo Ya wished to utter not a single word as he approached the 2. With a heavy final step that seemed to shake the entirety of Rogue Town, he discarded the tendrils in his hands, while the heavy spirit returned to its sheath, and the ghostly claws vanished. Luo Ya lifted his gaze to Heggie, pride radiating from his eyes, then turned to face the slowly rising sun. The first rays of sunlight graced his face, prompting Luo Ya to exclaim, "Truly beautiful." As his words fell, he could no longer hold on, and his body fell backward. Roger, quick as a flash, stepped forward to catch him. "Take him to rest, Roger, and by the way, he is now your junior disciple," Heggie declared. Roger nodded with a smile, cradling Luo Ya as they returned to the restaurant. Heggie gazed at the prison cart and the wild boar within, lost in thought, from the moment Luo Ya and the cart appeared. Heggie had been taken aback. Initially, it was merely a test of the boy's perseverance. Even if the wild boar could not be brought back, accepting him as a disciple would be acceptable, and Roger could use another friend. Yet, to his astonishment, the lad truly managed to bring it back. However, Heggie could not fathom where Luo Ya had procured this cart. Where on earth did he get that prison cart? How did he manage to lift the wild boar onto it? A devil fruit. What did he accomplish with a mere 1,000 belly? After scrutinizing the prison cart once more, Heggie shook his head. Never mind, I shall inquire when he awakens that as he looked at the cart. Memories of Luo Ya's demon sword sheathing itself and the ghostly claws resurfaced in his mind. Heggie turned and returned to the restaurant, a slight smile playing at his lips. Truly, an inconspicuous little brat. Yet it seems I have found a promising talent. 2 genius disciples in a single day. What a delightful feeling. Ha 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 ha. Time elapsed unknowingly, and Luo Ya was awakened by the raucous sounds of patrons dining in the restaurant. Gradually, he opened his eyes to behold a wooden ceiling. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings. It was the room he had occupied for the past week. Observing his condition, he found himself bare-chested, with bandages wrapped around his shoulders and palms. Yet he felt no pain, only a slight tingling sensation. The unique constitution bestowed upon him by the cellular enhancement granted Luo Ya remarkable self-healing abilities. Glancing up at the clock, he noted it was 11:30 in the morning. Lunchtime. Donning a jacket, Luo Ya made his way into the dining area, which was filled with patrons enjoying their midday meal. Roger, my drink has yet to arrive. And my big bone, why is it just you today? Where's that other brat? Amidst the patrons' incessant urging, Roger deftly maneuvered between guests, a glass of wine in one hand and a plate of food in the other, all while balancing a tray atop his head, serving them with impeccable poise. This scenario was all too familiar to Roya, who had engaged in the very same task for an entire week. However, Roger appeared far more adept, exuding a calm composure. Roya approached the bar, preemptively pouring rum into a large wooden cup for Roger. Noticing Roya, Roger made his way to the bar and placed the tray atop it. "Roya, you're awake." No need to worry. Take a rest. I can handle things in the shop. Roger reassured him. It's nothing. I'm recovering quite well. I'll help you pour some drinks at the bar. It's no trouble at all, Roya replied, a smile revealing his white teeth. Very well then. Hey, little Roger, enough chatting. I'm starving. Before Roger could respond, the patron's demands interrupted him, prompting him to turn and serve the food. Meanwhile, Roya continued to assist by pouring rum, eventually settling into a chair in a daze. Feeling utterly bored, Roya summoned his character panel. Character panel. Name: Roya. Physical skill: 110. Swordsmanship. Swordsman stage item card. None weaponry. None ability. Would release. Initial: superhuman. Seed of fruits berries. 0 overall strength. Roya noticed changes in his character panel. Both item card and weaponry displayed none. He touched the heavy spear at his waist, realizing that the lack of weaponry must be due to carrying his blade. The absence of an item card was likely because he had consumed the seed of fruits, which also explained the newfound ability reflected in his panel, while other aspects remained unchanged. What astonished Roya was the increase of 10 points in his physical skill. System. Yes. Is the host wishing to draw a card? No. I merely wish to inquire why my physical skill has increased by 10 points. The host's physical skill and swordsmanship can be enhanced not only through cards but also through personal training. Last night, you surpassed your limits by dragging a wild boar all night, resulting in an improvement in your physique. Just a friendly reminder, in the world of One Piece, the limit for physical skill is 1,000 points. Initial improvements are easier, but as one progresses, even a slight enhancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Roya nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that case, becoming a disciple of Uncle Heg was indeed a wise choice. With specialized guidance, the enhancement of my physical skill and swordsmanship should prove more manageable. The limit for physical skill is 1,000 points. I'm curious to know how many points Garp currently possesses. How old is Garp now? He should be about the same age as Roger. If I could recruit him as a companion, I wonder if I could persuade him to join Roger's crew. Turning the future marine hero into a pirate. What an amusing thought. Roya's imagination ran wild with the idea of brainwashing Garp into becoming a pirate, but being unable to set sail at present, it remained nothing more than a fantasy. Yet, the notion of a future marine hero transforming into a pirate piqued his curiosity about what the future might hold. The most renowned restaurant in Rog Town is not one of the opulent hotels, but rather a modest eatery run by a 3-meter-tall man named Heg. It was now noon, the peak lunchtime hour, and Heg's restaurant was packed with diners, the air filled with lively chatter as everyone feasted and boasted in equal measure. Heg worked in the kitchen while Roger attended to the patrons, and due to his injury, Roya merely sat at the bar, pouring drinks and passing dishes to Roger. Seated on a bar stool, Roya devoured the nutritious fried rice Heg had prepared for him upon rising. Pondering how to navigate the days ahead, primarily, how to acquire funds, and whether he could cook that damned wild boar for dinner, suddenly, the restaurant's door was kicked open, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash, startling Roya and causing his spoon to clatter to the floor. He looked up towards the entrance, drawing the attention of the other guests, who turned to witness the source of the commotion. Plunging the restaurant into an eerie silence, they beheld a youth with a buzz cut and a fearsome countenance, tall and slender. Entering with a swagger, he pushed the recoiling wooden door aside and gestured grandly with his hand, followed by a man clad in a black cloak and cowboy hat, whose features were rather handsome. Accompanying them was an elderly gentleman dressed in a pristine black suit, standing straight as an arrow. His attire devoid of any wrinkles, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a monocle. Upon entering the restaurant, the youth did not speak but instead surveyed the establishment, his expression marred by disdain as he took in the modest decor and the unruly patrons. Old man, is this truly the most famous restaurant in Rog Town? I recall that Rog Town was thriving. Surely its most renowned eatery would not be so rudimentary. The elderly gentleman beside him spoke in a calm, measured tone, exuding neither arrogance nor subservience. Indeed, this is the most famous restaurant in Rog Town, Mr. Spot Ross. The reputation of a restaurant lies not in its opulent decor but in the quality of its cuisine. The owner is highly regarded by the townsfolk for his culinary skills. Moreover, he will be catering the birthday banquet of our young lady from the Bell family the day after tomorrow. Before Ross could respond, the man interjected. Is that so? To be entrusted with the prestigious Bell family's young lady's birthday banquet, I presume the culinary skills must be exceptional. I would indeed be fortunate to sample the fare. Upon hearing this, Ross's expression shifted, realizing that without any merit, The Bell family would not deign to acknowledge him. "Underboss, may I find you a seat?" Ross slightly inclined his body, speaking respectfully to the man. His demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier menacing appearance upon entering. Surveying the restaurant, Ross approached a relatively clean table, addressing a burly man who was enjoying his meal. "You leave," the burly man, caught off guard, found himself the target of this unexpected demand. "What tone is that? Are you chasing away a dog? How dare you?" The man rose, eyes wide with indignation, glaring at Ross. Ross regarded him with a chilling coldness. "I give you one last chance. Leave." The burly man laughed in anger. "Not a chance. What can you do about it?" Rather than becoming enraged, Ross merely locked his gaze onto the man in an instant. He drew a revolver from his waist, aiming it at the man with alarming swiftness. Ross's speed was impressive, but Roger's was even quicker. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Roger executed a swift kick, striking his gun hand and causing the bullet to ricochet off the ceiling. While the revolver flew from Ross's grasp, Luo Ya swiftly extended a vine, snatching the firearm from the air. The entire sequence, from Ross's gunshot to Roger's intervention, transpired in less than a second. The patrons of the restaurant heard only the sound of the gunshot before Roger stood before the would-be shooter. While enjoying the spectacle was permissible, the presence of a firearm was not. The crowd attempted to leave, but the mysterious man and the elderly gentleman blocked the entrance. While the patrons were unfamiliar with the man, they recognized the elderly figure as the butler of the notorious Bell family, the most infamous mafia in Rogtown. In Rogtown, the Bell family was a name known to all, rumored to engage in arms dealings with the Navy. However, the Bell family's demeanor towards the townsfolk was relatively cordial, refraining from any oppressive behavior. Akin to the condescending attitude of the wealthy towards the impoverished, the elderly gentleman, known as Bell Rihanna, commanded respect. Who would dare approach him and request passage? That would be akin to courting death. Consequently, the patrons remained seated, paralyzed by fear, while the burly man, thoroughly intimidated, slumped back into his chair, trembling as he clutched his chest. Had Roger not intervened, that bullet would not have lodged itself in the ceiling, but rather found its mark within him. Roger gradually lowered his foot from the kick, cautious not to spill the liquor atop his head, addressing Ross with authority. "Sir, fighting is prohibited in our establishment. If you wish to engage in such activities, please do so outside." Luo Ya rubbed his wrist, which had been struck by Roger's kick, and gazed at the diminutive child before him, who was barely taller than his chest, holding a tray laden with food. Veins bulged on the child's forehead as he gritted his teeth, filled with an urge to devour him whole. Luo Ya could hardly fathom that such a small child possessed such strength and speed, managing to kick his gun away without him even noticing. Most humiliating of all was the fact that he had suffered defeat at the hands of a mere child, and in front of underboos no less, an utter disgrace. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his gaze fixed on Roger as his aura intensified. Noticing this, Roger placed the food and wine glass on the table of the burly man, secured his straw hat, and assumed a combative stance, his own aura rising in response. The two auras clashed, creating an atmosphere akin to a powder keg on the verge of igniting. Just then, the kitchen curtain was drawn back, and almost simultaneously, the mysterious man proclaimed, "Enough, Luo Ya." Upon hearing the man's voice, Luo Ya's imposing presence deflated like a punctured balloon, and Roger too relinquished his own tension. Luo Ya shot a resentful glare at Roger, his eyes betraying a hint of unwillingness, before silently returning to the man's side, refraining from questioning why he was commanded to halt. He simply understood that whatever underboos dictated, he would comply. Simultaneously, Haegu also emerged from behind the kitchen curtain. Wiping his hands with a white cloth, without raising his head, he inquired, "What's the matter? Is no one ordering food at this hour?" Luo Ya offered no reply, prompting Haegu to turn his gaze toward him and the revolver he held. He then looked around the establishment, noting that all eyes were upon him, including those of Luo Ya, the mysterious man, and the butler, and Liana. Haegu casually placed the white cloth on the bar counter and remarked, "Oh, what transpired here? Why are you all staring at me instead of eating?" Seeing Haegu feign ignorance, Luo Ya couldn't help but scoff internally. How could someone of his prowess be oblivious to what had just occurred? Even if he truly was unaware, how could he not have heard that deafening gunfire? Was he concocting an atomic bomb in the kitchen? And Liana, the butler of the Bell family, took a step forward upon Haegu's appearance. Placing her right hand over her chest and giving a slight bow. "Mr. Haegu, This is Mr. Underboo's Spot Kasadi from the neighboring Kakakai Island Spot family. He has come today to greet the boss and bring a birthday gift for the young lady. What greeting brings him to me? Haegu inquired to Mr. Hall, and Mr. Kasadi arranged to meet at your restaurant. But Mr. Hall had something to attend to, so he sent me to escort Mr. Kasadi here first. And Liana replied. Just as Hall was mentioned, he arrived at the restaurant's entrance, observing the three standing by the door, and curiously asked, "Am I late? What is going on? Why are you all lingering outside instead of dining?" Noticing Haegu standing by the bar, he addressed him. "Haegu, I apologize. I was so exhausted after returning yesterday that I fell asleep right away. I forgot about our plan to drink together. But here I am today, just in time to join the illustrious Mr. Underboo Spot Kasadi for a drink. What do you say?" Haegu shot him a glance and turned back toward the kitchen, saying, "You wait a moment. There's no room right now. If you want something to eat, speak with Luo Ya." Upon hearing Haeji's words, the guests thought to themselves, yes, there's room. I'm full. I shall take my leave now. You divine beings fight it out without harming us. Hall glanced at Kasadi and cheerfully suggested, "How about we take a seat at the bar and have a drink while we wait?" "Mr. Kasadi." Kasadi smiled and replied, "Then let us heed Mr. Hall's suggestion." And Liana offered a slight bow towards Hall, stating, "Then, Mr. Hall, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant lunch." Hall nodded. "Thank you for your assistance." And Liana nodded in acknowledgement. Retreating outside the restaurant, Hall, Kasadi, and Luo Ya moved toward the bar, where Luo Ya was indulging in a snack, unexpectedly finding himself at the center of attention. "Why are they coming toward me? No, I must present myself as the most renowned waiter of Rog Town. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, take a seat. Would you like something to drink first? And if there's anything you wish to order, feel free to do so. Our chef is exceedingly efficient." Hall and Kasadi sat down, while Luo Ya stood silently beside Kasadi. Hall looked at Luo Ya and commanded, "Young man, bring me a glass of rum." "Certainly, Uncle Hall." "What uncle? Call me brother." Luo Ya placed the drink before Hall, ignoring his protest, and turned to Kasadi, asking, "And what would you like to drink?" "Sir," Kasadi glanced at the large wooden cup filled with rum, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Do you have any red wine?" "Red wine?" Luo Ya mused. "You're the first to request red wine at our establishment." "Yes, we have it. How could we not?" "Indeed. Please hold on." Luo Ya turned and stood atop a chair, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the top of the wine cabinet, which was slightly dust-covered. He casually took the white cloth Haegu had left on the bar and wiped the bottle clean. Has it been 3 years since it was opened? I could drink it myself." With 2 fingers, Luo Ya gently pulled the cork, releasing a rich bouquet of wine that filled the air, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Using this large wooden cup for wine isn't quite right, he thought, eyeing the oversized vessel. "I seem to remember there being some elegant stemmed glasses. Where could they be?" Luo Ya crouched down and rummaged through the bar's interior, discovering several dusty, upturned stemmed glasses. He grabbed 2 with his left hand, washed them in the kitchen, and then gradually poured 2 glasses of red wine. Throughout this entire process, Kasadi observed with a furrowed brow, especially when he thought Luo Ya would use the large wooden cup for the wine, his expression tightening considerably. Only when Luo Ya finally poured the red wine into the stemmed glasses did he relax his brow. Luo Ya placed a glass of red wine before Kasadi, saying, "Please." He then took the other glass, glanced at Luo Ya, who noticed his gaze and assumed he was about to receive the drink. He reached out to take it, only to see Luo Ya smile, tilt the glass to his lips, and take a sip of the red wine. Though he appeared to be only 9 years old, in reality, he was over 30, an unassuming waiter. Luo Ya, caught in a moment of embarrassment, felt his face flush crimson as he glared at Luo Ya. In a fit of rage, he seized the large wooden cup filled with rum and downed it in one go. However, he hadn't anticipated that he would drink too quickly and choke on the liquor. Cough, cough. Witnessing his predicament, Luo Ya couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the opposite side of the bar, Roger also erupted in laughter, unabashedly loud. Luo Ya set down his cup and glared fiercely at Luo Ya, demanding, "What are you laughing at?" Luo Ya feigned innocence, shaking his head. "What are you saying, esteemed guest? As professional waiters, we have undergone rigorous training and do not laugh easily." Yet, this declaration was drowned out by Roger's boisterous laughter. Hearing Roger's mirth, Luo Ya found it impossible to maintain a serious demeanor in front of Luo Ya, chuckling as he said, "Unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha, enough." Luo Ya could endure no longer and hurled his glass at Luo Ya. Luo Ya sidestepped the flying wooden cup of rum, then deftly swung a vine, accurately snagging the handle of the cup and pulling it back. Whether intentional or accidental, as Luo Ya drew the cup back, the force caused the rum within to splash out, drenching Luo Si's head in the process. The rum cascaded down his face and onto the floor, yet Luo Si remained unresponsive, fists clenched, head bowed in silence. "Oh dear, what a coincidence that the rum happened to land on your head. My apologies. Our humble little establishment lacks paper for you to dry yourself with. Perhaps you might consider washing up in the restroom." Upon finishing his words, Luo Ya kindly gestured towards the direction of the restroom. Listening to Luo Ya, Los suppressed his murderous intent with great effort, the veins on his forehead bulging, his tightly clenched fists growing increasingly tense, to the point that his fingernails nearly embedded themselves into the flesh of his palms. Slightly bending at the waist, he addressed Kasadi, who was seated, saying, "Underbooze, I need to use the restroom." Kasadi did not even cast a glance at Los. Finishing the last sip of red wine in his glass before placing it down and signaling Luo Ya to refill it, coldly uttering a single word, "Go." His voice betrayed no emotion, only an icy indifference. Los bowed to him, and then made his way toward the restroom. Observing the calm demeanor of Los, Luo Ya could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. The lad had managed to restrain himself. Perhaps it could be said that he had a good temper. Yet, what nonsense. Casting a glance at Kasadi, he pondered whether his boss was indeed formidable. Upon entering the restroom, Los shut the door and turned on the faucet, rinsing the rum from his hair. Gripping the edges of the sink tightly, he braced himself against it, lifting his gaze to meet his reflection in the mirror. Water droplets cascaded down his face, pooling onto the sink, while bloodshot veins marred the whiteness of his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, "Those damned little pests. I will certainly kill them." With a crack, he crushed the wooden edges of the sink in his grip. The scene shifted back to the dining area. Luo Ya poured another glass of red wine for Kasadi and addressed him in Hall. "Guests, would you not care to indulge in some food along with your wine?" Hall glanced at Kasadi, who inquired, "What dishes does your establishment offer?" A smile crept onto Luo Ya's lips as he responded cheerfully, "Allow me to present our offerings." Taking a deep breath, a multitude of dish names tumbled from Luo Ya's lips. "We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour tripe, air-dried meat, sausages, assorted cold platters, smoked chicken breast, steamed 8 treasure pork, and glutinous rice-stuffed duck." Attempting to reach a certain number without arousing suspicion, Luo Ya inhaled deeply and delivered a traditional culinary performance. Listing the dishes that and let us not forget the cold marinated jellyfish skin. What would the guests like to order? As he listed the dishes, Kasadi appeared perplexed, wondering what these delicacies were the underbooze of the Spot family. He had savored countless culinary delights, yet had never encountered these dishes. Hall too was bewildered, questioning when Heger had begun preparing such meals. In the kitchen, Heger overheard Luo Ya's words, incredulous at the absurdity of steamed lamb and bear paw. "Don't drag me into your boasting," Roger remarked. "What is Luo Ya talking about?" Though, judging by the names, they all seemed quite appetizing, especially that cold marinated jellyfish. Cough, cough. Kasadi interrupted. "The first dish you mentioned, the steamed lamb," Luo Ya interjected. Kasadi nodded slightly. "Yes, let's go with that. Unfortunately, that is currently unavailable." "Unavailable? Then let us move to the second option, steamed bear paw." "Is it? That is also unavailable." Kasadi's patience began to wane, his brow furrowing as he coldly demanded, "Then what do you have available?" "None of the dishes I mentioned earlier are available." "Oh, but that cold marinated jellyfish skin is still on the menu. Would you care for that?" Luo Ya suggested. "Very well, let us order that cold marinated jellyfish skin." Luo Ya nodded. "All right, Uncle Heger, 1 serving of jellyfish salad." "Wait," Kasadi interjected. "Isn't it cold marinated jellyfish? Why has it turned into jellyfish salad?" Feigning confusion, Luo Ya replied, "Cold marinated jellyfish skin is indeed jellyfish salad. Did you not know?" Kasadi felt a pang of frustration, thinking, "This damned little brat, as a proud underbooze of the Spot family, you want me to eat jellyfish salad?" Taking a deep breath, Kasadi struggled to suppress his rising temper and asked, "Aside from jellyfish salad, what else is available?" "We have steak, large bone ribs, and fried rice," Luo Ya replied. "Steak, just the steak. How would you like it cooked?" "Medium. What about you, Uncle Hall?" Luo Ya inquired. "Just a serving of fried rice for me." "Okay." Luo Ya nodded. "Uncle Heger, 1 serving of fried rice and 1 medium steak." After Kasadi placed his order, Los emerged from the restroom. His short-cropped hair still damped, he returned to Kasadi's side, slightly bowing without glancing at Luo Ya or Roger. During the time it took for Kasadi to drink and order, the number of patrons in the restaurant gradually dwindled until only Kasadi and Hall remained. Meanwhile, Roger had tidied the table and washed the dirty dishes, and after scrubbing the last plate clean, he dried his hands and said, "Uncle, I've finished my tasks. I'm heading home to report to my mother. I haven't been back in over a week. I'll return later tonight." Heger emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of steak and 2 servings of fried rice. As he placed the dishes on the nearest table to the bar, he gestured for Hall and Kasadi to take a seat. Roger's home. "I thought he was an orphan," Luo Ya mused, perplexed. "Is that your idea of politeness?" Roger retorted. Luo Ya promptly halted Roger, exclaiming, "The home of the Pirate King? I must pay a visit. What of Roger's mother? What kind of person is she?" "Roger, I'll accompany you. I have nothing pressing at the moment, and it would be nice to pay a visit to your mother." Upon hearing that Luo Ya intended to join him, Roger beamed, flashing a bright smile. "Sure, let us head out now." Luo Ya stepped out from behind the bar, walking alongside Roger as they exited the restaurant. Los cast a meaningful glance at the retreating figures of Luo Ya and Roger before turning back to Kasadi, who was already seated at the table. Approaching him, Los bowed slightly and said, "Under booze, a member of my family has entrusted me with procuring some specialties from Rog Town. Please allow me to step out during your meal to purchase a few items." Kasadi raised his hand dismissively. Los bowed again and stepped outside the restaurant, watching as Luo Ya and Roger made their way down the street. It was now 1:30 p.m., and most residents of Rog Town were enjoying their midday rest. Luo Ya and Roger strolled along the empty streets, heading towards Roger's home. "Roger, as I visit your home, it seems rather impolite to arrive empty-handed. Shouldn't I purchase some fruits or something?" Luo Ya remarked, glancing at his empty hands. "It would be improper to visit someone without a gift." Roger, with his hands clasped behind his head, ambled along and replied, "Ah, it's fine. My mother will be delighted just to have you over." "That won't do. It's still impolite." Spotting a fruit stall ahead, Luo Ya tugged Roger along. "Come on, let us buy something." The two arrived at the fruit stall, where the proprietor lay in a wooden recliner, a newspaper covering his face, his hand barely holding onto a fan. A little girl with twin ponytails was spraying water on the fruits. Upon noticing Luo Ya and Roger approaching, the little girl chirped in a high-pitched voice, "Do you want to buy some fruits?" Luo Ya surveyed the stall, filled with a variety of fruits, and pointed at the bright red apples, asking, "How much for the apples, little sister?" The girl tilted her head and murmured, "Daddy said apples are 3 berry each." "3 berry, is it? Then please get me 4, Luo Ya replied. Hearing this, the little girl beamed. Seemingly proud of her successful sale, she quickly packed the apples and handed them to Luo Ya, saying, "Here you go, big brother." Luo Ya smiled as he accepted them, instinctively reaching for his pocket, only to find it empty of the rectangular brick and lacking even a single berry. Feeling the innocent gaze of the little girl upon him, Luo Ya awkwardly turned to Roger. "Roger, do you have any berry on you? Just lend me some. I'll repay you when Uncle Heger gets paid." Roger nodded, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a 20 belly note, which he handed to Roya, saying, "It's nothing. I was just thinking of having an apple myself." Roya passed the belly to a little girl, draping an arm around Roger's shoulder, and exclaimed, "Good brother." The girl diligently rummaged through her belongings to find 8 one-belly coins, which she handed to Roya with a smile, saying, "Thank you, big brother. You're welcome to visit again next time." Roya accepted the coins with a grin, uttering a thank you, and continued on towards Roger's home. "Are we there yet, Roger? It's quite warm this midday." Roya wiped the beads of sweat off his chin and inquired. "It's not too bad. I don't feel particularly hot," Roger replied. Roya shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Do you think everyone possesses your remarkable physique?" Observing Roya drenched in sweat, Roger suggested, "How about we take the alleyway? It may be a bit of a detour. Lead the way. A longer route is certainly preferable to being scorched by the sun," Roya replied. Roger nodded affirmatively. "All right, we'll go this way." As the two turned into the alley, the sunlight was indeed obscured by the surrounding buildings. Much more comfortable. "How much further do we have to go, Roger?" Roya remarked, feeling rejuvenated as the ultraviolet rays retreated from his body. Roger contemplated for a moment. "If we take the alley, we'll reach our destination in about 500 meters. Then let us proceed," Roya said, once more draping his arm around Roger's shoulder, and they continued onward. As they ambled along, engaging in light conversation, Roger suddenly bent down, simultaneously pressing Roya's head down, causing him to likewise bend. Almost instantaneously, a loud bang echoed as a drill bit protruded from the wall of the alley, emitting a hissing sound. Had Roger not pressed Roya's head down moments ago, that drill would have surely penetrated his skull. The suddenness of the event startled them, yet Roya quickly regained his composure, rolling forward and lifting his gaze to the drill embedded in the wall. The drill slowly retracted, followed by another loud bang as the wall was kicked in, creating a substantial hole through which a man, clad in a black mask and wielding 2 drill bits as hands, entered. Roya immediately recognized him as Los, the man who relished humiliating others at the restaurant. Now adorned only with a black mask. Internally, he scoffed, "How utterly lackluster. You've donned a disguise yet failed to commit fully. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear a mask? You look like a fool trying to play a role you cannot embody. You screw." Roger squinted at Los, asking, "Who are you?" Roya replied with a smirk, "Did you forget that all the characters in One Piece are face-blind?" Los raised his drill-like hands, coldly gazing at the two. "Who am I? I am the one who will kill you." With that, he lunged forward, thrusting both drill bits towards them. Roger pushed Roya back and charged ahead, dodging Los's attack and delivering a kick aimed at his chest. Los immediately raised the drill bits horizontally to block Roger's kick. The impact reverberated as Roger's foot collided with the drill, the wooden shoe unable to withstand the high-speed rotation, producing a hissing sound and sparking as it was ground down. Feeling the heat radiating from his foot, Roger swiftly retracted it, supporting himself with his hands and executing a somersault back to Roya's side. Roya cautiously observed the rapidly spinning drill bits, stating, "Without weapons or armed hockey, dealing with those drill bits will be quite challenging." Roger nodded in agreement, glancing at his heavy blade at his waist. Roya asked, "Can you wield a knife?" Roger replied, "I've practiced a bit." Roya acknowledged, unsheathing his heavy blade while simultaneously summoning his ghostly claws, handing the knife to Roger. "I can't use a knife, so here. You take the lead and confront him. That I'll provide support from the sidelines." Roger took the knife, nodding solemnly. The two exchanged a determined glance, and Roya tossed 2 seeds at Los, while Roger charged forward with the knife. Los swung his drill bits to swat away Roya's seeds, but upon contact, the seeds sprouted into 2 vines that entwined around the drill bits, only to be swiftly shredded, seizing the opportunity while Los's drill bits were ensnared. Roger advanced rapidly, crouching low to deliver an upward slash aimed at Los's chin. Los instinctively raised his head but was a fraction too slow, resulting in a thin line of blood appearing along his jaw. Having landed a successful strike, Roger refrained from pursuing further, as the vines binding Los's drill bits had been entirely ground to dust, feeling the sting of pain from his chin and the warm droplets of blood trickling to the ground. Los was consumed by rage that the capo of the regime branch of the Spot family. He found it intolerable to be bested by 2 mere children, with fury blazing in his eyes. He glared at Roya and Roger, transforming his drill bits back into normal hands, and sneered, "I initially intended to teach you a lesson, to ensure you spend the rest of your lives bedridden. But now, I've changed my mind. I will kill you." With that declaration, Los gathered his strength, leaping into the air, his legs merging into a drill as he spun rapidly, resembling a colossal drill aimed directly at the two. Astonishingly, a man was assaulting 2 children in the alley. What could have driven him to such an act? Was it the obliteration of humanity or the erosion of morality? Let us observe the unfolding events. Los, now transformed into a colossal drill, descended towards Roya and Roger. The two quickly dodged as the drill struck the ground, creating a massive crater from which cracks radiated outward, with his initial attack thwarted. Los's spinning form gradually came to a halt. However, his feet remained as drill bits, allowing him to stand upright in an eerie manner, akin to a fly evading capture, failing in his first attempt. Los altered his strategy, transforming his hands into drills and spreading them wide, spinning his entire body like a high-velocity top, barreling towards Roya and Roger. "Let us see if you can dodge this." Los bellowed, his outstretched arms nearly filling 2/3 of the alleyway, leaving Roya and Roger with no choice but to retreat. As Los approached, now resembling an enormous top, Roya couldn't help but scoff. "A top? Are you putting on a magical top show? You need to recognize your true identity. You're a screw, not a top." With Los drawing closer, Roya resolved to confront him head-on. "A top, is it? Then I shall strike you like one." Roya stepped forward, channeling his ghostly claws as they expanded, slapping against Los's spinning form, only to be deflected away. Forced to adapt, Luo Ya raised his claws defensively in front of him, bracing against Luo's assault. The clash of the ghostly claws and Luo's drill bits ignited friction, creating a hissing sound as sparks erupted. Luo Ya struggled against Luo's overwhelming strength, finding himself being pushed back rapidly. Roger, supporting Luo Ya's back with his hands, managed to halt their retreat, and together they began to wrestle with Luo. Yet, Luo spun like a perpetual motion machine, his relentless speed ultimately overwhelming them, sending them both flying as they landed on the ground. Luo Ya executed a swift recovery, rising to his feet and assessing Luo. This unpredictable brute, despite his volatile temperament, possessed formidable strength. Luo halted, gazing down at the beleaguered Luo Ya and Roger with an insufferable smirk. "You two wretched little brats, why aren't you blocking? Try and see if you can withstand this. If not, I shall turn you into mere fragments." With that, Luo transformed once more, barreling towards them like a spinning top. Facing this onslaught, Luo Ya could only retreat while pondering how to deal with this screw that had transformed into a top. Meanwhile, Roger, having just regained his footing, stood with his eyes closed. As Luo charged forward. Roger suddenly opened his eyes, their sharpness cutting through the tension. He exhaled a cloud of white vapor, his muscles tensing as he gripped his heavy blade with one hand, angling it downward for a strike. With a resounding clang, the blade met Luo's drill, sending him reeling backward. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Ya's jaw dropped in disbelief, for he had glimpsed the essence of divine avoidance in Roger's strike. Hadn't Uncle Heger yet to teach him that technique? Was this a realization of his own? Regardless, while Roger's strike was undeniably impressive, Luo Ya noticed his trembling hand post-attack, suggesting that the move had taken a toll on him. Luo continued his advance, and Roger swung his blade furiously, each strike sending Luo further back. Yet, it became evident that with each swing, Roger's strength diminished slightly. Understanding that Roger could not maintain this for long, Luo Ya endeavored to remain calm and devise a strategy. Damn it! How could this man endure so fiercely without faltering? As he came to a halt just moments ago, it appeared that only his hands and feet had transformed into drills, while the rest of his body remained flesh and blood. The gyroscope was in place. Luo Ya seemed to conceive a brilliant idea and shouted to Roger, "Roger, retreat for now." Upon hearing Luo Ya's voice, Roger exerted himself once more, striking Luo back with a single slash before hastily returning to Luo Ya's side. The moment Roger rejoined him, Luo Ya clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Wood release, wood pillar wall." A row of wooden pillars sprang forth from the ground, erecting a barrier between Luo Ya, Roger, and Luo. Luo collided forcefully with the wooden pillars, shattering them upon impact. On the other side of the pillars, Luo Ya and Roger stood at a distance, with Luo Ya resting his left hand on his right elbow. Observing Luo, he then beckoned with his right index finger and called out loudly, "Come here." For reasons unknown, this statement seemed to possess a low level of physical threat yet an exceedingly high degree of insult. Furious, Luo continued to spin, his voice emerging from the gyroscope, seeking death. He then accelerated, hurtling towards the Tude. In stark contrast to the impending collision, Luo Ya remained composed, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered 3 words, "Grow forth." Instantly, 2 vines rapidly sprouted from the walls of the alley, intertwining with one another. Luo crashed violently into the vines, yet astonishingly, they did not shatter. Positioned at Luo's waist, the vines had cleverly ensnared him in a dead zone, preventing his drill-like hands and feet from making contact. After colliding with the vines, Luo pushed forward with all his might, coming within a mere 10 centimeters of Luo Ya and Roger. Yet, the vines acted like a slingshot, propelling him backwards. After being flung away, Luo discovered another vine positioned behind him, similarly lodged at his lower back. He slammed into the rear vine, which once again sent him flying back. Thus, the vines treated him like a marble, bouncing him to and fro. Unable to endure any longer, Luo ceased spinning after being propelled back, reverting his hands to their original form, intent on grasping the vines ahead to halt his momentum. Luo Ya had been waiting for this moment. As Luo came to a standstill, he summoned a series of wooden pillars in front of him, using wood released in midair. Luo, unable to control his inertia, slammed directly into the row of wooden pillars with a series of thuds. Upon regaining his footing and wiping the blood from beneath his nose, he found himself in an empty alley, devoid of the figures of Roger and Luo Ya. Overwhelmed with rage, Luo began stomping the ground, venting his fury upon the debris of shattered pillars, his expression grotesque with rage. "Damn it! Damn it. Those two infernal brats. He yelled while stomping, and once his frustration had somewhat subsided, he paused, gasping for breath. Once Underbooze took control of Rog Town, he vowed to devour those two brats alive. After uttering his fierce words, Los cast a final glance at the withered vines and the scattered remnants of the wooden pillars, wiping away the blood from his nose before turning to exit the alley. The scene shifted back to Luo Ya and Roger. As Los crashed into the wooden pillars, Luo Ya promptly picked up the 4 apples that had miraculously survived their clash with Los, and, resolutely, pulled Roger along as they fled backward, after several minutes of zigzagging through the alley. Luo Ya, exhausted, slumped against a wall at a fork in the path, occasionally peeking out to see if Los had caught up. Let's shake off that screw. Damn it. I never expected this ugly guy to be quite formidable. Luo Ya panted. Roger stood vigilantly, nodding. No sign of him. We should have lost him. His strength is indeed impressive, but why did he attack us? We don't even know him. Luo Ya had grown too weary to continue his complaints. Whoever he is, as long as he is not pursuing us, let us just forget about him. Forget about him? I'll definitely report to Heger when I return. He pushed himself off the ground and declared, Let us not forget we're heading to your home. Right, let us go this way, Roger replied. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Roger's home. Luo Ya gazed at the magnificent 3-story villa, complete with an artificial mountain and a water fountain sculpture in the yard, then turned to Roger, disbelief filling his eyes, accompanied by a hint of betrayal. Well, who would have thought you, Roger, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually betray the organization? I thought we were just ordinary workers at a restaurant, mere commoners. Who would have guessed you were a second-generation rich kid? What is this? A wealthy young master working at a restaurant for life experience. Sensing Luo Ya's unusual gaze, Roger asked, What is the matter, Luo Ya? Nothing. Let us hurry inside, Luo Ya replied. All right, let us go. Roger pushed open the grand door, leading Luo Ya into the villa. As Roger walked ahead, Luo Ya followed closely, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the grand view garden, taking in the sights. After a while, they encountered an elderly woman in white, carrying a bag of trash as she exited the house. Upon seeing her, Roger immediately approached to greet her. Granny Tao, I'm back. Thank you for taking care of my mother these past few days. Granny Tao squinted her eyes, recognizing Roger. Young Master Roger, you've finally returned. It's no trouble at all. It's part of my duties. Your mother has missed you dearly. She mentions you every day. After her words, Granny Tao's gaze shifted to Luo Ya, inquiring, And who might this be? This is my friend, Luo Ya, here to visit my mother, Roger introduced. Your friend, young master? Granny Tao bowed slightly. Greetings, young master Luo Ya. I am the housekeeper of young master Roger's family. My surname is Tao. If you don't mind, please call me Granny Tao. Luo Ya felt unworthy of such formalities and quickly waved his hand. Granny Tao, you don't need to be so formal. I'm not a young master. You can just call me Luo Ya. You are too humble, young master Luo Ya, Granny Tao replied. Roger leaned closer to Luo Ya and whispered, Luo Ya, just go along with Granny Tao's way. She wants to change her address. I've told her many times, but she never listens. He. Luo Ya chuckled awkwardly and suddenly remembered he was still holding the 4 apples, offering them to Granny Tao. As he extended the apples, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Presenting a few apples seemed rather meager for such a grand villa. Nevertheless, he had purchased them, and it felt wrong not to offer them. Granny Tao, this is a small token of my appreciation. Granny Tao accepted the apples, saying, Young Master Luo Ya is very thoughtful. Luo Ya thought to himself, No, don't say that. These apples were bought with your young master's money. Looking back at Roger, Granny Tao continued, Young Master Roger, your mother should be crafting something right now. You should go see her. She'll be overjoyed to know you've returned. I'll wash the fruit and bring it to you. Roger nodded, pulling Luo Ya further into the house. Ascending 3 flights of stairs, they arrived in front of a bedroom door. Roger knocked gently before pushing the door open. Before the door fully swung open, Luo Ya found himself imagining what sort of woman could have borne Roger, the future pirate king. He felt a tingle of anticipation at the thought of finally seeing her true form. As the bedroom door opened completely, Luo Ya looked in to find a large floor-to-ceiling window framing a bed, on which a woman with long black hair leaned against the wooden headboard, her hands busily fiddling with something. Mother, I'm back, Roger called out to her. Upon hearing his voice, the woman paused her activity, turning to look at Roger, her eyes alight with surprise, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It was then that Luo Ya beheld her face. Roger's mother appeared remarkably youthful, with long black hair and fair skin. If not for the subtle lines at the corners of her eyes, one might easily mistake her for a university student in her 20s rather than a mother of a 9-year-old. Roger, you've returned. Come here so your mother can see you. The lady beckoned Roger with a wave of her hand and spoke. Roger approached, closely followed by Luo Ya. Upon reaching the bedside, the woman gently cupped Roger's face and gave it a tender rub, then lifted his hand to inspect it. No injuries, and you haven't lost weight. It seems you have been heeding your mother's advice and eating well during your training. Roger nestled into his mother's embrace. Meanwhile, Luo Ya observed the heartwarming scene of the mother and son, feeling quite awkward as a song lyric echoed in her mind. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. When the lady released Roger, she also noticed Luo Ya, inquiring, and who might this young friend be? Watching the joyous interaction between Roger and his mother, Luo Ya remained silent, standing there with her toes nearly penetrating the floorboards of Roger's home, captivated by curiosity about what Roger's mother looked like, entirely forgetting that she had once been quite the social recluse herself. Upon realizing that Roger's mother had acknowledged her presence, Luo Ya hurried a step forward, her mind racing. What should I call her? Is Annie appropriate? Ma'am, help, hello. Ma'am, I am Luo Ya, a friend of Roger's that we work together at Uncle Heg's restaurant. You can just call me Luo Ya, she stammered nervously. Really? A friend of little Roger? Upon hearing Luo Ya's introduction, Roger's mother appeared somewhat surprised. This is Roger's first time bringing a friend home. I am Roger's mother, Monkey D. Elixia, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Luo Ya-kun, she said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Is that so? I am honored, Luo Ya replied awkwardly. Roger, however, seemed oblivious to Luo Ya's discomfort. Mother, you and Luo Ya chat for a bit. I'm going to change my clothes. Luo Ya's eyes widened in alarm, silently screaming in her mind. No, don't leave. Chat, what are we supposed to talk about? Mrs. Elixia smiled and responded to Roger. All right, you go on. As Roger exited the bedroom, only Luo Ya and Mrs. Elixia remained. Luo Ya, please have a seat. There's no need to stand the whole time. The lady gestured towards a chair by the bedside. Luo Ya gently sat down, placing her hands on her knees, sitting up straight. Appearing quite obedient. Luo Ya-kun, when did you meet Roger? Just yesterday. A week ago. Uncle Heg rescued me from a storm at sea, and I've been working in his restaurant ever since. I met Roger only yesterday. But we hit it off right away and became friends, Luo Ya replied, scratching the back of her head in an attempt to ease the tension. The coast? Rescue? Has something happened to you? Luo Ya-kun? Mrs. Elixia inquired, having picked up on the key points of Luo Ya's words. Her concern evident, Luo Ya was taken aback that the lady had noticed those phrases and explained, I encountered a storm while sailing, and after capsizing, I washed ashore at the coast of Logtown. I have forgotten my previous memories. Mrs. Elixia's expression softened with sympathy. I see. Don't be too sad, Luo Ya-kun. You will gradually remember your past, in the future. If you're free, you can come over to play with Roger anytime. Luo Ya nodded, replying, Yes, thank you, ma'am. The bedroom fell silent once more. Luo Ya's gaze landed on the straw hat perched on the bedside table, and she thought to herself, this hat is truly remarkable. Mrs. Elixia noticed Luo Ya's lingering gaze on the hat and asked, Do you like this straw hat, Luo Ya-kun? Yes, it's beautiful, indeed, Luo Ya responded. Is that so? I'm delighted to hear that. I made this straw hat for Roger. He dislikes using umbrellas, regardless of whether it rains or shines, Mrs. Elixia said with joy. Luo Ya was genuinely astonished. I can't believe it. A hat that has been passed down through 3 generations and traverses the world of pirates is crafted by your hands. In a sense, you could be considered a legendary figure yourself. My health is poor, and I often find myself confined to bed, with few hobbies. I enjoy weaving things with grass ropes. Just before you and Roger came in, I had just finished crafting a bracelet. If you don't mind, I would like to give it to you, Mrs. Elixia said, extending her right hand, revealing a bracelet made of braided grass rope. Luo Ya stood up and accepted the bracelet with both hands. It was merely a simple, unadorned grass rope bracelet, yet it was the first gift she had received in this world. Luo Ya smiled and slipped it onto her right wrist, saying, Thank you, ma'am. I really like it. Very much. Seeing the delighted expression on Luo Ya's face, Mrs. Elixia felt a wave of happiness wash over her. After Mrs. Elixia presented the bracelet to Luo Ya, Roger finally returned, having changed into a clean outfit. The 3 of them continued to converse with Mrs. Elixia, But it was primarily Roger recounting his previous battle with the Boar King, while Roya and Mrs. Elixia listened quietly. As time passed, the warm sunlight illuminating Mrs. Elixia slowly began to fade. Eventually, the two friends bid farewell to Mrs. Elixia and returned to Uncle Heg's restaurant, preparing for the evening's dinner service. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found the closed sign still hanging outside. Inside, the underbooze family member, Kasadi, had already left, leaving only Heg and Hall enjoying their drinks. The two approached them. "Uncle Heg, are you not opening tonight?" Roya asked, observing Heg at the table, seemingly uninterested in preparing any ingredients. Heg nodded. "Yes, I need to prepare for the Bell family banquet in the morning. So I'm taking the night off. Who wouldn't enjoy a holiday?" "That sounds good, Uncle." "Oh no. Master, could you prepare dinner for me and Roger?" Roya said, sitting down with an eager expression directed at Heg. Heg, unable to refuse, set down his drink and got up to cook. At that moment, Hall, quietly drinking, suddenly interjected, What do you mean by master? Have you become Heg's apprentice?" Roya nodded. "Is there a problem with that?" Hall looked at Heg, who confirmed with a nod. "What makes you so special?" Hall questioned, but then he seemed to remember something. "Wait, hold on. Earlier, you said you ended up in Low Town after a storm, but what about that vine you used to catch the wine cup at noon? Is that a devil fruit? If you were a devil fruit user, how did you survive after falling into the ocean?" Thus, the truth became apparent. "You're lying. Who exactly are you?" Hall pressed, his demeanor serious as he moved closer to Roya. Heg also recalled that he had forgotten to ask Roya about the details of how she brought the wild boar back. Sitting back down, he scrutinized Roya. Meanwhile, Roger appeared indifferent, simply sipping his drink. Feeling the weight of Heg and Hall's penetrating gazes, Roya's heart began to race. "I can't possibly tell them that I just fell asleep and ended up on the shore. Can I? What should I do? Pirates? A ship?" A captain came to mind. Lowering her head, Roya hesitated to meet Heg and Hall's eyes, feeling increasingly guilty as she muttered, "All right, I admit I lied to you that I didn't actually encounter a storm. In truth, I come from the Caribbean Sea. Facing the sharp gazes of the two burly men, Roya felt her resolve wavering. Unable to tell the truth, she resorted to fabricating a tale. "The Caribbean Sea? Where is that?" Hall asked, bewildered. He had spent considerable time sailing the seas and had never heard of the Caribbean. He turned to Heg for confirmation. Heg, equally perplexed, shook his head. Hall turned back to Roya, his expression urging her to clarify. Roya, maintaining her composure, began to spin a fanciful yarn. "A merciless fire destroyed my homeland. No, wait, I got my lines mixed up. The Caribbean Sea is at the crossroads of the four seas. It's a small ocean not widely known. I was previously a pirate in the Caribbean, or rather, I was more of a cook, and my captain was the most famous pirate in the Caribbean. Jack Sparrow. My captain harbors an immense fondness for adventure and treasure. As the saying goes, on the seas, countless souls perish, yet Captain Jack stirs a portion of that chaos. However, just a week ago, the first mate Barbassa betrayed the captain. My unwavering loyalty to the captain forbade me from colluding with the traitorous first mate, so amidst the ensuing turmoil, I seized the opportunity to escape in a small boat." Luo Ya, with a sense of regret, stroked the heavy spirit dagger at his waist, evoking a reaction from Oscar, who joked that he owed him a small gold statuette. "This dagger was entrusted to me by the captain in his final moments," Luo Ya said, gradually lowering his head, his voice becoming softer, tinged with a hint of suppressed sobs. Roger, that foolish lad, approached to console him, saying, "Luo Ya, do not be too heartbroken." Luo Ya lifted his gaze, offering a grateful look, biting his lip to stifle a laugh. "Ultimately, I drifted at sea for 3 days before reaching the shores of Rog Town. As soon as I set foot on land, I fainted from hunger and was subsequently rescued by Uncle Heg." After sharing this tale, Luo Ya glanced at Hall and Heg, his eyes glistening with sincerity. Hall and Heg exchanged looks before waving their hands, saying, "Do not regard me with such eyes, regardless of the truth of your words. You have already been taken in as Heg's apprentice. Do not dwell too much on your sorrow. Since your captain is one of the most renowned pirates of the Caribbean, it signifies his formidable prowess. And perhaps he still lives." Luo Ya feigned wiping away tears, thanking Uncle Hall for his comfort, insisting he was fine. In an instant, he shifted his demeanor and declared, "Uncle, I am hungry." Heg rose to head to the kitchen, while Hall observed Luo Ya's sudden cheerfulness and thought, "Is my consolation truly effective?" Before long, Heg returned with 2 plates of fried rice. After a midday skirmish with Ross, my stomach protested vehemently. and Luo Ya wasted no time diving into the meal. "Uncle, do we need to assist with tomorrow's banquet?" Luo Ya inquired through bites of fried rice. Heg shook his head. "No need. The maids from the Bell family will handle the serving. You two can simply enjoy yourselves tomorrow." "Wonderful. What a treat. A holiday with a feast. Does a birthday banquet count as a feast? Regardless, as long as there is food, it is splendid," Luo Ya mused, already envisioning the culinary delights awaiting him at the banquet. After finishing his meal, Luo Ya clapped his hands, exclaiming, "All right, uncle, I am full now. I shall return to my room." However, Heg called him back, saying, "Wait a moment. Your room was originally mine. I intended for you to stay at Roger's house. But I did not expect him to return after a week. Since he is back now, you may reside at his home. I certainly do not wish to sleep on the floor any longer." Roger, upon hearing Heg's words, did not object and instead cheerfully exclaimed, "Great. Luo Ya, you can stay at my place. It is rather spacious." Luo Ya responded, "Although I know, Roger, you are quite innocent, your words are somewhat daunting." "Roger, please don't." Luo Ya chuckled to himself, thoroughly entertained by the private jokes he alone understood in this world. Yet, he had no choice. He did not want to be without a place to sleep. Thus, the two returned to Roger's abode. Upon entering Roger's lavish bedroom, Luo Ya noticed a grand European-style bed atop a red-patterned carpet with a nightstand adorned by a vase. Most notably, by the window stood a table bearing a long sword, its blade glimmering under the moonlight, cloaked in a silvery sheen. Unable to resist, Luo Ya approached to admire the long sword. Recognizing it as the very blade Roger would later wield, named Ace, Roger stepped forward, saying, "Luo Ya, are you interested in this sword? It belonged to my father that I do not yet deserve it, but one day, it shall be mine." Luo Ya offered him an encouraging glance, thinking, "I would bet Uncle Hall's remaining years that you will indeed be worthy of it." Meanwhile, Hall, on his way home, sneezed, pondering, "Could I be catching a cold? Impossible. I haven't been ill in over a decade." Having admired Ace, Roger approached the wardrobe, saying, "Luo Ya, why don't you take a shower? I will see if I can find some suitable clothes for you." Luo Ya felt a twinge of embarrassment, being in someone else's home. The massage bathtub feels wonderful. In a moment, Luo Ya, who had just felt shy, found himself reclining in Roger's luxurious bathtub, eyes closed in bliss that I wish I could refuse. But he has a massage bathtub. I wonder if such a luxury exists in the pirate world. It certainly does now. Roger entered the bathroom, holding clothes. "Luo Ya, I've placed your clothes here." He then turned and joined Luo Ya in the tub, sitting across from him. Luo Ya opened his eyes, startled. Is this kid 9 years old? Well, it is to be expected, being from the pirate world and destined to become the pirate king. Some extraordinary traits are only natural. Luo Ya endeavored to convince himself while observing the 9-year-old Roger. He looks decent enough. He quietly resolved that during their future seafaring adventures, he would be sure to shave off that hideous mustache or whatever it was he sported. As night descended, the moon commenced its nightly duties. Roger fell asleep, but Luo Ya remained wide awake. The sound of Roger's snoring echoed in Luo Ya's mind like a cacophony. "Can you snore any louder?" Luo Ya silently screamed. Gazing at Roger, who seemed to entangle him like an octopus, wishing to gently rouse him from his slumber, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, Luo Ya, in his boredom, accessed the system's weapon vault. Within the second compartment lay a silver revolver, precisely the one Luo Ya had borrowed from Ross earlier that day. Not stolen, merely acquired. Such acts of scholarship cannot be deemed theft. Gazing at the revolver, an idea struck him, and he called upon the system. System, come forth." The system responded, "Host, do you require assistance? It is far past bedtime. Do not concern yourself with my sleep patterns. I have a question. If I possess gold coins but lack berries, can you still absorb them? Or must it strictly be berries?" The system replied, "Yes, any valuable item from the pirate world can be absorbed and converted into the required berries for card draws." Upon hearing this, Luo Ya pointed at the revolver in the vault, asking, "Can this be converted?" The system confirmed, "Is it entirely made of silver? It holds some value. Do you wish to proceed with the conversion? Let us convert it." "I have no use for a gun," Luo Ya thought for a moment. Concluding that the revolver was indeed a useless trinket for him, the system replied, "Very well. Conversion in progress. Conversion successful. The host now possesses 10,000 berries. 10,000 berries. Quite valuable. Does it equate to a single draw from the 10,000 card pool? Shall I draw now, or save for a 10 draw?" Luo Ya grappled with the decision, ultimately opting for an immediate draw. In his past life, he was always too impatient to save up for 10 draws. Believing in the magic of single draws as expected, a card from the 10,000 pool emerged, spinning before coming to a halt, its surface shimmering with white light. The light dissipated, revealing a dazzling golden aura. Another gold explosion. Luo Ya could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld the radiant card before him. The card depicted a tall man with crimson hair, wielding a trident, his cheeks marred by stitched scars. Adorned with a floral white scarf that obscured his mouth. Katakuri. Luo Ya recognized the figure on the card immediately. It was the second son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Flower from Tato Land, and the leader of the Big Mom Pirate Suite 3 generals. The card transformed into a burst of light, merging seamlessly with Luo Ya's being. System. After a prolonged silence, the system finally emitted a resigned mechanical sigh. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SSR ability card for Kakuri's observation haki, enhancing your physical prowess by 10 points and heightening your senses, thus entering the initial phase of observation haki. Observation haki? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Ya leapt up, shaking Roger awake. However, this did not in the slightest affect Roger's continued slumber. Upon summoning the character panel, it was indeed confirmed that the ability section displayed the words Observation Haki, Beginner. A total of 7 characters. It is well known that in the world of pirates, the 3 types of haki significantly enhance one's strength. Aside from the exceedingly rare Conqueror's haki, the other 2 types are essential skills for top-tier combatants. Therefore, it was no surprise that Roy was elated to suddenly acquire observation haki. Closing his eyes, a surge of energy emanated from him. Although his eyes were shut, in his mind's eye, he could vividly outline Roger's residence. The contours of the entire villa and everything within it, even the distinct sounds of Madame Alexia and Granny Tofu's breathing. This was the power bestowed upon Roy by observation haki. Slowly opening his eyes, Roy was overwhelmed with excitement. Damn it, trading a measly gun for observation haki was an incredible bargain. Yet, the fact that he had drawn gold again left him astounded. Was the system truly so generous? System, you're talking nonsense. Who knew your luck could be so extraordinary? With yet another stroke of fortune resulting in gold, Roy began to eagerly anticipate his next card draw, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to amass wealth. For the next occasion, he pondered whether he could draw gold again, or perhaps he might wager Uncle Hall's future happiness to ensure that his next 10 consecutive draws would yield all gold. Just imagining it brought him joy. However, when the time for the next card draw arrived, Roy's mood would sour. Perhaps Uncle Hall's future happiness was not a sufficient bargaining chip. For now, he could only pity him. Dreaming of sneezing in his sleep, once more, Roy lay down, enveloped in the delight of his rapid power increase, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Time flowed by slowly, akin to water dripping from a faucet. As the moon and sun took turns in their celestial duties, it was now the sun's time to shine. Roger roused Roy, inquiring about his sleep the previous night. Roy responded with a brief smile. The two freed themselves from the confines of their beds, tidied themselves up, and set out, arriving punctually at the doorstep of the Bell family's residence, gazing at the imposing structure before him. Roy was once again struck by the opulence of the wealthy. That if Roger's home was a splendid villa, then the Bell family's abode was nothing short of a castle. The land it occupied was not merely a building. It was an estate. The nefarious capitalists. If this estate were to be exchanged for berries, would it be enough to elevate me to the strength of an emperor? Suppressing his astonishment and wild fantasies, Roy entered the estate alongside Roger. Inside, the banquet was already in full swing, a throng of people filling the space. Men clad in suits shook hands and conversed in one faction, while women adorned with extravagant jewelry formed another. Roy and Roger, however, showed no interest in these gatherings. They sought a secluded corner, seated themselves, and commenced a vigorous engagement with the delectable offerings on the table, devouring the food as if they had not eaten in ages. After a considerable time indulging, Roy finally paused, realizing that since his physical abilities had increased, his appetite had also grown significantly. Casting a glance at Roger, who was still voraciously consuming food, Roy paid him no heed. Instead, he retrieved the senbei he had pilfered from Roger's home, paired it with a cup of red tea, and savored the combination. After a while, he felt a bit overwhelmed and decided to indulge in some desserts to cleanse his palate. This banquet was indeed a splendid affair. He wished for more opportunities like this. Just as Roy was enjoying his senbei, a figure approached him, inquiring in a loud yet youthful voice, "Hey, what are you eating? There's none on the table. Can I have a taste?" Roy looked up to see a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, obscured by the sunlight, making it difficult to discern his face, though he could clearly see the naval uniform he wore. A naval officer. Why is someone so tall speaking with such a youthful tone? Since he was already tired of eating and not wanting to waste food, Roy decided to make a new friend. Extending the sunbae towards him. This is called sunbae. It pairs quite well with red tea that if you'd like, you can have the rest. The tall figure accepted the sunbae, expressed his gratitude, and sat beside Roy. Listening attentively as Roy explained how to enjoy it with red tea. With a few crunches, he quickly devoured the remaining sunbae, seemingly enjoying it quite a bit. This is tasty, thank you. By the way, my name is Monkey D. Garp. It's a pleasure to meet you. Roy, reclining in his chair, sipping red tea, was admiring the workers on stage moving a piano, feeling utterly content. However, the very next moment, Garp's words caused him to spit out his tea in shock. What? Did you say your name is Garp? Monkey D. Garp. Roy immediately turned to face Garp, finally getting a clear view of his face. Despite his youthful appearance, there was indeed a resemblance to the elderly Garp he had conjured in his mind. Yes, is there a problem? Garp replied. Roy was utterly astonished, glancing at Roger, who was still indulging in his feast, and thought, who would have imagined that the future pirate king and the future marine hero, destined to be both rivals and allies, would cross paths at this moment? Wait, something feels off. Roy suddenly realized a peculiar point. Garp and Roger appeared to be of similar ages, meaning he was merely around 8 or 9 years old now. 8 or 9 years old and already a Marine. Garp, you're a Marine. You look rather young. Is there no age requirement for enlistment? Roy feigned ignorance, glancing at Garp's naval uniform. Garp, at 9 years old and towering at 2 meters. Seemed rather unusual. Surely, there couldn't be anyone shorter than 2 meters. Garp set down a teacup that looked like a toy in his large hands, casually picking his nose with his pinky while answering Roy's query, which left Roy astounded once more. Let me think. The enlistment for the naval branch has no age requirement, but there is one for the headquarters. However, since my father is a rear admiral in the headquarters and I passed the test, they made an exception for me to so now. I am just an ordinary soldier in the naval headquarters. Roy hardly paid attention to the earlier requirements and tests. He was only fixated on the phrase rear admiral in the naval headquarters. Good grief. So Garp hails from a military family. If you were to tell him that his son would one day become a revolutionary and his grandson a pirate, what kind of reaction would that elicit? Roy mused mischievously, yet he kept these thoughts to himself to avoid appearing insane. That it was just a pity that his whimsical notion of recruiting Garp to join his crew as a pirate could no longer come to fruition. As Roy lamented the collapse of his dream to convert Garp into a pirate, he began to ponder. Since Garp was off the table, what about other future powerhouses? If Garp couldn't be recruited, what of the other future emperors and admirals in their childhood? Speaking of which, were the 3 admirals even born yet? And what of the Rock's pirates at this moment? Roy's mind raced with thoughts of the future's formidable figures. Garp, do you know about the Rock's pirates? Garp nodded vigorously, stating, of course, the infamous pirate Rox D. Zebek, who has a bounty of 500 million berries, founded the Rock's pirates. That I certainly know about them. In the future, I'll make sure to throw him into impel down. Roy shot Garp an encouraging glance, thinking, whether you end up imprisoning him, I do not know, but I do know that you will one day confront that hungry ghost Roger and bring an end to him at God Valley. Perhaps I will even be present at that moment. The Rock's pirates had indeed formed, but the young Edward Newgate, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin were probably not on his ship yet. However, it was not up to me to know. Aside from the knowledge that Big Mom Charlotte Lin was abroad with the giants, I had no idea where the other 2 were located. Roy contemplated the idea of gathering all the future titans of the sea onto his ship. However, it seems merely a figment of my imagination. At present, I cannot venture out to sea, nor am I certain I could hold my ground against them. Damn it, if I could gather the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, I would charge straight to Mariewa and confront the Gorosei and him head-on. Forget it. No need to overthink. That I thought of Garp once more and, with nothing else to do, I decided to extract some information about the current state of the Navy from him. However, upon glancing over, I found Garp with his head tilted back, a bubble forming at his nose, already fast asleep. Goodness, this habit of yours has been with you since childhood, hasn't it? It seems to be hereditary. Turning my gaze to Roger, I noticed that he too had finally satisfied his hunger, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, enjoying a moment of tranquility. It appears that everyone has succumbed to slumber. Aside from the delights of gastronomy, all social activities are mere trifles. Whether in the past or present, I have always held this belief. Well then, perhaps I should rest for a while as well. With that thought, I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and drifted into sleep. Some time later, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of music echoing in my ears. I lifted my head to see the host on stage enthusiastically announcing, "Now, let us welcome the young lady of the Bell family, Lady Bellanna, to perform a piano piece for us." Bellanna. What a splendid name for the daughter of the Bell family. Hearing her name reminded me of the adorable doll that was loved by all in my previous life. Casting a glance at Roger and Carp, I found that they too had been roused by the host's voice. They both turned to me simultaneously, our eyes locking in a moment of recognition. Watching the two, I felt a spark of curiosity. Just moments ago, these two gluttons had failed to notice each other, yet now their gazes had finally met, marking what should be their formal introduction. However, their ensuing dialogue made it clear that I was the true fool in this scenario. Carp. "Ah, it's you, Roger. Long time no see." Roger. "Indeed, Carp. It has been a while. When did you arrive?" Roya. "You two know each other?" Observing the exchange between Roger and Carp, I felt a surge of disbelief, akin to a dying man springing back to life. How could I be the one left in the dark? Roger nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Yes, my mother is Carp's aunt. We have met on several occasions." "Aunt? Madame Alexia?" "Oh, right. During her introduction, Madame Alexia did mention her surname was Monkey. How could I have overlooked that detail?" Back at Roger's home, I had been so preoccupied with my awkwardness that I failed to register that Madame Alexia also belonged to the Monkey clan. Now, reflecting on it, I felt quite astonished. Looking at the two conversing before me, I thought, how intriguing that you share such a connection. Casting a peculiar glance at Carp, I mused that he seemed quite adept at reaping benefits, especially when it came to Ace addressing him as grandfather. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. Suddenly, I recalled that after disbanding his pirate crew, Roger had encountered Port Gastet Rouge on Batarilla Island. Rouge must be considerably younger than Roger, having appeared no older than 30 in the anime, and after a year of their romance, Roger turned himself in at the age of 53. Thus, at that time, Rouge likely had not yet been born. "Oh, Roger, you rascal." I surmised that by the time Ace was born, Dragon must have already been serving in the Navy, and considering Ace was merely 3 years older than Luffy, calling Carp grandfather would not be so outlandish. As I continued to ponder Roger's romantic history as depicted in the anime and manga, I couldn't help but conclude that Roger was indeed a notorious case of an old bull chasing after tender grass. Meanwhile, on the stage, thunderous applause erupted, capturing the attention of Roger and Carp, who were engrossed in conversation. All three of us turned our heads to the source of the clamor. There, at the back of the stage, stood the magnificent castle of the Bell family, with a staircase extending down to the stage. A young girl, clad in a white princess gown and with waist-length golden hair glistening in the sunlight, gracefully descended the stairs, appearing no older than as the applause crescendoed. She reached the center of the stage, lifted her gown with both hands, bowed respectfully, and took her seat at the piano. As the applause faded, a soothing, lively piano melody began to fill the air. Watching the golden-haired girl play, I realized that she was indeed the guest of honor at today's banquet, the esteemed daughter of the Bell family. I had initially imagined her to be a mature lady, but alas, she was but a young girl. Though undeniably beautiful, she was quite ordinary in demeanor. The piano's notes resonated throughout the estate, and everyone listened in hushed reverence. When the melody concluded, it was met with a thunderous ovation. I too joined the audience in applauding the young lady, Lady Bell. Rising, she offered another slight bow before exiting the stage, following her departure. A middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit, sporting slicked-back golden hair and thick, slanted eyebrows that lent him an air of seriousness, stepped onto the stage. Despite the smile upon his face, his demeanor remained stern. This man was none other than the infamous boss of the Bell family's mafia, Beldruna, known for his ruthless methods in youth and for having single-handedly established the renowned Bell family. Druna addressed the audience without a microphone, his voice resonant and clear, yet tinged with a hint of joy. "Thank you all for attending my daughter's birthday celebration." The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting his next words, only to witness him descend from the stage without further ado. The host rushed to salvage the situation, commenting on how serious Bell was. Yet what a captivating speech it was, that I thought to myself. Indeed, it was quite captivating, much akin to saying nothing at all. Ignoring the host who continued to speak, I resumed my conversation with Roger and Carp. "Please, Lily, you must help me. Today is my birthday, and I wish to go out and play." In a pink, girlhood-filled bedroom, the young lady Anna, just off the stage, tugged at the hand of a maid of similar age, swaying from side to side, pleading with her, "I can't, Lady Anna. If the boss finds out, he will be furious." The maid, Lily, quickly withdrew her hand from Anna's grasp, shaking her head vehemently. Lady Anna's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Lily, imploring, "I am confined at home by my father every day. But today is my birthday. I beg you, Lily, I promise I won't leave the estate." Grasping Lily's hand once more, Anna spoke with a pitiful tone. Seeing Anna in such a state, Lily gradually softened, ultimately yielding to her pleading gaze. "Very well, but you must promise me not to leave the estate, and return within an hour. You must." Upon hearing Lily relent, Anna was overjoyed, disregarding the conditions set forth. All right, I promise. You are the best, Lily." With that, Lady Anna took hold of Lily's hand, and Lily offered her a smile of resignation. The two then began to exchange outfits. What bliss it is to be without guards. The feeling of freedom is delightful. Now dressed in a maid's outfit, Lady Anna weaved through the guests, savoring the fresh air, gazing at the blue sky, and surrounded by a throng of people, none of whom noticed her. She reveled in the liberating sensation. Meanwhile, back with Luo Ya, I was sipping tea while engaging in conversation with Roger and Carp, primarily attempting to glean information about the Navy from Carp. I learned that the Navy's new star, Steelbone Kong, would be promoted to Rear Admiral next month. Furthermore, the Navy was preparing to shift its policy from having one admiral to 3, thereby enhancing its prestige. Additionally, I discovered that the Navy headquarters soldier, Monkey D. Carp, was being exceptionally promoted to warrant officer due to his remarkable combat skills. Heralded as a future pillar of the Navy, the last tidbit felt quite boastful, but had the Navy indeed begun to strengthen its ranks? The grand policy of the general, and the future commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Steelbone Kong, it is truly terrifying. I cannot fathom the extent to which naval power will evolve by the time Roger and I set sail. How frightening. As Luo Ya listened to Carp's naval updates, he gradually revealed a visage reminiscent of Monkey D. Kizaru, lamenting the formidable nature of the Navy. As their conversation unfolded, the red tea in the teapot had nearly run dry. When fortuitously, a maid passed by, Luo Ya called out to her, requesting a refill. Upon hearing her name being called, the maid visibly stiffened. She turned awkwardly, murmuring a soft, "Oh my," to Luo Ya's astonishment. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lady Anna. Dressed in a maid's attire, her hair tied in a ponytail, and her face adorned with a touch of ash to feign the appearance of a servant. Indeed, viewed from such proximity, she was strikingly beautiful. With sapphire-like eyes and skin as flawless as a porcelain doll, Luo Ya found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at the retreating figure of Miss Anna, who was carrying the teapot. Yet, the crowd that had earlier erupted in applause upon her entrance now seemed oblivious to her presence as she slipped by. Clad in maid's garb and smeared with a bit of ash, are they truly so blind? This is absurd. Luo Ya couldn't help but be amused by the absurdity of the pirates, who, even with a mask and a bit of ash, appeared incapable of recognizing her. He turned to Roger and Carp, who had resumed their meal, engrossed in conversation, entirely neglectful of Anna. Moments later, Anna returned with the teapot, seemingly quite pleased, and offered it to Luo Ya. He accepted it, returning her a warm smile. As he poured himself a cup and was about to take a sip, he noticed that Anna was still standing there, smiling at him. Feeling a bit awkward, Luo Ya managed to stammer a thank you. Anna, still smiling, replied, "No need to mention it, please enjoy." Observing her demeanor, a voice echoed in Luo Ya's mind, reminiscent of a childhood rhyme. The young master rises to take his medicine. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he reminded himself of the improbability of such a scenario, considering he and Lady Anna were mere acquaintances, suppressing his wild imaginings. He brought the teacup to his lips only to discover the taste was akin to vinegar, causing him to sputter and spray the tea. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? Is it not to your liking? The previously cheerful Anna, upon witnessing Luo Ya expel the tea, became flustered and inquired. Luo Ya regarded her inwardly, thinking, only a person of your stature would concoct such a blend of white vinegar with red tea. Surely, that earlier smile of yours was not an expectation that I would compliment your exquisite tea after tasting it. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. Sheltered since childhood, Lady Anna had high hopes that her brew would delight others, yet she appeared quite clueless in the art of tea making it not to your taste. My father typically enjoys it with that, she remarked, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Luo Ya placed the teapot on the table, responding, "No, it's quite good. I simply choked on it." "Yes, choked. You needn't trouble yourself any further. Feel free to attend to your own matters, as a time traveler." Luo Ya understood that encountering a lady who had slipped away from her duties rarely led to auspicious outcomes, and it would be prudent to maintain a distance. For now, he wished only to take it easy, postponing any confrontations until he had attained the strength of one of the four emperors. Hearing Luo Ya's praise, Anna's expression brightened once more. That so? I am glad you find it enjoyable, Luo Ya thought to himself. Indeed, yes, it is delightful. Please, just go. Yet, misfortune had a way of catching up to Luo Ya, just as Anna was about to depart. A tall, slender man appeared behind her, poised to place a hand on her shoulder. In an instant, Luo Ya, Roger, and Karp sprang into action, positioning themselves at either side of the man. Luo Ya himself was unsure why he moved. But in that fleeting moment, he felt a profound need to protect Anna. Roger and Karp shared this instinctive urgency. Together, they restrained the lanky intruder. Roger seized his left arm. Karp grasped the right hand that sought to touch Anna, while Luo Ya unsheathed his weapon, pointing its blade at the man's throat. "What is your intention?" The slender man was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Who were these three children? The standoff persisted, and Anna, frightened by the unfolding scene, instinctively sought refuge behind Luo Ya. What could possibly be the reason for this? How had this tall stranger materialized so suddenly? Let us rewind the clock a few minutes. A few moments prior, one of the notorious Kalana brothers, self-proclaimed elite assassins, named Kalana Aitna, had infiltrated the estate of the Bell family using the powers of his paramecia-type shadow fruit. His mission was to abduct the current heiress of the Bell family, Bell Anna. A few days earlier, a bounty of 100 million berries had been placed on her head, enticing the brothers to accept the task. This sum was enough to sustain them for a lifetime, even surpassing the bounty of the infamous rocks. Despite their awareness of the Bell family's formidable reputation, the brothers had committed to the assignment. They arrived in Roguetown days in advance, meticulously preparing for the event. When they learned of the upcoming birthday banquet for the Bell heiress, they recognized it as an opportune moment. On the day of the feast, the second brother, Aitna, successfully blended into the estate, ready to execute the plan. By sheer fortune, Aitna spotted his target, Bell Anna, without any guards nearby, only 3 small children in her vicinity. He felt as though Lady Luck had smiled upon him. How fortuitous! He had just entered and encountered the target without any protection. Merely 3 younglings before him. Aitna's heart swelled with elation as he hastened toward Anna, seeing her as a beckoning bounty of 100 million berries. Utilizing his fruit's abilities, he moved undetected, swiftly approaching Anna from behind. All that remained was to place a hand on her shoulder to whisk her away. However, in that critical moment, he needed to deactivate his fruit's power, and just as he was about to do so, those 3 seemingly harmless children sprang into action, subduing him with remarkable speed. Little did he know that if he had recognized these 3 children, one would become the future pirate king, another a legendary marine hero, and the last a protagonist blessed with an extraordinary system. He might not have felt so fortunate. What he believed to be a foolproof plan unraveled in an instant, leaving him bewildered. His fruit, the paramecia-type shadow fruit, allowed him to become incorporeal, rendering him invisible unless one possessed haki. While in the shadow state, he could not interact with tangible objects, nor could others touch him without the application of armament haki, making it a unique aspect of his power. His elder brother, Kalana Aya, wielded the powers of the paramecia-type swap fruit, enabling him to exchange positions with any object he touched. The ability to swap the positions of anything within sight with that which one touches is a remarkable power. Aina approaches the target, while Ajana utilizes his ability to switch Aina and the target back. In a world where the 3-color haki is not yet widespread, the brothers wield their fruit powers for abduction, achieving success time and again. However, Aina did not anticipate encountering formidable opponents today. Before him stood 3 individuals, none of whom appeared to be older than 10. Luo Ya had just mastered the observation haki the day prior, while Roger and Karp, 2 prodigies of extraordinary talent, each possessed the strongest haki of their respective types among the trio. Aina found himself unexpectedly subdued in an instant, and Ajana was equally taken aback. Just moments earlier, Ajana had been intently focused on Aina's hand, waiting for the moment it would touch Anna to execute the swap. Yet, before Aina could make contact, he witnessed himself being overwhelmed by the three young opponents beside the target. Observing the stalemate among the four, Ajia Na had no choice but to alter his strategy. He placed his right hand on his chest, and with a swift motion, he and Ai Na exchanged positions in an instant. Luo Ya and the others were momentarily bewildered by the sudden transformation before them. However, before they could grasp the situation, Ajia Na sprang into action. He forcefully broke free from Roger's grasp and quickly seized Luo Ya. Casting his gaze upon the spot he had just occupied, activating his fruit ability, he executed the swap once more, returning himself, Luo Ya, and Anna, who was still clinging to Luo Ya, back to their original positions. Roger and Carp were left in confusion, feeling the emptiness in their hands as the individuals before them vanished in an instant, replaced by three leaves drifting gently to the ground, suddenly transported to the other side. Luo Ya was still in a daze. However, Ajia Na showed no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Upon returning to his original location, he grasped Ai Na and activated his fruit ability, continuously swapping positions with the surrounding objects, leaping through space. Before long, he had brought the three of them to the coastline of Rog Town. Ajia Na came to a halt, and Luo Ya regained his senses. Quickly breaking free from his hold and retreating with Anna, distancing themselves from the two, surveying the surroundings, he found nothing but a medium-sized ship on the sea and the two individuals before him. What on earth is this? I was instantaneously brought to the coastline. What kind of fruit ability is this? He glanced at the trembling Anna behind him and couldn't help but grumble internally. Expressing his frustration, why did this misfortune have to befall him? Given the current predicament, there were only two solutions: defeat the two before him or devise a swift escape. However, escaping from Ajia Na's swapping ability was no simple task. Luo Ya warily scrutinized the two individuals before him. Just as someone descended from the medium-sized sailboat on the sea, a rotund figure, the plump man approached Ajia Na and Ai Na, glancing at Luo Ya and Anna, and inquired, "Bro, did you manage to retrieve the target? Why is there an extra person?" Ajia Na replied, "The situation is a bit complex. Let's not discuss it now. We must quickly remove the target from Rog Town. The employer's requirement is to take her away for 3 days and return her afterward." The fat man nodded in agreement, uttering a simple "Oh-I" in unison. The three of them turned their attention toward Luo Ya and Anna. Yet, before they could make any move, Luo Ya interjected, "Who are you? Why are you trying to capture us?" His question seemed to trigger some inexplicable switch within the three. They aligned themselves in a row, smirking with their arms crossed, and simultaneously declared, "Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. I am the eldest brother, Kaluna Ajia Na. I am the second brother, Kaluna A. Na. I am the third brother, Kaluna A. Bing Na. We are dedicated to uncovering treasures, and a bright future awaits us. We are the infamous Kaluna brothers, renowned throughout the seas." Upon finishing their proclamation, they struck a perfectly synchronized pose. Luo Ya stared at the peculiar trio before him, utterly speechless. This familiar rhetoric, these recognizable gestures, if only they had added a meow. Had they wandered onto the wrong set? A gentle breeze swept by, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Ajia Na was the first to break the stillness, inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you too frightened to move in the face of our renown?" Luo Ya felt an urge to retort, Who are you?" Yet, it seemed wiser not to provoke them further. "May I ask why you three are attempting to capture me?" he ventured. "Who wants to capture you?" Ajia Na responded, "You think too highly of yourself. What are you worth?" Ai Na added, "Our target this time is a little girl named Bayer Anna." A Bing Na interjected, suddenly confronted with such ridicule. Luo Ya was taken aback. He glanced at the trembling Anna, who was still in his grasp, and pointed at her, saying, "So your target is her?" "Indeed." Ajia Na confirmed with a nod. "If I hand her over to you, will you let me go?" Luo Ya proposed. The moment he uttered those words, Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. The three brothers abandoned their synchronized, enigmatic demeanor. Ajia Na scrutinized Luo Ya, saying, "You think I'm a fool. What if you return to inform others?" "I promise I won't say a word," Luo Ya assured. "I don't believe you." "So, is the negotiation over?" "If it is over, then what now?" Luo Ya remained silent, turning to Anna and instructing, "You can let go of me now." Anna's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him with a pitiful expression, shaking her head. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." Yet Anna continued to shake her head, clearly having lost faith in him after his previous words. Fearing that he would flee the moment she released her grip. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ya smiled at her, then swiftly delivered a chop to her neck, rendering Anna unconscious in an instant. He then conjured a wooden plank using his wood release technique and laid her upon it. Turning back to face the Colonna brothers, he declared, "Since the negotiation has fallen through, it seems we must resort to violence." With that, Luo Ya drew his sword and charged at the three, as he unsheathed his weapon. The ghostly claw of his heavy spirit appeared, lunging toward the brothers. With negotiations off the table, there was no choice but to fight. The Colonna brothers gazed at Luo Ya as he charged with his blade, their expressions betraying a sinister delight. As the distance between them closed, a Bing Na raised his hand, unleashing a beam of blue light. Seeing the incoming light, Luo Ya quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the beam as it passed by his scalp. Unbeknownst to him, the blue light was no ordinary attack. Before he could rise, a Bing Na shot another beam toward him. Luo Ya hastily rolled to the side, evading the beam once more, frustrated that Luo Ya had dodged twice. A Bing Na lifted both hands, firing beams like a dual-wielded weapon, would pillar wall. As he gazed at the myriad of lights hurtling towards him, Luo Ya summoned a wooden pillar to shield himself from the onslaught. However, to his dismay, the very pillar he conjured was exploited by the adversary. Jianai utilized his powers to swap the positions of a Bing Na and the wooden pillar in an instant. The pillar transformed before Luo Ya's eyes, becoming a Bing Na, now alarmingly close to a beam of light emanated from a Bing Na's hand. At such proximity, Luo Ya had no chance to evade. A flash of blue light pierced through his chest. With the success of a Bing Na's strike, he was immediately swapped back by a Jianai. The moment the light struck him, an unprecedented wave of dizziness surged through Luo Ya, feeling as though his head weighed 1,000 pounds. His brow furrowed, body rigid, he braced himself against the ground with heavy spirit, barely managing to stay upright. As he lifted his gaze to the three before him, the world around him spun chaotically. Everything inverted, and the trio appeared to be standing upside down in the heavens. This was the fruit of a Bing Na's ability, superhuman in nature, the inversion fruit. Anyone struck by his blue light would experience a disarray of perception. Their surroundings flipped in every direction. Jianai looked upon Luo Ya with smug satisfaction, declaring, "Give it up, kid." Having fallen victim to a Bing Na's inversion light, not only can you not fight, but you can scarcely stand. In truth, the strength of the Colonna brothers was merely decent. Their notoriety as the most infamous thieves of the West stemmed from the remarkable synergy of their abilities. The Bing Na distorted the perceptions of his foes. While Na would phase into launch attacks, the already elusive nature of Na, combined with the Bing Na's inversion light, made it exceedingly difficult to track his movements. Even if an opponent were capable of defeating the two amidst this chaos, a Jianai could swiftly employ his fruit ability to swap them out, rendering pursuit nearly impossible due to the confusion. Luo Ya struggled to keep himself from collapsing, taking a deep breath. With his left hand pressed against his temple, a vine sprouted forth, shielding his eyes. The obscured vision alleviated the disorienting spectacle of the inverted world. Drawing in another deep breath, Luo Ya activated his observation haki, and the outlines of the three figures materialized before him. "You mutts, it's fortunate I have mastered observation haki. Otherwise, I would have truly been doomed." Retracting his heavy spirit, he summoned a vine from each hand. Looking at the trio before him, he declared, "Do not assume victory is in your grasp. You mutts, come at me." Seeing Luo Ya's defiant struggle, a Jianai lost his patience, recognizing that the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable their situation became. "You refuse to heed my warning. Na, a Bing Na, attack." The two nodded in agreement. Na immediately vanished into a phantasm, while a Bing Na donned two claw-like weapons and charged at Luo Ya. Within Luo Ya's perception of observation haki, Na's form flickered, yet he was still discernible. A Bing Na, however, loomed as a massive silhouette, barreling towards him. As the two attacked, Luo Ya remained motionless, standing as if chiseled from stone. A Bing Na, undeterred, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Luo Ya's face, just as the claw was about to close in. Luo Ya tilted his head, evading the blow, and then lifted his left leg, delivering a knee strike that collided with a Bing Na's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. But Luo Ya was not finished. He swung the vine in his hand, ensnaring a Bing Na's waist. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force, flinging the over 200-pound Bing Na like a meteor towards Na, who was poised to ambush from behind. Na, having just released his phasing, was about to deliver a hand strike to render Luo Ya unconscious. but was caught off guard as a Bing Na flew towards him with astonishing speed. Too late to phase out, and both were sent tumbling to the ground before a Jinnah. They quickly regained their footing, gazing at Luo Ya with expressions no longer filled with disdain, but rather profound apprehension. How is this possible? Struck by my inversion light, yet still able to evade, a Bing Na exclaimed, clutching his aching abdomen. How did he discover my presence? A Na spat out 2 teeth that a Bing Na had knocked loose. Equally incredulous. Meanwhile, a Jinnah wore a grave expression, silent and contemplative, that a smirk graced Luo Ya's lips as he faced them. Is this all you've got? You little brat, you're quite impressive, very impressive. A Jinnah seethed through clenched teeth. Attack together, he commanded, and the trio lunged at Luo Ya in unison. The 3 converged upon Luo Ya. A Bing Na threw a straight punch towards him, and just as Luo Ya attempted to evade, a Jinnah swapped A Na and a Bing Na's positions, causing a Bing Na to appear behind Luo Ya and land a punch on his back. Luo Ya stumbled forward, only to find A Na instantly in front of him, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, plunging him into unconsciousness. The 3 paused, a Jinnah gazing down at the prone Luo Ya, muttering, in the end, just a little brat, a Bing Na, take them away. A Bing Na nodded, approaching Luo Ya and Anna, hoisting them under his arms. As they prepared to return to the ship, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The moment a Bing Na returned to a Jinnah's side, Luo Ya awakened. Extending 2 vines, he ensnared a Jinnah and a Na, initiating a binding play. Following this, he delivered an elbow strike to a Bing Na's ribs. A Bing Na winced in pain, releasing both Luo Ya and Anna. As Luo Ya landed, he clasped his hands together, summoning a wooden pillar that erupted between a Bing Na's legs, propelling upward with great force. With a resounding crack that echoed along the coastline, a Bing Na's mouth fell agape as he toppled over. Luo Ya rose, brushing the sand from his attire, and approached a Jinnah and a Na, ensnaring them with additional vines until only their noses and eyes remained visible. 5 minutes elapsed, and a Bing Na's inversion light wore off. As the dizziness dissipated, Luo Ya tore away the vines from his eyes, looking down at them with an air of superiority, once more asking, is this all you can muster? Ignoring their furious glares, he approached Anna, gently patting her face in an attempt to rouse her. Yet, Miss Anna seemed to be in a deep slumber, refusing to awaken. With no other recourse, Luo Ya lifted her into his arms. Subsequently, he employed wood release for Pillar's house to craft a makeshift prison cart, binding a Bing Na with additional vines before securing the 3 brothers inside. He prepared to transport them back to Rogue Town, finding them far lighter than the wild boar he had encountered. Just as he was about to depart, a voice resonated from the ship upon the sea. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to deal with a mere child. Time rewound to the moment Anna and Luo Ya were taken away. Roger and Carp observed the slowly drifting leaves, exchanging glances. I will seek my father. I will find Uncle Heg. The 2 then separated to search for their respective elders. Meanwhile, in Anna's chamber, the anxious Lily awaited her return. Yet time crept on without her arrival. Finally, footsteps echoed outside the door. With a click, the bedroom door swung open, and 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Miss, you've finally returned. Miss Anna, Druna is looking for you. Lily stared at Hall, while Hall looked back at Lily, both expressions filled with shock. What do you mean? Where is Miss Anna? Hall shouted. Lily, paralyzed by fear, could only think, this is it. It's over. Roger made his way to the kitchen, where Heg sat drinking. Roger hurriedly approached, relaying the news of Luo Ya's abduction. Heg sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare they capture my disciple? They must be tired of living. Roger, let us go. Seek out Hall, and have him retrieve the surveillance footage from the phone bug. Understood. The 2 departed from the kitchen in search of Hall. Meanwhile, Cap arrived in the living room of the Bell residence, forcefully pushing open the door, which collided with the wall with a resounding thud. Inside the living room, his father was engaged in conversation with Druna. He hurried over to inform them about the abduction of Roya and a maid. Druna calmly sipped his drink. Cap's father inquired, who is Roya? Cap replied, a friend I recently made. Father, please send your soldiers to search for them at once. Cap's father turned to Druna, signaling his need to excuse himself. Druna nodded slightly, indicating his indifference. Just as Cap and his father were about to leave, the living room door was once again forcefully kicked open, crashing against the wall once more. Under intense questioning, Hall finally revealed the distressing news of Miss Anna's disappearance as he rushed in, exclaiming, Druna, Miss Anna is missing. You must send your men to find her. Druna's composure shattered. With a sharp crack, he crushed the glass in his hand. Rising abruptly to face Hall in disbelief. What did you say? Anna is missing. However, true to his reputation as the architect of the Bell family's legacy, Druna quickly regained his composure, understanding that panic would serve no purpose. Just as he prepared to leave, the living room door was once again violently smashed open, leading to its utter destruction. The doors seemed to lament, "What have I done to deserve this?" Under the maid's report, Heg rushed to the scene, having learned of Hall's presence in the living room. After kicking open the door, he declared, "Hall, Roya has been taken. You must—" He abruptly halted mid-sentence, having noticed a familiar face. One he would gladly dismantle piece by piece. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from Heg, accompanied by an overwhelming intent to kill. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, "Monkey D. Atesh." Heg roared, drawing two bone-cutting knives from his waist and leaping towards Atesh with ferocity. Atesh immediately enveloped his hands with armed haki, transforming them into a shade of dark purple to shield himself. The clash echoed with a thunderous sound as Heg's knives met Atesh's hands, sending shockwaves that toppled the living room furniture. The furniture lamented, "What have we done to deserve this? Atesh, you scoundrel, how dare you show your face in Rog Town? I warned you, if I see you again, I will kill you." Heg glared at Atesh, his voice dripping with venom. Atesh, unfazed, replied, "What? Is Rog Town your territory? Heg, your temper remains as volatile as ever." Witnessing Atesh's nonchalance only fueled Heg's rage further, his aura intensifying as armed haki enveloped his dual blades. Clearly, he was prepared to escalate the confrontation. Observing Heg's readiness for battle, Hall, although unaware of the history between him and Atesh, knew that if he did not intervene, the entire Bell family estate could be reduced to ruins. Thus, he stepped forward and placed a hand on Heg's shoulder, saying, "Heg, calm down for a moment. If you fight here, Miss Anna's home will be destroyed. Moreover, you mentioned that the lad Roya is missing. Finding him is of utmost importance." Heg, indifferent to the fate of the Bell family, gradually began to cool down upon hearing that Roya was still unaccounted for. Casting a cold glance at Atesh, he sheathed his blades and turned to Hall, saying, "I heard from Roger that Roya vanished suddenly at the banquet. Take me to view the phone bug surveillance footage." Without waiting for Hall's consent, he strode towards the exit of the living room. At that moment, yet another individual entered the living room. It was Spot Kasadi and Ross. Kasadi slowly applauded, remarking, "What a lively gathering." Heg shot him a glance, his demeanor terse, and aimed a kick in his direction. Ross immediately shoved Kasadi aside, only to be sent flying by Heg's kick, crashing against the living room door. The door groaned. "What have I done to deserve this?" A spray of blood erupted as Ross slumped to the ground. Leaning against the door, uncertain of his fate, Heg shot a disdainful glance at Kasadi before launching a punch. Just as his fist was about to connect with Kasadi's face, Kasadi quickly interjected, "If you strike me, you'll never see Anna and that brat again." Heg's fist halted, hovering a mere centimeter from Kasadi's face. Instead, he seized Kasadi by the collar, roaring, "You're the one who captured Roya?" Upon hearing Kasadi's words, Heg paused and tightened his grip on his collar, demanding an answer. Hall, having overheard Kasadi, swiftly approached, glaring with fury. "You kidnapped Miss Anna?" Heg glanced at Hall, who was unaware that today's host, Miss Anna, was also missing. Kasadi wore a smug grin as he regarded the two, remaining silent. He attempted to push Heg's hand away, but found himself unable. "If you want to know what's going on, let go," Kasadi calmly stated. Heg glared at him before slowly releasing his grip. Seeing Heg's hand drop, Kasadi's confidence swelled as he adjusted his collar. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Heg and Hall, he approached Druna and said, "Now, can we continue our discussion from yesterday, brother-in-law?" Brother-in-law. Both Hall and Atesh were taken aback by Kasadi's unexpected address. The two most powerful criminal organizations in the East Sea, the Bell family and the Spot family, while publicly maintaining a distant relationship. Could it be that the underboss of the Spot family now referred to the boss of the Bell family as brother-in-law? Had the two families already formed a clandestine alliance? This notion echoed incessantly in Atesh's naval-trained mind. Meanwhile, Heg had little interest in familial entanglements. He was solely focused on discovering Roya's whereabouts. Druna shot Kasadi a piercing look before returning to the sofa, stating coldly, "I warned you. Do not call me brother-in-law." "You are unworthy," Kasadi chuckled, taking a seat across from Druna. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, as Anna's uncle, I have no intention of harming her. Glancing at the menacing Heg, Kasadi continued, since I'm here to discuss matters with you. Anna and that brat are temporarily safe. He leaned back, crossing his legs, and poured himself a glass of red wine. Now, you can reconsider my proposal from yesterday, brother-in-law. Drina maintained his icy demeanor, his voice laced with suppressed fury as he retorted. Are you threatening me? Kasadi appeared unfazed by the anger in Drina's tone, seemingly confident that as long as Anna remained in his possession, Drina would not dare retaliate. After all, brother-in-law, you dismissed me before I could finish speaking yesterday. To ensure we have a proper discussion, some measures are unavoidable. Drina struggled to maintain his composure, asserting firmly, what you proposed yesterday is absolutely unacceptable. I urge you to return Anna immediately. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, the Spot family will be reduced to nothing but dust. In response to Drina's threat, Kasadi burst into laughter. Ha, splendid. Brother-in-law, the so-called Spot family can be extinguished at will. After all the muscle in the family has pledged allegiance to me. With a snap of his fingers. Suddenly, several burly men appeared outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, shattering the glass as they stormed into the living room. They lined up behind Kasadi, each exuding a formidable presence. Look, brother-in-law, these are the enforcers trained with my specially developed serum, Archiki. Each of them has at least doubled their strength. Moreover, there is an absence of pain that if we could produce potions in large quantities and cultivate such an army of humanoid figures, we would effortlessly seize control of the entire East Sea, and perhaps even encompass the 4 seas within our grasp. Such a magnificent plan. Are you not moved by it, brother-in-law? Kasadi, his face contorted with rage, rose excitedly, bracing himself against the table as he shouted at Drina. In the face of Kasadi's frenzied demeanor, Drina's expression remained unchanged. Magnificent? Do you think I am unaware of your actions? Vina perished due to your potion, yet she died with thoughts of you, her brother, imploring me to spare you. From the moment you were cast out of the family, all your deeds have been under my watchful eye. Magnificent. You have ravaged the entirety of Kakakoya Island, producing merely a dozen vials of Archikiti. You traded an entire island for these trifles. Drina, now standing, pointed an accusatory finger at the henchman behind a master of physical combat. Drina recognized the state of these henchmen as soon as they appeared. Their bodies had long since decayed, which explained their inability to feel pain. Such bodies would inevitably perish within a month. Not only Drina, but Heg and the others had also observed the deteriorated condition of those henchmen. Especially Atesh, who, upon realizing their state, chose to disregard the brash Kasadi, merely wishing to witness him as one would a jester at an island exchanged for a dozen henchmen, to rule the 4 seas. Are you prepared to annihilate the seas? Yet, Kasadi could not hear any of it. He had devoted his life to the study of art TK, and as long as he could command the 4 seas, he was unconcerned with the details. A grand plan always demands sacrifice. Brother-in-law, seeing Kasadi still entrenched in his delusions, Drina shook his head. Kasadi, your potion poisoned Vina and condemned Anna to rely on the devil fruit for survival from the moment she was born. I honored your sister's dying wish and spared you, yet you immediately turned to ally with the Spot family. I made no attempt to cleanse our ranks of you. Time and again, I overlooked your actions. But now you have kidnapped Anna for your absurd plan. Oh, you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? With that, Drina swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at Kasadi's head. The henchmen behind Kasadi immediately sprang into action. However, Hall's speed surpassed theirs. As they prepared to intervene, a green blade appeared, weaving through them with deadly precision. At the same time, Ross stealthily rose, transforming his hands into drills, intending to ambush Heg. Heg remained unmoving. When Ross drew near, he executed a swift side kick, sending Ross crashing through both door and wall, rendering him unconscious. May the heavens treat the door kindly, faced with the barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead. Kasadi finally panicked. Brother-in-law, think it over. Anna is still in my grasp. Furthermore, I have over a dozen henchmen behind me. In a real fight, one cannot be certain of the outcome. At that moment, Drina felt a twinge of pity for Kasadi. He had dedicated his life to the study of a single concept, harboring immense confidence in it, akin to a frog in a well. Tapping the gun against Kasadi's face, Drina remarked, perhaps you should take a closer look at the army of humanoid figures you believe can conquer the 4 seas. Kasadi, bewildered, turned to see a sight that shattered his hopes. The henchmen he had believed to be greatly enhanced through Archikiti now lay lifeless at Hall's feet. Devoid of breath, Kasadi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Shouting in horror, "This is impossible. This cannot be." Just moments ago, he had perceived them as formidable warriors capable of ruling the seas. Now, they were all felled by Hall in an instant. His dreams lay shattered before him. He could not believe, nor did he want to accept, that the culmination of his life's work had amounted to nothing. The crushing blow left him slumped on the sofa, eyes vacant, muttering incessantly, "This cannot be. This cannot be." Druna regarded him with no trace of sympathy. "Now, quickly reveal Anna's whereabouts, and I may spare your life." But the profound shock had rendered Kasadi deaf to his words, still lost in his mutterings. Druna, lacking the patience for such folly, fired a shot that struck Kasadi's thigh. The violent pain jolted Kasadi back to reality, and he screamed, clutching his wounded leg. Druna pressed the gun to his forehead once more. This time, Kasadi dared not retort, hastily exclaiming, "I will tell you. I will tell you. Brother-in-law, please do not kill me." Heg approached and delivered a kick to his wound. "Speak quickly. Enough with the nonsense." Kasadi cried out in pain but refrained from further protest. Enduring the agony as he said, "I hired the Kalana brothers to abduct Anna and take her to Consequently Island as for the little brat. He must have been nearby, which is why he was taken as well." "The Kalana brothers? Those thieves from the West Sea?" Atesh inquired. Kasadi nodded as everyone turned their attention toward him. Atesh explained, "The Kalana brothers are a band of thieves from the West Sea, not particularly strong, but adept at fleeing. Not particularly strong, then Luo Ya should be able to defeat them." Roger interjected. Heg nodded in agreement, addressing Kasadi. "Where do they plan to set sail from Rog Town?" "The eastern coast," Kasadi replied weakly. Heg immediately rushed outside, contemplating that perhaps he could reach them in time, and that Luo Ya might still be holding on. However, Kasadi's next words halted his steps. "That it's futile. That little brat cannot possibly still be holding on. To ensure absolute success, I also hired the Lion Tiger brothers to be on the ship. That little brat cannot defeat them." Upon hearing the name of the Lion Tiger brothers, Atesh, a Navy man, was familiar with their reputation and explained to the group. "The Lion Tiger brothers are infamous pirates of the Grand Line, capable Zoan-type fruit users, and serve as the captain and vice-captain of the Lion Tiger pirate crew." Kasadi, sensing a glimmer of hope, added, "Indeed, that little brat absolutely cannot defeat the Lion Tiger brothers who have come down from the Grand Line." By now, the ship has likely already set sail. Struggling to regain his composure, he grasped Druna's leg with renewed desperation, saying, "Brother-in-law, if you let me go now, I promise to return Anna and that little brat unharmed. If I die, the Spot family will." Bang! Before Kasadi could finish his sentence, Druna shot him in the head. Now that he had learned Anna's whereabouts, Kasadi had become utterly useless to Druna, who shoved him aside. Addressing the ever-invisible Anriana, he commanded, "Gather all our forces, set sail from the eastern coast, and assault Kakakoya Island to annihilate the Spot family." Anliana offered a slight bow before swiftly exiting the parlor to convey her superior's orders. Meanwhile, Heger and Roger had already made their way toward the east coast. Due to Karp's influence, Adis accompanied them as well. Returning to Roya's side, he was just about to escort the Kalana brothers away when a voice resonated from a sailing vessel on the sea. Moments later, two figures leapt down from the ship, one stout and the other slender, slowly advancing toward Luo Ya. This time, Luo Ya dared not be negligent, for he sensed a formidable aura emanating from these two individuals. Hastily, he placed Anna down and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the prison cart, scrutinizing the two before him. The stout one possessed thick brows and large eyes, short hair, and a comparatively shorter stature. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt that struggled to contain his bulk. In contrast, the slender figure featured slanted brows and narrow eyes that resembled thin slits, tall with long hair, dressed in leather attire. Luo Ya resorted to his usual tactic, to inquire, by time, or elicit some information from them. "Who might you be?" The stout man appeared somewhat taken aback and turned to his lean companion, saying, "Is our reputation truly so dreadful?" He then faced Luo Ya, explaining, "I am the first mate of the Lion Tiger pirate crew, Fat Tiger." He gestured toward the thin man. "This is my brother, the captain of the Lion Tiger pirate crew." "Lean Lion, I see you are young and possess considerable strength. Would you be interested in joining our pirate crew?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, both of us are renowned pirates on the Grand Line. What do you say? Care to become one of our crew members?" With a cheerful grin, Fat Tiger regarded Luo Ya with a seemingly friendly demeanor, inviting him aboard. Upon hearing their names, Roya couldn't help but be puzzled. Lean Lion, Sushi, Fat Tiger, Nobita, I'm looking for you. Noticing Roya in a daze, Fat Tiger called out, "Hey, kid, what are you daydreaming about? Do you agree or not?" Roya's thoughts were jolted back by Fat Tiger's shout. And he feigned inquiry. "If I were to join your crew, would there be treasure to claim?" Fat Tiger laughed heartily. "Of course. As our crew member, whatever treasure you desire, we will help you seize it." With an innocent expression, Roya replied, "Then could you provide me with 100 million berries? I have an urgent need." Fat Tiger's laughter abruptly ceased. "Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" "Fat Tiger, I don't even have 100 million berries myself. How could I give you that?" Roya shrugged, declaring, "Well, if you can't provide me with 100 million berries, I must decline your offer." Upon hearing Roya's rejection, Fat Tiger's previously jovial demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression turned menacing, exuding an aura of murderous intent. "How dare you refuse? I was merely considering your potential to join our crew. But you truly think highly of yourself. Since you refuse, then prepare to die." With that, Fat Tiger extended his hands, claws emerging from his fingertips. Meanwhile, Lean Lion produced a book from his leather attire and remarked to Fat Tiger, "Try to leave him in one piece. I don't want my eyes sullied." He then opened the book. Fat Tiger nodded. "I shall do my best," and lunged toward Roya, despite Fat Tiger's corpulence. His speed was astonishing, akin to that of a nimble tiger. In a single step, he was before Roya, his claws swiping down. Roya, unable to evade in time, raised his arms to shield himself, only for the vines entwined around his hands to be shredded, leaving 3 claw marks on his arm that oozed blood. Realizing Fat Tiger's swiftness, Roya promptly retreated, attempting to distance himself. Yet, Fat Tiger's speed surpassed his, appearing before him in an instant and landing a straight punch to his abdomen. The blow sent Roya flying to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he felt a searing fire igniting within his belly, causing excruciating pain. His gaze toward Fat Tiger transformed into one of trepidation. He understood that Fat Tiger was leagues above the previous 3 adversaries that in just 2 exchanges. It was evident that Fat Tiger was far superior, having nearly beaten him to death. It was clear that he was indeed a pirate navigating the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. The odds of Roya defeating him were virtually non-existent. Moreover, there was still the scholarly-looking Lean Lion to contend with. If both were to attack simultaneously, given Roya's current strength, he feared he would not withstand a single blow and would meet a tragic end. Damn it! Am I truly destined to fall here, at the hands of these 2 nameless individuals who will fade into obscurity? Roya thought bitterly. Yet, Fat Tiger, eyeing the weakened Roya, had no intention of sparing him. He advanced, his right claws poised to stab at Roya's abdomen with lethal intent. "Kid, be more sensible in your next life." As the claws descended, Fat Tiger felt no sensation of piercing flesh before him. Roya had transformed into a wooden figure, his claws striking the wooden dummy instead. Utilizing wood release, wood clone technique, Fat Tiger found himself grasping one of the wooden figures by the neck, while his right hand, still embedded in the wooden dummy, swung toward the real Roya. As the wooden figure was crushed in Fat Tiger's grip, the wooden dummy in his right hand shattered just as it was about to collide with the real Roya. In that moment, Roya swiftly drew his blade, the ghost claw manifesting as he delivered a powerful strike that sent Fat Tiger staggering back several paces. Having successfully executed his combination of techniques, Roya quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Fat Tiger. The presence of 2 Roya figures was a result of his wood release, shadow clone technique. With his current proficiency in wood release, he had only mastered defensive techniques. Wood release, wood barrier. Wood release, for pillar house, wood release, wood clone, and wood release, shadow clone, none of which were offensive. Nonetheless, he managed to catch Fat Tiger off guard, successfully inflicting injury upon him. Stumbling backward, Fat Tiger lowered his gaze to the bloodstain on his chest, disbelief washing over him as he wiped the blood with his hand. Notably, Roya's blade had originally aimed for his neck, but due to Fat Tiger's extensive combat experience, he instinctively leaned back, yet it was a moment too late, resulting in a gash across his chest. Observing the blood on his hand, Fat Tiger fell silent. However, Roya sensed this was merely a precursor to an impending eruption. In an instant, Fat Tiger's aura surged dramatically. Infused with an overwhelming murderous intent, his pupils turned amber, his tiger fangs elongated, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, growling, "Kid, I will tear you apart." With a fearsome roar, his white garments burst open, his fat transforming into muscle, gradually cloaked in brown fur, a tail sprouting behind him, along with two beastly ears emerging from his head. Fat Tiger had awakened the powers of the devil fruit. Animal type, cat fruit. Tiger form. Beholding the half-beast, now significantly larger Fat Tiger, a chill crept deeper into Roya's heart. He had not anticipated that Fat Tiger would indeed transform into a tiger, lowering himself to all fours. Fat Tiger resembled a ferocious beast. No, he has now transformed into a ferocious beast. His piercing gaze reflects the shadow of Luo Ya, fixated upon him as though he were mere prey. Subsequently, Fat Tiger propelled himself with immense force, akin to a colossal cannonball hurtling towards Luo Ya, his form so swift that it left an afterimage in its wake. His claws glinted with a chilling light as they descended towards Luo Ya's neck. Within his pupils, the silhouette of Fat Tiger loomed larger, prompting Luo Ya to retreat hastily, while simultaneously bringing his hands together to conjure a row of wooden pillars before him. However, to the half-beastified Fat Tiger, these wooden pillars were as fragile as tofu. Without a hint of hesitation, Fat Tiger charged straight into the wooden pillars, obliterating them in an instant, his speed remaining unabated. Behind the now shattered pillars, two Luo Yas emerged, darting off in opposite directions. Fat Tiger's nostrils flared, and he immediately lunged towards the Luo Ya on the left, realizing that Fat Tiger had seen through his wooden doppelganger technique. Luo Ya found himself with no avenue of escape. He could only raise his heavy blade, aiming it directly at Fat Tiger's claws that sought his neck. The sharp clang of their clash resonated, as Fat Tiger seized the edge of the heavy blade, then delivered a powerful kick to Luo Ya's abdomen, sending him flying. He then carelessly tossed the heavy blade behind him. Luo Ya crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth, yet he struggled to rise. In that moment, as Fat Tiger's kick landed, Luo Ya had managed to use his ghost claw to block the blow. Nevertheless, the immense recoil had still sent him sprawling, leaving him spitting blood. Had it not been for the ghost claw, Fat Tiger's kick could have rendered Luo Ya unable to stand again. Without further ado, Fat Tiger charged once more, and at his feet, two vines sprouted instantaneously, ensnaring his legs. However, this did little to impede him. He burst forth, snapping the vines as if they were mere threads, faced with the onslaught of Fat Tiger, who barreled forward like a heavy tank. Luo Ya wrapped several coils of vines around his hands and raised a wooden shield before him. As Fat Tiger approached, his claws slashed downward, the glint of cold steel appearing as the shield and vines were instantly obliterated. Luo Ya resigned himself to his fate. Cunning strategies bore no fruit against a brute such as Fat Tiger. He resolved to confront him head-on. Focused intently, he concentrated his observation haki on Fat Tiger, continuously crafting weapons from wood to engage him. Thanks to his observation haki, Luo Ya was able to evade Fat Tiger's lethal strikes each time, yet he still bore numerous wounds, and his wooden weapons were rendered nearly useless after a single clash. Luo Ya understood that if this continued, he would inevitably exhaust himself and succumb to Fat Tiger's decisive blow. With nowhere left to turn, Luo Ya recalled the miserly system in his mind, all the while fending off Fat Tiger's assaults. Under the relentless pressure of the ferocious Fat Tiger, Luo Ya found himself retreating step by step, sustaining injuries all over his body, blood seeping from his wounds. If this persisted, it would surely lead to his demise. In such dire circumstances, Luo Ya had no choice but to summon the system for salvation. System, do you have any way to deal with this Fat Tiger? Look at the other traversers. They're either punching for emperors or kicking 3 admirals. And what about me? Just look at me, being battered by a nameless brute. If they see this, they'll think you, the system, are incapable. The system's cold, mechanical voice responded. Host, you have been rather fortunate, achieving 4 draws of 4 golds. What more do you desire? Luo Ya sighed in exasperation. What does 4 gold draws matter now? I'm currently being dominated. If I die, you won't get to devour my funds either. The system replied nonchalantly. If you die, I'll simply find a new host. It's not a big deal. I might even find a more interesting one, perhaps a host from Africa. Don't joke around. Do you have any actual solutions? Luo Ya exclaimed, his hands shaking from the impact. His urgency palpable, the system replied. Of course, there's a method. Just draw cards. If you draw 10 golds, you could easily skin him and make a chair. Luo Ya was both amused and exasperated by the system's absurdity. Draw a card? I don't have a single belly to my name. How can I draw? the system retorted. Who said you can't draw cards without bellies? Luo Ya was immediately perplexed. What do you mean? Are you saying you can draw cards for free? TSK. The system clicked its tongue, seemingly filled with disdain. The system continued. The system has an emergency function. If the host wishes to draw cards but lacks bellies, you may draw first and repay tenfold later. The system added. How about that? Isn't it quite considerate? Tenfold. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Luo Ya shouted. The system corrected him. Ah, the host is mistaken. I am indeed robbing. Whether you want to draw or not is up to you. Luo Ya was left speechless, realizing that the system was akin to a greedy merchant ensnaring him in a trap. I will draw. The system asked. Are you sure, host? I forgot to mention that this emergency function only supports 10 continuous draws. Single draws are not accepted. Luo Ya. Draw I will draw. The system coldly stated. Yet there seemed to be a hint of delight in its tone. Host, which card pool would you like? I personally recommend the million belly card pool for a higher chance of gold. The 10,000 belly pool, Luo Ya declared without hesitation. The system replied. Understood, poor host. With 10 continuous draws from the 10,000 belly pool, 10 cards flew out directly, skipping the spinning step, among the 10 cards. Only 2 radiated a deep purple light. The others appeared ordinary, enveloped in a white glow, lacking any brilliance. Observing the cards, Luo Ya noted the absence of golden light, and the system seemed to let out a quiet sigh of relief. The cards didn't require Luo Ya to click. The white light surrounding them dissipated automatically. Some cards vanished, while others transformed into white light and entered Luo Ya's body. As the cards disappeared, the system's notification echoed in tandem. Congratulations, host, you have obtained R-grade item card, Taijutsu enhancement card 3, R-grade weapon card, solid brick 3, R-grade ability card, culinary mastery, R-grade ability card, instrument mastery, SR grade item card, ability upgrade card, can rapidly elevate any of the host's abilities to intermediate level. Note, to achieve advanced level, the host must train on their own. SR grade special item card, random character summon, can randomly summon characters from myriad worlds, gaining their full power temporarily. Finally, the life-saving items had arrived. Despite the absence of gold, Luo Ya still felt a twinge of disappointment. He swiftly glanced past the several mediocre R-grade cards, his attention captivated by the SR grade ability upgrade card, and he immediately declared, System. Use the ability upgrade card right now to enhance my wood release ninjutsu. The system responded. Item card usage successful. Host would release unlocked. Would release, insertion technique, rank up technique, would release, transformation. Would release, pillar family, would release, for pillar prison, would release, thorn kill technique, would release, violent gun tree, would release, great forest technique, would release, silent kill binding technique. Would release, tree world barrier, would release, eternal burial binding. A myriad of would release ninjutsu names appeared before Luo Ya's eyes. However, Luo Ya did not need to examine them. Upon using the ability upgrade card, the hand seals for the unlocked would release ninjutsu manifested in his mind. He comprehended the functions and powers of these ninjutsu thoroughly. Creating a wooden clone, Luo Ya distanced himself from Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger pursued relentlessly. Luo Ya clasped his hands together and shouted, Rank up technique. A wooden shield resembling a monstrous, fanged visage appeared before him. Although it was considerably smaller than the one summoned by Hashirama and Naruto, it was sufficient for his needs. As Fat Tiger charged with unwavering determination towards the ghastly shield, it did not shatter like the wooden pillars. Instead, it sent Fat Tiger reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Ya unleashed 2 ninjutsu in rapid succession. Would release, thorn kill technique, and would release, eternal burial binding. Before their eyes, countless wooden tendrils emerged from Fat Tiger's body, ensnaring him tightly, while several wooden pillars materialized around him. From behind, vine-like saplings entwined him and continued to grow, transforming into a colossal tree that completely pinned him beneath its weight. Fat Tiger was firmly immobilized. Luo Ya cast a glance at Thin Lion, who remained unperturbed, engrossed in the book he held. Ignoring him, Luo Ya resolved to deal with one threat first, targeting the limbs and head of Fat Tiger that protruded from the tree. Luo Ya invoked the technique of wood release. Insertion technique. 0.5 sharp wooden spikes appeared, aimed directly at Fat Tiger. As the spikes manifested, Fat Tiger sensed the chilling breath of death. In a last-ditch effort, he unleashed his full strength, morphing into a ferocious tiger and forcing the tree apart, narrowly evading the deadly spikes to eye in his tiger form. Fat Tiger's eyes were devoid of any human rationality, replaced instead by the primal thirst for blood. He lunged at Luo Ya, jaws wide open, while Luo Ya engaged him with the technique of wood release. Violent gun treed at that moment. Thin Lion reacted. He closed his book and stowed it away in his leather jacket. Offering a compliment to the author, with his slanted brows and narrow eyes, he scrutinized Luo Ya and Fat Tiger as they clashed. Shaking his head in disappointment at Fat Tiger, he stomped his feet and stretched his back. Fixing his gaze on Luo Ya, Thin Lion vanished in a flash, observing that Fat Tiger had not only failed to subdue Luo Ya, but had also been compelled to fully transform. Thin Lion expressed his profound disappointment. He locked his eyes onto Luo Ya, and in an instant, his figure darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Luo Ya was engaged in a fierce exchange with the tiger form Fat Tiger, who had grown several times larger and lunged towards him. Luo Ya struggled to withstand the onslaught. Thin Lion reappeared at Luo Ya's right side, delivering a powerful kick, with all his focus on Fat Tiger. Luo Ya was caught off guard by Thin Lion's swift movement, resulting in a blow to his right ribcage that sent him sprawling to the ground. Before Luo Ya could rise, Thin Lion relentlessly pursued him, appearing at his side and delivering a heavy stomp to his chest. Reacting quickly, Luo Ya employed the technique of Shield of the Spectre, conjuring a small ghostly shield with his right hand to block the strike. With his left hand, a wooden spike swiftly grew, aimed at Thin Lion's chin. Thin Lion, however, was lightning fast, tilting his head to evade the wooden spike, then using the shield as leverage to propel himself back to Fat Tiger's side. His gaze fell upon the blood-red-eyed Fat Tiger, surprisingly calming him, the crimson hue fading from his eyes as he gradually reverted to his human form. Once in his half-beast state, Fat Tiger quietly stood behind Thin Lion, fixating his gaze on Luo Ya. Meanwhile, Thin Lion's attention returned to Luo Ya, who still wielded the ghostly shield. His slanted brows and narrow eyes betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. "Young man, I shall grant you one more chance. If you agree to serve me, then today you shall not meet your demise." His tone was flat, as if he had already predetermined Luo Ya's fate. Luo Ya, bewildered, pondered why Thin Lion and Fat Tiger, seasoned pirates who had navigated the Grand Line, were fixated on him, a mere nobody. It seemed they were desperately in need of crew members. Luo Ya raised his shield, speaking slowly. "Apologies, but my captain has already been chosen." He then mockingly speculated about Thin Lion and his brother's circumstances. "However, I fail to comprehend why, as supernovas, you would seek to recruit me when your own crew must surely be competent. Could it be that your crew has perished?" Luo Ya's conjecture proved to be accurate. The reason Fat Tiger and Thin Lion returned to the East Blue was that their pirate crew, the Lion Tiger Pirates, had encountered the Rocks Pirates in the Grand Line. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in a crushing defeat for the Lion Tiger Pirates, resulting in the loss of all their crew members. Fat Tiger and Thin Lion managed to escape with their battered ship to the East Blue. Plotting their resurgence by chance, they encountered Kasadi, and in need of funds to rebuild their crew, they agreed to his employment. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Thin Lion's already narrow eyes squinted further, his aura intensifying with malice directed at Luo Ya. "Very well," he exclaimed. "Lord, please allow me to send this foolish individual to your side for penance." Thin Lion placed a hand over his heart, speaking reverently. Luo Ya, observing his gesture, was taken aback to discover that he was a believer. Furthermore, the implication of Thin Lion's words suggested that it was God who forgives, while he was merely the instrument to deliver Luo Ya to the divine. Thin Lion spread his arms wide, tilting his head skyward as if receiving a blessing from above. His long black hair began to fluff up, transforming into a rich brown, while his body became covered in brown fur, morphing into a half-lion, half-human form. Thin Lion possessed the power of the devil fruit. Animal type, cat fruit. Lion form. It was this very transformation that inspired the naming of their pirate crew as the Lion Tiger Pirates. In their half-beast forms, Fat Tiger and Thin Lion fixed their gazes fiercely upon Luo Ya. In the next moment, both charged at him with lethal intent. Fat Tiger engaged Luo Ya directly, while Thin Lion utilized his speed to dart around. Launching surprise attacks, Luo Ya wielded the ghostly shield to fend off Fat Tiger, while the ghostly claws behind him defended against Thin Lion's strikes. Yet, under the relentless combined assault of the two, Luo Ya found himself utterly unable to retaliate, dedicating all his energy to blocking their attacks. Suddenly, Fat Tiger retreated, puffing out his chest as he unleashed a powerful tiger's roar that resonated painfully in Luo Ya's ears, momentarily stunning him. Seizing the opportunity, Thin Lion approached from behind, ensnaring Luo Ya's waist with his tail and slashing at his right hand to seize the ghostly shield. With a forceful throw, he sent Luo Ya soaring into the air. Fat Tiger crouched low, exerting force beneath his feet, creating a sandpit as he catapulted himself like a massive cannonball, soaring into the air beside Luo Ya. With arms enveloped in haki, he brought them down heavily towards Luo Ya's abdomen. In midair, Luo Ya found himself unable to regain control. With no means of evasion, he could only extend the ghostly claws to shield himself from Fat Tiger's dual strikes. With a thunderous crash, Fat Tiger's fists collided with the ghostly claws, shattering them into fragments. Luo Ya was violently thrust to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed down heavily, creating a massive sand crater around him. This time, Luo Ya felt as though his very insides had been shaken, his limbs completely numb, rendering him unable to rise again. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Casting his gaze downward, he saw Fat Tiger and Thin Lion charging at him once more. Struggling to lift his hands, he pressed them together and weakly uttered, "Would release." Tree World Barrier. A circle of vine shields rose up, encircling Luo Ya. Immediately, he retrieved an SR special item card from his system storage. Examining the card, he found it entirely blanked. As Thin Lion and Fat Tiger pressed their attack, they halted upon seeing the circle of vine shields surrounding Luo Ya. Thin Lion scrutinized the shields, raising his claws and swiftly darting around the perimeter, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, creating the illusion of countless Thin Lions. After 2 laps, Thin Lion returned to his original position, and with a swift motion, the vine shields shattered into pieces. The circular wall of vines was severed, revealing Luo Ya once more. He was seated in a wooden chair, several tendrils of vines gently writhing behind him, holding a card between his right hand's middle and index fingers. He raised his head to meet Thin Lion and Fat Tiger's gaze, declaring, "You have compelled me to unveil my true abilities. I had no intention of revealing my true self, since you have sought to eradicate me. Do not hold it against me for being ungracious." He continued, "Descend upon me, O otherworldly power." The card in Luo Ya's hand flew forth, hovering before him, emanating a blinding radiance. Observing Luo Ya's fervent declaration and the brilliance of the card, Thin Lion and Fat Tiger hesitated, momentarily intimidated. Despite Luo Ya's fierce demeanor and confidence, he silently prayed, "Jade Emperor, Avalokiteshvara, Supreme Old Lord, Infinite Heaven's honor, gods of the celestial realm, I beseech you to grant me the power to summon a formidable being. By the heavens, should I succeed in summoning Sun Wukong, I shall unleash a spirit bomb to obliterate Mary Geos." As the radiance faded, an image gradually emerged upon the card, depicting a figure. Upon gazing at the likeness on the card, Roya recognized him and exclaimed, "It's him." Leaning against the wooden chair, Roya observed the card as its glow dissipated, revealing a detailed illustration. The card showcased 2 figures, one in front of the other. The foremost figure was a handsome young man with cascading red curls and striking emerald eyes, clad in vibrant crimson attire, wielding a vine adorned with sharp thorns. Behind him loomed a spectral form, with silver hair and golden eyes, exuding an air of indifference, draped in a flowing white robe, complete with beast-like ears and a fluffy white tail. Recognizing the man on the card, Roya gasped, "It's him." Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho. As an ardent fan of the anime, Roya had a profound appreciation for the series, and Kurama's elegant combat style and deep camaraderie with the protagonist left a lasting impression on him. System notification: special item cards are successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Kurama from the world of Yu Yu Hakusho and acquired his full powers for a limited duration of 3 minutes. The system announcement concluded. The card transformed into a sphere of white light, merging into Roya's being. In an instant, mist enveloped him. The brothers, Slim Lion and Fat Tiger, gazed at the white mist, which suddenly revealed a colossal fox head apparition. Following this, a piercing fox cry resonated from within the fogas. The mist dissipated. Roya rose from his wooden chair, his appearance transformed dramatically. He had grown taller, his black hair elongating and turning silver. Adorned in a white robe, with beast-like ears atop his head and a fox tail sprouting behind him, his golden eyes fixed upon slim lion and fat tiger, devoid of any emotion, emanating an otherworldly aura. His formidable presence soaring to the heavens. Observing the fox-like Roya, resembling a hybrid beast, slim lion and fat tiger were filled with confusion. Could it be that this lad's devil fruit is of the Zoan type? The fox-like Roya, with an impassive expression, regarded the brothers, raising his right hand with a slight curl of his index finger. Exchanging glances, the brothers immediately cloaked their hands in haki and redirected their focus on Roya. Charging at him, as slim lion surged forward. Fat tiger propelled him toward Roya with a powerful throw. With the combination of slim lion's speed and fat tiger's assistance, he approached Roya in the blink of an eye. Yet, even with this rapid advance, Roya, momentarily empowered by Kurama's abilities, clearly perceived Slim Lion's approach through his golden gaze. Sidestepping Slim Lion's attack, Roya's right arm sprouted with plants, twisting into a sword-like form, which he raised to deflect Slim Lion's claws. Simultaneously, a rose whip materialized in his left hand, ensnaring Slim Lion's ankle, lifting him off the ground before crashing him down violently as the plant sword aimed at his neck. At the critical moment, Fat Tiger appeared, his hockey-covered arm shielding Slim Lion from Roya's plant sword. The blade struck Fat Tiger's arm, allowing Roya to glide the sword across Fat Tiger's chest, leaving a severe gash and causing blood to spurt forth. Subsequently, Roya delivered a kick that sent Fat Tiger soaring, while the rose whip flung Slim Lion towards Fat Tiger midair. The brothers crashed heavily onto the ground, landing in a sandy pit. Observing the fallen duo, the fox-like Roya opted not to pursue further, yawning as he returned to his wooden chair, resting his arm on its armrest, propping his chin with one hand. Slim Lion and Fat Tiger struggled to rise. Noticing that Fat Tiger's substantial wound had begun to clot, that it seemed that the Zoan-type devil fruit indeed granted remarkable healing capabilities. The brothers exchanged glances once more, reading the urgency in each other's eyes. Run, now. Roya had become overwhelmingly powerful. They stood no chance against him. The two swiftly darted in opposite directions. Roya, with a mocking gaze, watched their retreat. Raising his left hand, he waved lightly, causing colossal plants to sprout before the fleeing brothers. Soaring skyward, towering at least 10 meters high, the plants were the demon realm mimosa from the world of Yu Yu Hakusho. As the mimosa unfurled its leaves, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth emerged, lined with menacing spikes. Seeing this unfamiliar creature, Fat Tiger couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is that?" Yet, there was no time for astonishment as the mimosa lunged at them with its toothy jaws. The brothers evaded just in time, the mimosa crashing to the ground. That moment, the mimosa appeared akin to a grotesque creature with countless legs. That lunged again at Slim Lion and Fat Tiger, who transformed fully into their beast forms, a tiger and lion respectively. They evaded the mimosa's gaping maw, clawing and biting at its leaves and stems. After a prolonged struggle, the two mimosa plants were finally severed. Collapsing to the earth and rapidly wilting, the brothers reverted to their human forms, gasping for breath. Roya, with a leg crossed, continued to observe them with a mocking glint in his eyes. Once more, he waved his left hand. And this time, not merely two mimosa plants sprouted, but an overwhelming mass that encircled the entire beach. Faced with the dense cluster of mimosa, the brothers' faces turned ashen. There was no escape. They had never anticipated that they would not perish at the hands of rocks, but rather fall prey to a mere child. Roya waved his left hand downward, causing countless mimosa plants to unfurl their leaves, revealing their gaping mouths, ready to devour the brothers. In an instant, they were consumed entirely. For the towering mimosa, Slim Lion and Fat Tiger were hardly enough to fill its maw, and they were swiftly devoured. Roya reclined in his chair, watching as the mimosa feasted upon Slim Lion and Fat Tiger. Just as the mimosa finished its meal and prepared to reach for more, the 3-minute limit had elapsed. A burst of white light radiated from the fox-like Roya, and in an instant, his form reverted to its original state. Observing the still chewing mimosa, Roya called out, "Damn it, leave some for me. Do you have any idea how much their bounties are worth in belly?" He mused, knowing that Slim Lion and Fat Tiger, as one of the current supernovas of the sea, had bounties exceeding 10 million. If he could exchange their bounties with the Navy, he would strike it rich. No longer would he need to rely on the unscrupulous merchant system. Yet, circumstances ultimately did not unfold as Luo Ya had desired. As Luo Ya's appearance reverted to its original form, The shy grass of the demon realm began to gradually vanish, including the portly tiger and the slender lion brothers that had been in their mouths. Gazing at the sole remnants of the slender lion's leather attire scattered upon the ground, Luo Ya could no longer endure the weight of the moment and fainted onto the wooden chair. After Luo Ya had resolved everything, Heger, Roger, and Carp finally arrived at the eastern coastline of Rog Town. The shore was strewn with sand pits, withered vines, and splintered wooden posts. Within the prison cart lay the Colonna brothers. Alongside the serene figure of Miss Anna, who lay peacefully on the wooden planks, Roger immediately spotted Luo Ya slumped against the wooden chair and rushed to his side. Seeing him unconscious, he vigorously shook Luo Ya's hands, attempting to rouse him. Luo Ya, wake up, wake up. Meanwhile, Luo Ya dreamt of a glorious rampage, seizing the heavenly gold of the celestial dragons, lying atop a mound of berries, boldly summoning the system and proclaiming, "Do you not desire berries? Come, pull, pull. If you do not exhaust your card pool, I shall not be called Luo Ya." Reclining on the berries, he reveled in this splendid sensation. Yet, suddenly, he felt a violent jolt. The berries beneath him vanished in an instant, and his body began to float, plummeting towards the ground. Just as the dream Luo Ya collided with the ground, the real Luo Ya slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by Roger's large face. Behind Roger's visage appeared the faces of Uncle Heger and Carp. Observing the myriad of wide-eyed gazes directed at him, Luo Ya thought to himself, "Thank goodness no one uttered the phrase. The surgery was a success. You are now a girl." Upon witnessing Luo Ya regain consciousness, Roger expressed immense relief and promptly inquired, "Luo Ya, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "Hurt? Nonsense. My bones feel as though they are about to shatter." Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Ya mustered a strained smile and replied, "I'm fine. Just a few minor lackeys. They cannot possibly injure me." Minor lackeys? Observing the Colonna brothers in the prison cart and Miss Anna on the wooden plank, Atesh could not help but think, what audacity to regard the supernovas as mere lackeys. Approaching Luo Ya, he asked, "Where are the tiger and lion brothers, little one?" "Little one? You are the one who is little. Your entire family is little." Not recognizing Atesh, who was clad in a navy uniform, Luo Ya turned to Roger and inquired, "Who is this?" Roger responded, "This is Carp's father, my uncle, Monkey D. Atesh." What? Upon hearing Roger's revelation, Luo Ya was utterly astonished, realizing he was in the presence of yet another heavyweight figure, pointing to a fragment of leather on the ground. Luo Ya remarked, "That is the remains of the lion brothers." Atesh approached, picked up the leather fragment, and regarded Luo Ya with a look that seemed to ask, "Are you mocking me?" Understanding the implication in Atesh's gaze, Luo Ya stated, "The lion brothers are dead, their bodies unrecognizable." Atesh, unfazed, acknowledged that given his current strength and his position within the navy, the death of two pirates was inconsequential. Returning to Luo Ya, he inquired, "Did you kill them?" Luo Ya was about to affirm, but suddenly realized that given his current strength, it was indeed impossible to single-handedly slay the supernovas, let alone two of them, if he claimed responsibility. He could not explain the system's involvement, which would be implausible. In a flurry of thoughts, Luo Ya stammered, "Well, yes, it was my captain, Jack Sparrow, who did it." "Your captain is still alive and has come to Rog Town?" Heger asked that. "I haven't quite figured that out yet," Luo Ya replied, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Master, I feel a bit fatigued. Can we wait until we return before I explain?" Luo Ya felt his excuse was rather flimsy. Yet to his surprise, Heger nodded, no longer pressing the issue. His gaze returned to Atesh, who, as a rear admiral of the Navy, had a question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. "Excuse me, Admiral, have you heard of bounty hunters?" "Bounty hunters? No, I have not." Atesh shook his head, confessing he was unfamiliar with the term. Upon receiving Atesh's response, Luo Ya mused that indeed, in this era, the profession of bounty hunter had yet to emerge. A plan began to form in his mind, one that would conveniently involve his captain, Jack Sparrow, and would also help him maintain his ruse. With his head bowed, contemplating his scheme, Luo Ya suddenly remembered something and raised his gaze to Atesh, asking, "Admiral, what is the bounty on the Lion brothers?" Atesh replied slowly, "The two of them combined have a bounty of 50 million berries, 50 million. Luo Ya felt as though his heart was bleeding. Still unwilling to relent, he gazed at the leather fragment in Atesh's hand and asked, "Can this leather fragment still be exchanged for a bounty?" Atesh remained silent, merely looking at him, his expression conveying a clear message. Do you really think that is possible? Luo Ya understood, and his heart sank even further. Suddenly recalling the Colonna brothers, he inquired, "What is the bounty on those 3 fellows in the prison cart?" Atesh responded, 120,000 berries per person. Luo Ya asked, "For all 3, Atesh clarified. Luo Ya thought to himself, after returning 1 million to the system, he would still have 20,000 left. Quietly reassuring himself, Luo Ya stated, "Then I will turn them, along with the prison cart, over to you. Can I receive the bounty for them?" Atesh affirmed, "Certainly, I will take them away, and you can collect your bounty at the Navy base in Rogtown tomorrow." Luo Ya nodded, struggling to rise. However, as he stumbled, Roger swiftly caught him, and Luo Ya cast a grateful glance in his direction. As Roger supported Luo Ya, the group prepared to return to Rogtown. Atesh instructed his soldiers to pull the prison cart, bearing Miss Anna along with them. Meanwhile, Druna arrived with a dozen kapos and countless soldiers at the eastern coastline of Rogtown. Adruna's eyes immediately caught sight of a flash of golden hair, her daughter. She hurried forward to take her daughter from the hands of the Navy soldiers, gently shaking her in an attempt to awaken her. Miss Anna, cradled in her father's arms, slowly opened her eyes. And upon recognizing her father, she immediately embraced him, bursting into tears of grievance. As Druna comforted Anna, she cast a grateful glance at Atesh, silently expressing her appreciation for his role in saving her daughter. However, Atesh shook his head, pointing at Luo Ya. "It was not I who saved Anna. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. This little one is the one who saved Anna." A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Druna's gaze as she approached, holding Anna, and slightly bowed. "Thank you for saving Anna. Should you ever need anything, feel free to come to Bell Manor." Luo Ya quickly waved his hands, saying, "Mr. Bell, you need not be so courteous. In truth, it was not I who saved Miss Anna. It was, an elder of mine that he just so happens to have matters to discuss with you and may visit your residence tomorrow. I hope you will not refuse him. Oh, by the way, his name is Jack Sparrow." Druna smiled. "Then I shall await his arrival at the manor tomorrow." Luo Ya nodded in agreement, watching Miss Anna, held by Druna and facing away from him, and thought to himself, "Surely, she will not report to her father that I struck her with a hand chop." At that moment, the Bell family's exclusive sailboat had reached the shore. Upon seeing that Miss Anna had also been rescued, Anna approached Druna and inquired whether he intended to continue the assault on the Spot family. Druna's gaze sharpened instantly, and he gave a slight nod. Observing Druna's affirmation, Anna bowed slightly and turned to the kapos and soldiers behind her, gesturing towards the sailboat on the sea with a flick of her head. In truth, Anna was not merely the steward of the Bell family. She also held the title of underboss. Following her command, the kapos and soldiers of the Bell family surged onto the sailboat, setting their course towards the Spot family's stronghold on Kikia Island. Meanwhile, Druna, who had initially intended to join in the attack on the Spot family, chose instead to stay and comfort his frightened daughter. Casting a glance back at Heg and Addis, he indicated that he would take his leave for now. Cradling Anna, he turned towards the manor, with Anna silently trailing behind him. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, supported by Roger, had returned to Roger's residence. The following day marked over 10 hours since Luo Ya had transformed into a fox spirit, defeating the lion and tiger brothers. With Roger's assistance, Luo Ya had made his way back to Roger's villa, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Gradually opening his eyes, he sat up and glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 9 in the morning. Roger was practicing his swordsmanship in a vacant area of the bedroom. Upon noticing that Luo Ya had awakened, Roger hurried over to inquire about his health. "Luo Ya, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Luo Ya nodded and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit sore." "That's good to hear. By the way, Granny Tao saw that you were injured yesterday and made you some chicken soup. I'll go fetch it now." "Just a moment," Roger exclaimed, suddenly recalling the chicken soup, and without waiting for Luo Ya's response, he dashed out to retrieve it. Luo Ya chuckled at Roger's energetic demeanor. His gaze fell upon a newspaper on the bedside table, and feeling a bit bored, he picked it up to read. The newspaper was filled with various news items, but 3 major headlines dominated the pages. The Spot family, the second largest underworld syndicate in the East Sea, had been attacked by rival forces and was utterly annihilated overnight, with the boss of the Spot family perishing in the inferno. The Navy headquarters announced that the position of admiral would increase from 1 to 3, with Rear Admiral Kong being promoted directly to admiral. The youngest admiral in history has emerged. The notorious brothers, Lean Lion and Fat Tiger, have been confirmed dead, with their killer yet to be identified. Reading the contents of the newspaper, Roya couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly the news cycle operated. The events of yesterday were already making headlines today. Thankfully, there were no photographs capturing his appearance when he transformed into a fox spirit, or it would have been difficult to explain. Yet, a question lingered in Roya's mind. In this era, did newsbirds exist? If so, how long had Morgans, the head of the newsbirds, one of the 6 emperors in the dark world of the New World, the Zoan-type bird fruit user in the form of an albatross, been alive? He recalled seeing in the anime that Morgans first appeared at Big Mom's birthday party, always in a semi-beast form, making it hard to discern his true age. Moreover, as a transmigrator to the world of pirates, how could he resist tasting the delicacy of a newsbird? Don't come near me. Roya's mind wandered as he passed the time at tea that moment. Roger returned, carrying a pot of chicken soup with 2 bowls balanced atop his head. Here comes the chicken soup. He placed the pot on the bedside table and ladled a bowl for Roya. Roya, drink up. Granny Tao insisted you need nourishment. Taking the bowl from Roger, Roya mused. Could it be that you too are a top-tier double agent? He chuckled inwardly, knowing it was impossible. There was no poison in the soup. Regrettably, Roger hadn't uttered that line. Drinking soup is such a delightful experience. Lifting the bowl, Roya took a few sips and polished it off. Truly delicious. He set down the bowl, preparing to serve himself another, only to find that Roger had already consumed half the pot. Goodness, was this made for you or for me? As he continued sipping the soup, an idea struck him. Roger, why didn't Uncle Heg open his shop today? Roger nodded in response. Yesterday, Uncle mentioned that starting today, he would close the shop. Today is for us to rest, and tomorrow we'll head to the nearby uninhabited island to commence our training. Roya acknowledged this and resumed drinking his soup. After finishing the soup, Roya recalled that he had yet to collect the bounty for the Karina brothers. He got off the bed, bid farewell to Roger, and set off to the Navy base to claim his reward. Roger wished to accompany him, but Roya declined, as he had his own plans to pursue. Exiting Roger's house, Roya prepared to make his way to the Navy division in Rogtown to collect the bounty for the Karina brothers. However, he soon realized a problem. He did not know where the Navy base was located. With no choice but to execute his plan without Roger's guidance, he had to navigate the area on his own or inquire with passers-by for directions. After some wandering, he finally arrived at the front of the Navy base in Rogtown. Before the Navy base, there was no execution platform yet, and the large iron gates stood wide open. Guarded by 2 soldiers with rifles, Roya approached and greeted the 2 soldiers, having previously recognized them from their meal at Heges restaurant. Hey, Brother Roar, Brother Zoe, are you on duty today? Zoe, upon recognizing Roya, softened his stern demeanor and patted him on the shoulder. It's little Roya. Go on in. Yesterday, Rear Admiral Addis from headquarters mentioned that someone named Roya would come to collect a bounty that I thought it was just a coincidence. But it's really you. Impressive, kid. Defeating the Karina brothers all by yourself. Roar chimed in. Truly remarkable. Roya scratched the back of his head, grinning. You flatter me. Just a stroke of luck. He then proceeded into the base. The Navy base in Rogtown was neither large nor small, perhaps about 1/3 the size of the Bell family's manor. Upon entering the base, Roya was met with a chorus of cheers. A group of Navy soldiers had formed a circle, leaving an open space in the center. In this space stood 2 individuals, one of whom was Carp, while the other was unfamiliar to Roya. Likely a soldier from the Rogtown Navy Division, the 2 faced off, with the surrounding soldiers cheering them on. Come on, Lieutenant Darjan, show headquarters our strength. It turned out that Darjan, a lieutenant, was facing off against Carp. Despite being a lieutenant, Darjan appeared to be in his 20s, with a handsome face and glasses perched on his nose, with his right hand resting on the hilt of a long sword sheathed in white. Darjan challenged, Carp, shall we settle this with one decisive move? Quit stalling. Let us go. Carp, having previously picked his nose, lowered his little finger and beckoned Darjan. Then, I look forward to your guidance. Time rang. Darjan swiftly drew his sword and slashed towards Carp. Yet Carp remained stationary, raising his right hand to deliver a punch. In an instant, the outcome was clear. Darjan was sent flying, crashing into the soldiers watching nearby, who rushed to catch him. The soldiers were bewildered, having witnessed their officer, Lieutenant Darjan, being sent reeling, while Carp remained completely unscathed. However, Luo Ya, who possessed the ability to sense the flow of battle, saw it all clearly. Darjan had swiftly drawn his sword and struck at Karp with incredible speed. But Karp had merely sidestepped at the last moment, evading the blade. Subsequently, Karp delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying and decisively determining the outcome of their encounter. Yes, he listened to Dacian's technique name. Luo Ya recalled the supernaturally oblivious girl, Daski, who followed the smoke aficionado smoker, her vision severely impaired. Dacian, Daski. These names, coupled with the renowned blade Shigyur, indicated that this individual must indeed be Daski's father. Observing Dacian, who was being supported by soldiers, Karp remarked, "Not bad that if your strike were just a tad swifter, I would have been unable to evade it. Compared to others in the headquarters, you are quite formidable." "Captain Karp, you flatter me. It is you who is the true genius. I have much to learn from you," Dacian replied humbly. Karp waved his hand dismissively as he made his way outside, the soldiers parting to create a path for him. At that moment, Karp also noticed Luo Ya entering the base that he jogged over, attempting to clasp Luo Ya's shoulder, but finding him too short, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. "Hey, Luo Ya, you made it. My father asked me to wait at the base this morning. Worried you might not know where to claim your bounty, he instructed me to guide you. Then I apologize for making you wait," Luo Ya responded. Karp laughed heartily. "We are friends. There is no trouble at all. Come, follow me this way. To claim your bounty, we must find the person in charge of registration." Karp led the way, gesturing in a certain direction as he explained to Luo Ya. Following in Karp's footsteps, they arrived at an office that a bespectacled naval officer checked the ledger, then retrieved 1,200,000 berries from a box and handed it to Luo Ya. Once Luo Ya received the bounty, he exited the naval base and quickly located a quiet, deserted alley. He summoned the system. "System, come forth. I've returned your money, system. Here I am. How did you acquire the funds so swiftly?" "I was hoping to collect some interest," Luo Ya. Listening to the system's tone, which seemed to have shifted, Luo Ya fell silent. "Luo Ya, enough of the chatter. Convert the berries in the box, and remember to leave me with 100,000. System. Okay, converting funds is my favorite task." System, berry conversion successful. After returning 1,000,000 berries to the system, the host is left with 100,000 berries. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Ya promptly stated, "Use the remaining 100,000 berries for 10 consecutive draws from the 1,000 berry pool." Wishing to execute his plan, Luo Ya felt his current strength was somewhat lacking and decided to draw cards once more to bolster his abilities. System. "Oh, splurging this time, are we? All right. Executing immediately. As usual." 10 cards flew forth from the 1,000 berry pool, standing before Luo Ya in an instant. Various lights erupted, the most prominent being a card radiating golden light. Luo Ya gazed at the golden glow. Now immune to its allure, this was the power of a lucky draw. Meanwhile, the system was left speechless. Seeing Luo Ya draw gold again made the 1,000,000 berries I just kicked into my pocket feel less appealing. Although the 10 consecutive draws yielded only one golden card, this was not from a 1,000,000 berry pool, but rather from a 1,000 berry pool. Nonetheless, the system dutifully reported, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained R-level weapon card, ordinary longsword 3, R-level item card, white wine 2 bottles, SR-level item card, sunflower seeds, from the Plants vs. Zombies World, SR-level item card, spirit summoning talisman, SR-level weapon card, rat charm, goat charm, from Jackie Chan's Adventures, SSR ability card, red-haired Shanks, Conqueror's Hockey." Congratulations, host, for acquiring a one-time use of Conqueror's Hockey Wa. Although Luo Ya was not surprised by the golden draw, he leapt up in excitement upon hearing the system's announcement. "Conqueror's Hockey. System, are you certain? Wait, what does one-time use of Conqueror's Hockey mean?" In his excitement, Luo Ya noticed something amiss. He realized that one-time preceded Conqueror's Hockey. What did it mean to be one-time? Did Conqueror's Hockey have a one-time limitation? Staring at the words one-time before Conqueror's Hockey, Luo Ya found himself perplexed. After the cards transformed into light and merged with his being, he immediately inquired of the system. "System, could you clarify what you mean by one-time use of Conqueror's Hockey?" System. Host, the SSR red-haired Shanks ability card grants you Conqueror's Hockey. However, this hockey can only be possessed by those with the potential of a king. Thus, the Conqueror's Hockey obtained through the card is merely in its initial stage and cannot be upgraded through ability enhancement cards. It can only be cultivated by the host. If the host lacks the potential of a king, the conqueror's haki obtained will remain one-time USAS. For what one-time means, it signifies that the host can only utilize conqueror's haki once per day. Nevertheless, its power is equivalent to that of red-haired Shank's conqueror's haki in the original work. This card is classified as SSR because once the host awakens their own conqueror's haki, they will immediately gain half the power of red-haired Shank's conqueror's haki without the need for training. Luo Ya comprehended that the conqueror's haki he had just acquired was merely a skill with a one-day cooldown. That to truly attain conqueror's haki, his potential must be assessed. While it seemed somewhat lackluster, it could certainly serve as a means to impress others. This ability was quite suitable for his plan, which required a degree of intimidation. What exactly was Luo Ya's plan? Why did he need to intimidate others? He aspired to establish a bounty hunter guild. After receiving a response from Yates, Luo Ya understood that there were no bounty hunters in this era. The idea of creating a bounty hunter guild for profit slowly took shape in his mind. However, this plan could not be executed solely by him. He lacked money and manpower, making establishment impossible. Thus, Luo Ya turned his attention to the Bell family, the largest mafia in the East Sea. They likely had numerous subordinates and robust intelligence capabilities. However, looking like a child, how could he persuade Druna to collaborate with him? Hence, it was time to employ the guise of Jack Sparrow, with everything in place. It was now a matter of whether he could convince Druna. Luo Ya clasped his hands together and declared, would release. Morph. Suddenly, numerous branches appeared, entwining around him and enveloping his entire being. As the branches dispersed, Luo Ya's visage and form had transformed into that of Captain Jack Sparrow. Observing his new appearance and attire, a smirk crept upon Luo Ya's lips as he proceeded toward the Bell family estate. Before long, Luo Ya arrived at the entrance of the Bell family's mansion. To his surprise, Henrietta was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Luo Ya, now resembling Jack Sparrow, Henrietta promptly approached with a query. Are you Mr. Jack Sparrow? Luo Ya nodded, striking a theatrical pose. Indeed, I am the illustrious Captain Jack Sparrow. Upon receiving confirmation, Henrietta slightly bowed, stepping back and gesturing towards the mansion. Please, the boss is already awaiting you in the living room. Luo Ya strode into the mansion, with Henrietta following closely behind to guide him. How did you know when I would arrive? On the way, feeling bored, Luo Ya asked Henrietta. Henrietta replied, I had no knowledge of your arrival time. The boss instructed me to wait at the door for you early this morning, stating that we must not neglect a distinguished guest, especially one who saved Miss Anna. Nodding in understanding, Luo Ya thought to himself that Druna was quite attentive. He wondered if he could successfully deceive him. Before long, the two reached the Bell family's living room. The door had been replaced with a new, expensive-looking one. Inside, Druna sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Henrietta, led Luo Ya in. He surmised that this individual was indeed Jack Sparrow. Without waiting for Luo Ya to approach, Druna stood up and smiled, extending his hand toward him. You must be Mr. Jack Sparrow. It is an honor to finally meet you. Roya grasped his hand, pondering to himself. If you have ever heard of the name Jack Sparrow, that would indeed be surprising. The illustrious boss of the Bell family. I have long admired your reputation. Deluna chuckled heartily, gesturing for Roya to take a seat. Would you care for a drink? Deluna inquired. Rum, Roya replied, nodding at Deluna, who signaled to Henrietta to fetch the drink. Soon, Henrietta returned with the liquor, placing it on the table before the two men. Before quietly retreating behind Deluna, the two clinked their glasses and began to drink. After exchanging pleasantries, Deluna finally broached the main topic. Yesterday, I heard from your junior that you wished to discuss something with me. What could it be, Mr. Sparrow? Roya set down his glass and leaned back on the sofa. That it's nothing too grave, merely a lucrative business proposition, and I am seeking your collaboration, Boss Doe. What sort of business? Roya tapped his fingers on his knee and responded slowly. The establishment of a bounty hunter guild. A bounty hunter guild? Deluna was perplexed. He had never heard of such a thing as bounty hunters. Might I ask, Roya queried, are there any full-time individuals actively capturing pirates in exchange for bounties? Yes, but they are quite rare, Deluna replied. Roya continued, do you know why they are so scarce? It is because this is a perilous undertaking. The strength of the target, the ambiguity of their whereabouts, and the intelligence purchased may very well be worth more than the bounty itself. Hence such individuals are few and far between. I refer to those who specifically capture pirates for bounties as bounty hunters, and the so-called bounty hunter guild would serve as a network of outposts. providing these hunters with free intelligence regarding the target's strength, weaknesses, and locations. However, they would be required to contribute 1/10 of the bounty as a fee for this information. After listening to Roya's words, DeLuna fell silent for a considerable time before finally lifting his gaze to meet Roya's. This could potentially offend many pirates, as well as those who specialize in intelligence work. Are you not concerned? Roya replied, a playful smile on his face. I merely wonder if it will be profitable. If it does not yield any profit and only creates numerous enemies, that would be a loss indeed. Furthermore, how do we incentivize these bounty hunters? Should the numbers dwindle, the 1/10 bounty we receive from them may not even cover the cost of the intelligence. DeLuna laughed heartily, as if to mock the idea that he could be frightened. Yet, he voiced his own concerns. Roya had already devised the entire plan, and upon hearing DeLuna's reservations, he promptly said, everything must be attempted to ascertain its outcome. If you do not try, how can you know it will not be profitable? You could conduct an experiment in the East Sea first to gauge the returns. Just so happens that with the downfall of the Spot family, your Bell family is now the ruler of the underworld in the East Sea, is it not? As for incentivizing the bounty hunters, we could establish a notice board listing the 10 bounty hunters who capture the most pirates for bounties. The highest among them would be crowned the Hunter King, who would receive the guild's assistance free of charge. Such a reputation would surely entice many to participate, but of course, even this might not be sufficient to spur their enthusiasm. We need a Hunter King who is unparalleled, and I happen to have a candidate in mind. Who? DeLuna inquired, locking eyes with Roya. Roya smirked slightly, pointing at himself, and declared, me, presenting himself as the Jack Sparrow-like Roya. He confidently asserted, me, since I am collaborating with you. Boss, I cannot contribute nothing, can I? I shall have my name permanently at the top of the notice board, regardless of the bounty captured by those hunters. It shall not be exchanged, thereby enhancing their motivation. Should they raise any objections, I will handle them myself. This is the portion I will be responsible for in our collaboration. Roya exuded confidence, though he could now intimidate others with his conqueror's haki. He recognized that some stubbornly formidable individuals would inevitably emerge at first. The bounty hunters likely would not perceive anything amiss with the notice board, but by the time they realized something was off, Roya believed he would have grown significantly stronger. At least, he would not be weak. Moreover, it was profitable. Fortune favors the bold. DeLuna silently observed Roya, aware that it was Roya who had defeated the Lion and Tiger brothers. Yet he clearly did not believe that Roya could intimidate all the bounty hunters. Roya understood his doubts. Smiling at him, his eyes widened momentarily. In an instant, a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, sweeping across the entire living room. The walls, furniture, windows, and newly installed doors of the room creaked ominously, fissures appearing throughout. The door seemed to whisper, I feel as though I have spotted a predecessor beckoning me from the heavens. The haki overwhelmed both DeLuna and Anriana. Anriana was immediately rendered unconscious, collapsing to the floor. As for DeLuna, he felt as though his mind had been severed. His thoughts blanked out. That he bent over, as if a massive weight bore down upon him, compelling him to kneel. Yet as the boss of the Bell family, he could not simply succumb. Gritting his teeth, DeLuna bit his tongue to maintain his clarity, straightening his legs and pressing down on his knees, resisting the pressure of the haki with all his might. When the haki dissipated, DeLuna felt an overwhelming sense of relief, though his back was drenched in sweat, beads cascading down like rain. Observing DeLuna gasping for breath, Roya casually remarked, so, Mr. DeLuna, are you now reassured? What do you think of the Bounty Hunter Guild plan? DeLuna continued to breathe heavily, offering no response as he surveyed the disarray of his living room. Inwardly astonished in his youth, whether during his maritime voyages or when he returned to the East Sea to carve out his domain, he had encountered individuals possessing Conqueror's haki. However, he had never witnessed such a potent form of haki that could inflict tangible damage upon objects. Swallowing hard, DeLuna now comprehended the terrifying power possessed by the man before him. Coupled with the fact that his family genuinely needed a new means of generating revenue, DeLuna resolved to proceed. Forcing a smile, he extended his hand toward Roya and said, It is an honor to collaborate with you, Mr. Sparrow. However, I will first conduct an experiment in the East Sea, and should that not yield satisfactory results, I believe our partnership may not continue. Excellent, Roya thought to himself, secretly reveling in having persuaded DeLuna. If this plan succeeds, he would no longer have to be beholden to the whims of the system when drawing cards. No problem, Mr. DeLuna. Your willingness to initiate an experiment in the East Sea has granted me great favor. It is an honor to collaborate with you. As he shook DeLuna's hand, Roya smiled. DeLuna returned the smile and continued. How shall we divide the profits? Do you have any preferences, Mr. Sparrow? Roya replied. What do you think? DeLuna mused. How about a 60-40 split? Roya responded. I take 60. DeLuna clarified. You take 40, all right. It is settled then. Upon seeing Roya's agreement, DeLuna breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, their arrangement was finalized. In this manner, the preliminary framework for Roya's Bounty Hunter Guild plan was established. After exchanging a few more courteous remarks with DeLuna, Roya concocted an excuse to bid him farewell and exited the manor, preparing to return to Roger's residence. Upon his return to Roger's house, Roya had reverted to his original appearance. Even from a distance, before reaching Roger's door, he could faintly hear the sounds of an argument. As he approached, he saw Granny Tao wielding a broom, warily eyeing the figure before her. And that figure was none other than Rear Admiral Adis, with Carp following closely behind him. Please leave, Admiral. You are not welcome here. Granny Tao exclaimed that I merely came to see my sister. Adis replied, No, Admiral, I cannot bear the weight of you calling me Granny. The lady said she will never see you again, so please leave. Observing the situation, Luo Ya hesitated to approach, deciding instead to wait until Atesh and the others had departed. However, Carp, with his keen eye, immediately spotted him and called out with great enthusiasm, his booming voice betraying a fear that Luo Ya might flee. Luo Ya, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Left with no choice, Luo Ya stepped forward. Carp, haha, indeed quite the coincidence. But at the moment, I am temporarily residing at Roger's home. Before Carp could respond, Granny Tao interjected. Young Master Luo Ya, you have returned. Please, come inside and refrain from chatting with just anyone. This left Luo Ya momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as Roger emerged from the villa and rushed to the entrance. Luo Ya, you're back? I heard someone calling your name. Oh, it's Carp and Uncle Atesh. What brings you both here? Won't you come in for a while? We wouldn't want to intrude, Atesh quickly replied, glancing at Granny Tao, who reluctantly stepped aside. Thus, at Roger's invitation, the group made their way into the villa. Granny Tao fixed a piercing gaze on Atesh, urging him to behave, as she went to consult with Lady Alexia. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, Roger, and Carp retreated to Roger's bedroom for a game of cards. Engaging in the usual pastime, on his first night at Roger's home, Luo Ya had crafted a deck of cards, occasionally playing do diju with Lady Alexia and Roger. After briefly explaining the rules to Carp, the three began their game. Landlord Carp, King Bomb, Civilian Roger, Pass, Civilian Luo Ya, starting with a King Bomb. Carp, can you even play? With 17 cards remaining, I doubt you can outplay me. Landlord Carp, is it a plane I should declare, right? Luo Ya, Civilian Luo Ya. After enduring a barrage of impressive plays from Carp, both Luo Ya and Roger found their faces plastered with sticky notes. But they continued to play. However, as the game progressed, Luo Ya's attention drifted elsewhere. Utilizing his observation hockey, he eavesdropped on the conversation between Atesh and Lady Alexia. Lady, what do you want now? Atesh, sister, are you still unwilling to return with me? You would receive better treatment for your illness in the Navy, lady. I have told you before, do not call me sister. The moment you betrayed my husband, I no longer regarded you as my brother. Luo Ya, what the heck? This is quite the revelation. Luo Ya could scarcely believe his ears. Lady Alexia accused Atesh of betraying her husband, casting a glance at Carp and Roger. It dawned on him that Carp's father had betrayed Roger's father. This was monumental news. Luo Ya, now utterly captivated, abandoned the game. Roger, Carp, continue without me. I need to use the restroom. He hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Seated on the toilet, he focused intently on the conversation between Lady Alexia and Atesh. Atesh, sister, you know what that scoundrel Fiki is up to. If I do not report him, our entire family will suffer because of him. Lady, is this your justification for betraying your best friend, for betraying your sister's husband? And how can you be certain Fiki will fail? Atesh, it's impossible. No one can shake the foundations of the world government. Even if Fiki is strong, he cannot succeed. Lady, how can you be so sure it's impossible? Even if there is but a minuscule chance, Fiki has tried. Yet you. You have personally buried that hope. Atesh, sister, lady, silence. Leave now. I do not wish to see you again, nor will I return with you. Atesh, I will come again. I cannot bear to watch you perish, sister, lady. Get lost. With a resounding slam of the door, the conversation between Lady Alexia and Atesh concluded, leaving Luo Ya to quietly process this astonishing information that Karp's father and Roger's father were friends. Moreover, Karp's father had betrayed Roger's father? What were Roger's father's intentions? To challenge the world government? My goodness, this was earth-shattering news. Luo Ya, in a state of shock, emerged from the restroom, still wearing an expression of astonishment. Upon returning to Roger's room, he encountered Atesh, who had come to take Karp away. Atesh offered a casual nod to Luo Ya, causing him to feel a twinge of guilt. Surely, he did not suspect that I had been eavesdropping. Luo Ya, Roger, I'll take my leave now. We shall meet again, Karp said, glancing at the pile of sunbae in his arms. Luo Ya mused, had Karp's fondness for sunbae begun at this moment? Ha! Farewell. Until next time. After bidding Karp goodbye, Luo Ya and Roger prepared for bed. Knowing they were to undergo Uncle Heg's training the following day, just as they were about to enter the bedroom, Granny Tao approached Luo Ya, saying, Young Master Luo Ya, I have tidied up the vacant room for you. Will you be sleeping there, or? Upon hearing this, the rhythmic sound of Roger's snoring echoed in Luo Ya's mind, prompting him to respond, I think I will sleep in that room. Very well, let me show you the way. We can see if there's anything else you wish to bring. Luo Ya nodded, contemplating for a moment, realizing he had little to pack, being quite impoverished though. I left my heavy spirit on the floor when I went to the restroom. Turning to retrieve his spirit, he noticed Roger wearing a peculiar expression. Ignoring him, Luo Ya quickly entered to grab his spirit and followed Granny Tao to his new room. As he turned back for one last glance, Roger still wore that odd look. What on earth is that forlorn gaze of a jilted lover supposed to mean? If you keep that up, I might just start to suspect you are indeed jet. After a restful night, Luo Ya rose early the next day. To his surprise, Roger had risen even earlier. Through the window, Luo Ya spotted him doing push-ups in the clearing. Goodness, no wonder he is destined to be the pirate king. He is truly diligent. Seeing him like this, I cannot afford to be lazy myself. I must exercise, but first, I should fill my stomach. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Luo Ya and Roger made their way to Uncle Heg's restaurant, only to find it closed, with a sign indicating it was temporarily out of service. The two had no choice but to enter through the back door of the establishment. The rear portion of the restaurant featured a clearing with a tree and 2 rooms, one belonging to Uncle Heg and the other a storage room. As they stepped inside, they spotted Heg practicing his swordplay beneath the tree. With his upper body exposed, Heg's well-defined muscles bore numerous scars, each a testament to the fierce battles he had endured in his youth. Gripping a cleaver, he stood beneath the tree with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a leaf fell, and despite his closed eyes, Heg seemed to sense it, swiftly slicing with his cleaver. Just as it appeared he would strike the leaf, the blade halted. The leaf continued its descent until it touched the ground, whereupon it shattered into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Ya, though puzzled, could not help but silently exclaim, Impressive. Seemingly satisfied with his strike, Heg opened his eyes and greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Uncle Heg, Roger and Luo Ya chorused. Heg nodded. Good morning. Have you both eaten? We have, Roger replied. Very well. This afternoon we will venture to the neighboring uninhabited island. For now, you two will warm up in this clearing. Now, drop down, Heg commanded suddenly. Without hesitation, Luo Ya and Roger complied, lying down. First, perform 1,000 push-ups to warm up. 1,000. Warm up. Upon hearing Heger's words, Roya nearly choked on his own saliva. You consider 1,000 push-ups a warm-up? In that moment, Roya felt a sense of foreboding regarding the arduous training that lay ahead. Yet there was no choice but to comply. Just look at Roger beside him, who had already completed over a dozen. As Roya approached the brink of exhaustion, Heger finally called a halt to their grueling session. By midday, Roya had managed a staggering 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sword swings, and 1,000 punches while holding a horse stance. Were it not for the transformation brought about by the Hashirama cells in his body, Roya would have struggled to even complete 50. Due to the morning's exertions, Roya consumed twice his usual portion at lunch. After the meal, the trio prepared to venture to the neighboring deserted island, making their way towards the coastline. After a while, they arrived at the western shore of Rog Town, where where the old man Kota was leisurely fishing at the harbor. The three approached him, greeted the old man, and prepared to set sail. However, he stopped them. From my experience, a storm will soon brew at sea. Embarking now would be ill-advised. Heger, recognizing Kota's expertise, heeded his counsel for the safety of his two disciples. Opting not to force the journey, they decided to spend the night at the old man's lighthouse and set out for the deserted island at dawn. "Old man, may we stay at your lighthouse for the night?" Heger inquired, bending slightly towards the old man Kota, who was seated on a small stool, fishing. Kota glanced at him without a word, swiftly casting his fishing rod. Under the sun's rays, the shimmering sea surface erupted as a tuna breached the water. Holding the tuna aloft, Kota turned to Heger and said, "You must prepare a grand feast for me." Heger replied with a smile, "That is well within my abilities." Thus, the trio enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at Kota's lighthouse. Not wishing to listen to the banter between Kota and Uncle Heger, Roya and Roger made their way to the topmost level of the lighthouse. To their surprise, the view of the stars and the night sea was indeed quite delightful. However, as Kota had predicted, the sky was overcast. They saw no stars, and after a brief respite in the sea breeze, rain began to fall. Reluctantly, they returned to the temporary quarters prepared for them by Kota and fell asleep early. In the dead of night, Roya found himself unable to slumber. First, there was Roger's rhythmic snoring, and secondly, he felt somewhat bloated from the copious meal he had consumed. The long night stretched on, and in search of distraction, Roya summoned the system from his mind, recalling the cards from his previous 10 consecutive draws. Aside from the powerful SSR card depicting the red-haired character, he had yet to examine the others in detail. In the system's repository, the third slot contained a remaining sum of 100,000 berries. The fourth slot held 2 talismans, while the fifth contained a yellow talisman. Roya retrieved the yellow talisman. Observing the unintelligible runes inscribed upon it, the system had mentioned this was called, oh yes, a spirit summoning talisman. Furthermore, it was of SR quality. What could it do? He pondered, but it was more prudent to inquire of the system. "System, appear, system." "Ah, not you again, host. I've noticed you tend to avoid sleep at this hour. What do you desire?" Ignoring the system's grumbling, Roya held up the talisman and asked, "What is the purpose of this talisman?" "System, it is an SR spirit summoning talisman, capable of awakening slumbering spirits. Spirits, such as, system, for instance, your demon blade. Zhongling's spirit has fallen into slumber. You may use the summoning talisman to rouse it." Zhongling's spirit, the one resembling a ghostly claw, Roya mused. "Never mind. I'll wait until my strength increases. Now is not the right time to awaken it." After contemplating for a while, Roya decided to set the summoning talisman aside. Fearing that should he awaken the blade spirit, he might not be able to contain it. Stowing the summoning talisman away, Roya retrieved the 2 talismans from the fourth slot. Though unfamiliar with the spirit summoning talisman, he was quite familiar with these two: the sheep talisman and the mouse talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures. I recall the sheep allows for astral projection, while the mouse, if I'm not mistaken, transforms stillness into motion. Having watched Jackie Chan Adventures, Roya recalled the abilities of the sheep and mouse talismans. However, he felt that these two were somewhat lackluster for him at present. Astral projection and transformation of stillness? What use would I have for such abilities? One might call Roya fortunate that these 2 talismans were also of SR quality, yet unfortunate that amidst 12 talismans, these 2 lacked any offensive capabilities. Even a talisman that cures all ailments would have sufficed. Returning the talismans, he prepared to sleep once more, but suddenly an idea struck him. I remember that the sheep talisman's astral projection state allows entry into another's dreams. Casting a glance at the slumbering Roger, a mischievous grin spread across Roya's face as he returned the mouse talisman to the repository, grasping the sheep talisman in his right hand. It emitted a glow as its power manifested. Roya felt himself lift off the ground, glancing back to see his physical form lying motionless on the bed, while he entered a state of spirit. With a determined focus, he dove into Roger's dream. "I must see what this fellow is dreaming about." A flash of white light enveloped him, and when it dissipated, Roya found himself aboard a pirate ship. Before he could gather his bearings, Roger's voice echoed from behind. "Roya, I still need to use the restroom." "What in the world?" Hearing Roger's words, Roya was struck with confusion and astonishment. What sort of absurdity is this? Hastily, he sought the source of the voice. Floating into the ship's cabin, he paused before a door, Realizing that Roger's voice was emanating from within, Roya refrained from entering, for those within dreams could perceive the presence of a spirit. Peering through the door's crack, he discerned a kitchen, and there stood Roger, unchanged in appearance, sporting his straw hat, but now wielding a knife at his waist, clutching a knife and fork in hand. Roger relentlessly banged on the table before him, exclaiming, "Roya, I want to eat. Hurry, hurry, delicious food." "So he's just eating. You nearly scared me to death," the spirit form of Roya muttered from outside the door. "Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about." Inside the kitchen, a 9-year-old Roya placed 2 plates of fried rice before Roger, berating him for his obsession with food as he prepared to sit down and eat. He looked up, nearly making eye contact with the Roya outside the door. Startled, the spirit of Roya leapt and passed through the floorboards back to the deck. "You scared me. I almost got discovered." "So, Roger is dreaming of our future adventures at sea. You think I'm your cook? Huh. Never mind. I'm off. This is truly dull." Once again, Roya floated into the sky, and with another flash of white light, he emerged from Roger's dream. Gazing at Roger's peaceful slumber, Roya couldn't help but scoff. "How boring. Roger, how can you dream of nothing but eating? Are you starving? Perhaps I should check on the dreams of the old man Kota and Uncle Heger." It's settled then. Roya passed directly through the walls, wandering aimlessly within the lighthouse until he finally discovered a room belonging to the venerable Mr. Kota. The chamber was modest, devoid of any extravagant furnishings, containing merely a bed and a nightstand. Upon the nightstand rested a picture frame, which held a photograph of Mr. Kota, presumably taken when he was in his 40s, alongside a young woman. The girl was strikingly beautiful, appearing no older than 20, yet exuding an air of tumultuous charm. The nature of her relationship with Mr. Kota remained a mystery, but Roya paid it no heed as he slipped into the dreams of the venerable gentleman. Once again, a flash of white light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, Roya found himself on a coastal shore. There, a grown man and a child were engaged in a game of football. Although the man appeared to have regained some youth, he was still no more than in his 30s or 40s. Roya instantly recognized him as the youthful version of Mr. Kota. The small girl, undoubtedly, was the same young woman from the photograph on the nightstand. Now, as a child, they played joyfully along the shore, their laughter echoing harmoniously. Observing this idyllic scene, Roya chose not to intrude, opting instead to depart from Mr. Kota's dream and seek out Heger once more. He traversed through walls, successfully locating Heger's room. Upon seeing the portly figure of Uncle Heger, whose size seemed to dwarf the bed, Roya silently wished him a more restful slumber before delving into his dream. When Roya opened his eyes this time, he was taken aback. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Navy soldiers. Observing the insignias on their uniforms, he noted that the fallen were not merely common sailors, but included several captains and colonels of higher ranks. Among the multitude of corpses lay a few clad in different attire. Gazing at the grim scene, Roya marveled. What kind of battle is this? There are even high-ranking Navy officers among the dead. The air was filled with the sounds of roars and the clashing of swords. Roya peered forward, realizing that the fight was far from over. A group of Navy soldiers was seemingly attacking 2 individuals. He crouched down, leaving only his head exposed, and cautiously advanced to find a secure vantage point from which to observe the conflict. He saw dozens of Navy soldiers relentlessly charging at the 2 figures. Judging by the insignias on their uniforms, they were at least of the lieutenant rank, employing the 6 styles of the Navy and the power of devil fruits. They unleashed a multitude of attacks. Yet none could harm the pair. Their upper bodies, enveloped in a deep purple hue of hockey, wielded long knives that repelled the advancing Navy soldiers. With a surge of energy, 2 massive slashes erupted forth, swiftly dispatching a portion of the Navy, directed towards a towering figure draped in a cloak of justice. Standing at over 3 meters tall, the giant extended a single arm, which was immediately encased in a colossal rock-like appendage, and struck with a punch that shattered one of the slashes, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, another slash hurtled towards 5 figures cloaked in capes, adorned with peculiar masks. 4 of them swiftly drew their swords and countered their strikes, barely managing to neutralize the massive attack. The temporary ceasefire ensued, allowing Roya to finally discern the identities of the 2 under siege by the Navy. 1 bore an uncanny resemblance to the Heger he knew, albeit with slightly fewer wrinkles around the eyes. The other was unfamiliar to Roya, But the long knife in his grasp sparked a realization. The Navy soldiers, previously knocked down by Heger and the other man, rose once more, casting their gaze towards the giant, awaiting his command. The giant stepped forward and proclaimed, Gol D. Kaxki Heger, I advise you to surrender in such a situation. Escape is futile. Wouldn't it be better to head to impel down willingly? Upon hearing the giant's words, Luo Ya's suspicions were confirmed. He gazed at the man beside Heger and realized, indeed, Gol D. The surname matched that of Ace in his hand, was none other than the father of Roger. Luo Ya's heart raced with astonishment as the giant's words echoed. Feichi erupted into laughter. Ha! Admiral Brown Lion, why deceive yourself? Impel down. The world government would never allow me entry into Impel down. They would relish the chance to eliminate me. Admiral Brown Lion fell silent. His orders were indeed to eliminate both men without leaving any survivors. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, Feichi, why have you chosen to defy the Navy? Why become a pirate? Why attack and kill the celestial dragons? Despite the growing agitation in Brown Lion's voice, Feichi maintained an air of indifference. Gavin, it's too late for words. Why do I kill celestial dragons? Because they deserve it. If you understood the Void Century, you would know why. Alas, you may never comprehend, for you are a thoroughbred member of the Navy. After all, I am the first pirate to be offered a bounty of 5 billion berries by the world government. I cannot afford to fall here. With that declaration, Feichi unleashed a wave of powerful conqueror's haki, pressing down upon the Navy soldiers. Admiral Brown Lion, Gavin, was undeterred, releasing his own conqueror's haki in response. The two formidable warriors engaged in a clash of wills, causing many Navy soldiers to bow under the pressure of their combined haki. Yet, the overwhelming force did not incapacitate Luo Ya. Instead, it expelled him from Heger's dream. In reality, Luo Ya's spirit swiftly exited from Heger's forehead, soaring into the air, his form uncontrollable until the momentum dissipated, allowing him to stabilize. What in the world just happened? How was I ejected so abruptly? He muttered, glancing at Heger, who remained asleep, brow furrowed. Luo Ya chose not to re-enter Heger's dream. Doing so would likely only subject him to the chaos of an impending battle. Though it was undeniably captivating, he deemed the risk unwise, fearing for the safety of his own soul, having relinquished the opportunity to witness the monumental clash. Luo Ya drifted from Heger's room, opting not to return to his own. Sleep was already elusive, and now, armed with explosive revelations, slumber was an impossibility. Coincidentally, he noticed that the rain had ceased, prompting him to pass through the ceiling and ascend to the lighthouse's pinnacle to gaze at the stars. Seeking solace for his tumultuous thoughts, after a moment of traversing, Luo Ya arrived at the top level, only to be astonished to find someone else there in the dead of night, a young girl. With long, flowing black hair tied in a ponytail, she wore a white short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts. Positioned sideways, she wielded a wooden sword, executing a series of upward and downward strikes. The rain had subsided, leaving the air fresh and invigorating. The clouds had dispersed, revealing the moon and stars, their silvery light illuminating the girl, allowing Luo Ya to see the beads of sweat glistening on her face. Most striking was the tremor of tumultuous charm that accompanied each of her strikes. Captivated by her profile, Luo Ya couldn't resist drifting closer to discern her features. Upon viewing her face, he found her breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling like stars, clear and bright, her visage pristine, clutching the long knife. Her expression was serious, exuding a unique, feminine valor. Yet, as he gazed, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had seen her before, perhaps very recently, before Luo Ya could recall where he had encountered her. The girl halted her movements, lowering the wooden sword and fixing her gaze upon the floating Luo Ya. Their eyes met, and in that instant, they exclaimed in unison, "Can you see me?" As the voices of the two individuals simultaneously escaped their lips, it became evident that each could indeed perceive the other. Although Eve was taken aback, her astonishment was overshadowed by a sense of joy. Having been deceased for nearly 2 decades, she found herself inexplicably lingering in a state of spirit. Accompanying her father to Rog Town, she remained by his side in this ethereal form for 20 long years. For 2 decades, she had endured profound solitude, silently witnessing her father's grief over her death. Without any means to alleviate his sorrow, after 2 decades of tormenting loneliness, she finally encountered someone who could see and converse with her, a source of undeniable elation. However, Roy was engulfed in a chilling dread. Due to the use of a sheep talisman, he was currently in a spectral state, invisible to ordinary mortals. Yet, he suddenly recalled where he had seen the girl before. The young woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph from old Master Kurt's bedroom. Taken over a decade ago, struck by a terrifying realization, Roy acted decisively, plunging into the ground without a moment's hesitation, exclaiming loudly, "There's a ghost." Upon witnessing Roy's frantic escape, Eve swiftly traversed the earth in pursuit. Having finally encountered someone who could see her, she could not let him slip away so easily. "Hey, little brother, don't run away." Roy glanced back to see Eve gliding through the ground, further cementing his belief that she was indeed a ghost. She could pass through walls, truly a ghost, but why is there a ghost in One Piece? Thus, the two darted through the lighthouse, one fleeing and the other in hot pursuit. They darted back and forth for what felt like ages, until Roy finally discovered his bedroom. The moment he entered, he swiftly re-entered his own body. Eve followed him into the room. Witnessing Roy return to his physical form filled her with astonishment, coupled with a flicker of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt onto him, gazing intently as Roy slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he beheld was Eve's face. Abruptly halting his intention to rise in such close proximity, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze drifting down to her smooth thigh, musing to himself, "Well, that's not entirely unacceptable. This sister here. I'm young and full of vigor. We're practically strangers, so why the relentless pursuit?" Eve broke the silence, questioning, "Aren't you dead? How can your soul be outside your body?" "Ah, that's a long story," Roy replied, perplexed by the fact that he could still see her even after returning to his body. He turned to examine the sheep talisman in his hand, placing it on the bed. Indeed, the girl vanished from his sight. However, upon touching the talisman again, she reappeared. "So it can be used like this. Since you're alive, could you do me a favor?" Eve exclaimed excitedly. "What kind of favor?" Roy inquired. "Please tell my father not to blame himself for my death. I chose to go to sea. It's not his fault." "Old Master Kurt?" "Yes, I promise to help you. But could you perhaps detach yourself from me for a moment?" Roy suggested. Eve's face flushed instantly as she floated away from him. Hovering in front of Roy stood up, gazing at Eve, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. "What a beautiful night it is. By the way, I still don't know your name though." "I'm Eve." "I'm Roy." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Another silence ensued. "Eve, why do you exist in this spiritual form?" Roy asked, striving to alleviate the tension with conversation. Eve lowered her head, a look of sorrow crossing her face as she replied, "I don't know why, but after I died 20 years ago, I've remained in this spectral state. For 2 decades, I've been beside my father, even though he and everyone else cannot see me. You are the first person to see me in this form after my death." Roy nodded in understanding, suddenly struck by a troubling thought. "Sister, I can't just tell old Master Kurt directly that his daughter wants him to know he shouldn't blame himself. How do I explain this? How would I say, 'I can see you'? Or, 'I am here to tell you that she has been by your side as a spirit'? Wait, what if he thinks I'm mocking him and decides to beat me up?" Eve fell silent, recognizing the dilemma. Roy, too, was at a loss for a solution, yet having promised to assist her, he resolved to find a way. Thus, he summoned the system to see if it could offer any guidance. System, what is it at this late hour, host? Are you in need of a beautiful woman?" "Ah, too bad she's just a spirit. Can you see her?" Roy asked System. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" "The omnipotent multiverse card drawing system. If you have the money, I can procure anything for you." "What is it that I don't understand? Do you have any means of allowing an ordinary person to see a spirit?" Roy pressed. System. Do you have any money?" Roy. "None." System. "Broke. However, there is a method, but to divulge it, you must pay me a consultation fee of 10,000 belly." Roy. "Were you poor in your past life, or something?" System. "Are you going to pay or not? If not, I'm leaving." Roy. I'll pay. The money is in the warehouse. Just take it. Hurry up and tell me." System. "All right. Do you know why the heavy spirit is called that?" Its true meaning is dual blade spirit, meaning it can house 2 blade spirits. Currently, there's only one inside. You can allow that beauty to merge into the heavy spirit, transforming into a blade spirit. Then others will be able to see her. Roy. "How do I make her transform into a blade spirit?" System. She just needs to dive into the pattern on the blade's hilt. Roy, is it really that simple? System. Yes, it's that simple. Problem solved. I'm off. Don't disturb me. Roy waved the system away, contemplating the idea of having Eve transform into a blade spirit. It would mean he would always have to fight alongside her, a beautiful blade spirit isn't a bad idea. He then explained to Eve how she could transform into a blade spirit and speak to old Master Kurt herself. Upon hearing this, Eve nodded eagerly. Transforming into a blade spirit would be no different from her current existence as a spirit, especially since she could see her father again. Roy nodded and picked up the heavy spirit. Have you thought it through, sister? Once you become a blade spirit, you won't have the freedom to leave easily. Eve pondered for a moment, but ultimately nodded resolutely. Then you may float to the hilt's pattern, and you will enter the heavy spirit and transform into a blade spirit. Eve followed Roy's instructions, drifting over and reaching out to touch the design on the hilt of the heavy spirit. Immediately, the pattern radiated a dazzling red light, and a vortex of energy emerged, drawing her eye into as the red light dissipated. Roy called out, Sister, can you hear me? How do you feel? After a moment of silence, Eve's voice resonated from within the blade that I'm well. Inside the blade is a vast, white space, empty except for a bed where a child lies. A child? Could it be the essence of the ghost claw? Roy pondered. All right, sister, you can stay in the blade. Tomorrow, I will take you to find old Master Kurt. Eve responded, her voice brimming with anticipation and excitement, before falling silent. Roy placed the heavy spirit down and returned to bed. Finally, he could sleep. After all the commotion tonight, what a strange affair it had been, with his eyes closed, as he counted to 33,333 sheep. Luo Ya finally drifted off to sleep. The following day, early in the morning, Hegel roused Luo Ya and the others. After a hearty breakfast, he led them to the harbor where a small boat awaited, preparing to set sail for the uninhabited island. Old Master Kota, clad in a white tank top and flip-flops, followed them out to bid them farewell. Luo Ya, having slept for less than 3 hours, felt groggy that morning. Just as he was about to step onto the boat, he suddenly recalled the matter of Eve. Wait, uncle, I have something to take care of. What? Did you forget something? Hegel inquired, puzzled. Luo Ya shook his head, offering no reply, and turned to look at old Master Kota. Old Master, what I'm about to reveal may excite you greatly. May I first inquire if you have any heart conditions or similar ailments? The old man was utterly bewildered, questioning the relevance of such a query. I am in good health. Why do you ask, you young lad? Luo Ya responded with a smile and no reason, just a surprise for you, to thank you for watching over me while I lounged by the sea, worried that I might be swept back into the waves. With that, Luo Ya swiftly drew the spirit blade from his waist. As usual, the ghost claw manifested behind him, but this time, it was accompanied by Eve's figure. She appeared just as she had the previous night, only now she wore a black cloak adorned with red spider lilies. The instant old Master Kota laid eyes on Eve, his pupils widened. Even the formidable Hegel and Hall, who were strong enough to withstand fierce gales from the blade, were rendered motionless, as he trembled uncontrollably. His hands, which had been clasped behind him, trembled as they reached out, yearning to touch Eve's face. In that moment, Luo Ya perceived the weariness of a man in his 60s or 70s. Xiao Fu, is that you, Xiao Fu? Eve was already in tears, embracing old Master Kota tightly. It's me, father, it's me. As she felt the warmth of her father's embrace, he trembled and placed his hand on her back, finally convinced that this was no mere illusion. After 20 years of yearning for his daughter, she had truly returned. Tears streamed down the face of this once strong old man, a poignant testament to his love. The father and daughter held each other, weeping and sharing their longings. Hegel, Luo Ya, and Roger, understanding the gravity of the moment, chose to remain silent and stood aside. After a lengthy embrace, the old man released Eve and wiped away his tears, suppressing his emotions as he turned to Luo Ya. Luo Ya, my boy, what is the meaning of this? How is it that my deceased daughter resides within your blade? Luo Ya scratched the back of his head, chuckling. You might want to ask Sister Eve instead. The old man's gaze shifted back to Eve. Xiao Fu, what is going on? Why are you in Luo Ya's blade? And why, after 20 years, do you appear unchanged? Eve wiped her tears, striving to remain composed, and narrated her existence in a spirit form for the past 2 decades, as well as her encounter with Luo Ya the previous night. The old man felt a mix of emotions, grief and joy. His daughter, whom he had missed for so long, had been by his side all along. Gently caressing Eve's face, he lamented, "For the past 20 years, you've been so lonely, my child." Eve lowered her head, acknowledging that 20 years of solitude had not been easy. When she lifted her gaze again, holding his hand, she reassured him, "Father, you must not blame yourself for my death. It was my own doing. You needn't feel guilty. You must take care of yourself from now on." The old man nodded. All right. What has passed is past. Your return is all that matters. And what do you mean by take care of yourself? From now on, you will stay by my side." Eve, witnessing the old man's renewed smile, felt immense joy and responded playfully, "I've become the spirit of Luo Ya's blade, which means I will mostly remain within it and cannot leave his side." Instantly, old Master Kota's gaze sharpened as he turned to Luo Ya. "So, you mean to say that you will only follow this young lad from now on?" "Indeed, Father," Eve affirmed. The old man released Eve's hand and stepped closer to Luo Ya, pressing him back toward the edge of the boat. "Luo Ya, my boy, you must visit the lighthouse often. Do you understand?" "No. Where do you live now? You should move into the lighthouse." Old master, let us discuss that later. I need to go train on the uninhabited island now. We can talk about it when we return. I certainly don't want to live with you. Besides, the bed in your lighthouse can't compare to the comfort of Roger's." The old man regarded Luo Ya in silence before turning back to Eve, chatting for nearly an hour before allowing Luo Ya and the others to depart. "Luo Ya, my boy, take good care of Xiao Fu. Understand?" Luo Ya thought to himself, "What's with that tone, old master?" "Rest assured, old master, I'll ensure sister takes good care of me." The old man nodded in satisfaction, but then sensed something was amiss. Why does that boy's words sound so odd? He stood there, watching as Luo Ya's boat sailed away, before he finally turned and returned to the lighthouse. Meanwhile, after several minutes of sailing, Luo Ya and his companions reached the uninhabited island. As Luo Ya gazed upon the island before him, he found it to be a pristine paradise, lush with vegetation and untouched by human development. Upon disembarking, they ventured into the forest, but before they could approach, they heard rustling sounds from the nearby bushes. In an instant, 2 white tigers appeared before Luo Ya's eyes. Just as they set foot on the island, the 2 white tigers leaped from the thicket. Lunging toward them, startled, Luo Ya quickly summoned wooden pillars to shield himself. However, before the tigers could pounce, Roger dashed forward. The 2 white tigers landed on him, not biting, but instead, like 2 playful flowers, they licked his face. "Ha ha! Big white, little white. Long time no see," Luo Ya thought to himself, and the wooden pillars vanished as he watched Roger frolic with the tigers. "Big white, little white. Could these 2 tigers be your pets?" Roger calmed the excited white tigers and brought them back to Luo Ya and Hegel, explaining, "Big white and little white are those I rescued from the wild boar king last time. Since then, they've been by my side on the island." The 2 white tigers curiously approached Luo Ya and Hegel, sniffing at the unfamiliar scents. Hegel remained motionless, but Luo Ya felt a twinge of fear. After all, these were living tigers. In his past life, he had only seen tigers in the zoo, where they mostly slept. A few minutes later, laughter erupted. "Ha! Run faster. Little white, catch up with Roger and the others." Just a moment ago, Luo Ya had been apprehensive about the tigers, yet in the next instant, he was enchanted by these larger-than-life flowers, sitting atop Little White's back as it carried him through the jungle. After a while, the trio found a clearing in the forest, where Hegel decided to set up camp. Once the camp was established, Hegel called Luo Ya and Roger over. "During this time, I will teach you how to master the armament hockey and the god avoidance technique. Once you've learned, you will need to survive on this deserted island for a month, after which this special training will conclude." Luo Ya and Roger nodded in acknowledgement, after bidding farewell to Big White and Little White. Hegel led the 2 to a waterfall. Drawing his bone-cutting knife, he held it with one hand and explained, "True god avoidance involves intertwining the conqueror's hockey and armament hockey around the blade, concentrating the power to strike." With that, Hegel demonstrated the essence of god avoidance that he focused on the waterfall before him, his gaze intense as he intertwined both hockey types around the bone-cutting knife, which instantly transformed into a deep purple hue, with red lightning crackling forth. God avoidance. As Hegel swung his blade, a massive strike imbued with crimson lightning swiftly manifested, hurtling toward the cascading waterfall in an instant. The strike collided with the waterfall, its formidable force cleaving through the torrential flow as if it were mere air, leaving a fissure in the mountainside behind the falls, had Heger not held back. This blow could have cleaved the entire mountain in two. Yet, even this singular act of severing the waterfall was enough to leave Roya in awe for an entire year, staring at the relentless flow of the waterfall. His mouth agape, he found himself momentarily speechless. Heger sheathed his sword and turned to face Roya and the others, DOUC, to unleash the full power of the divine avoidance technique. One must master both armament haki and conqueror's haki. However, even if one only employs armament haki, or even none at all, the divine avoidance technique can still be executed, albeit with diminished power. Let us set aside armament haki for now. Conqueror's haki is exceedingly rare, attainable only by those possessing the potential of a true ruler, requiring arduous training to develop, something nearly impossible that we cannot ascertain your regal potential in such a short time. So for now, focus on mastering armament haki. Do you understand? Understood, Roya and Roger replied in unison. Heger nodded approvingly, his expression one of encouragement. Then, without warning, he delivered a swift kick that sent Roya and Roger tumbling into the pool beneath the waterfall with a resounding splash. Emerging from the water, Roya gasped for air. What the hell? Uncle Heger, that was a sneak attack. No honor in combat. Heger stood at the edge of the pool, looking down at the two. Enough chatter, from now on. Assume a horse stance beneath the waterfall, slacking off. Return to the camp by noon. Roger nodded and immediately swam downstream toward the base of the waterfall, while Roya gazed at the rushing, thundering cascade, swallowing hard. What immense pressure this must be. 3 hours at least until noon. Turning to Heger, his eyes filled with desperation, he was met only with silence. Heger gestured toward Roger, as if to say, "Look, he's already gone. What do you expect?" With no other choice, Roya swam toward the waterfall that he found Roger already stripped to the waist, firmly planted in his stance against the waterfall's onslaught, imitating him. Roya removed his shirt and positioned himself atop a rock, bracing against the torrent. The moment he stepped into the waterfall, his vision was engulfed by the rushing water, which crashed against his back as if a colossal weight were pressing down upon him. The force nearly caused him to stumble, but he managed to regain his footing. Good grief, this is unbearably heavy. On the shore, witnessing both of them endure the waterfall's fury, Heger nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "Really feel that pressure on your backs? Think about how to lessen it. And remember, no slacking." With that, he turned and strode back to the camp. How to lessen the pressure? Is this some kind of physics problem? Roya internally lamented. Noon. In the camp, Heger sat upon a log, roasting a massive wild boar. He had encountered it on his way back, and with no idea of what to prepare for lunch. He casually crushed its skull and brought it back as the meal. Just then, Roya and Roger returned to the camp. After enduring the waterfall's torment all morning, Roya was so exhausted he found walking a chore, leaning on Roger for support. Upon returning, Roya immediately conjured a wooden chair with his wood release technique and slumped into it. Observing the sudden appearance of the chair, Heger gazed at the wood beneath him. Surprised at the boy's capabilities. "How does it feel?" he inquired, looking at Roya slouched in the chair and Roger, who was fixated on the wild boar. Roya was too fatigued to respond, whereas Roger managed. "It's all right. Uncle Heger, can we eat the wild boar now?" Heger chuckled with resignation, slicing off a generous portion of meat and handing it to Roger, who eagerly devoured it. The enticing aroma of the meat pulled Roya back to reality. He accepted a piece from Heger's knife and began to eat, his morning of torment leaving him ravenous. Watching the two eat in silence, Heger cut another piece of meat, pairing it with the rum from his waist. "Once you finish, I'll spar with you both to assess your current abilities and help you experience what armament haki truly feels like." Before long, the trio reduced the wild boar to nothing but a skeleton. After lunch, they made their way to the beach, an open space ideal for practice. Looking at the two, Heger said, "You can use any techniques you wish to attack that I will only counter with armament haki." With that, he covered his right hand with armament haki. Roya and Roger exchanged glances before charging in together. Roger led the charge, his ordinary longsword clashing against Heger's arm with a resounding clang. Roya followed closely. Utilizing his wood release in conjunction with his fruit abilities, .2 seeds flew toward Heger, sprouting rectangular wooden bars that ensnared him. Feeling the strength of their assault, Heger slowly remarked, "Not bad. You exhibit some semblance of divine avoidance, but your power is still too feeble. He then dismissed Roger with a swift motion, shattering the wooden bars with a single grip. Stepping forward, he unleashed a flurry of punches toward the two. Feel well the essence of armament hockey. Heger charged, his imposing form resembling a wall. Roya and Roger immediately split apart to evade. Heger pursued Roger, delivering a powerful punch that Roger attempted to block with his sword, only for it to shatter under the force, sending him flying. Next, Heger turned his attention to Roya. Terrified, Roya swiftly activated his phantom shield technique, summoning a menacing shield to defend against the incoming blow. While the shield withstood the attack from the half-beastified fat tiger, it shattered under Heger's punch. Pursuing, Heger struck Roya in the back, who promptly transformed into a wooden figure. However, Heger seemed unfazed, pivoting to deliver a powerful blow to the stomach of the still-forming Roya. Sending him hurtling backward, Roya crashed to the ground, but quickly sprang back up to join Roger, both standing tense and ready against Heger's impending attack. Yet their current strength was still far too insufficient against him. Heger advanced once more, his right hand enveloped in armament hockey, delivering rapid punches toward the duo. Even with their mastery of observation hockey, they could not evade Heger's strikes, which came so swiftly they left after images. After managing to block some punches, they soon found each subsequent blow landing with painful precision. After a while, both lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Heger withdrew his armament hockey and said, "All right, the sparring concludes here. How does it feel to experience armament hockey?" Roya felt a burning pain across his face and body, and internally grumbled at Heger's words. "Feel? What the hell? I see you just wanted an excuse to beat us." But then he heard Roger say, I think I might have grasped a hint of understanding." Heger inquired, "What understanding? Please enlighten me, because I certainly didn't feel anything," as he helped the two to their feet. Heger pointed toward the camp. "You two head back and reflect on today as practice that I'll go hunt for our dinner tonight." They nodded in agreement and began their trek back to the camp. On the way, Roya asked Roger, "You mentioned grasping some insight into armament hockey. What insight? Please elaborate." Roya thought to himself that if he couldn't comprehend it, he might as well copy the notes from the scholar. Roger pondered for a moment before speaking. "Every punch that Uncle Heg struck upon me was felt distinctly. The force exerted by his hand, cloaked in armament hockey, was undeniably heavier than that of an unarmored blow." "You should really consider what you're saying. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Of course, hockey-imbued strikes are stronger than those devoid of it." Roy was utterly disheartened, as this answer seemed as good as none, and he refrained from posing further inquiries. Yet, Roger continued, "The strength of Uncle Heg's right hand, enveloped in armament hockey, surpasses that of his left. Moreover, when I struck his right hand, I sensed a force that dissipated my attack. It was as if Uncle Heg had concentrated his might in his right arm, fortifying his skin and muscles, thereby enhancing both the power and defense of his arm." That Roger's words sparked a sense of revelation within Roy as he walked, contemplating this notion of concentrating strength to augment one's physique. After a short while, the two returned to their camp, only to discover that Big White and Little White were also present. Upon seeing them, Roy momentarily shelved his thoughts and approached them playfully. That a little later, Uncle Heg returned to the camp, drenched, bearing a massive sea creature upon his shoulders, which he unceremoniously dropped to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "Tonight, we shall feast on sea creature, and let us brew some soup to replenish your strength." Roger nodded. He was indifferent to the meal, as long as it was food. Roy shared this sentiment. As long as there was something to eat, he was content. Thus, the trio enjoyed a hearty dinner of sea creature, with Big White and Little White joining them to mooch off their feast. After some time, feeling unable to consume any more, Roy held a bowl of soup in one hand while gently stroking Little White's fur with the other, and summoned his character panel in his mind. That it had been quite a while since he last viewed his character panel. Character panel. Name, Roy. Martial Arts. 152 points Swordsmanship. Swordsman Stage Item Cards. Martial Arts Enhancement Card 3. Baijio Exchange Voucher 2. Sunflower Seeds. Weaponry. Solid Brick 3. Standard Long Sword 3. Mouse Charm. Sheep Charm. Storage. Cash Berries 90,000. Spirit Summoning Charm. Abilities. Intermediate Wood Release. Devil Fruit. Seed Fruit. One-Time Conqueror's Hockey. Observation Hockey. Berries. 0 overall strength. Just SOSO. Gazing at the significantly updated character panel, particularly the enhancements in abilities and martial arts, Roy felt a swell of happiness. However, Upon noticing the change in the overall strength evaluation, he was instantly filled with exasperation towards the system. Just SOSO? What a condescending sentiment. This was even more infuriating than a mere He could hardly muster the energy to critique the system's judgment. Roy proceeded to utilize all his item cards. The martial arts section indeed reflected a change, with 3 additional points added. 2 bottles of Baijiu and a green seed materialized in his hands. He tossed 1 bottle to Heg, who caught it deftly. Observing the clear liquid within, Heg inquired, "What is this?" "High-proof liquor, a specialty of the Caribbean. Quite delightful. Do give it a try, Uncle," Roy responded. Upon hearing this, Heg's interest was piqued. He had always held a fondness for alcohol. Pinching the cork between his fingers, he swiftly uncorked the bottle. An intoxicating aroma wafted forth, igniting Heg's thirst. Raising the bottle to his lips, he took a hearty swig. Gulpy.as the liquor flowed down. Heg's eyes sparkled with delight. Setting down the bottle to admire it, he remarked, "What a fragrant liquor. Truly excellent." With that, he indulged once more. Observing Heg's hearty consumption of Baijiu, Roy silently commended his capacity for drink. He then handed the remaining bottle of Baijiu to Roger, whose eyes seemed glued to the liquor, saying, "Here you go, but do remember to leave some for me." After this, he vacated his seat, seeking a suitable spot to plant the sunflower seed he held. Roy utilized wood release to fashion a small planter. Rising, he went to gather some soil to place within the planter, preparing to sow the sunflower seed he had acquired from the world of Plants vs. Zombies. He couldn't help but ponder, would this seed ultimately yield nothing more than the sunflowers from that game? What purpose would it serve? To generate sunlight for himself. This was an SR quality item. Moreover, ever since he had employed that SR special item card to transform into Kurama and conclude the battle, Roy discovered that he could summon the shy flower from Yu Yu Hakusho and the rose vine wielded by Kurama using the seed of the devil fruit, though their power was considerably diminished. And the shy flower only reached a height of just over a meter. It was enough to astound Roy, leading him to form a conjecture. Consequently, he conducted an experiment. Indeed, he confirmed that his devil fruit ability could accelerate the maturation of seeds. Furthermore, he could utilize this power to transform a plant into a seed, allowing him to summon an unlimited number of seeds of that particular plant, which could then be hastily nurtured for the purpose of attacking foes. Whether it was a small flower or a grand tree, he could transmute it into seeds, swiftly maturing ordinary seeds, and even fuse would release into the seeds. This was the true power of the seed fruit. However, the sunflower seed in his possession proved utterly incapable of being accelerated. Thus, he was left curious about the ultimate outcome of this cultivation. Having sown the seed, Roy returned to the camp with the planter. Heg was still savoring the Baijiu, and noticing the diminishing quantity in the bottle, he had tempered his drinking to small sips, savoring the liquor alongside the sea creature meat. Meanwhile, Roger had already reclined on the ground, fast asleep, with barely a drop of liquor remaining in his bottle. Roy paid no mind. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of drinking, so missing one occasion was inconsequential. Gesturing to Heg, he suggested they retire for the night. With a snap of his fingers, a vine sprouted from the tent and flew towards Roger, wrapping around him and drawing him in before tossing him into the tent. Subsequently, Roy returned to the tent to sleep as well. In the days that followed, life settled into a rhythm akin to copy-pasting. Each morning, the duo would descend to the waterfall for their baptism. During the afternoons and evenings, they would exert themselves in rigorous training, push-ups, deep stances, running around the island, strengthening their bodies and honing their control over power. Days passed in this manner, and occasionally, they would encounter beasts that either attacked them or wandered nearby. They would engage in combat, capturing the victorious ones for provisions, while defeat was never an option. Days later, the jungle echoed with Roy's exuberant voice, startling the birds and beasts into flight. "That I did it. I did it." Beholding the armament hockey enveloping his fists, Roy was beside himself with joy. "Uncle Heg, look, I have successfully learned armament hockey," Roy joyfully reported to Heg, but then reconsidered. Was it merely armament hockey? Why was he so ecstatic? After all, he was the protagonist endowed with a system he needed to maintain his composure, lest he end up like a certain elder named Fan. Suppressing his excitement, Roy endeavored to adopt a calm tone as he addressed Heg. "Ahem, Uncle Heg, we have both mastered armament hockey. What should we do next?" The day prior, Roger had already grasped armament hockey. This spurred Roy onward. Despite Roger's destiny as the future pirate king, he could not afford to lag too far behind. Thus, through Roy's intensified training, he too finally mastered armament hockey. Heg, holding a carving knife in one hand and a piece of wood in the other, was meticulously sculpting something, his intentions unclear. Upon hearing Roy's exclamation, he paused his work and gazed at the two eager faces awaiting his guidance. "Oh, splendid! You grasped it so quickly. Your talent far surpasses mine." Setting aside the knife and wood, Heg rose to his feet. "Stay here. Do not wander. I shall procure some supplies." Roy and Roger nodded, acknowledging his words. Procure supplies? What could possibly be found on this deserted island? As he settled onto the wooden chair, Roy Ya pondered in confusion. After a brief interval, Heg returned to the camp. Cradling two wooden stools in his arms, he placed them on the ground and gestured for the two to come over. Approaching, Heg set a leaf on one of the stools. Followed by a small stone atop it, he replicated the process on the other stool. Once arranged, Heg pointed to the stools and instructed the two, "You must strike the stone with your blades without shattering it. Your aim is to break or crack the leaves beneath," he added. "If you can accomplish this, you will have mastered the art of Shenv." Roy Ya and Roger exchanged bewildered glances. Without further deliberation, Roger carried a stool aside and began to practice. However, when he swung his saber, both the stone and the leaves shattered. Even when he moderated his strength, a crack marred the stool's surface. Meanwhile, Roy Ya gazed at the stool before him, contemplating to slice through the stone and sever the leaves. This feels akin to striking a cow across a mountain. How exceedingly challenging. Although internally lamenting, Roy Ya's hands did not falter. He attempted to use his heavy spirit to cut the stone, but with excessive force. Both the stone and leaves were obliterated. At times, he couldn't even cleave the stone when he restrained his strength. This predicament left Roy Ya in a state of irritation. Observing the two begin their practice, Heg initially intended to sit back on a wooden pillar. Yet, upon noticing Roy Ya's chair, he chose to take a seat there instead. The poor wooden chair bore a weight far beyond what it was meant to endure. Yet it valiantly held firm. Heg resumed his work with the carving knife and the partially sculpted block of wood. The technique of Shenv was, in essence, simple. Concentrate your force at a single point on the blade, and then strike. It bears no significant difference from your training in armament hockey. The crux lies in mastering control over your strength. Only then can you unleash the true power of Shenv. Entwined with both armament and conqueror's hockey, reflect deeply on how to control your strength, and you will succeed in slicing through the stone to sever the leaves. After offering a few final pointers to Roy Ya and Roger, Heg fell silent, focusing intently on the woodblock in his hands. Meanwhile, Roy Ya and Roger absorbed Heg's guidance, calming their minds as they gradually attempted to wield their blades. Days passed, and each day, Roy Ya and his companions endeavored to master the technique of slicing through stone to sever leaves, all while maintaining their physical training. Thus, their days consisted of morning workouts and afternoon practice of Shenv. After several days, they finally succeeded in mastering Shenv. Incredible! Incredible! We did it! They marveled at the intact stone atop the stool, while the leaves beneath lay in two halves, albeit the stool itself bore a crack. Nonetheless, this was a success, was it not? After all, the stone remained unscathed. Heg approached, resembling a teacher inspecting assignments, and examined the stool. Finally, he nodded and said, "Well, I suppose this counts as a success." "Counts as? It is a success," Roy silently retorted. Clapping his hands, Heg continued, "Remember this control of strength. In the future, practice intertwining your armament hockey with your blade before striking. That is Shenv. After all, a name is simply a name. Now that you have mastered both armament hockey and Shenv, I shall take my leave. You are to survive on this island for a month, and I will return for you then." With that, Heg decided to return to Roga Town to continue running his shop, leaving the two to fend for themselves on the island for a month. The trio made their way to the shore. Heg lifted a small boat and placed it in the water. Turning to Roy Ya and Roger, he produced two wooden carvings. The shapes suggested they were representations of two individuals. Handing the carvings to them, he said, "Here, these are what I carved in my spare time. I gift them to you." The two accepted the carvings, studying them closely, and realized they were likenesses of themselves, remarkably lifelike. They hadn't expected Heg, the tall man, to possess such delicate hands. As Roy Ya examined the figurine of himself, he inwardly praised its craftsmanship. After gifting the carvings, Heg stepped onto the boat. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourselves." With that, he used the oar to push off, allowing the boat to fully submerge in the sea. With his back to Roya and Roger, he waved goodbye. Though his demeanor appeared nonchalant, he was internally troubled by the absence of staff for his shop. TSK, with these two youngsters left on the island, I'll be overwhelmed running the shop. Should I bring Hall over to assist? The two stood by the shore, watching Heg depart. Heg's figure receded. Roya's playful spirit ignited. He dashed forward a few paces, feigning sorrow, and called out dramatically, Heg, Heg, don't go. Heg, how can I survive without you? Heg, deep in thought about resolving his staffing dilemma, was startled by Roya's outburst and nearly tumbled into the sea. What nonsense is this little brat spouting? Once Heg and the boat had completely vanished from the shoreline, Roya and Roger returned to their camp. Upon arrival, Roya immediately instructed Roger to hunt. Roger, find today's lunch. I'll stay here to improve our camp. All right. Roger nodded and then disappeared into the woods. Left alone, Roya opened his eyes, clasped his hands, and exclaimed, Wood release. 4 pillars house. Wooden beams emerged from the ground, swiftly entwining and assembling into a wooden dwelling. Observing his creation, Roya's lips curled into a proud smile as he declared, surviving on a deserted island. Just look at who I am. I'm Roya. Survival is out of the question for me. He entered the wooden house, lay on the wooden bed, closed his eyes to rest, and awaited Roger's return with lunch. After a brief nap, Roya discovered Roger had yet to return, prompting him to rise and step outside the wooden house. Just as he stretched, Roger returned, carrying a wild beast. He tossed the carcass on the ground, incredulous, and asked, Did you build this wooden house, Roya? Incredible. Roya waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a quick job. Gazing at the beast's corpse, Roya recalled Heg's earlier instruction about processing and cooking their food. All right, Roya, give it a taste, Roger said, presenting half-raw, half-burnt meat. Without hesitation, Roya tossed it to the dogs. Dabai and Xiaobai, let them try first. After all, they assisted in the hunt today. However, Dabai and Xiaobai sniffed the tossed meat, their expressions filled with disdain, and refrained from eating. Witnessing this, Roya remarked, Roger, don't bother cooking next time. Even the dogs want to eat it, Dabai and Xiaobai. Who are you calling a dog? Reflecting on this, Roya took the initiative to pick up the beast's carcass. With Heg gone, he felt it was up to him to take on the cooking duties. He mused that relying on Roger's culinary skills for 30 days on the island would likely lead to his demise. Deserted Island Diary. Day 1. Eat. Water the plants. Eat. Sleep. Day 2. Eat. Water the plants. Eat. Sleep. Day 3. Roya, you can't continue to be so lazy. You must train properly. Look at Roger. Day 4. Eat. Water the plants. Day after day, Roya and Roger spent another 10 days on the island. Roger maintained his training regimen, while Roya, lacking Heg's supervision, grew increasingly lazy. Eventually, he stopped training altogether, remaining in the wooden house, fiddling with seeds. Occasionally, he would practice wood release and shiv outside the wooden house. Another 10 days passed. Roger had ceased his workouts beneath the waterfall and no longer jogged around the island point. One day, Roger practiced swinging his blade outside the wooden house, while Roya remained inside, idly staring at the still and motionless potted plant before him. It had been 20 days since he planted the sunflower seeds in the pot. What on earth? It has been 20 days. Yet not a single sprout has emerged. Surely, the system is not selling counterfeit goods, is it? Doubts about the system's integrity swirled in Luo Ya's mind as he watered the potted plant and placed it by the window, contemplating stepping outside to practice his divine evasion. After some reflection, he decided to disregard the plant for now and venture out. He mused that if he continued to procrastinate, he might forget how to utilize divine evasion altogether. And it would be quite embarrassing to be caught out of sorts in the era of that rascal Luffy. Just as Luo Ya was about to exit the wooden cabin, a strange phenomenon emanated from the potted plant. Compelling him to halt in his tracks, a radiant beam of light shot forth from the soil, followed by several more beams that illuminated the entire cabin. That a cracking sound reverberated, and with a resounding bang, the pot shattered, releasing a plume of white smoke. As the potted plant exploded, Luo Ya instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the flying splinters. What in the world are you? A sunflower seed or a cherry seed? Outside the cabin, Roger heard the explosion and rushed inside. Luo Ya, what happened? Are you all right? Luo Ya shook his head, assuring him, it's nothing, just the pot that exploded. The pot exploded? Did you plant gunpowder? Roger scratched his head, clearly perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the explosion. Both Luo Ya and Roger stood silently, awaiting the dissipation of the smoke, until at last, they beheld a sunflower swaying gently on the ground, its back turned to them. What on earth is that? Roger asked, gazing at the swaying sunflower in confusion. That it should be a sunflower, I suppose. Luo Ya replied hesitantly. It that moment, the sunflower slowly turned to face them, startling both men. In Luo Ya's memory from his previous life, the sunflower from the game Plants vs. Zombies bore a cheerful visage. However, the sunflower before him displayed a rather ludicrous expression, its eyes askew as it swayed back and forth. Ha! What a ridiculous creature! Luo Ya, that face of its is quite amusing. Roger laughed heartily at the absurdity of the sunflower's expression. Meanwhile, Luo Ya was left in a state of bewilderment. What is this thing? Is this a sunflower from the Plants vs. Zombies world? Has it mutated? System, come out and explain this at once. Luo Ya was utterly confounded by the comical-faced sunflower before him. However, since it was an item he had drawn, he believed it prudent to consult the system. System, come out and clarify what this is. Host, what seems to be the issue? The system's mechanical voice inquired. Luo Ya pointed at the sunflower, silently questioning. What in the world is this? This is simply a sunflower, the system replied. That's obvious. I can see it's a sunflower. But why does it have a ridiculous face? And what purpose does it serve? Isn't that quite normal? As for its capabilities, the system's tone gradually turned sly. I happen to have an instruction manual detailing the uses of this comical-faced sunflower. It's not expensive, just 10,000 berries. What do you say, host? Get lost. I don't want it. Thank you very much. I'm indifferent to its purpose. I'll just plant it. Upon hearing that it would cost him more, Luo Ya was resolute in rejecting the system's proposal without hesitation. ISNT at just 10,000 berries. Host, are you sure you want to consider it? The system continued its relentless persuasion, but Luo Ya ignored it. Just as he was about to step closer to examine the sunflower, he hesitated and turned to Roger. Roger, why don't you take a look? All right, I'll check it out, Roger replied, approaching the sunflower to inspect it. Meanwhile, the system persisted in his mind. Host, seeing that Luo Ya remained unmoved, the system finally conceded. How about this, host? If you purchase the instruction manual, I will grant you the ability to understand beast language, along with a pair of sunglasses. What do you think? This is my greatest concession. Upon hearing the system's offer, Luo Ya felt a flicker of interest. Understanding beast language? Could that mean he would be able to comprehend the speech of sea kings? Ho ho ho. Then he could boast about understanding the voices of all living things in the future. After some contemplation, Luo Ya deemed it acceptable, coughed twice, and declared, cough. Since you are making concessions, fine. I'll buy it. Good. Host, I will automatically deduct the berries. The system responded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to understand beast language. The instruction manual has also been stored in your warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. Listening to the system's announcement, Luo Ya accessed the warehouse interface. Indeed, he found an additional piece of paper and a pair of sunglasses within. He retrieved the paper, noticing that it bore 3 lines of handwriting. Why does it look handwritten? Luo Ya wondered, examining the crooked lettering. However, he didn't dwell on it and began to read the contents of the note. 1. The comical-faced sunflower can emit laser beams. Anyone struck by the laser will uncontrollably adopt a ludicrous expression for 3 minutes. What an absurd ability. Luo Ya silently read the note, realizing the sunflower's first capability, and looked up at the sunflower. Roger was poking at it with his finger, yet the sunflower remained unresponsive, continuing to sway gently. Sunflower, fire a laser at Roger. Luo Ya called out experimentally, to his surprise. The sunflower sprang into action. Its face suddenly began to glow, and in an instant, a laser shot forth toward Roger. Standing in front of the sunflower, Roger was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the chest. What was that? He felt his chest and found nothing amiss. But suddenly, he felt his lips involuntarily curl upwards, and his eyes began to drift askew. What is happening? Why do I feel like my face is out of control? Luo Ya, quickly, tell me what is wrong with my face. Roger frantically turned to Luo Ya, seeking clarification. However, all Luo Ya could see was Roger sporting a ludicrous expression. The sight of the future pirate king making such a face was too much for Luo Ya, and he burst into laughter. Haha, what are you laughing at? Quickly tell me what's going on. Seeing Luo Ya's uncontrollable laughter, Roger, perplexed, approached him. Luo Ya doubled over, patting Roger on the shoulder as he laughed. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. You look fantastic. Seeing his friend laugh heartily, Roger ceased his inquiries and drew his sword, using the blade as a mirror. The sight that met him startled him. What in the world? Why does my face look like this? At this moment, Luo Ya regained his composure and patted Roger's shoulder reassuringly that don't worry, it will wear off in 3 minutes. Really? Indeed. After calming Roger, Luo Ya returned his attention to the note. Toot, the sunflower can transform into a Gatling gun, firing sunflower seed bullets. However, the bullets have minimal power and cannot cause fatal harm. By touching the sunflower and staying in Gatling mode, it can be transformed into a Gatling gun. Whoa, a Gatling gun. Upon reading the sunflower's second ability, Luo Ya felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't he want to possess a Gatling gun? He folded the note and approached the sunflower, pressing his hand against it. Gatling mode. Suddenly, the sunflower glowed brightly, its energy coiling around Luo Ya's hand, and in an instant, a Gatling gun materialized in his grasp. Roar, gazing at the Gatling gun in his hands. Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he aimed it at the wall of the wooden cabin and unleashed a hail of fired rat-a-tat-tat. Sunflower seeds erupted from the barrel, embedding themselves in the wall. Roger, having returned to his original form, watched in awe at the peculiar weapon in Luo Ya's hands, his eyes widening with intrigue. What kind of weapon is that? Luo Ya, it looks incredible. Roya lowered the muzzle of his weapon and declared, "This is a Gatling, the exclusive weapon of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva." Although he could not comprehend the words, Roger sensed an air of significance surrounding them. Suppressing his excitement, Roya pulled out a slip of paper and glanced at the third ability of the sunflower, only to find it stated, 3. No abilities left. This line is just filler. Please name the sunflower. Filler. If there are no abilities left, why include a line just to fill space? Is the system perhaps afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder? Name it. Roya released the Gatling, which transformed back into the sunflower, standing before him. Observing it, Roya mused, if there are the 4 emperors of the sea, then you shall be called the Sunflower Emperor. All right, boss, from now on, I shall be known as the Sunflower Emperor. The sunflower suddenly spoke, startling Roya. You can talk? Can you speak? The 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Of course, boss. The sunflower continued. Roya turned to Roger, realizing that he understood the sunflower's speech because he had recently mastered the language of beasts. But what about Roger? Did he now possess the ability to comprehend the voices of all beings? Roger, can you understand it? Roya inquired. Roger nodded and replied, I can understand, but only a little. I'm just surprised that it can talk. Then how can you understand it too? Roya pressed. I learned the language of beasts in the Caribbean. Roya answered sheepishly. Unable to mention the system, he could only continue to pin the blame on the Caribbean. Turning back to the Sunflower Emperor, Roya contemplated its usefulness. That IT seemed rather trivial unless it could load bullets into the Gatling. However, the comical face's laser could indeed serve to annoy others, and he chuckled at the thought of Uncle Heg and the formidable beings of the sea displaying such ridiculous expressions. Placing his hand on the Sunflower Emperor, Roya sought to test whether the fruit of seeds could analyze it to produce seeds. To his surprise, it worked. However, the comical-faced sunflower summoned by the fruit's ability could neither emit rays nor transform into a Gatling. It could only launch sunflower seed bullets. He reverted the Sunflower Emperor back into seed form, intending to summon it when needed. Checking the time, Roya realized it was nearly noon, perfectly aligning with his plan to train outside. So he decided to go hunting instead. Let us go. Roger. Hunting it is. Let us see what we can have for lunch. Oh, let us go, Roger replied. The 2 exited the wooden cabin to seek today's victims in the forest. Along the way, Roger remained curious about the Sunflower Emperor. Roya, what exactly is that peculiar sunflower? Oh, you know I am a user of the Fruit of Seeds ability. It's just a plant I created using my powers. I am not sure why it has a comical face. Perhaps it mutated, Roya thought, relieved to be the user of the Fruit of Seeds. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain. Really? Your fruit ability is quite impressive. Especially that strange beam emitted by the sunflower. It's terrifying. I couldn't control my expression at all, Roger remarked. Yes, I too am baffled as to why it possesses such a capability, but it is rather amusing. I assent it. Roya recalled Roger's comical expression, stifling a laugh. After wandering through the forest for a while, they found it peculiar that they had yet to encounter a single animal. After a bit more exploration, Roger finally spotted 2 rabbits not far away that he whispered to Roya. Roya, there are 2 rabbits ahead. Let us each catch one. Roya squinted ahead and indeed saw 2 rabbits munching on grass beneath a tree. Rabbits are so adorable. They taste best roasted. No need for that. Just watch me. Roya responded with a knowing glance at Roger. He then stepped lightly forward, hands clasped together. Would release. Thorn execution technique. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the rabbits, ensnaring them. Roya approached, grasped their ears, and effortlessly captured them. Returning to Roger, he considered Roger's appetite and said, "This isn't enough, is it? Let us catch a bit more." Roger nodded in agreement, indicating that 2 rabbits would hardly suffice for his hunger. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the waterfall where Roya had previously trained, planning to catch some fish for a meal. Just as Roya was about to leap into the water, Roger suddenly asked, "Roya, didn't you eat a devil fruit? How can you swim?" Roya was momentarily taken aback. "Right? How could I forget that? Devil fruit users are unable to swim." Casting a glance at Roger, he thought, "I can't let him catch on. I need a way to bluff my way through." Roger is still pretty easy to deceive. After some contemplation, a reasonable excuse struck him, reminiscent of a certain pirate king from a story who was both a devil fruit user and capable of swimming. Feigning tears, Roya spoke with a trembling voice to Roger. "Actually, I possess 1/36 of merfolk blood, so, even as a devil fruit user, I can swim. That I've never shared this with anyone. You're the first to know. As you know, merfolk are not well accepted these days." Roger seemed convinced, placing a reassuring hand on Roya's shoulder. "I didn't expect you to have such a background. Roya, don't worry. I'm not averse to merfolk." Roya lifted his head, tears in his eyes, suppressing laughter as he said, "Really? Roger, you truly are a good person. If only everyone thought like you." With that, Roya wiped away his tears and quickly changed his demeanor, smiling as he said, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us dive in and catch some fish. Roger, I'm starving." Roger nodded, then jumped into the pool. However, Roya did not follow suit. Instead, he stood on the shore and said, "Roger, I'll leave the fish to you. I'll start a fire and prepare the rabbits. Let us eat here before heading back to the camp." Roger nodded in agreement and then submerged himself in the water to catch fish. On shore, Roya sighed in relief, grateful that Roger was easy to manipulate. Yet, he knew he must be cautious in the future. Not everyone would be so gullible. Calming his nerves, Roya resolved to avoid the water in the future to prevent revealing his secret. Using wood release, he fashioned a firewood pile and 2 wooden chairs. After cleaning the rabbits, he skewered them and sat on the chairs to roast them. After a while, the flames crackled as the rabbit meat cooked, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Roger emerged from the pool, several fish strung on a long knife. He approached the fire, handing the knife to Roya, who reciprocated by offering him a rabbit. Roger's appetite had already been piqued by the scent of roasted rabbit, and without hesitation, he plopped down onto the chair and began to eat heartily. After organizing the fish on the long knife, Roya used wood release to create some bamboo skewers, threading the fish onto them and placing them near the fire to cook. He then took a bite of the roasted rabbit. After a while, the 2 had devoured every last bit of rabbit and fish. Roya initially intended to return to camp, but Roger insisted on practicing his physique under the waterfall. Roya pondered for a moment and thought, since they were already there, he might as well train a bit too, especially since he had been somewhat lax lately. He agreed with Roger's suggestion, and the 2 prepared to exercise by the waterfall. However, before they could step into the pool, a sudden surge of water mixed with debris erupted from the middle of the waterfall. "What on earth is that?" Startled, the 2 individuals retreated repeatedly to avoid being struck by the falling torrents of water and rocks. The sudden surge of water shocked Roya and Roger, prompting them to step back in haste to evade the deluge and debris. After a brief yet vigorous outburst, the water finally subsided, allowing the pair to stand on the shore and observe with clarity. The cascade erupted with not only stones but also an array of fruits and cooked animal carcasses among the food. Roya stepped forward, gazing at the bounty strewn across the ground, exclaiming, "Wow, this waterfall even yields food." Picking up an apple, he wiped it clean and took a bite, declaring, "Quite sweet indeed." Roger, too, selected a piece of fruit, enjoying it as a delightful dessert, grateful for nature's generous offerings. Both Roya and Roger accepted the gifts with open arms. While Luo Ya chose to disregard the wet animal remains, he rummaged through the pile of food, intending to procure some edible fruits to take back to their camp. Although he possessed the ability to swiftly cultivate fruits himself, he reasoned that one should not refuse gifts freely given. As he sifted through the bounty, Luo Ya's eyes suddenly caught sight of a golden ring nestled among the fruits. What the heck? Gold. With swift reflexes, he grasped the golden ring, examining it closely to find it adorned with a ruby. Oh my! This is a windfall. System, come forth and assess its value. The system responded, oh ho, the host has hit the jackpot. Finding gold. Let me take a look. It continued. The gold along with the ruby is worth 120,000 berries. Would the host like to convert it? Luo Ya slipped the golden ring onto his finger and raised his hand for inspection. Never mind. I shall keep it for now. It's rather attractive. If I convert it into berries later, who knows what underhanded tricks you might employ to swindle me. The system retorted, oh, if you have nothing better to do, then don't bother me, scram. Luo Ya replied. Glancing at Roger, who was still indulging in fruit, he looked back at the waterfall and activated his observation. To his surprise, he discovered a hole at the waterfall's center, from which the water and food had erupted moments ago. Luo Ya pondered, could there be treasure hidden within? The allure of adventure captivated him, and with nothing else to occupy their time, he nudged Roger, exclaiming, look, Roger, there's an opening in the center of the waterfall. Perhaps treasure lies within. Shall we investigate? Hearing Ruoya's words, Roger also gazed towards the waterfall, confirming the presence of the opening. Absolutely. I adore adventures. Let us go. Without hesitation, the duo swam towards the waterfall, only to find no apparent way to ascend to the center. Ultimately, with no other options, Luo Ya summoned 2 vines, aiming for the opening and swinging himself and Roger inside. They landed perfectly, successfully entering the cave. Luo Ya peered into the depths of the cave, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. Given the recent flow of water, the cave was damp and slippery. Let us move forward, Roger encouraged as they proceeded. However, Luo Ya halted him, stating, though we possess observation haki, we should find something to illuminate our path. Roger replied, but there's nothing here that can provide light, is there? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ya exclaimed, I've got it. He raised his hand, revealing a seed in his palm. As he tossed the seed into the air, he shouted, you're the one, King of Sunflowers. The seed landed with a thud, transforming into the King of Sunflowers. What's up, big bro? How may I assist you? The King of Sunflowers inquired, sporting its characteristic comical expression. King of Sunflowers, you lead the way without shooting beams. Just glow and illuminate our path. Can you manage that? Luo Ya requested. The King of Sunflowers swayed its body, nodding. No problem. Leave it to me. It then turned, its face glowing with bright white light that illuminated the cave's interior clearly. Now we can proceed. Roger, Luo Ya announced. Roger nodded, and together they ventured deeper into the cave, with the King of Sunflowers lighting the way ahead. After a considerable distance, they found nothing of note. No forks in the path, just a straight corridor. Eventually, they stumbled upon another opening. This entrance was also damp and appeared quite irregular, likely newly formed. Upon entering, they discovered a similar wet environment and a pool of water, obscuring any visible path forward. We've hit a dead end. Luo Ya, what now? Roger queried. Luo Ya did not respond but approached the water pool. Just as he neared, a massive figure leaped from the water, a black bear, towering nearly 3 meters tall. The bear's unexpected emergence startled Luo Ya, but he quickly regained composure, delivering a swift kick that sent it crashing back into the pool. He then retreated to Roger's side as the bear tumbled, crashing heavily onto the water's surface. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, splashing water everywhere. Realizing the presence of a black bear in the pool, Luo Ya chose not to advance further and remained with Roger and the King of Sunflowers, waiting for an opportune moment. After a brief interval, the black bear emerged from the water once more, shaking off the droplets as it grumbled, damn it, I nearly drowned. It turned its gaze towards Luo Ya and Roger, growling, which of you little human brats kicked me just now? In an impulsive moment, Luo Ya asked, do you steal robes? The bear, puzzled, responded, what the hell? What robes? What are you talking about? It appeared utterly bewildered. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Whoever kicked me is irrelevant. You all shall become my meal. The bear roared. Roger, unable to comprehend, remained silent, while Luo Ya retorted, "Oh really? Then how brave of you! Come on, give it a try. You little brat, just wait until I eat you." Infuriated by Luo Ya's audacity, the bear lunged at him. "Forgive me, big bro, I was wrong. Oh please, spare me. I truly made a mistake." In the blink of an eye, the once menacing bear found itself on the ground, bruised and battered, with Luo Ya and Roger each planting a foot on its back. "That weren't you quite boastful? Weren't you going to eat us?" Luo Ya taunted, striking the bear's head with a stick. Roger, eyeing the subdued bear, remarked, "Why not just kill it? I'm a bit hungry, to be honest." Luo Ya shook his head. Considering its condition, it seems to have lived here for quite some time. That IT might know if there is treasure around. So let us inquire first. We can always deal with it later. While Roger's words were lost on the bear, it comprehended Luo Ya's inquiry all too well. "Please, big bro, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I have an elderly bear to care for and little ones to feed." The bear pleaded, tears in its eyes. "Then tell us about this cave. If your information proves valuable, we may spare you." Luo Ya insisted. "Valuable information? What do you mean by that, big bro?" the bear asked, confused. Frustrated, Luo Ya struck its head again with the stick, demanding, "Just explain the situation in this cave. Why are there fruits and roasted animals in the water?" Earlier, when Luo Ya approached the water to investigate, he had spotted an abundance of fruits and roasted meat at the bottom of the pool that he surmised that the water cascading from the waterfall must originate from this very pool. Yet the water level was inexplicably stable, not overflowing, and certainly not producing such substantial currents. Moreover, how had fruits and roasted animals ended up in the water? "Oh, about that, I'll tell you. Just look up, and you'll see a small opening. Every year around this time, fruits and roasted meats fall from that hole. I have no idea why." The bear explained eagerly. The black bear scratched its head and spoke. Luo Ya looked up, and, indeed, there was an opening approximately 1 meter in diameter. The water in the pool inside was originally quite high. "Brother, if you examine the walls, you will discover another entrance. It is through that very passage that I ventured here from the forest. Every year, I come to gather fallen fruits and barbecue. But today, while foraging for food in the water, the pool's water suddenly surged, creating a whirlpool that nearly made me retch. When I finally emerged from the water, I encountered you. Brother, I realize I have overstayed my welcome. Please spare me. I in a desperate bid for survival." The black bear divulged everything in a single breath. Luo Ya bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent. Removing his foot from the bear, Luo Ya approached the pool's edge, raising his gaze to scrutinize the 1 meter wide opening. Although Roger possessed the ability to hear the voices of all living things, he could not fully comprehend the language of beasts and remained perplexed about the situation within the cave. Following Luo Ya to the pool's edge, he inquired about the bear's words, seizing the opportunity. The black bear clambered to its feet and hurriedly dashed towards the exit. Despite their backs being turned to it, both Roger and Luo Ya understood its intent to flee. However, they paid it no mind, as it was of no further use to them. "Luo Ya, what did that bear say? What is the situation with the cave and the pool?" Luo Ya found no traces at the opening above. Lowering his gaze towards Roger, he relayed all the information conveyed by the bear. After listening, Roger also raised his head to examine the opening, but found nothing amiss. Luo Ya patted his shoulder and said, "Do not linger, Roger. There is nothing to see. I assure you I shall ascend to assess the situation. You remain here for now, just in case." Roger nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, several seeds fell into the pool, and wooden pillars emerged from the water, forming a series of stakes that extended towards the cave's entrance. Luo Ya stepped onto the stakes, advancing to the cave's mouth, lifting his gaze to observe the opening. With a flick of his hand, the wooden pillar beneath him gradually elevated, delivering Luo Ya to the cave's entrance. Upon looking up, he discovered a small path sloping upwards within the diminutive opening. As he climbed onto the path, he noted that the incline was not particularly steep. However, the darkness ahead obscured his vision entirely. Retreating to the wooden pillar, Luo Ya called out to Roger, explaining the circumstances within the cave and urging him to join, along with Kuei Huang, for illumination. After some commotion, the three of them entered the cave. Kuei Huang illuminated the way in front, while the two men bent low, crawling towards the end of the pathway. After a while, they finally reached the path's terminus, where an imposing stone door awaited them, a sliver of light seeping through the crack at its center. Luo Ya attempted to push the stone door, but found it immovable. Thus, he simply smashed it with a punch. As the door shattered, sunlight flooded into the pathway. The two men crawled out of the passage, astonished by the scene before them. Beyond the stone door lay an entirely different realm. They found themselves upon an altar, surrounded by 4 wolf-shaped stone sculptures at each corner. The mouths of the wolf statues were agape, flames flickering within, presumably serving as illumination. From the altar, an endless expanse of prairie stretched out before them, dotted with peculiar pillars of various shapes. Gazing across the prairie, Luo Ya noticed the faint outlines of buildings in the distance, though they were indistinct. "Roger, do you see that? Could those be structures?" Luo Ya pointed towards the horizon. Roger nodded. "Yes, I can vaguely make them out. Let us proceed to investigate," Luo Ya declared, leaping down from the altar. Roger nodded and followed closely behind. As they traversed the prairie, they noticed that the grass grew taller with each step, eventually reaching a height of about 1 meter. As they made their way forward, they observed a significant contrast between the prairie's landscape and that of the forest the closer they approached. The clearer the outlines of the buildings became, they had expected to walk directly to the site of the structures. However, in the next moment, an indigenous person emerged from the grass, adorned with feathers, dark skin, and a face painted with blue and red lines. The native curiously regarded Luo Ya and Roger, seemingly never having encountered such a pair, babbling incoherently at them. "Lucc na kong kong nan nan." Listening to the native's rapid speech, Roger understood not a single word. He turned to Luo Ya, only to find him nodding as if comprehending. "Luo Ya, did you understand what he said?" Roger inquired with curiosity. Luo Ya replied. "What did he say?" Roger pressed. "He claims to be an islander," Luo Ya stated. "Are you certain?" Roger questioned. "Well, I cannot be sure. I do not understand," Luo Ya admitted, observing the unresponsive expressions of Luo Ya and Roger. The native seemed to grow agitated. Ultimately, he raised the spear in his hand, which, although termed a spear, was merely a sharpened wooden stick, and lunged towards the two. Luo Ya and Roger immediately retreated to evade the spear. Seeing them dodge, the native boldly hurled his spear at them, shouting loudly. Luo Ya and Roger sidestepped the projectile. Looking back at the native, they were startled to see more indigenous people emerging from the thicket behind him, each wielding various weapons as they charged towards the duo. Rather than panic, Luo Ya wore a smile and asked Roger, "Have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies?" Facing the advancing indigenous army, Luo Ya remained composed, inquiring if Roger had played the game. Roger, bewildered, shook his head. How could he have? "Then watch closely," Luo Ya exclaimed, scattering a multitude of seeds before him. Before their eyes, the approaching seeds transformed into sunflowers, while those further away turned into towering demon-sensitive plants over 1 meter high. The sunflowers at the rear began launching seed bullets at the indigenous people, while the demon-sensitive plants at the front opened wide to bite at them, without requiring Luo Ya and Roger to intervene. The plants effectively thwarted the indigenous assault. The scene bore a striking resemblance to a game of Plants vs. Zombies. The natives had never encountered such bizarre plants, and they raised their weapons to fight back against them. The sunflower seed bullets lacked sufficient power, merely bouncing off the natives without incapacitating them. However, a few who were struck in the eyes crouched down, clutching their faces and howling, temporarily rendered incapable of fighting. Meanwhile, although the demon-sensitive plants were ferocious, leaving bloody gashes on the natives' arms with their bites, they ultimately faced overwhelming odds. Once the natives discovered that severing the roots would wither the plants, they began to systematically dismantle them. After a fierce struggle, the natives, though wounded, managed to eliminate the sunflowers and demon-sensitive plants. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Ya could summon as many of these plants as he desired. Nonetheless, Luo Ya deemed it too time-consuming for the plants to eradicate the natives. Hence he ceased further summoning. As the natives slowly closed in, Luo Ya extended his hand to halt the eager Roger, saying, "Roger, allow me to handle this. You step aside. Let me take the lead." As Luo Ya stepped forward, he positioned himself before Roger, shielding him partially from the indigenous people, with one hand resting upon the hilt of his formidable blade. He gazed at the natives, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His eyes slightly widened. In that moment, he unleashed the conqueror's haki with a single surge. This time, however, Luo Ya exercised control, directing the overwhelming force solely towards the front, ensuring that his allies remained unharmed. The haki erupted forth, bending the tall grass before him. The indigenous warriors, who had been rushing forward with weapons drawn, abruptly halted in unison, before one by one collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Roger's jaw dropped in astonishment as he turned to Luo Ya, exclaiming, "Luo Ya, have you awakened the conqueror's haki already?" With his back to Roger, Luo Ya tilted his head slightly, revealing half his face, a visage of an unparalleled powerhouse, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "By sheer luck, I have just awakened it." Though his tone was calm, his thoughts raced. "I truly am magnificent." "All right, let us proceed, Roger," Luo Ya declared. Roger nodded and moved forward, with Luo Ya following suit, poised to continue their exploration. However, just as he straightened his head, a snow-white wolf leapt towards him with astonishing speed. With pupils constricting, Luo Ya reacted swiftly, drawing his heavy blade and executing a powerful upward slash, meeting the beast's claws head-on. With a resounding clash, the wolf's claws collided with the blade, creating a circular shockwave that rippled outward, bending the surrounding grass. The white wolf was repelled by Luo Ya's strike, tumbling through the air before skidding several meters across the ground. Luo Ya, too, was jolted back a few steps, landing beside Roger, who quickly steadied him. As Roger faced the white wolf, he had witnessed the creature's charge towards Luo Ya and was about to warn him when the confrontation had already begun. The wolf regained its footing. Glaring at Luo Ya and Roger, baring its fangs and emitting a low growl, its body coiled, ready to pounce once more. Luo Ya and Roger stood side by side, bracing themselves against the impending attack. With a powerful leap, the wolf lunged at them, claws poised to strike. This time, Luo Ya was prepared. Exchanging a knowing glance with Roger, they nodded in unison at the precise moment the wolf launched itself. Both men swung their blades simultaneously. Their weapons, imbued with armament haki, delivered a double strike to the beast. The wolf's claws met the long blades, and this time, neither Luo Ya nor Roger budged an inch. While the wolf was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground before sliding several meters to a halt. Luo Ya anticipated that this blow would incapacitate the wolf, but to his surprise, the creature shakily rose to its feet, slowly approaching them. Once again, Luo Ya and Roger raised their blades, prepared for another assault. However, as the wolf drew nearer, it executed an astonishing gesture. It lowered its front legs, kneeling before Luo Ya, its head bowed in a display of submission. Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback by the wolf's actions, but before he could react, the creature transformed before his eyes, glowing and morphing into an elder clad in wolf skin, resembling the indigenous people. The elder knelt on one knee, one hand on his knee and the other on the ground, uttering words that Roger could not comprehend. Yet Luo Ya understood, as the elder spoke in the language of beasts, "Great messenger of the god Anus. We welcome your arrival." Stunned by the elder's proclamation, Luo Ya's mind raced. The elder referred to him as a messenger of the god? This was utterly absurd. Roger, equally bewildered, looked at the transformed elder kneeling before Luo Ya, murmuring incomprehensible words. "Luo Ya, what is happening?" "What did he say?" Roger inquired. Regaining his composure, Luo Ya relayed the elder's words to Roger. "What?" Roger responded in confusion. "How did you become a messenger of the gods?" "I have no idea either," Luo Ya replied. Just as the two were grappling with the situation, the elder rose and bowed deeply to Luo Ya, stating, "Esteemed messenger of Anus, this is not a place for conversation. Please accompany us to our village, where we, as loyal followers of the god Anus, will extend our utmost hospitality." Without awaiting Luo Ya's response, the elder turned and approached a nearby indigenous person who lay unconscious on the grass, shaking him awake. Upon awakening and seeing Luo Ya and Roger, the indigenous individual erupted with excitement, shouting fervently. The elder whispered something into his ear, and the native calmed down, promptly kneeling before Luo Ya. After the elder instructed him to awaken the others, within moments, the very natives who had once brandished weapons against Luo Ya were now kneeling before him in reverence. This scene left Luo Ya increasingly perplexed. Observing the bowing natives, he could not fathom what was transpiring. "What is the meaning of this?" "Elder, why do you claim I am the messenger of your god Anus?" Luo Ya asked. The elder, still respectful, replied with a bow, "Esteemed messenger, the ring you wear signifies your status as the messenger of Anus. Only those chosen by the god Anus may possess such a ring." "Ring?" Luo Ya glanced at the golden ring adorned with a red gem on his finger. Possessing this ring made him a divine messenger, Was Anus some kind of waterfall deity? Luo Ya remained puzzled, having never heard of this god, neither in his current reality nor in the world of pirates. Casting a glance at the jubilant indigenous people dancing around them, Luo Ya contemplated the necessity of temporarily assuming the role of Anus's messenger. Esteemed messenger, please allow me to escort you to our village, where we, your loyal followers, will treat you with the utmost respect, and you may declare the god's will, the elders said, gesturing for Luo Ya to proceed. The god's will. How would he know anything about divine directives? Luo Ya thought to himself. Moving closer to Roger, he explained the situation in human language. Regardless, he was uncertain of their location, and the direction pointed towards the building appeared to lead to the natives' village. It seemed wiser to investigate rather than wander aimlessly across the prairie. After briefing Roger on the situation, Luo Ya turned to the elder, feigning calmness, and endeavoring to present himself as a divine envoy. He spoke in a flat, indifferent tone. Very well. Lead the way. As the scene shifted, dusk gradually descended upon the land. A group of individuals, including Luo Ya and two others, finally arrived at the indigenous tribe. A bonfire blazed brightly, with the natives dancing joyously around it. The feast commenced without delay. Within the circle of dance, Luo Ya and Roger settled beside the bonfire, flanked by two strikingly beautiful native women, who offered them food and drink from a platter. An elderly native man sat beside Luo Ya, puffing on a smoking pipe, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Perhaps it was due to the elder's mention of Luo Ya's current role as an envoy that the two women displayed such enthusiasm, serving them fruits, roasted meats, and beverages. While Luo Ya ate slowly, the women continued to bring forth more food, whereas Roger, who devoured his meal rapidly, found himself waiting for their next offering. Thus, one found fault with the women's brisk service while the other lamented their leisurely pace. Luo Ya decided to convey through the elder that the women need not attend to them, as they could manage on their own. The elder nodded in understanding and relayed her message, prompting the women to set down their offerings in disappointment and move away from Luo Ya and Roger's side. Without the women's assistance, Luo Ya felt a sense of relief and picked up an apple, nibbling on it while inquiring about the local affairs from the elder, eager to glean information from him. Meanwhile, Roger, freed from the women's presence, seized the opportunity to eat more swiftly, relishing the chance to consume his food without delay. Dear elder. Luo Ya began to question the elder about the local information, but was abruptly interrupted by the elder, who insisted that rather than being addressed as elder, the envoy should simply call him Angus. What a devout follower, Luo Ya mused. Very well. Angus, enlighten me about this land and the deity Anus. All I received from Anus was this ring. No further information was imparted to me, Luo Ya inquired. Angus, unfazed by Luo Ya's apparent ignorance as an envoy, exhaled a plume of white smoke and replied, It seems that your situation is not unique among envoys. What do you mean? Luo Ya asked, bewildered. Angus turned his gaze backward, prompting Luo Ya to follow his line of sight. Apart from a modest dwelling, there was nothing else in view. Many years ago, another envoy visited our tribe. Equally ignorant of our people and the deity Anus, in comparison to you. He was even unable to engage in conversation with me. Yet, he still brought forth the deity's blessings, teaching us to construct sturdy houses, enabling us to better withstand the onslaught of beasts, Angus recounted slowly while smoking. This revelation left Luo Ya astonished. It dawned on him that he and Roger were not the first to arrive here. Another envoy? He could either truly be a messenger of Anus or merely an ordinary person who, like them, entered from the other side of the path. The latter possibility seemed more plausible, glancing at the ring on his finger. Luo Ya contemplated that this person must have also possessed a ring, thus being mistaken for the deity's envoy, and he likely returned to the outside world. Otherwise, how could the ring have ended up in the pond, conveniently washed out for him to retrieve? Luo Ya's mind raced with thoughts. Angus continued, According to the information passed down from our ancestors, our tribe has existed on this grassland for at least 900 years. We have worshipped Anus for generations, and in our understanding, Anus is an omnipotent being. Therefore, on this day each year, we offer sacrifices to Anus at the altar. He added. The envoy who visited us many years ago also arrived during this time. As per Anus's arrangement, Luo Ya internally scoffed, considering that the envoy's curiosity about food falling from the cave likely drew him here. And what became of that envoy? Do you know, Angus? Luo Ya inquired. Angus nodded, recalling, Beyond the altar lies the temple of Anus. For 900 years, none of us have entered it. The previous envoy, after imparting the deity's blessings, ventured into the temple. The temple. After hearing Angus's account, Luo Ya lowered his head in contemplation. He nudged Roger, still munching on food, to share what he learned from Angus and asked if he wished to explore the temple the following day. Roger readily agreed. After coming this far, returning without further exploration was not an option. The two confirmed their plan to investigate the temple the next day. With a sense of purpose, Luo Ya felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he took a bite of roasted meat. Savoring the moment. However, Angus's next question caused him to abruptly halt chewing. Might I inquire, envoy, whether Anus has bestowed any blessings upon you this time? Just a moment ago, Luo Ya had been enjoying his roasted meat. But Angus's inquiry left him momentarily stunned. Blessings, well, Luo Ya stammered. What in the world do I know about such blessings? No, wait. Upon reflection, if merely constructing stone houses could be considered a blessing, surely there must be something else to appease these natives. What could it be? What could it be? A smile plastered on his face. Luo Ya maintained a calm facade while his mind raced in panic, desperately searching for a blessing he could present to the indigenous people. What could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He silently hoped he could pull it off. Facing Angus, he opened his palm to reveal a single green seed resting upon it. Angus, perplexed, did not comprehend Luo Ya's intentions. Angus, instruct them to disperse and clear a path, Luo Ya commanded. Angus complied, directing the natives to cease their activities and clear a way. Rising to his feet, Luo Ya tossed the seed onto the ground. Instantly, it sprouted, transforming into a small sapling in the blink of an eye. The sapling grew into a towering tree, laden with vibrant red apples. The miraculous apple tree emerged. Angus and the natives were left in awe, immediately kneeling and chanting in reverence. Incredible, a miracle. Witnessing their astonished reactions, Luo Ya felt a sense of relief wash over him that at last, he had successfully deceived the natives. Roger, startled by their sudden exclamations, glanced over but, upon realizing it was Luo Ya's handiwork, returned to his meal without further concern. Seizing the opportunity while the natives worshipped the apple tree, Luo Ya swiftly crafted a wooden box using his wood manipulation abilities, filling it with seeds. Once the natives regained their composure, Luo Ya beckoned Angus, keeping the wooden box open to deliberately display the seeds within. He handed the box to Angus and solemnly declared, "These seeds are the blessings bestowed upon us by Anus." Bending low, Angus received the wooden box with trembling hands, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the seeds inside. Raising the box high, he joyfully proclaimed, "You truly are the envoy of Anus. Thank you for bringing the blessings of the deity. We are willing to offer our most precious treasures in gratitude." Luo Ya was taken aback, not expecting Angus to respond in such a manner. Maintaining an air of indifference, he replied, yet internally, he was filled with anticipation. The most precious treasures? Surely they weren't referring to gold. This could be it. This could be it. Angus bowed once more and said, "Please, envoy, accompany me to our tribe's treasury, where we store the treasures preserved by our ancestors throughout generations. You may choose whatever you desire to take back with you, just as the previous envoy did." Treasury? Luo Ya pondered, simultaneously pulling up the still-eating Roger, explaining the situation to him and inviting him to take a look at the treasury together. Roger readily agreed. After finishing his conversation with Roger, Luo Ya turned his gaze back to Angus, nodded, and said, "Well then, lead the way." Angus respectfully nodded, let out a few roars, presumably to inform the other natives to continue their feast while he guided Luo Ya and the others to the treasury. Luo Ya and Roger followed closely behind Angus. After a short walk, they arrived before a structure. Luo Ya observed the building before him, resembling a box and constructed entirely of steel. The shock he felt was profound, and his curiosity about the mysteries of this tribe deepened. What in the world is this? A house forged from steel? Is this something your tribe, which needs instruction on how to build a stone house, could possibly construct? Luo Ya internally scoffed, but Angus's subsequent actions left him even more astonished. He watched as Angus extended his palm, pressing his thumb against the iron door, with a series of beeping sounds. The door slid open of its own accord. Is this some form of fingerprint recognition? The sight of the door opening automatically nearly overwhelmed Luo Ya's mind. This tribe, which appeared so primitive, seemed to harbor far greater mysteries than he had anticipated. It felt as if a significant secret lay hidden within. What on earth is going on? Forget about the backwardness of this tribe. Even the outside world might not possess fingerprint recognition technology. What secrets does this tribe conceal in its past? Luo Ya was utterly astonished, lost in contemplation. After opening the iron door, Angus turned around, looked at Luo Ya, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, and said, "Esteemed envoy, please." Angus's words interrupted Luo Ya's thoughts. Yes, let's go in together, Roger. Luo Ya suppressed his shock, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he addressed Roger. Roger nodded, and the two entered the iron house, which Angus referred to as the tribe's treasury. Upon entering the treasury, however, Luo Ya was disappointed not to find a scene filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Instead, the space was cluttered with an array of items, haphazardly arranged. Most of the contents consisted of iron blocks and some iron-made weapons, iron-tipped spears, long knives, iron rods, etc., but in limited quantities. Luo Ya gazed at the items before him with disappointment. While they might be treasures to the natives, to him, they were hardly valuable. Angus followed them into the treasury, carefully placing the wooden box that Luo Ya had given him in a corner of the treasury, then approached Luo Ya and Roger, saying, "Esteemed envoy, you may take anything you wish from here, except for the divine gift you just bestowed upon me. Please take your time to browse. I shall wait outside." With that, Angus prepared to step back outside, displaying a commendable sense of propriety. However, Luo Ya called out to him, asking, "Wait, don't you think these weapons are more useful? Why are you still using wooden weapons? The items in the treasury are all heirlooms passed down from our ancestors, and most of them are quite precious. Unless absolutely necessary, we would not resort to using them." Angus replied. Luo Ya nodded, contemplating, "No wonder you chose to store the seeds I gave you in here. Does the envoy have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave," Angus inquired respectfully. Luo Ya diverted his attention back to the cluttered items, waving his hand to indicate no further inquiries. Upon seeing this, Angus exited the treasury. Only Luo Ya and Roger remained within the treasury, and Roger, feeling less constrained, began rummaging through the scattered items to see what was there. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, looking at the multitude of items, felt overwhelmed at the prospect of sifting through them himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The system is capable of scanning items, so why not have it scan and list them for me? With that thought in mind, Luo Ya promptly summoned the system, eager to have it scan the contents of the treasury. "System, come forth." Rather than searching through the items himself, he found it far more convenient to have the system do the scanning. The system quickly responded, "Present, host." The system's response came swiftly, and it seemed to be in good spirits. "Oh ho, host, have you robbed someone's warehouse? There's quite a lot of stuff here. What a pity. If only these were gold or berries, you'd be in luck." In certain respects, Luo Ya and his system were quite alike, both harboring the whimsical notion that money might simply fall from the sky. But who doesn't like money? Enough chit-chat. "System, please scan this pile of items on the ground and tell me what they are," Luo Ya instructed. "OJK, scanning now." "Host, please wait." After a while, the system completed its scan of the treasury, and announcements began to resonate in Luo Ya's mind and before his eyes. Scan complete. The items include iron blocks, various iron products, not valuable, ordinary seeds and seeds enhanced through fruit, not valuable, a certain energy container, energy depleted, thus also not valuable. The items reported by the system were rather lackluster, failing to pique Luo Ya's interest. However, the next three items announced by the system left him utterly astounded, nearly causing his jaw to drop to the floor. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked that day at a piece of stone containing Pyro Japanese ROIN components, also known as sea stone, value indeterminate, a zoan-type devil fruit. Inu no Mi, mythical beast type, Anubis form. Clearly, host has stumbled upon luck, a piece of black history text, value indeterminate. But as the system's announcements continued, Luo Ya remained in a state of shock. Sea stone, devil fruit, mythical beast, Anubis form. That wasn't even the most important part. The most astonishing aspect was that there was also a piece of historical text. What in the world is going on here? What kind of tribe is this? I'm utterly bewildered. He had initially thought he was seeking treasure, but it seemed he had uncovered something of monumental significance. Luo Ya, Roger, having found nothing of value on the ground, returned to Luo Ya's side. Noticing his dazed expression, he nudged him with his hand and called out, "Luo Ya, jolted back to reality by Roger's push, looked at Roger's face but chose to ignore him. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings of the treasury. Finding nothing of interest, he then asked the system in his mind, "Where are the devil fruit and the historical text?" "Host, look at the eastern wall. There will be a button. Press it, and you will see what you desire." The system replied. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Roya immediately walked toward the eastern wall, searching for the button. Roger, puzzled by Roya's actions, followed him, asking if he was looking for something and if he needed help. However, Roya was solely focused on finding the button, too preoccupied to respond. At last, behind a row of long spears, Roya discovered a red button. Without hesitation, he pressed it. With a click, the ground where Roya and Roger had been standing split open, revealing a large circular hole. A lift slowly rose from the opening. On the lift rested the black historical text, atop which lay a peculiar, apple-shaped devil fruit adorned with strange patterns. As the historical text and the devil fruit ascended, Roya's astonishment reached its peak. Now it was Roger's turn to be shocked. Historical text. Yet Roya paid no mind to Roger, stepping forward to closely examine the historical text. Roger soon regained his composure and approached the text as well. Clearly, neither of them could decipher the ancient script inscribed upon it. "System, can you translate the text?" Roya inquired in his mind. Attempting to scan and translate, the system's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Roya began to wait for the system's translation. But the system's subsequent announcement left him in shock once more. Translation failed. Reason unknown. Failed? How could that be possible? System, didn't you say that with enough money, one could acquire anything? Why is it that even translating text is beyond your capabilities? Luo Ya asked in astonishment. System, it simply cannot be translated. Who knows why? Luo Ya. Luo Ya, can you comprehend this? Roger inquired. Luo Ya shook his head, thinking to himself, you truly overestimate me. If even the system cannot translate it, how could I possibly understand? The treasure trove of this tribe contains historical texts, which suggest that this tribe may indeed be connected to the enigmatic blank century of history. The records should pertain to matters concerning this tribe or the deity Anus mentioned by Angus. But what relevance does this have to the void of 100 years of history? Luo Ya pondered. Yet he found himself at a loss, which frustrated him greatly. After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, Luo Ya ultimately abandoned the endeavor. He resolved to take the entire historical text and store it in the system's repository, planning to seek assistance from someone well-versed in ancient scripts for translation. Perhaps, in due time, he could personally venture to O'Hara. Redirecting his attention from the historical text to the devil fruit, Luo Ya cast forth a vine, deftly snatching the fruit from the historical text and holding it in his hand. Gazing at the fruit, although he had learned its identity through the system, he felt it necessary to maintain the pretense. Luo Ya still held the fruit and asked Roger, Roger, do you know what kind of fruit this is? Roger examined the fruit in Luo Ya's hand, contemplated for a moment, and replied, I have no recollection. I don't know what kind of fruit this is, but Uncle Heg might. Then, would you like to eat it? Luo Ya suddenly queried. Roger fell silent, staring at the fruit, remaining uncommunicative for a long time, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Eventually, he shook his head and said, let's forget it. I have no idea what type of devil fruit this is or what abilities it might possess. Besides, I believe in myself. Even without the fruit, I can become strong. Very strong. Luo Ya nodded, placing the fruit into the system's repository for future consideration. His inquiry had merely been a fleeting whim, a casual question to Roger. Seeing the fruit vanish from Luo Ya's hand left Roger bewildered. Luo Ya, where did the fruit go? As Luo Ya was about to retrieve the historical text into the system, upon hearing Roger's question, his movement halted abruptly. Damn it, I keep forgetting to conceal the system from this kid. Haha, I used the fruit's ability to transform it into a seed. This way, it's more convenient to carry, Luo Ya remarked. Just like this historical text. As he spoke, Luo Ya pretended to press his hand against the historical text, and with a swift motion, it disappeared. Then he opened his palm to reveal the seed that looked as expected. Roger believed him again, exclaiming in surprise, I didn't expect your fruit to be utilized in such a manner. That's truly convenient. Haha, indeed. Let's go. There's nothing more to take. Feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving Roger so many times, Luo Ya shifted the conversation. Well then, let us depart, Roger concurred. The two made their way out of the treasure trove, and halfway through, Luo Ya suddenly realized he hadn't collected the sea stone, which was rather precious, that he promptly instructed the system in his mind to retrieve the sea stone. The system complied, scanning, and in an instant, the sea stone was stored in the repository. The two exited the treasure trove, where Angus was still crouched outside, smoking. Upon seeing them emerge, he immediately stood up and respectfully inquired, "Honorable messenger, have you selected your items?" Seeing Angus maintain his respectful demeanor felt akin to witnessing a fool still counting money after being deceived. By trading some hastily conjured seeds for the devil fruit, historical texts, and sea stone, Luo Ya had certainly struck a lucrative deal. Observing Angus's continued reverence, he felt a slight pang of guilt. Only a slight one. Luo Ya nodded slightly, indicating affirmation. Angus continued, "Then, messenger, please proceed to the banquet." Luo Ya contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "No, we wish to rest quickly. Tomorrow, we will trouble you to guide us to the Anus temple." Naturally, Angus dared not contradict the messenger's words, replying, "It is no trouble. It is our duty. In that case, I shall secure a room for the messenger to rest." Luo Ya shook his head, indicating no need, and directly constructed a wooden house beside the treasure trove using wood release, 4 pillars house. This display of skill left Angus in awe, exclaiming it a miracle. After bidding farewell to Angus, Luo Ya and Roger entered the wooden house to rest, awaiting the arrival of the next day. As Roger's breathing resonated and a myriad of questions filled his mind, Luo Ya found himself unable to sleep until late into the night. The following day, the sun rose as usual. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Luo Ya exited the wooden house. Angus was already waiting outside. Behind him, Roger was engaged in a lopsided sparring match with the natives. "Honorable messenger, how did you rest last night?" Angus initially intended to inquire about Luo Ya's sleep, but, upon noticing the deep circles under his eyes, wisely refrained from doing so. Instead, he shifted the topic, asking, "Messenger, shall we head to the Anus god now, or?" Luo Ya, feeling dizzy from the mysteries of this tribe, was eager to reach the temple and explore, hoping to uncover a clue. "Let's go now," Luo Ya affirmed, simultaneously calling Roger back. Angus nodded and called out to the natives. Leading the way, Angus moved ahead, with Luo Ya and Roger following closely behind, surrounded by the natives armed with weapons for protection. Indeed, on their journey, they encountered wild beasts attempting to attack, but the natives swiftly dealt with them. Thus, the group marched robustly towards the Anus temple. After a considerable trek, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Anus temple. Luo Ya gazed at the temple's architecture and the imposing statue of Anus before the entrance. Perplexed, he queried Angus, "Are you certain that this deity is indeed called Anus?" The reason for Luo Ya's inquiry stemmed from the statue's resemblance to Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of the dead, which he had come to know in his previous life. Why, then, did these natives refer to him as Anus? Angus, unaware of Luo Ya's reasoning, replied, "We've referred to the deity as Anus since the time of our ancestors." "Is that so?" Luo Ya responded, puzzled. However, such trivialities mattered little. Glancing at the tightly shut temple doors, Luo Ya inquired, "How does one open the temple's door?" Angus replied, "Our ancestors have proven through countless attempts that only a messenger of the Anus god can unlock the temple's doors." The previous messenger did so. The messenger stepped forward to inspect, and it should be possible to open the temple doors. "The task is complete, so we shall not disturb the messenger," Angus stated, subsequently retreating with the natives back towards the tribe. Luo Ya and Roger approached the temple entrance. Roger observed the statue of Anus, while Luo Ya scrutinized the grand doors, discovering a button affixed to them. After some contemplation, he decided to press the button. With a beep, an electronic screen materialized on the temple door, and from beneath Luo Ya's feet, a rod emerged, resembling a handle. Roger, drawn by the commotion, approached and, astonished, asked, "What is this? Do you know, Luo Ya?" Luo Ya, unfazed by the sudden appearance of the electronic screen, shook his head, uncertain of how to explain it to Roger. Noticing another button on the handle, he felt indifferent and pressed it without hesitation. As Luo Ya pressed the button, the screen on the temple door illuminated, displaying a message. To summon the Sea Kings, one must pass the deity's trial. Only upon successful summoning can one enter the temple. The text then vanished, replaced by the image of a small black fish. Summon the Sea Kings? What on earth does that even mean? As Roger gazed at the illuminated electronic screen, he found himself increasingly astonished, for he had never before encountered such a device. Meanwhile, Roy observed the little fish on the screen and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He approached and grasped the joystick, swaying it to the right, only to discover that the fish on the screen mirrored his movements. After toying with it for a while, Roy realized that this was merely a game of big fish eat small fish. Was this meant to transform the little fish into a sea king? Humph, is that all? Allow me to showcase the dexterity honed over 30 years of singlehood. With unwavering confidence, Roy maneuvered the little fish on the screen. While Roger, noticing that Roy seemed to grasp the mechanics of the game, refrained from interrupting him, quietly observing his every move. That infernal pink fish, was it starved to death in its past life? It appears and vanishes at will, and I've perished at its hands 5 times already. And you, the purple shark, why do you insist on swimming along the wall? Can't you just stay in the center? Fueled by confidence, Roy prepared himself for a swift victory, already envisioning the grandeur of the temple in his mind. However, reality, along with those 2 pesky fish, delivered a harsh blow each time he attempted to evolve. He was thwarted by those 2 nuisances. Infuriated, he drew his heavy blade, poised to strike the screen. Roger quickly restrained him, urging, "Roy, calm down, stay composed. If you break it, we might not gain entry." Gradually regaining his composure, Roy sheathed his blade, though the annoyance from the 2 fish lingered. Observing Roy's calm demeanor, Roger seized the opportunity to redirect his focus. "Roy, do you know how to open this grand door? Perhaps you could teach me. I might be able to unlock it." Hearing this, Roy cast a glance at him, initially inclined to retort that if he himself could not pass, how could someone who had never played before succeed? However, reconsidering, he decided not to let those 2 troublesome fish get the best of him. With a sly smile, he explained the relationship between the screen and the joystick, detailing how to play. Roger appeared to comprehend, nodding enthusiastically and eagerly taking control of the little fish. Diving into the game himself, as expected, Roger also faced numerous setbacks. Watching him struggle, Roy found himself less irritated, even stifling a laugh at first when Roger was devoured. He shrugged it off and continued playing. Yet, as he neared success only to be pushed back to square one, his frustration grew. Ultimately, he conceded defeat. Turning to Roy, he remarked in a tone that was hard to decipher, whether it was anger or something else. "Roy, we could use the divine blade to cleave the door open, right?" By this point, Roy had calmed considerably. Had he still been in the throes of anger, he would have readily agreed to the suggestion. But now he thought better of acting rashly, replying, "I'll give it one more try, and if I fail again, then we can resort to that." Roger nodded, relinquishing the joystick. Roy stepped forward, took a deep breath, and concentrated intently on controlling the little fish. Fortune favors the diligent. This time, with accumulated experience and sharpened focus, he narrowly evaded those 2 pesky fish and finally evolved into a sea king. The screen displayed a message. "Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the Sea King. You are the 2nd person to achieve this feat subsequently." The screen dimmed, and a thunderous sound erupted as the grand temple doors gradually ascended, revealing the interior of the sanctuary. Roy and Roger exchanged a glance before stepping inside. Upon entering the temple, they found themselves in a corridor, with a faint light emanating from its end. The doors closed automatically behind them. Roger and Roy did not resist. After all, their objective was to enter the temple. Once the doors shut, the corridor plunged into darkness, obscuring everything except for the glimmer at its terminus. This moment, Roy summoned the light of the Sun King, employing it as a source of illumination. The corridor was narrow, merely a little over 2 meters wide. The light emitted by the Sun King illuminated the expanse ahead and behind them. The 2 followed the light, eager to reach the end of the corridor, but soon halted in their tracks upon discovering peculiar murals adorning the walls. Roger, unable to decipher them, looked perplexed, while Roy, after much contemplation, finally recognized the imagery. Initially intent on reaching the corridor's end, both were captivated by the murals. They depicted a group of winged beings aboard a vessel, which, peculiarly, seemed to soar through the sky. Roger stared at the murals, utterly baffled, while Roy felt an uncanny familiarity with the winged figures depicted. After some reflection, he recalled, these must be the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Or perhaps, they should be referred to as the Moon People. Why would such beings be illustrated in this corridor? Could it be that the indigenous people worship the deity Anus, who is, in fact, a moon person? Lost in thought, Roy pondered these questions, and Roger, noticing Roy's astonishment, inquired, "Roy, do you know what the murals depict?" Roy, momentarily jolted from his reverie, nodded, believing sharing this information with Roger posed no issue. The winged beings illustrated here are the moon people, a race that resides on the moon. However, I am uncertain whether they still exist there. Have you ever heard of the Sky Island? As he spoke, Roy posed a question to Roger, who shook his head in confusion. Then you must be familiar with the tale of the Great Deceiver. Norland? Roy continued. "Doe. I know that one," Roger replied. The sea formed by sea clouds in the lofty heights of the Empyrean is known as the White Sea, existing at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Yet, there is an even higher sea, situated at 10,000 meters, referred to as the White Sea. The islands that float upon the White Sea and White Sea are collectively termed Sky Islands. The Golden Country, discovered by Norland on Jaya Island, indeed existed. However, it was swept away by an upsurge of ocean currents to the White Sea, becoming the Sky Island known as God's Island. Thus, when Norland returned to Jaya Island, he failed to find the Golden Country, which earned him the title of the Great Deceiver. Near God's Island, there exists another Sky Island, Angel Island, where beings resembling those depicted in the murals, winged individuals, reside. I believe they are the descendants of the Moon People. Roy recounted all he had learned in his previous life regarding Sky Islands, Moon People, and Sky Islanders to Roger. Roger, overwhelmed by the deluge of information, stood in stunned silence, grappling with the enormity of what he had just heard. After some time, he finally processed it all. That I never imagined there could be such fascinating beings and stories in this world. So, Roy, if you assert that the Golden Country on Jaya Island is real, merely displaced by ocean currents to the White Sea, if we were to locate it, wouldn't we uncover vast treasures of gold? As Roger contemplated Roy's revelations, Roy was momentarily taken aback by his own realization that, of course, this was akin to a treasure trove of SSR cards laid out before him. He resolved that in the future, when they set sail across the seas, their first destination must be the Golden Country on the Sky Island, where they would amass all the gold, ensuring that others, like Luffy, would not get the chance. Roy envisioned himself reclining atop heaps of gold while drawing cards, reveling in the sheer delight of it all. Gold, gold. The mere thought of gold triggered another memory. How could he have forgotten that particular individual? The Golden Emperor from the theatrical release, a user of the gold fruit. If he could somehow recruit him, it would be a matter of drawing as many cards as he pleased. Originally, Luo Ya recalled the ability of the golden fruit user, which could elevate oneself to new heights and draw cards endlessly. The thought of capturing him crossed his mind, wouldn't that compel the system to kneel and call him father? However, upon further reflection, he realized the Golden Emperor was not yet old, perhaps only in his 40s or 50s, meaning he had not been born yet. Thus, the golden fruit might not have been consumed or could still belong to its original user. No way. This fruit, capable of allowing me to challenge the 4 emperors, must belong to me. Even if it has been eaten, I must have the person. Once back at Rogue Town, I shall see if I can enlist the help of the Bell family to locate the golden fruit or its user. Luo Ya silently resolved to acquire the golden fruit. If he succeeded, he could directly confront the 5 elder stars at Mariawa without hesitation, gathering his thoughts and momentarily setting aside his excitement. Luo Ya decided that, regardless of the circumstances, he should first comprehend the murals and the matters concerning the tribe. Thus, he continued alongside Roger, observing the murals on the wall as they walked towards the end of the passageway. After a considerable time, the two arrived at the end of the passageway. They paused once more, for the murals on the wall concluded here. Luo Ya endeavored to reconstruct the entirety of the mural's imagery in his mind. The mural depicted lunar beings navigating a vessel capable of flight. One fateful day, they arrived at this place and encountered the indigenous people, seemingly in a cordial exchange. However, after conversing with the natives, the content of the mural took a dramatic turn as the lunar beings began to labor, constructing something unknown to in the final depiction. Luo Ya discerned the nascent form of what the lunar beings were building, a ship. The mural concluded at this point. Luo Ya found it perplexing that these lunar beings had gone to such lengths to descend from the moon merely to construct a vessel. Lost in thought and overwhelmed by confusion, Luo Ya and Roger took a few more steps, finally reaching the end of the passageway. After wandering for a while, they arrived at the terminus, hoping to find something outside that could answer their questions. However, to their surprise, the end of the passageway was not a conclusion at all, but rather a staircase leading downward. The faint light source that Luo Ya had observed from the entrance was, in fact, another statue of the deity Anubis at the end of the passageway, its scales holding two peculiar stones radiating light. Gazing at the scales in Anubis's hands, Luo Ya increasingly felt that Anubis was indeed Anubis. Yet, he pondered why the natives referred to him as the god Anus. Looking down the staircase, darkness enveloped everything, obscuring their vision. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Luo Ya and Roger descended the stairs, continuing their exploration. Fortunately, the staircase presented no traps or peculiarities, and it was not lengthy, allowing the two to reach the bottom in a short while. The scene beyond the staircase struck them with astonishment. Upon emerging from the stairway's exit, they found themselves in a vast cavernous space, the walls of which were adorned with the glowing stones from Anubis's scales, illuminating the entire area, making it resemble daylight despite being within a mountain. Untouched by sunlight, what astonished them further was the presence of a vast underground lake, upon which various small vessels floated, all in a dilapidated state. Yet, the briny odor in the air unmistakably indicated that the water in this lake was indeed seawater. In the center of the lake, an island emerged, upon which stood a colossal castle, soaring skyward and occupying half of the island. The castle's height was impressive, but beside it stood an Anubis statue, even taller. A sight that would leave anyone with a fear of giants trembling. Luo Ya and Roger exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment, unsure of the situation. A bizarre island within the mountain, complete with a massive castle and Anubis statue. Could it be that Anubis truly existed and inhabited this place? This thought suddenly crossed Luo Ya's mind, only to be dismissed. If this were Anubis's residence, the lunar murals in the passageway could not be explained. The two surveyed their surroundings, realizing there were no further paths to pursue. It seemed that the island and castle in the lake were the ultimate destination of their adventure. Luo Ya was eager to reach the island and uncover the answers to his myriad questions. Approaching the water's edge, they planned to take one of the small boats to the island in the center of the lake. However, the small boats that once floated on the lake were now in such disrepair that they could not support even a single person. Merely touching one would cause it to splinter into wood chips. Left with no choice, Luo Ya decided to create a wooden boat using his wood release technique. Yet, unexpectedly, as soon as the wooden boat was formed, a massive figure erupted from the depths of the lake, shattering the boat upon impact. Luo Ya and Roger swiftly retreated to avoid being drenched by the splashing seawater. Steadying themselves, they were astonished to behold a gigantic pink sea creature. This creature, while not excessively large, comparable to the near sea kings encountered by Luffy, was minuscule compared to the sea kings of the Calm Belt. Its scales shimmered under the light of the stones, and its enormous mouth revealed sharp teeth, with wide, curious eyes fixated on the two diminutive humans. It was one thing for the water to be seawater, but to have a sea king present was utterly absurd. Luo Ya could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the emergence of the sea king. The pink sea creature, after observing Luo Ya and Roger for a moment, disregarded their presence and lunged at them with its gaping maw. Whatever it was, it intended to consume them. Faced with the oncoming threat of the Sea King's colossal mouth, Luo Ya and Roger unsheathed their swords. They swiftly evaded, executing a dual divine escape maneuver that cleaved the Sea King into 3 segments. The force of their strike reverberated through the ground, creating 2 deep furrows. With a hint of personal vendetta, they could not help but feel justified in their actions against the pink sea creature. As Luo Ya gazed at the lifeless body of the Sea King, he suddenly remembered he had skipped breakfast. Moreover, they were about to venture to the island, oblivious to what awaited them. It would be prudent to replenish their energy. Thus, they wasted no time and, at the shore, roasted the Sea King's flesh, complementing it with the fruits Luo Ya had cultivated for a delightful luncheon. After a satisfying meal and ample rest, Luo Ya crafted another wooden boat. Together, they embarked on their journey across the lake towards the island. The passage was smooth. No further Sea Kings emerged to assault their vessel. Luo Ya and Roger arrived at the island without incident. The ground was overgrown with wild grasses, starkly highlighted by the imposing castle and Anubis statue. Nearby, a few unidentified trees dotted the landscape. After surveying the island, they made their way towards the castle and statue. Clearly, The island had been devoid of human presence for a long time, as evidenced by the rampant overgrowth. The meticulously constructed stone path led directly to the castle, yet the cracks in the stones were devoid of any weeds. As if something were suppressing their growth, following the stone path, they approached the castle entrance. The castle was indeed a magnificent sight. Roger exclaimed in admiration at the structure before them. Luo Ya nodded in agreement, acknowledging its beauty. Although the castle showed signs of decay, its former grandeur was still evident in the decor. Moreover, the entrance bore an image of Anubis. Observing the depiction, Luo Ya raised his gaze. Despite the figure resembling Anubis, the natives referred to it as the colossal god Anubis. Could it be that this truly was the temple of Anubis? But if that were the case, how could this ancient Egyptian deity reside in a castle? And how did the lunar beings fit into the narrative? In the depths of Luo Ya's mind, a thought lingered. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. Perhaps the answer lay before him, capable of elucidating everything. Fortunately, the castle's door bore no traps, and Luo Ya easily pushed it open. The long-neglected entrance creaked ominously. He followed Roger into the castle, only to find the scene within shattered all his previous conjectures, leaving him utterly astonished. The interior of the castle resembled a grand palace, filled with resplendent golden architecture. With even the ground shimmering in gold point, 4 colossal golden pillars supported the magnificent structure. The walls were adorned with murals depicting Anubis. Most strikingly, at the far end of the palace stood a raised platform. What rested upon this platform astonished Luo Ya even further. Atop the tiered dais sat a golden throne, and upon that throne lounged a figure strikingly similar to Anubis himself. Clad in golden armor, wielding a scepter, with a head resembling that of a wolf, he was the very embodiment of the Egyptian god of the dead. What was happening here? Could this being truly be Anubis? Staring at the figure upon the platform, Luo Ya was overwhelmed. This was impossible. If Anubis truly existed, then why did the natives refer to him as Anus? And what was the story behind the moon dwellers? Roger was equally taken aback, gazing at Anubis in stunned silence. Luo Ya, however, remained skeptical that the figure before him was indeed Anubis, as he scanned the palace for any traces of the moon dwellers. Yet, aside from the opulent golden architecture, he found nothing, but a casual upward glance revealed something peculiar. Looking at the ceiling of the palace, Luo Ya noticed more depictions of Anubis, but something felt amiss. Of course, the height. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Though the distance between the floor and the ceiling of the golden palace was considerable, at least 20 meters, it paled in comparison to the overall height of the castle. Thus, there must be other areas above the palace ceiling. With this realization, Luo Ya stood still, scrutinizing the palace for any passageways leading to the ceiling. However, he found nothing, yet the platform where the Anubis-like figure sat seemed most suspicious. After sharing his suspicions about the dais and the ceiling with Roger, Luo Ya suggested they ascend the platform for a closer inspection. Roger agreed, and the two cautiously approached the dais. Since their entry, Anubis had remained silent upon his golden throne, leading Luo Ya to initially assume he was merely a statue. However, to their astonishment, as they took a few steps forward, the figure on the platform suddenly spoke. His voice resonated throughout the palace. "I am Anus, the master of death." Though Luo Ya and Roger could not comprehend the words, they felt the authority behind his voice. Startled, the two drew their blades and stood ready. Focusing intently on the figure of Anubis, the voice faded. They locked eyes with him, hesitant to make the first move, keenly observing what he might do next. The palace fell into silence. Luo Ya and Roger tensed, awaiting Anubis's next action, but after his declaration, he remained motionless, even his form unchanged. Exchanging glances, they cautiously stepped forward, only for Anubis to speak again, repeating his earlier proclamation. They halted, and once more, Anubis fell silent. What on earth was happening? Luo Ya thought, utterly bewildered by the figure on the platform. Roger looked at him, questioning whether to press on, but this time, Luo Ya shook his head, focusing on Anubis and summoning the system in his mind. Ready to scan the figure. "System, come forth. System, here I am. Host. What the hell? It's all gold everywhere. We've struck it rich. Host." Listening to the system's excited voice, Luo Ya, initially captivated by the figure of Anubis, had overlooked the fact that the palace was entirely made of gold. Of course, it was all gold. If only he could absorb the entire palace for card draws, regardless of whether this was the real god of death. He would still confront him, With that thought, Luo Ya instructed the system to scan the palace and absorb it. After the system's words, he finally grasped the reality. It was indeed all gold. If he could absorb it for card draws, who could possibly stand in his way? System. All right, host. Scanning now. WVE hit the jackpot. Luo Ya was lost in dreams of endless card draws. However, after what felt like an eternity of scanning, the system's next words jolted him back to reality. System. Nonsense. Host. WVE been tricked. This palace looks golden, but it's merely a facade. It's constructed from metal and coated with a layer of gold paint. Luo Ya, who had been laughing heartily in his mind, abruptly stopped. The feeling was akin to winning a 50 million lottery ticket only to discover it was expired upon attempting to claim the prize. Damn it, he had known there would be no easy path to success. After a prolonged silence, Luo Ya accepted this harsh reality and directed the system to scan the figure of Anubis on the platform. System. Scan the Anubis figure on the dais and determine whether he is truly Anubis or something else entirely. System. Oh. Upon discovering the palace's gold was a sham, the system lost interest, casually replying. After a brief scanning period, the system discerned the true nature of the figure on the platform and reported back to Luo Ya. Host. This being is a fake. Its body is constructed from rare metals. In other words, it is a robot. So that was it. Hearing the system's report lifted Luo Ya's spirits considerably. As long as it wasn't the actual god of death, he could still confront it. System. Well, I'm off then. After delivering its report, the system attempted to depart, but Luo Ya halted it, saying, Wait a moment. This wretched robot speaks every few steps we take. Don't leave just yet. Stay and translate what it says for me. System. Sure. All right, let us proceed. And you pay close attention. System. Wait a moment. What is it? I can translate for you, but it's quite laborious and will cost extra. How much? 10,000 belly. Grinding his teeth, Luo Ya begrudgingly agreed to the system's demands and exchanged a knowing glance with Roger. The two resumed their forward march. As anticipated, the Anubis figure on the dais spoke once more, prompting them to halt. His authoritative and profound voice echoed throughout the palace again, and Luo Ya seized the moment to remind the system to translate. The system quickly responded, conveying Anubis's words to Luo Ya. I am Anus, the master of death. Luo Ya pondered this proclamation carefully, unable to comprehend why the statue referred to itself as Anus. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he scoffed. Ha! What a grandiose claim for a mere robot to assert itself as the master of death. Inwardly, he communicated with the system. Let us keep walking. Whatever that figure says, translate it simultaneously. All right. Having instructed the system, Luo Ya turned to Roger and said, Roger, we will proceed without pause, regardless of whether the figure on the platform speaks. Roger nodded, indicating his understanding. The two continued their advance, and once again, the voice of Anubis resonated. However, this time, Roy and his companion did not pause, pressing onward as Anubis's voice echoed incessantly through the system's translation. Roy discerned that the robot was merely reiterating the same phrase. It was not until they reached the very heart of the palace that Anubis's words underwent a transformation. Advance no further. For beyond lies the domain of the divine, a realm not meant for mere mortals. Upon hearing this alteration in Anubis's tone, Roy's steps faltered momentarily. He contemplated halting Roger, but after a brief consideration, he resolved to proceed. Dismissing the voice of the Anubis robot, the duo continued their march, nearing the base of the elevated platform, when suddenly, the robot's words changed once more. This time, no translation was required. For both Roy and Roger comprehended the meaning clearly. Intruders detected, initiating defensive measures. The voice emitted by the Anubis robot now bore the unmistakable tone of a machine, calm, detached, devoid of its previous gravitas and depth. Startled by their newfound understanding, Roy and Roger instantly halted as the robot's words faded. A sound erupted behind them. They turned swiftly, witnessing a pillar over a meter in height rising from the ground at the palace's center, atop which rested a balance scale. With a sharp crack, the scale tipped to the left. In an instant, gravity inverted. Roy and Roger felt themselves propelled upwards, crashing towards the ceiling, which suddenly sprouted menacing spikes. In a moment of peril, Roy swiftly extended his right arm to grasp Roger's waist, while his left hand pointed toward the ground, exclaiming, "Would release! Great forest technique!" Instantly, wooden vines erupted from his left arm, piercing the ground to secure the two. They had barely slowed their ascent when the spikes threatened to impale them. Although both possessed the capability of armed color hockey, they had yet to attain full-body coverage. A collision with the spikes would surely result in injury, if not death. The vines in Roy's grasp began to retract, pulling them back to the ground just in time. He pressed a seed into the earth, causing it to sprout into vines that clutched their feet, preventing further ascent. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the balance scale at the palace's center stirred once more. With another crack, it returned to equilibrium. Roy and Roger felt the sensation of weightlessness dissipate, only to be replaced by an overwhelming burden pressing down upon them. Upon closer inspection, they saw the scale tilting to the right. This time, the Anubis on the platform stood upright. As the scale leaned further right, the gravitational force doubled, and Roy and Roger felt as if an immense weight bore down upon them, their legs sinking into the ground. The Anubis robot raised its mechanical arm, gripping a scepter high above its head, pointing it menacingly at the two. Its mechanical voice echoed, commencing extermination. It then leapt from the platform, bringing the scepter crashing down towards Roy and Roger. "This is bad. Run," Roy exclaimed, hastily releasing the vines and snaring their feet. As the vines withered, they quickly retreated. The scepter struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture instantly. Witnessing Anubis shatter the ground with his scepter, Roy couldn't help but scoff. Is that really how you use a scepter? However, before he could finish his thought, Anubis demonstrated the true power of the scepter. Raising it once more, a laser beam shot forth from its tip, hurtling toward them. "Watch out!" Both quickly dodged, the laser whizzing past and exploding upon impact with the ground, leaving a gaping crater that belched black smoke. Roy jumped back in alarm. Damn, just smash things instead. Returning his gaze to Anubis, he saw the scepter lifted again, but this time, it was aimed directly at Roger. Without hesitation, Roy and Roger raised their long knives, unleashing a goddess avoidance strike. The dual goddess avoidance met Anubis's scepter, forcing it back momentarily. However, before they could capitalize on the opening, Roger's long knife shattered against the onslaught. Roy immediately scattered seeds, transforming them into demonic mimosa and sunflowers to assault Anubis. He then retrieved another long knife from his arsenal for Roger. "Use hockey, otherwise you won't withstand his scepter," Roy instructed. "Understood," Roger nodded, accepting the long knife, which he coated with armed color hockey. Roy did the same, enveloping his weapon with hockey, and they advanced, striking at Anubis. The doubled gravity from the scale had little effect on Roy and Roger. Their speed was merely diminished. However, for the demonic mimosa and sunflowers, it was a devastating blow. The mimosa's movement slowed considerably, while the sunflower seed bullets fell victim to gravity before they could reach Anubis. Swiftly crushed by the sceptered as Roy and Roger swung their blades, enveloped in armed color hockey. Anubis met their assault with his own scepter. A resounding clash echoed through the air as Anubis was momentarily pushed back. In that instant, he swung his arm, releasing another laser beam from the scepter. The two quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. Glancing back at Anubis's scepter, Roy, observing that their dual goddess avoidance could not sever it, felt perplexed. What on earth is that thing made of? So tough. "Roger, you engage him directly. I'll find his weakness," Roy declared. Roger nodded, launching himself forward with his knife against Anubis, watching Anubis only fire lasers at intervals. Roy surmised that the robot needed to charge the shots, mentally noting the timing of each laser's release. Summoning the system, he inquired, "What is that robot's scepter made of? It's incredibly durable, and what weakness does it possess?" The system responded, "Upon scanning, I found that his scepter and armor are composed of sea prism stone. His vulnerability lies within the energy core in his chest. Damaging it will incapacitate him." Armed with this knowledge, Roy pondered strategies to exploit Anubis's weakness. Gently stroking his chin in contemplation, an idea began to form. He summoned his blade spirit, Ghost Claw, and Eve, directing Ghost Claw to grasp the heavy spirit, freeing his hands. He intended to instruct Eve to ensure her own safety and retreat. However, to his surprise, Eve brandished her wooden blade, enveloped in armed color hockey. With a swift motion, she struck Anubis at the waist, propelling him against the pillar before pursuing him further. Both Roy and Roger were taken aback by Eve's audacity. Roger quickly regained his composure, joining Eve in their assault on Anubis. Meanwhile, Roy silently lamented. "Sister, you're going to get me killed." Casting a disdainful glance at Ghost Claw, He prepared to execute his plan that he scattered seeds that blossomed into a duplicate Roy. This technique combined would release with the fruit of the seed. Allowing him to utilize would release ninjutsu without hand seals, he entrusted the heavy spirit to his wooden doppelganger, who held it firmly. As Anubis unleashed another laser, Roy advanced, wielding the heavy spirit and joining Eve and Roger in their stand against Anubis. Sister, Roger, knock that guy over to my side. The two individuals nodded, and 3 blades struck Anubis. Although they could not breach the sea stone armor encasing him, their efforts were sufficient to send him hurtling away. The trio propelled Anubis towards the essence of Luo Ya. It was then that Eve and Roger noticed the existence of 2 Luo Yas, leaving them utterly perplexed that Luo Ya's original form promptly embraced the incoming Anubis. The wood release, great forest technique was activated. Countless vines sprouted from his arms, ensnaring Anubis, while the ghastly claw seized Anubis's staff, lifting it forcefully to reveal his chest. Immediately, the wooden clone of Luo Ya exerted all its strength to hurl the heavy spirit away. With a whoosh, the heavy spirit soared through the air, and just as it was about to pierce Anubis and himself, Luo Ya instantly swapped positions with his wooden clone. The wooden clone transformed into a wooden man, and the heavy spirit accurately stabbed into Anubis's chest, binding him to the wooden figure. The heavy spirit struck the chest of Anubis's robotic form, intertwining him with the wooden entity in an instant. The light in Anubis's eyes dimmed, and he remained frozen in the position he held when pierced by the heavy spirit. His grip on the staff remained tight. Luo Ya cautiously approached, observing that Anubis was still immobile. He then extracted the heavy spirit, causing the wooden man to collapse and shatter upon impact. With the heavy spirit in hand, Luo Ya glanced back at Eve, who smiled at him and nodded, seeing her reaction. Luo Ya sheathed the heavy spirit, and the ghastly claw along with Eve disappeared in an instant. With his hands freed, Luo Ya had no intention of returning to Roger's side. Instead, he began rummaging through Anubis. Noticing his actions, Roger approached and inquired, "Luo Ya, what are you doing?" Luo Ya replied while sifting through Anubis's armor, "This armor appears quite valuable. If we strip it off and sell it, along with his staff, perhaps you could manage to detach it." "Oh," Roger responded, extending his hand to grasp the staff, exerting force in an attempt to pry it from Anubis's grasp. However, as he pulled with all his might, the tip of the staff erupted in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire space. Even though Anubis's energy core had been destroyed by the heavy spirit, he spoke once more. Luo Ya heard only 6 words. Self-destruction sequence initiated. 3. Damn it. Roger, run. Luo Ya exclaimed, yanking Roger backwards. Point 2. Realizing the countdown was nearing its end. Luo Ya understood that even if they ran, they would not escape far enough. He relinquished his hold on Roger's hand, clasped his palms together, and summoned all the chakra within him, shouting, "Would release, bamboo barrier technique." 1. A massive shield resembling a grotesque face appeared instantaneously, shielding the two of them. The countdown ceased, and Anubis's form turned transparent, dissipating into nothingness. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, leaving both Luo Ya and Roger's ears ringing. The energy unleashed by the explosion, along with debris, slammed against the grotesque shield, causing it to crack rapidly. Luo Ya and Roger clung tightly to the shield, unwilling to let go. As the explosive sounds faded, Luo Ya and Roger remained unscathed behind the grotesque shield. "Thank goodness we reacted in time. Otherwise, we would have met our end here," Luo Ya said, releasing his grip on the shield along with Roger. However, the shield toppled forward, revealing the aftermath of the explosion. Before them lay a vast chasm, perfectly created without damaging the 4 pillars supporting the palace. The edge was perilously close to Luo Ya and Roger's feet. Had it been a fraction larger, they might have fallen into the abyss. Black smoke billowed from the center of the chasm, indicating that the explosion had indeed been immensely powerful, while the grotesque shield lay below. Surprisingly, Anubis's armor and staff remained untouched within the chasm, unscathed by the explosion, while the balance scale had been obliterated, nullifying its gravity-enhancing effects. "Damn, that's incredible," Roger exclaimed, awestruck by the chasm before them. However, upon spotting the staff and armor within the pit, his astonishment transformed into elation. He swiftly sent forth 2 vines to retrieve the staff and armor, claiming them as his own. And no wonder it's made of sea stone. It's exceptionally durable. After stowing the staff and armor in his inventory, He and Roger made their way to the elevated platform to search for a passageway leading to the ceiling of the palace. The duo approached the chair where Anubis had previously sat, exploring for any hidden mechanisms. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing. Roger furrowed his brow and turned to Luo Ya, asking, "Luo Ya, what now? It seems there are no mechanisms here." Luo Ya, equally perplexed, responded, "That shouldn't be the case. This palace is devoid of any features. And the elevated platform and chair seem the most suspicious. If there were a mechanism, it should be here," Roger suggested. "I think perhaps your assumption may be flawed. The mechanism could be located elsewhere." Luo Ya nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility. "Why don't you check the wall behind the chair? I will continue examining the chair itself." Roger complied, moving to inspect the wall while Luo Ya persisted in his search at the chair. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, neither of them had discovered anything. Exhausted, Luo Ya sank into the chair, intending to rest for a moment. However, to his surprise, his mere act of sitting triggered a mechanism. The once stationary chair suddenly flipped backward and sank down slightly. Luo Ya was taken aback and quickly leaped up on Roger's end. Facing the wall behind the chair, a stone door measuring 3 meters high and 2 meters wide slowly rose, revealing a small chamber. Roger immediately called out, "Luo Ya, come quickly. There's a passage." Luo Ya hurried over, and as they stepped into the space, Roger was baffled by the small chamber, yet Luo Ya felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "Isn't this an elevator?" Luo Ya exclaimed as he took a seat in the chair, inadvertently triggering the mechanism. Behind the chair, a compact metallic space appeared. The two entered the metallic chamber, and as the stone door descended, 2 iron doors emerged from within, sealing the space. Observing the surroundings, they noticed 2 buttons marked with upward and downward arrows beside the doors. Roger was confused, but Luo Ya was all too familiar with the setup. "This is indeed an elevator." Roger, now utterly bewildered, asked, "An elevator?" "You could think of it as a lift," Luo Ya clarified. He promptly pressed the button indicating upward. The elevator began to operate instantly. After a few seconds, the doors reopened, revealing a scene entirely different from the palace. Before them lay a vast expanse of technology. It was a colossal laboratory. Directly facing Luo Ya and Roger was a massive electronic screen, with a complex control panel situated below it. As Luo Ya gazed at the scene, he felt that this was the rightful way forward. Meanwhile, Roger stood in stunned silence, mouth agape, eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. The two stepped out of the elevator, glancing around to take in the entirety of the laboratory. The space was divided into 2 sections, separated by a large transparent glass wall. The left side occupied approximately 1/3 of the area and appeared to be a living quarter, while the remaining space was entirely devoted to experimental zones. Before them was the control panel, with a myriad of instruments lining the right side, arranged in a circular formation, suggesting that there had once been something substantial at the center. Luo Ya and Roger approached the control panel. Luo Ya sought clues, while Roger's curiosity led him to examine everything in sight. "Luo Ya, what are all these?" Roger queried, his eyes wide with intrigue. Luo Ya, unsure of how to respond, simply said, I can't quite describe it either." "Regardless, you merely need to comprehend that this pertains to technology, capable of creating remarkably powerful inventions." "Oh, is that so? I understand." Roger nodded in acknowledgement. "No, you do not grasp the situation," Roy silently retorted within. The two approached the control panel. Staring at the densely packed buttons above, Roy felt utterly overwhelmed. How could he possibly decipher these contraptions? Roger, too, gazed inquisitively at the control panel, poised to press a button. However, just as his hand extended, Roy swiftly swatted it away, exclaiming, "Do not touch anything. Roger, we certainly do not wish to inadvertently activate a defense system akin to Anubis." With a mild exclamation, Roger withdrew his hand and inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Let me ponder for a moment." Roy replied dismissively, yet he did not genuinely contemplate. Relying solely on his own thoughts would likely lead to an interminable wait. When faced with difficulties, one should seek assistance from the system. Roy mentally called out to the system, asking if there was a way to activate the screen, as it might contain information about this place. System, indeed, host, this control panel, along with the instruments, cannot be activated. They do not operate on electricity, but rather a unique energy source. Unfortunately, the energy within these devices has been entirely depleted. Roy, Is there a way for you to procure this energy? System. Negative. If it were feasible, it would have been obtained long ago. And I would have informed you that it sells for 10,000 Baileys per gram. The system firmly asserted its refusal, leaving Roy in a quandary. The system itself was at a loss. Unable to comprehend the situation that if they returned empty-handed, burdened with confusion, Roy, a compulsive individual, would surely spiral into distress. Though Roy had acquired the fruit, the historical text, the seastone scepter, and armor, it could be said that he had profited immensely. Yet, this was not merely a matter of wealth. A secret, a monumental secret lay before him, and he could not bear to overlook it. After all the exploration, just when he was on the verge of uncovering this astonishing secret, he found himself unable to proceed. Returning home under such circumstances would leave Roy's spirits akin to that of a friend who suddenly messages you, saying, "I have something to tell you, but do not share it with anyone." You would eagerly await, ready to hear the juicy tidbit, only to find your friend has disappeared, leaving you alone in a whirlwind of confusion, expressing your vexation in a flood of exasperated messages. Roy was unwilling to return in such a manner. He suggested to Roger that they search for other items that might contain information, such as notebooks. The two scoured the area for quite some time, rifling through everything. The experimental zone was filled solely with instruments. With no other options, they reluctantly shifted their focus to their last hope, the living area. Upon reaching the glass barrier, they peered inside. The interior was furnished with numerous beds and tables, with merely a cooking station visible. Nothing else caught their eye. Just as Roy was about to surrender, he suddenly caught sight of a stone sculpture resembling a lunar being tucked away in the far right corner of the living area. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, a statue. A statue. By all that's sacred. A mouse talisman. If only they could place the mouse talisman on the statue, it would animate and reveal whatever information they sought. At long last, Roy conceived a plan that in his excitement, he momentarily forgot about the glass barrier, attempting to walk straight through. With a resounding thud, he collided with the glass, jolting him back to reality, feeling along the glass. Roy initially intended to shatter it, but the thought of the shards potentially engulfing them both deterred him. He and Roger began to search the glass for a means of access. After several minutes, Roy finally discovered a transparent glass button. Upon pressing it, the glass before them rose, revealing a door. As they entered the living area, Roy silently cursed the designer's parents 100 times over. Upon stepping into the living area, Roy dashed towards the statue, with Roger closely in tow. Approaching the statue, Roy flipped his hand, revealing the mouse talisman. Just as he was about to place the talisman upon the statue, he heard Roger's voice inquire, "Roy, what is this?" Roy contemplated for a moment, reasoning that Roger would soon witness the statue come to life, so he divulged the name and abilities of the mouse talisman. "Roger, what an astonishing ability. Where do you acquire all these peculiar items, Roy?" "Roy. Actually, I am not Roy. My name is Dora A.V.Dream. I possess a dimensional pocket filled with all sorts of bizarre gadgets. Do you believe me, Roger?" "I believe." "Roy, I hardly believe it myself." "Now, hush." After their explanation, Roy eagerly pressed the mouse talisman against the statue. As he activated the talisman, it emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the statue. As the white light dissipated, the statue's gray skin gradually transformed into a flesh tone. Its attire and wings returned to their original colors, a white robe and white wings. Thanks to the mouse talisman, the statue came to life. The statue's eyes, indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person, blinked in confusion as it gazed at Roy and Roger. Upon witnessing the statue's revival, Roger exclaimed in exhilaration, "It's truly alive. This is incredible." At that moment, the lunar being, having regained its senses, noticed that Roy and Roger lacked wings. Assuming a defensive posture, it exclaimed, "Who are you?" Before Roy could respond, the being scanned its surroundings. "This is the experimental base. Am I not dead? Why am I back in the experimental base?" "We are," Roy began, but the lunar being interrupted. "Silence. Are you agents sent by Alum? You filthy soldiers, go die." As the lunar being grew increasingly agitated, it raised its fist and struck Roger's chest with a resounding thud. Roger remained unscathed, while the lunar being winced in pain, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts. Damn it, do not underestimate me." The lunar being, undeterred by the lesson, aimed a kick at Roy's leg. The same sound echoed, yielding the same result, leaving the lunar being clutching its foot in agony. "Do not get cocky. If I had a weapon in hand, I could easily annihilate you. Though uncertain of why it had returned to life, the lunar being concluded, "You must be agents of alum. Just kill me. I shall never submit to him." After declaring this, the lunar being closed its eyes, adopting a posture of unwavering defiance. Roy and Roger exchanged glances. Roy pondered, "What is this fool doing?" Tentatively, he spoke. This esteemed individual. Is it acceptable to refer to someone from 800 years ago as Big Brother? Big Brother. We do not know anyone named Alum, nor could we possibly be his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the lunar being opened its eyes once more, scrutinizing the two. "Oh, you are part of the United Army?" "No, that cannot be. While we collaborated with the United Army, they are unaware of this base. Do not attempt to deceive me." Roy was utterly baffled by the lunar being's words. What was Alum? What was the United Army? They were speaking entirely different languages. Despite this, Roy replied, "My good sir, we truly are not deceiving you. Furthermore, I must inform you that the year is 1454 in the C-round calendar." Roy's words fell. The lunar being abruptly lifted its head, fixating its gaze on Roy. "What did you say? 1454. This is impossible. This cannot be. 800 years. How could 800 years have passed in an instant?" Luo Ya met his gaze with unwavering determination and declared, "I assure you, it is indeed the year 1454 of the Oceanic calendar. Your resurrection is attributed to the mouse talisman." The Moon Man fell silent for an extended period upon hearing this revelation. Eventually, he sighed deeply and remarked, "Has technology advanced to such an extent in 1454? Can a statue be revived with memories? Such advanced technology. Have we truly been outmatched by Alum, who now holds dominion over the world?" Luo Ya contemplated for a moment before responding. The most formidable institutions at sea would be the world government and the navy. As for who rules the world, that repugnant cadre of gluttonous celestial dragons, I suppose, could be considered as such. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the Moon Man's demeanor shifted from despair to exhilaration as he exclaimed, "The world government? The celestial dragons? So it is. Alum has succumbed to us. That colossal nation has been vanquished." Luo Ya found himself perplexed. Yet, the phrases concerning the demise of the great nation from over 8 centuries ago hinted at the Moon Man's meaning. This was indeed a matter that transpired a century prior. The recent influx of news has become increasingly sensational. My friend, I confess I do not fully grasp your words. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss? You could enlighten me about the events of your era while I relay the current state of affairs." Luo Ya suggested, gesturing toward the table behind them. Eager to extract more information from the Moon Man glanced at the table, then at the two of them, before ultimately nodding in agreement. He too was curious about the present condition of his fellow Moon inhabitants. The three of them approached the table and took their seats, with Luo Ya and Roger facing the Moon Man. A brief silence ensued, which Luo Ya eventually broke. "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" The Moon Man grinned proudly. "I am Alsace, the most astute individual on the moon. I was the leader of the expedition from over 800 years ago." "And we are," Luo Ya interjected, pointing to himself and Roger. "I am Luo Ya, and this is Roger. Might I request that you share the events of your time with us, while we discuss the present world?" After a moment of contemplation, Alsace nodded in agreement. Alsace prepared to speak. He hesitated, unsure of where to begin. "Where should I start?" Luo Ya leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table, brimming with anticipation. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback by Alsace's counter-question. "Why did you descend from the moon, and why establish your base here? Most importantly, what is this deity Anus you speak of?" "Anus?" Alsace replied. "Ah, you mean that dog-headed statue. It was merely a ruse we devised to deceive the indigenous people into assisting us, fabricated in the likeness of Anubis." After a brief pause, Luo Ya asked, "If it is indeed in the likeness of Anubis, why is it referred to as Anus?" At this, Alsace appeared somewhat embarrassed and stammered, "A friend of mine." "Yes, a friend. Crafted that name in an attempt to bamboozle the locals, while designing the robot, my friend. Unfamiliar with the indigenous language, mistakenly programmed it as Anus instead of Anubis. The locals accepted it as a deity, and we saw no reason to amend it." Luo Ya was left speechless. His myriad questions stemmed from a mere error in voice settings. "I can't believe this." After taking a deep breath, he steered the conversation back on track. "Let us return to the matter at hand. Why did you descend from the moon?" Alsace nodded, ready to elaborate. But Luo Ya abruptly interrupted him. Confused, Alsace watched as Luo Ya tossed several seeds. An apple tree sprang forth, and tendrils emerged from the ground, automatically plucking apples and presenting them before Luo Ya and Roger. Another seed transformed into a Sun King. "What shall I do, boss?" inquired the Sun King. "Spit out some sunflower seeds," he instructed. The Sun King turned to Alsace, asking, "Does the boss want me to attack him with seeds?" Luo Ya shook his head. "No, just spit out some seeds for the table. I wish to snack." The Sun King responded with a puzzled expression. Before long, the table before Luo Ya and Roger was piled high with seeds and apples. Roger happily munched on an apple while Luo Ya cracked seeds, then turned his attention back to Alsace, stating, "Now you may proceed." Alsace shot him an exasperated glance. However, the sight of the apples made him slightly envious. Yet, being the most intelligent of the Moon people, his pride prevented him from asking Luo Ya for any. He began. "Thousands of years ago, the Moon's resources became depleted. Our ancestors descended to your blue planet in search of a solution. After some time, they discovered a means to resolve the Moon's energy crisis. The quest for all devil fruits capable of generating electricity." "The thunder fruit?" Luo Ya inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, the thunder fruit is viable. However, when our ancestors attempted to return to the Moon, half chose to remain here. The leader of that expedition did not object, as the exhaustion of other resources left the thunder fruit for them. Should they miss their homeland, they could utilize the thunder fruit to generate electricity and control a vessel back to the Moon. Ah, I see." Luo Ya mused internally, now understanding why the thunder fruit was found in the Sky Island. The remaining ancestors opted to return to the Moon. After several years of research, they successfully developed the technology to allow objects to consume devil fruits, utilizing the remaining resources from the Moon. They constructed energy storage devices to consume the electricity-generating devil fruits. They assembled these into a singular machine capable of unlimited discharge, which we named the Star Core. Thanks to the Star Core, the energy crisis on the Moon was finally resolved, allowing us to continue our existence there. Luo Ya nodded, surprised by the history of the Moon. He reflected, "No wonder I never encountered other fruits capable of controlling lightning in the anime of my past life." A thought struck him, though. While he found the tale fascinating, he questioned the relevance of their return to this world. "What connection does this have to your current visit here?" Luo Ya asked. Alsace, feeling parched, disregarded all else and bit into an apple, quenching his thirst with the sweet juice as he continued. "As I was about to explain, after resolving the energy issue, our ancestors thrived on the Moon for millennia without incident, until our generation. My mentor, Alum, was the most distinguished scientist of our time. Due to his exceptional skills, he was responsible for the maintenance of the Star Core. Much of my scientific knowledge was imparted by him. I held him in high regard, viewing him as a revered elder, aspiring to possess the same proficiency in maintaining the Star Core. Yet, to my dismay, he betrayed us and absconded with the Star Core to your blue planet." Alsace's voice grew increasingly fervent. He could not fathom why his esteemed mentor would turn against them and steal the Star Core. He had always believed in Alum's integrity and that he could not possibly commit such an act. Suddenly rising, he exclaimed, "I could never have imagined my mentor would do such a thing. I held him in the highest esteem, considering him an embodiment of excellence, my pride. Yet, I cannot forgive his treachery or his deception. I must reclaim the Star Core." Alsace spoke through gritted teeth, his expression fierce as if he were ready to devour someone whole. However, such outbursts were merely futile venting. Observing his demeanor, Luo Ya promptly interjected, "Please, do not become overly agitated. Over 8 centuries have passed since your time, and your mentor may very well have turned to dust by now. What purpose does your anger serve at this moment?" Upon hearing Roya's words, Alsace returned to his seat. "You are right. After such a lengthy span of time, what good does my anger do? I only wish to know the current state of the Moon." Roya nodded and encouraged him to continue. "What transpired after your teacher, Assam, absconded with the Star Core? It was Alum. What Assam?" Alsace retorted that it was then that Roya realized his mistake. "Oh, yes, Alum, my apologies." Roya expressed his desire for milk tea. "After my old Alum stole the Star Core, he fled to your blue planet. Fortunately, the energy generated by the Star Core each time it powers up can sustain all of us Moon dwellers for a month, that if we are frugal. It could last at least 2 months. Thus, We must locate Alum and reclaim the star core within 2 months. Upon learning of Alum's theft, the most esteemed elder on our moon gathered all the moon inhabitants for a meeting to discuss a strategy. Ultimately, it was decided that the elders would remain on the moon to continue researching the possibility of energy regeneration, while 100 of us, the strongest in both might and intellect, would take the majority of the remaining energy to power our ship and pursue Alum. I am one of that 100, and their leader. We launched our ship, bidding farewell to our families, arriving here with the conviction that we could only succeed and must not fail, although the elders stayed behind to study energy regeneration. We understood that achieving success within 2 months was implausible. They had not succeeded in thousands of years, so how could they succeed in merely a month? Upon our arrival, we immediately began searching for Alum. Yet his whereabouts remained elusive. To conserve energy, we had no choice but to halt the ship and inquire about his location. However, news was scarce, and just when we were as anxious as ants in a hot pot, a lead finally emerged. What lead? Luo Ya asked, captivated and eager for more information. Alsace picked up an apple and continued. We discovered that the king of the enormous kingdom possessed remarkably advanced weaponry carried by his soldiers, far beyond what you could wield at that time. This must be the handiwork of Alum. That day, the strongest among us infiltrated the royal palace and, indeed, spotted Alum. The following day, we attacked the palace, forcing Alum to emerge and surrender the star core. Yet, we underestimated his capabilities. He had developed a formidable weapon, and combined with the soldiers' arms, we were outmatched and had to retreat temporarily, unbeknownst to us. The sunflower seeds on the table had been entirely consumed by Luo Ya, who, losing interest in eating, immediately inquired, and then? Then we found a place to rest the ship, but by a stroke of luck, we learned that the D tribe was leading a coalition of 20 nations to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the enormous kingdom. The D tribe, the previously quiet Roger, who had been munching on an apple, could no longer remain silent upon hearing that term. Alsace cast a glance at him and said, "Yes, the D tribe. What of it?" Luo Ya interjected, aiding Roger. "He is a descendant of the D tribe." Alsace's expression shifted to one of realization, understanding why he could withstand my punch. Luo Ya smiled, thinking to himself, "Well, you were weak to begin with, and then, after discovering their plans to overthrow the kingdom, did you collaborate with them?" Alsace nodded affirmatively. "Yes, collaborating with them, as they aimed to topple the kingdom's rule while we sought to reclaim the star core, would create a win-win situation. The members of the D tribe were indeed formidable. But the kingdom also harbored fierce characters, and with Alum's invented weaponry, the coalition's forces stood little chance. Thus, when we approached them and demonstrated the potency of our weapons, they readily agreed to cooperate. We left half of our number at their camp to assist in weapon construction. Meanwhile, I led the remaining individuals in search of a location to devise even more powerful weaponry, and after much deliberation, we settled here due to the abundance of sea stone. With the help of instruments and the locals in excavating the sea stone, after a month's labor, we finally succeeded in constructing a ship entirely made of sea stone, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Given its dark exterior, I named it the Underworld King. The Underworld King. Roger exclaimed in astonishment. He was certainly familiar with the 3 legendary ancient weapons in the pirate world. The 3 kings, Heavenly King, Sea King, and Underworld King. It was merely unexpected for him to learn that the Underworld King was crafted by this moon dweller. In contrast, Luo Ya appeared less surprised. During their earlier passage, Luo Ya had observed the murals, and, upon learning from Alsace that these events occurred during the blank century, he had surmised that the ship created by the moon dwellers was either the Underworld King or the Heavenly King. As for the 3 kings, Luo Ya was only certain that the Sea King referred to the merfolk capable of summoning colossal sea creatures. Regarding the Underworld King and the Heavenly King, the manga had never depicted the entirety of these ancient weapons. Luo Ya only knew that the Underworld King was an extraordinarily powerful battleship, while he had no information on the Heavenly King, save for its other name, Uranus. Then, after you constructed the Underworld King, did you engage in a decisive battle with Alum and the kingdom? Luo Ya inquired. Alsace lowered his head, an expression of sorrow overtaking him, as if to say the battle had been fiercely contested. Neither Luo Ya nor Roger pressed him, allowing him a moment to alleviate his emotions. Did you emerge victorious? Knowing of the kingdom's downfall and the subsequent establishment of a world government by the other 20 nations, Roya cautiously probed further. He sought to uncover the specifics of the great conflict and its aftermath. Upon Roya's inquiry, Alsa's body trembled slightly. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze filled with resignation and bitterness. That I do not know. You do not know? Roya asked, perplexed, because I perished suddenly while steering the underworld king towards the battlefield. Alsa's replied softly, his tone heavy with guilt and regret. Upon hearing Alsa's confession, Roya spat out a mouthful of apple, caught in a coughing fit. Sudden death? So abrupt? Roya found it hard to believe, and both he and Roger were momentarily struck dumb. Alsa's nodded, confessing that his concern for his fellow moon dwellers had consumed him, leading him to pour his heart and soul into the construction of the underworld king. Only to meet an unforeseen silence. Roya and the others could hardly fathom that Alsa's had vanished under such circumstances. For a time, both were engulfed in profound silence. After a while, Roya sighed and addressed Alsa's. So, you mean to say you remain unaware of the ultimate outcome of the battle, and the details of the conflict are unknown to you as well? Alsa's nodded once more. Roya exhaled deeply. Do you know of a person named Joy Boy? Joy Boy? It seems that the leader of the D tribe back then was indeed named Joy Boy. Alsa's pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing his words, Roya was taken aback. The leader of the D tribe was none other than Joy Boy. Luo Ya pondered the information he had gleaned from his previous life, contemplating how Joy Boy had left a letter of apology as the historical text deep within the forest of the sea on Fishman Island. Speculation abounded that Joy Boy was the architect of Noah, a vessel designed to carry the merfolk to the land for a new life. Based on these two conjectures, Luo Ya formulated a bold hypothesis. He surmised that when Alsace arrived to study and construct the Pluton, Joy Boy, as the leader of the D clan, personally visited the merfolk and made a promise to the then Sea King. The mermaid princess he asked for her assistance in the Great War to overthrow the tyrannical kingdom, vowing that after the battle, he would transport the merfolk to the surface using Noah. Yet, for reasons unknown, after the war concluded and the kingdom was toppled, Joy Boy failed to fulfill his promise, or perhaps was unable to do so, leaving behind the letter of apology in the forest of the sea. If Alam's formidable weapon was indeed Uranus, then this would mark the War of the Three Kings. Luo Ya boldly speculated further. Should Alsace refer to the powerful weapon invented by Alam as Uranus, then the conflict that led to the kingdom's overthrow must have been the grand spectacle of the War of the Three Kings. For now, the world is ruled by the celestial dragons and the world government, indicating that both the kingdom and Alam must have been defeated. But what became of Alam in the end? Did he perish? And what of him? Might there be a connection between the two? Furthermore, why was Joy Boy unable to honor his commitment? After the smaller kingdoms overthrew the tyrannical regime and established the world government, calling themselves the Celestial Dragons, why did they conceal the events of that blank century? What transpired during that time? What secrets lay hidden? Luo Ya's mind raced with questions, yet he found no answers. Stealing a glance at Alsace, disappointment filled his gaze. Must I look at you with such despondence? The feeling of being only half-informed about such monumental historical events is truly maddening, and the matter of that blank century is particularly vexing. Luo Ya felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Unwilling to concede, he scanned the living area, hoping to discover a second statue. Ultimately, however, he was left disheartened. Aside from the astute Alsace, there were no other statues to be found. Luo Ya attempted once more to locate a second statue within the living area. But aside from Alsace's likeness, none were present. Reluctantly, he returned his gaze to Alsace, feeling increasingly irked. The sensation of hearing only half of such critical revelations is exceedingly irritating. Suppressing his emotions, Luo Ya racked his brain for anything else he might inquire of Alsace. However, given Alsace's untimely demise and lack of experience in the Great War, it seemed there was little else to discuss. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had pilfered a piece of historical text from the native's treasury. Perhaps this young man, Alsace, could decipher it. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the historical text from the storage. Roger, meanwhile, was startled by the sudden appearance of the historical document. What is this? How did you get it? Technology? Fruitability? Luo Ya did not respond to how he had acquired the historical text. Instead, he pointed at it and retorted, "This is a historical document, and the inscriptions upon it should be the script of your era. The one we utilize here." Historical document? Alsace murmured, then inquired, "What history does it record?" The text chronicles the events surrounding the blank period, specifically the Great War. Can you comprehend it? Luo Ya replied with remarkable composure. However, Alsace was anything but calm. Recognizing that it pertained to the war between the Alliance and the kingdom, which involved his kin and alum, he abruptly rose and approached the historical text, scrutinizing the inscriptions with a furrowed brow. Luo Ya and Roger followed him to the front of the document, choosing not to interrupt his contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, Alsace finally finished reading the historical account that he slowly lowered his head. Observing this, Luo Ya immediately asked, "What do you think? Can you understand it? What does it record?" Alsace remained silent, merely shaking his head. Seeing his expression, Luo Ya felt a pang of dread in his heart. "What does your shaking head signify? You can't understand it." Alsace turned slowly to face Luo Ya and replied, "No, I can understand it. The script is indeed from our time. But what? Speak quickly," Luo Ya urged anxiously. Thinking, what is with the suspense at this late hour? The document contains no record of the war's outcome, nor any details of the other battles. It solely documents a weapon known as Uranus. Uranus? Luo Ya exclaimed in astonishment. "Recite the inscriptions aloud," he commanded, fixing his gaze on Alsace. Alsace nodded, turning back to the historical text and reading the contents word for word. The demon weapon, Uranus, that stands in the sky. Blocking the sun.it can manipulate the weather, wielding immense power. It can sever seas, split mountains, and cause earthquakes. Its location remains unknown, but its owner is who? Luo Ya interjected immediately. Alsace returned his gaze to Luo Ya and slowly uttered two words, Im. Upon hearing the name, Luo Ya felt a mix of reason and surprise. The notion that Uranus was in Im's possession was widely accepted as the most plausible theory. The historical document now unequivocally indicated that Uranus was indeed in Im's hands. This confirmed that Im had indeed lived for 800 years, having existed during the blank century. Yet, this raised questions. Was Uranus truly invented by alum? If so, why was it in Im's possession? Or could it be that alum from 800 years ago is the same as the current Im? If they are indeed the same person, then why did the Kazuki clan inscribe Im's name rather than alum's on the document, which they forged and engraved? Luo Ya felt as though he were losing his mind amidst the barrage of questions crowding his thoughts. He scratched his head in frustration, realizing that the current information could not definitively determine whether alum and Im were one and the same, that if they were, and Uranus was indeed alum's invention. Why would the Kazuki clan record his name as Im? The only conclusion Luo Ya could draw was that alum had changed his name to Im during the War of the Three Kings. Thus, after the battle, the Kazuki clan referred to him as Im in the historical document. Aside from this deduction, he could think of no other reasonable explanation. Yet, if this were the case, why would alum change his name for no apparent reason? Stuck in a quandary, he was convinced that alum was indeed Im, and he continued to ponder. However, Alsace's next statement shattered all of Luo Ya's theories that I remember now. I believe I have heard of him. He was one of the kings among the 20 nations in the Alliance. As soon as he uttered these words, Luo Ya's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Luo Ya had expected that the historical document obtained from the natives' treasury would contain accounts of the blank century. However, he was taken aback to find it detailed Uranus and its owner, Im. Not only did he gain no insight into the events of the blank century, but it also raised further questions. After his deductions, he had assumed that alum and Im were the same person, yet Alsace now claimed that Im was a king among the 20 kingdoms. Luo Ya was utterly bewildered. What was going on? If Im and alum were not the same individual, then did Im invent Uranus himself? Given the technological capabilities of the pirate world at that time, could Im have truly invented Uranus? Or perhaps Uranus was not merely a weapon, but a living being? A torrent of bewilderment consumed Luo Ya's mind, the weight of this uncertainty pressing down upon him like a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. Such a conjecture cast a pall over his spirits. Luo Ya understood that if the king were a product of technology, the technological advancements within the pirate world had not yet reached the capacity to create such a being, not even in this era. Conversely, if the king were a living entity, could it be that Im's longevity was a gift conferred by the king? It was precisely due to the formidable strength of the king that Joy Boy, as a leader of the D lineage, could not thwart Im and their establishment of the world government, thus dominating the world. After much contemplation, Luo Ya let out a deep sigh, choosing to release himself from these burdens. These are merely my speculations. To uncover the entirety of the blank century's history, there will be ample time to seek the historical truth alongside Roger during our future voyages at sea. For now, it is best to grant myself some respite. If I continue down this path of chaotic musings, I might end up pulling out my own hair. Raising his head and exhaling, he turned to Alsace and expressed, I am immensely grateful for the information you have shared with me. Alsace, if you have any inquiries regarding the present era, do not hesitate to ask us both. Alsace nodded in acknowledgement. The trio returned to the table. Alsace gazed at the two, offering a wry smile as he spoke. I am a man of the past, devoid of curiosity about the present. I merely wish to know how things are on the moon now. How have my brethren fared in your realm? Luo Ya pondered before responding. As for the current state of affairs on the moon, I am unaware, though I know there are many robots up there. However, I do recall the lunar inhabitants who remained with us. It is said that there exists a sky island soaring 10,000 meters above the Grand Line, inhabited by winged beings akin to yourselves. I surmise they must be the descendants of your kin. Alsace listened intently. Once Luo Ya finished speaking, he quietly nodded and replied, Is that so? Then it appears that my brethren who stayed here are thriving. Yet, what of my family on the moon? Alsace's expression gradually shifted to one of sorrow. Observing this, Luo Ya offered consolation. Your grief serves little purpose now. You have exerted your utmost efforts, though your journey was cut short. While I am uncertain about the moon's circumstances, I can assure you that the alliance of kingdoms triumphed over the Great Kingdom in their fierce conflict. If Alum remained aligned with the Great Kingdom, he surely faced defeat. Perhaps the Star Core has been returned to the moon by your companions. As Luo Ya's words of comfort sank in, Alsace gradually regained his composure. You are correct. Perhaps my kin are indeed living well on the moon. Luo Ya regarded him, suddenly struck by an idea. You have assisted me immensely. Although I cannot escort you to the moon, and the rat charm cannot remain effective indefinitely, I can promise to transport your statue to the Sky Island and use the rat charm to revive you once more. Allowing you to meet your brethren there, wouldn't that alleviate any lingering regrets? Upon hearing Luo Ya's proposal, Alsace immediately rose and bowed deeply, exclaiming, You are truly a kind soul. I am indebted to you. Luo Ya waved his hand with a smile, replying, There is no need for thanks. We are merely assisting one another. In truth, Luo Ya was not one to make casual promises to others, even for something that seemed a simple task. His true intention was to tap into the vast reservoir of technological wisdom residing in Alsace's mind. The prospect of taking him to the Sky Island was merely a means to foster goodwill, ensuring that when revived through the rat charm, he would willingly impart his advanced scientific knowledge. After some reflection, realizing there was little left to explore, Luo Ya decided it was time to depart. He turned to Alsace and said, We shall take our leave now. Once I remove the rat charm, I will carry your statue with me. Until we meet again. Alsace nodded in response, until next time. Observing this, Luo Ya prepared to detach the rat charm from Alsace. Yet his hand halted abruptly. He suddenly recalled how Alsace and his companions had managed to navigate the king from their experimental base, and inquired about the matter. Oh, that is simple. Behind the colossal Anubis statue outside the base lies a mechanism. By pressing the staff held by the Anubis robot against the mechanism, a massive stone door opens, granting access to the outside. That is how the seawater was channeled into the base, Alsace explained. Luo Ya exclaimed, retrieving the staff from the storage. Is this it? Alsace confirmed with a nod. Indeed, that is the one. I recall feeding this staff a devil fruit, yet I am unsure why it has not activated. A devil fruit. Is its ability to emit lasers a result of that? Yes, I believe it was a zoan type, though I have forgotten its name. Luo Ya contemplated the staff, returning it to storage, knowing that he could ascertain its fruit type later through a deep scan by the system. You acquired this staff. But what of the Anubis robot? Noticing Luo Ya had seamlessly returned the staff to storage, Alsace did not inquire further about how he accomplished it, but instead asked about the status of the Anubis robot. It was destroyed, Luo Ya replied. Are you unscathed? Alsace inquired. We appear to be in distress, Luo Ya countered. Alsace fell silent. Now aware of how to exit, Luo Ya wasted no time. He promptly removed the rat charm from Alsace and stored the statue away. Turning, he departed the base alongside Roger. Upon exiting Alsace's base, Luo Ya and Roger returned to the exterior of the castle. Gazing at the imposing Anubis statue, they approached its rear and indeed discovered a recess. Luo Ya once again produced the staff, inserting it into the recess. Instantly, the sounds of grinding chains and rotating gears echoed forth, followed by a resounding rumble. Hearing the noise emanating from behind, Luo Ya and Roger quickly turned to look. A massive stone door slowly ascended from the wall behind them. Sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the shimmering surface of the sea beyond. The two marveled internally at the ingenuity of the lunar inhabitants. Having constructed not only the king in a mere 20 days, but also designed and built such a stone door mechanism, they exchanged glances and returned to the wooden ship Luo Ya had previously constructed. Setting sail away from the temple as they emerged, the stone door gradually descended. Observing the scene before him, Luo Ya realized they had reached the opposite side of the island where they had trained. It turned out that the indigenous tribes in Alsace's base were concealed within the mountain, which occupied 2/3 of the small island. After a circuitous journey, Luo Ya and Roger found themselves back at the spot where they had first landed on the island. Returning to their original campsite, after an exhausting day, Luo Ya had intended to collapse onto his wooden bed for a well-deserved rest. However, upon returning to the campsite, he was met with the sight of a pitch-black bear pilfering the fruits he had planted nearby. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the creature as an old acquaintance. A few seeds were tossed, effectively ensnaring the bear. The bear, engrossed in its feast, was suddenly bound by vines, letting out a series of startled yelps as it tried to claw them off. Yet, rather than breaking free, it ended up tripping over itself. Shortly thereafter, Luo Ya spotted the two killing gods he had encountered the previous day approaching him. The bear immediately fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Luo Ya and Roger approached the bear, looking down at it from their elevated position. With a smile, Luo Ya remarked, "Who would have thought? It turns out you don't steal robes, but rather fruits, little black bear." The bear remained speechless, caught red-handed, with no retort to offer. Observing the bear's silence, Luo Ya turned to Roger and said, "Roger, weren't you eager to try that dish called steamed bear paw? Well, here lies the finest ingredient. I shall prepare it for you today." "Absolutely. I've been wanting to taste it for ages." However, upon hearing the mention of steamed bear paw, the black bear could no longer maintain its silence. Although it had no idea what steamed bear paw entailed, it was certain it was not a pleasant dish. "Big brothers, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your fruits. I had no idea they belonged to you. If I had known, even with 8 lives, I wouldn't have dared to pilfer. In light of my ignorance, dear brother, I implore you to spare me. I have elders above me and dependents below." The black bear beseeched with tears streaming down its face. It wept with such heart-wrenching sorrow that, upon witnessing it, Luo Ya nearly burst into laughter, interrupting with a retort. "You have elders above and young ones below, do you? You wretched creature, you can't even modify your pleas for mercy. How fortuitous! Your 2 hands are hardly sufficient to satisfy your hunger. I shall serve you a whole pot, sending your entire family to reunite in paradise. The furniture of the Bell family, the door, come forth. Come forth, paradise is a delightful place." Upon hearing this, the black bear wept even more profusely. "No, dear brother, this jest is beyond my endurance. Bear meat is unpalatable, far too tough. I know. I can guide you to the wild boar's camp. Their meat is delectable. Please spare me, and I shall lead you there. The wild boars. You think highly of yourself, don't you?" Listening to its words, Luo Ya found it increasingly amusing, pondering how a bear could discern the toughness of bear meat. With his stomach protesting, Luo Ya decided to cease the jesting and remarked, "All right, enough of that. I too have no desire for bear meat. You know the location of the wild boar's camp, correct? Take Roger with you to hunt one down. And while you're at it, catch a few fish for me to make a soup. During our days on the island, you shall assist us in hunting, and I shall spare your life." With that, Luo Ya snapped his fingers, causing the vines binding the black bear to wither away. The bear clumsily rose, knowing it dared not refuse. It nodded and bowed, saying, "No problem. I assure you, I will wholeheartedly assist you in hunting during your stay on the island." Seeing its obsequious demeanor, Luo Ya kicked it lightly, urging, "Hurry along and take Roger to hunt." No dawdling. He then turned to Roger and said, "Roger, this black bear knows the location of the wild boar's camp. You should accompany it to hunt one down. I will remain at the camp to guard and kindle a fire." Roger, with a look of disappointment, remarked, "Are we not having steamed bear paws?" Luo Ya found it both amusing and exasperating, thinking, "I too wish to indulge, but I lack the skills to prepare it." Off you go. I am nearly famished, Roger acknowledged with a sound and ventured into the depths of the forest with the black bear. Yet, he kept a wary eye on the bear's paws, causing the black bear to sweat profusely. Observing their retreating figures, Luo Ya resolved to take a brief rest. Although he called it sleep, he merely lay on the bed. Unable to drift off, by the time Roger and the black bear returned with their catch, he was ready to heat oil and prepare roasted pork and fish soup. Roger continued to feast with abandon, while the black bear, after tasting the fish soup, began to feel that staying with Luo Ya and his companions was not so unpleasant after all. The other animals on the island remarked, "Indeed, you are quite fortunate." After dinner, Luo Ya and Roger returned to the wooden cabin to prepare for sleep, as they would train the following day. The black bear, meanwhile, lay beneath a fruit tree near the camp. Covering itself with a few leaves, Luo Ya, unable to sleep, found Roger's snores already torturous enough, but now his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the century-long void and the matters concerning Im and Alum, rendering sleep impossible. Gazing at Roger, who was soundly asleep on the opposite bed, Luo Ya occasionally envied his ability to fall asleep in an instant. Lying on his back, Luo Ya stared at the ceiling. Unable to sleep, he decided to summon the system and review the gains from this temple adventure, while also checking his character panel that he mused that having mastered armament hockey and god avoidance should yield an enhancement in his strength evaluation. Character panel. Name, Luo Ya. Body technique, 250 points. Swordsmanship, swordsman stage. Item card, none. Weaponry, solid brick. 3. Ordinary long sword. 2. Mouse talisman, sheep talisman. Storage, cashberry 70,000. Summoning talisman, Anubis fruit. Historical text, sea stone. 1. Staff, consumed devil fruit. Armor, Arthas statue. Abilities, intermediate wood release, seed fruit. One-time conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey, armament hockey, god avoidance. Berries, 0 comprehensive strength. Not bad. Observing the character panel before him, Luo Ya nodded in self-affirmation. It seems that the efforts of these past days were not in vain. His physical technique had risen to 250 points, and his swordsmanship had progressed to the swordsman stage, with significant boosts from armament hockey and god avoidance that he recalled that to unleash a flying slash, one must reach the swordmaster or great swordmaster stages, correct? Continuing to peruse, when Luo Ya saw that his comprehensive strength was rated as not bad, he thought to himself that the system had finally demonstrated some sense. Reflecting on this, Luo Ya took out the Anubis fruit. Gazing at the oddly patterned, apple-shaped devil fruit, he was uncertain how to proceed. Roger wouldn't consume it, and he hesitated to give it to someone else. Moreover, it was a rare Zoan-type fruit, even more precious than a Logia type. Luo Ya desperately wished to consume it himself. Unfortunately, having already eaten one fruit, the fate of consuming a second in the pirate world was all too well known. Sighing, he was about to return the fruit to storage when the system's voice abruptly echoed, "System. Host. Wait a moment. Do you wish to consume this Anubis fruit?" Luo Ya was startled by the sudden interruption, exclaiming, "What the heck? You scared me half to death." "Yes, I want to, but what of it? I can't consume it, system." "Who says you cannot?" Taken aback by the system's assertion, Luo Ya inquired, "What do you mean?" "Please elaborate, system." "The system has a method to allow the host to consume this fruit, but it will require a commission of a bit of currency." Luo Ya was not surprised by the system's penchant for fees. It had always been the case. "First, tell me what the method is, system." "The system can modify the fruit, allowing the host to consume it without side effects." "Modify? No side effects? Does that mean I could eat as many fruits as I desire?" Luo Ya asked excitedly. "System? Of course not. While the system can modify fruits, the host can only consume different types. According to the 3 categories of fruits, the host may eat a maximum of 3 fruits, each of a different types of fruits. So, if I consume this Anubis fruit, I could still eat a Logia-type fruit afterward." "System. Precisely, as long as the host provides the commission." Luo Ya was beside himself with excitement. This would mean a body capable of harnessing 3 fruits. If they all awaken later, who could possibly stand against me? Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Luo Ya prepared to inquire about the commission the system would demand. Knowing it would undoubtedly be exorbitant, striving for composure, he asked, "So, what is the commission for modifying the fruit?" "System. Not expensive at all, quite reasonable. In fact, this is merely the modification of the first fruit." A relatively simple task, requiring 200,000 berries. 200,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Luo Ya exclaimed. In truth, Luo Ya felt that 200,000 berries was a fair price to pay for consuming a second fruit. What kind of miser dares to think that? However, he couldn't show his excitement if he wanted to haggle. System. Host, is this price too high? It's a purely conscientious rate. Luo Ya. No way, that's far too costly. System. Then what do you consider a suitable amount? Luo Ya. 10,000 berries. System. System. Host. That price is absurd. Even my hawk couldn't bear it. The red soil continent would be cleaved in two by your slash. Luo Ya's audacious offer struck at the very heart of the system's finances. The system could not possibly acquiesce. System. Are you jesting with me, host? Luo Ya chuckled, saying, weren't you the one who asked what I thought was fair? I believe 10,000 berries is quite reasonable. He didn't even suggest 1,000 berries. He felt he was being honest. System. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. System. Given your status as the host, I shall grant you a discount of 10,000 berries at a flat rate. 190,000 berries. Take it or leave it. Upon hearing the system's words, Luo Ya did not rush to respond. He lowered his head in contemplation. At present, he possessed only 70,000 berries and a golden ring valued at 120,000 berries, totaling exactly 190,000 berries. How coincidental. Could it be that this wretched system was intentionally scheming against him? Luo Ya realized that he had precisely 190,000 berries left, just as the system's offer was also 190,000 berries. That he couldn't help but suspect that the system was deliberately trying to siphon away all his funds. The most troubling part was that he didn't quite want to refuse to know. He couldn't allow this despicable system to have its way. Clearing his throat, Luo Ya feigned indifference and said, 190,000 berries is still too much. How about 118,000 berries, considering my face? No matter how he thought about it, he could not let the system take all his money. He had to negotiate and keep at least 10,000. To his astonishment, the system immediately agreed. System. No problem. Deal. Luo Ya. Seeing the system agree so readily was quite exhilarating. Although he had succeeded in bargaining, Luo Ya still felt as if he had suffered a significant loss. There was no way to retract his words now that he glanced at the golden ring on his finger and said, I am sorry, my dear money. I truly need that fruit. He then slowly removed the ring. The system was quick to respond. System. Hand it over. Instantly, the ring vanished from Luo Ya's hand, along with the Anubis fruit. System. Please wait a moment. Host. The fruit is currently undergoing transformation. Luo Ya felt a profound sense of loss and tried to forget about the system. During the wait for the system to transform the fruit, he once again called up his character panel to see if there was anything that could enhance his strength. However, upon seeing that he only had 10,000 berries left, his heart sank. He made a concerted effort not to focus on it and redirected his attention to the warehouse section. After a while, Luo Ya retrieved the staff and the summoning talisman. Had the staff consumed a devil fruit? Summoning talisman. Luo Ya contemplated, realizing these were the only two items left that could indirectly bolster his abilities. As for the staff, he was unaware of which fruit it had consumed, only knowing from Arthas that it was of the Zoan type. The summoning talisman, however, could awaken the spirit of the blade spirit. With that, in a one-on-one duel, he could draw his sword and summon 3 spirits. Who could claim a blade spirit was merely a human? After some thought, Luo Ya decided to first use the summoning talisman to awaken the blade spirit. Previously, he had refrained from awakening the blade spirit for fear that his strength was insufficient and that he might be backfired upon. Now, however, he felt quite confident in his abilities, especially since he would soon consume the Anubis fruit. He was determined that he could handle the blade spirit. Even if he couldn't manage it alone, he still had Sister Eve. During the battle with the Anubis robot, Luo Ya had observed that Eve's strength was not to be underestimated. She might even surpass his own. Remove the might for confidence. With both himself and Eve together, how could they not triumph over a mere blade spirit? As for the staff, Luo Ya thought it best to set it aside for now. If he were to inquire about the staff's details with the system, he would likely end up losing his remaining 10,000 berries. So, he returned the staff to the warehouse, deciding to address it later. He prepared to awaken the blade spirit after consuming the Anubis fruit. After some time, the system finally made another sound. The fruit flashed and reappeared in Luo Ya's hand. System. All right, host. The fruit transformation is complete. You may eat it now. Luo Ya looked at the unchanged fruit before him and thought, surely this wretched system isn't deceiving me. However, he quickly dismissed that thought if it were a deception. Then this despicable entity would have no one left to swindle money from. It was unlikely. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the fruit, Luo Ya opened his mouth, recalling the taste of the seed fruit he had previously consumed. It was indeed a challenge to swallow, but he couldn't let the 180,000 berries go to waste. Resolutely, he took a bite and swallowed it whole. Yet, he was instantly met with an extremely foul taste that surged to the back of his throat, reminiscent of the seed fruit. Ugh! After several heaves, Luo Ya managed to compose himself. However, he did not notice any immediate changes. Confused, he asked, System, why don't I feel anything? System. Because the fruit has been modified by the system. The host must consume the entire devil fruit to experience its effects. Luo Ya, system. Damn you. Having already lost his money, he was now being forced to consume a whole, exceedingly unpleasant fruit. All of it. Furious, Luo Ya cursed the system for several minutes. Huff, huff, he panted, exhausted from his tirade. The system remained silent, and Luo Ya chose not to concern himself with it any longer, lowering his gaze to the devil fruit from which he had only taken a single bite. Leaving a substantial amount of fruit flesh remaining, he felt a pang of sorrow. He tossed a few seeds onto the ground. A table, wooden cup, apple, and several vines appeared in succession. Luo Ya manipulated the vines to squeeze the apples into juice, pouring it into the wooden cup. After a while, he had prepared several cups of apple juice, placing them on the table. Ready at last, Luo Ya lifted the fruit, resolved that it was better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. He steeled himself and quickly consumed the fruit. He dared not pause, fearing that if he did, he would vomit. In one go, he finished the devil fruit, unable to hold back any longer as he tossed out the remaining pit and quickly grabbed the apple juice to drink. He continued without interruption, desperate to suppress the revolting taste. After downing over 10 cups of apple juice, the flavor in his mouth finally began to fade. Luo Ya took a moment to catch his breath. Feeling a surge of energy within him, presumably the energy from the Anubis fruit, clenching his fist, he felt as if his strength had significantly increased. Once again, he called up his character panel to take a look. Indeed, he discovered that his physical combat points had soared to 348. The abilities section now also included the words Anubis fruit, knowing Anubis to be the ancient Egyptian god of the dead. Luo Ya was eager to learn more about the abilities of the Anubis fruit and to see what his full beast transformation and half-beast transformation would look like, whether they appeared impressive. He thought it best to ask the system. Luo Ya, system, don't hide away in silence. I know you're there, system. Oh dear, is the host no longer angry? Luo Ya smiled outwardly, while inwardly he seethed, thinking, what does it matter if I'm angry? I can't punch you. Luo Ya, how could I be angry? System, you only have my best interests at heart. Can you tell me, besides beast transformation, what other abilities does the Anubis fruit possess? System, not angry. Who is it that just cursed my ancestors for 18 generations? Very well, host. Apart from beast transformation, the abilities of the Anubis fruit include immunity to all soul attacks, and the ability to imbue attacks with energy that can affect souls. You can also control the corpses of the deceased, although their abilities will be halved and they will lack reason. That ability could certainly counter Big Mom. Charlotte Linland as Luo Ya listened to the system's explanation. He found the abilities to be a direct counter to Big Mom's soul fruit. Controlling corpses was somewhat reminiscent of Moonlight Moria's shadow fruit. The difference was that he did not need to acquire shadows, while Moria did. Is there anything else? Luo Ya pressed further. System. Indeed, the Anubis fruit also grants the ability to materialize a weapon. Luo Ya, what? System. The scales of justice. The scales of justice? Luo Ya murmured to himself. He recalled the legendary accounts that Anubis would use a scale to weigh souls, comparing the heart of the deceased to the feather of truth. If the heart was heavier than the feather, it represented evil, leading the soul to hell to be devoured by demons. If lighter, it would ascend to heaven to coexist with the gods. However, the balance spoken of by the system cannot possibly be as formidable as that recorded in legends. What powers does the balance of good and evil possess? Luo Ya inquired. The system responded. Every time the host summons the balance, the trays will automatically present the host's heart and the feather of truth. Though it is not a real heart, that if the host's heart is lighter than the feather, the host will receive healing, the extent of which depends on the host's fruit development level. And what if it is heavier than the feather? Luo Ya asked. The system replied, if the host's heart is heavier than the feather, the host will double the injuries sustained, and the damage taken will also be doubled. However, the host's strength will also be doubled, which can be understood as a blood explosion technique. Luo Ya nodded, intending to inquire about the conditions under which the heart is lighter or heavier than the feather, but the system continued speaking. The balance of good and evil can also be used on others. The host can extract an enemy's heart using their fruit ability and place it on the balance. The effect will be the same. But if it is heavier than the feather, the enemy's strength will not double. The host can only use the balance on one person per day, including themselves. Luo Ya nodded, contemplating. This fruit is indeed quite impressive and intriguing. He then asked the system about the conditions for comparing the heart and the feather. Yet, the system's answer left him speechless. There are no conditions. It all depends on luck, a 50-50 chance. Luo Ya rolled his eyes, thinking, if I were to be half dead after a fight and wish to heal myself, only to end up with a blood explosion, I wouldn't even need an enemy to die. The system stated. Then the host must consider how to use it wisely. Moreover, what? Luo Ya interjected. The balance has a minuscule chance of being in a state of equilibrium, allowing the host to become a perpetual motion machine, simultaneously exploding blood and healing. The probability? It's akin to the chance of the host exploding gold with 10,000 berries. But given your rather unfortunate luck, it's not entirely impossible. Can it work like that? What about against enemies? Luo Ya probed. The system responded, no, when using the balance on anyone other than the host. It will not have the possibility of reaching a state of equilibrium. Luo Ya nodded, realizing that the power of the balance of good and evil would only be beneficial when confronting foes significantly stronger than himself. Although that probability seemed rather dubious, it could still serve as a trump card if he faced someone mightier. Utilizing the balance for a blood explosion could grant him a fighting chance, preventing him from fleeing or feeling helpless. If he were to be lighter than the feather and receive healing, it would incur no loss. And should he find himself in equilibrium, a counterattack would not be out of the question. The system's explanations piqued Luo Ya's curiosity about the abilities of the Anubis fruit. He prepared to rise from the bed, intending to test the abilities of the Anubis fruit outside. However, upon recalling that it was nighttime and the outside world was engulfed in darkness, he decided to wait until tomorrow to train and seek an opportunity to spar with Roger. The system remarked, well, then, I shall take my leave, host. After elucidating the fruit's abilities, it intended to exit. Yet, Luo Ya called out to it. He picked up the summoning talisman and inquired, wait, can you first tell me how to use the summoning talisman? The system replied, are you planning to awaken the spirit of the heavy spirit blade? Is there any other reason? Luo Ya retorted. The system explained, it's simple. The host merely needs to pinch the summoning talisman between their fingers and shout, Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya rolled his eyes and said, do you think I'm foolish? The system chuckled, just a joke, just a joke. Now, hurry up, make jokes, and I'll crack your skull. Do you want that? Okay. To use the summoning talisman, the host simply needs to place it on the patterned area of the heavy spirit blade's hilt. Patterned area? Luo Ya followed the system's instructions, lifting the heavy spirit and positioning the hilt towards himself, pressing the summoning talisman against the pattern. Once affixed, the summoning talisman ignited spontaneously, burning rapidly to ashes. However, after its incineration, there was no further reaction, just as Luo Ya was about to ask the system what was happening. The pattern on the hilt erupted with a dazzling red light, blinding Luo Ya and forcing him to shield his eyes. But then, the pattern directly absorbed his entire form into the hilt. When Luo Ya opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on the ground in a vast, white space. With nothing in sight, that he stood up, brushed off the dust, and turned around, only to see a bed with a child lying on it. While Eve leaned against the bed, resting with her eyes closed, it dawned on Luo Ya that he had entered the heavy spirit. Slowly, he approached Eve and the child, treading lightly to avoid waking Eve. However, Eve, whose vigilance was exceedingly high, swiftly grasped a wooden sword the moment he drew near. Fortunately, Luo Ya reacted quickly and leaped aside just in time to evade her strike. At that moment, Eve recognized Luo Ya's face. Her expression shifted from surprise to immediate retraction of the wooden sword as she exclaimed, Luo Ya? Are you all right? How did you get in here? Luo Ya waved his hand, saying, I'm fine, I'm fine. I came to awaken him, gesturing towards the child on the bed. Awaken him? Go ahead. I won't disturb you, Eve replied, stepping aside to stand at the foot of the bed. Luo Ya nodded, approaching and examining the child. Who was the spirit of the heavy spirit blade? The child appeared quite young, around 8 or 9 years old, standing approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, shorter than Luo Ya himself, that he silently mused. Given that his current age seemed to be only 9 as well, the child wore a kimono adorned with red blooms of the other shore, had fair skin, delicate features, and long eyelashes that resembled tiny fans. His eyes were slightly closed, and on his forehead, there was a small mark resembling a blossom of the other shore, suggesting he was somewhat unwell. System, what now? The summoning talisman, just let me in to see him. The system replied. It allows the host to enter in order to personally awaken him. So, how do I awaken him? You sell me a summoning talisman and expect me to do the work myself. What poor quality, the system retorted. It's an SR quality item. What more do you expect? The system continued. If the host extends their right hand, a tool to awaken him will appear. Extend my right hand. Luo Ya questioned. Following the system's instruction, he opened his right hand. A baseball bat materialized in his grasp. Staring at the baseball bat, Luo Ya was filled with confusion. A baseball bat? What does that mean? The system replied. The host truly lacks comprehension. The system continued. Take the bat, aim it at the child's forehead, and strike. That will awaken him. It's a physical awakening. Luo Ya scoffed. Seriously? That's how we're doing this? The system insisted. It doesn't matter how you awaken him, as long as it works. Now, is everything settled, host? If not, I shall take my leave. I still need my rest. Get lost, get lost. Luo Ya waved his hand dismissively. Feeling that this system was akin to another person, he vowed to give it a good thrashing someday. Returning his focus to the child, he gripped the wooden bat, aiming it at the child's forehead. The child remarked, What? Are you afraid you won't knock me out? Why use both hands? Luo Ya, holding the bat towards the child's forehead, suddenly recalled a meme from his past life and chuckled, saying, This truly is gently knocking to awaken your slumbering spirit. Then he pondered, could this system be mocking me? Never mind. I shouldn't dwell on such trivialities. It's time to get to work, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Luo Ya gripped the baseball bat, aimed at the child's forehead, and swung down. As he struck the forehead of the child, the spirit of the heavy spirit blade, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Good heavens, his head is truly tough, Roya exclaimed, and in an instant, the baseball bat in his hand vanished. The child, however, remained in a deep slumber, emanating waves of dark energy. Roya could perceive the malice and fury woven within this ominous aura. He immediately shouted, Sister, retreat quickly, and swiftly stepped back, with Eve following closely in his wake. The two retreated to a distance of approximately 10 meters from the bed, observing the child intently. Suddenly, the child levitated off the ground and descended towards Roya and Eve. At this moment, his eyes fluttered open, yet his expression was one of blankness, his irises devoid of any light. The whites of his eyes, now a sinister, an overwhelming aura, surged forth. Two gigantic, ghostly claws manifested behind the child, slowly advancing towards Roya and Eve. Upon witnessing this, Eve instinctively reached for her wooden sword, but Roya halted her, saying, Sister, allow me to handle this. He had been seeking an opportunity to test the powers of the Anubis fruit, and this presented the perfect subject for experimentation, one he could not afford to overlook. Eve cast him a glance, nodded in acquiescence, and relinquished her wooden sword, stepping back to grant them both some space. Roya and the child stood facing each other. The child took a few steps closer, leaping into the air with his right ghostly claw clenched into a fist, aiming to strike Roya, without hesitation. Roya enveloped his right hand in armament hockey and met the claw with a punch. The thunderous clash resounded as the white floor beneath him caved in and cracked. Yet, he remained unfazed. The child's attack failing to inflict any harm. The child, momentarily taken aback, clearly did not anticipate that Roya could withstand his assault. In the next moment, he directed the left ghostly claw to strike at Roya once more. Roya remained composed, countering with his left fist to block the claw. He then raised his right foot and aimed a kick at the child's abdomen, sending him reeling backward. Without delay, Roya hurled several seeds. which rapidly sprouted into vines, ensnaring the child that he followed this with would release. Tree binding, eternal burial, as saplings emerged from the child's back, gradually bending him over, despite the child being ensnared. Roya chose not to pursue the attack. Instead, he summoned the system within his mind. System, come forth. The system responded, Host, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Can you not finish your business all at once? Roya replied, I need you to assist me, and I promise not to disturb you further. System, speak. Roya, please modify the armor made of sea prism stone in the warehouse, so that when I half-beastify with the Anubis fruit, it automatically appears on me, akin to a Cayman Rider transformation. Is that feasible? System, is that all? Roya implored, please. That would be incredibly cool. System, fine, but before the system could finish, Roya interjected, you want payment, right? How audacious. You just extorted 180,000 berries from me. I have not a single berry to spare. Will you modify it or not? If you refuse, you can forget about resting. System, all right, consider it an act of kindness this once, but I will make up for it later. I can't let this slide. System, it's done. That was fast. Roya inquired, System, believe it or not, call me again, and I won't respond, so I'm off. With that, the system fell silent, regardless of how much Roya shouted. Meanwhile, the child unleashed a furious roar, his aura and the dark energy intensifying. The ghostly claws expanded, shattering the vines and trees that bound him. The child glared at Roya, his eyes alight with bloodlust and ferocity. He launched himself towards Roya, the ghostly claws converging to strike him from both sides. Roya, observing the child's assault, did not flinch. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. He braced himself against the ghostly claws with both hands. As he faced the child, Roya's form began to morph. His skin darkened, muscles bulged, and his pupils transformed to a brilliant blue. Two elongated black ears sprouted atop his head, accompanied by a bushy black tail. A flash of white light enveloped him as golden armor materialized, his gaze sharpening. With newfound strength surging through his veins, Roya unleashed a powerful force, forcing the child's ghostly claws apart. In the next moment, he grasped the air, and a staff materialized in his hand. With an upward swing, he aimed the staff at the child's chin, striking him squarely. The child attempted to block with the ghostly claws, but was a moment too late, and Roya's blow landed squarely, leaving him momentarily dazed. Roya swiftly discarded the staff, his half-beastified hands enveloped in armament hockey, unleashing a rapid flurry of punches at the stunned child. Aura. With a final charged fist, he sent the child flying. As he stood firm, he caught the descending staff with ease, gripping it against the ground in a pose of undeniable authority. Yet, the child, after being sent sprawling, rose to his feet as if impervious to pain. His eyes blazed with an even deeper crimson as he let out a resounding roar, the patterns on his forehead swirling. Grasping the air above him, a heavy weapon materialized in his hand, while the ghostly claws behind him clutched a massive spectral weapon. With the weight of the weapon, the child lunged at Roya. In response, Roya struck the ground with his staff, invoking wood release, cutting technique. Instantly, a flurry of wooden spikes descended upon the child. Following this, he angled the staff, intertwining several vines around it, with armament hockey enveloping the vines. He wielded the staff like a spear. The child, commanding the ghostly claws, severed the wooden spikes, swinging his weapon towards Roya. He countered with the staff spear, blocking the strike. However, while the staff effectively deflected the claw's attack, it could not withstand the child's weapon. In the instant the weapon lunged towards him, Roya conjured a wooden wall to shield himself. Retreating swiftly, releasing the staff, it vanished back into the warehouse. Roya extended his hands, summoning two long blades, enveloped in armament hockey. He advanced, engaging the child in a fierce duel. The sound of metal clashing echoed as they exchanged blows, sparks flying with each contact. Neither could penetrate the other's defenses. Deciding to relinquish one blade, he stored it away, focusing on the remaining weapon. With a swift motion, he executed a divine avoidance slash, forcing the child back. Yet, he did not pursue the attack. Instead, he stood his ground, declaring, well, I've gotten a good sense of the power of half-beastification. Now let us test this. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The scale of justice materialized behind him. Roya and the child's spectral weapons clashed as he sought to assess the strength acquired from the Anubis fruit's half-beastification. It was satisfactory. Next, he intended to explore the capabilities of the scale of justice. With another snap, it appeared behind him, and simultaneously, the feather of truth and a heart manifested on the scale's tray. In an instant, the scale tipped to the right. The heart outweighed the feather. Roya did not turn to regard the scale. Instead, he felt a sudden, sharp pain coursing through his body. Blood erupted from his mouth. The child paused momentarily, astonished. "You strike me, yet you bleed?" he mused. However, the child wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity, gripping the hilt of the heavy weapon with both hands, dark energy enveloped the blade. As the child leaped forward, the heavy weapon and the ghostly claws descended upon Roya with tremendous force. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated like a dirge of death. As the blade fell, Roya made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his arm to brace against the heavy weapon. The enormous weight of the ghostly claw was abruptly obstructed by a colossal wooden hand that extended from behind Roya. A resounding clang echoed as the blade met the palm, sending a tremendous shockwave reverberating throughout the space. A fierce gust of wind surged from the point of their clash, causing the edges of Roya and the child's garments to flutter. Yet, Roya remained utterly unmoved. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the child's eyes upon realizing that his full-force strike had been effortlessly countered. In the next moment, another massive wooden hand emerged from Roya's back. Delivering a crushing blow that sent the child hurtling through the air, he collided violently with the wall, sliding down until the ghostly claw braced against the ground, preventing him from crashing to the floor. With great effort, he lifted his head to once again gaze at Roya, who softly intoned, "Would release. Wooden human technique." The two enormous wooden palms behind him gradually fused together, transforming into a towering wooden giant over 20 meters tall. The blood explosion technique of the balance between good and evil had doubled Roya's strength, granting him temporary mastery over advanced wood release, while the summoned wooden figure did not compare in size to those summoned by Hashirama or the Nine Tails. It was more than sufficient to deal with the child. Initially, Roya had contemplated using the true 3,000 hands and the transformation into Buddha, but regrettably, he lacked the ability to perform sage techniques at that moment. As he beheld the imposing wooden giant, the child displayed no hint of fear. The ferocity and bloodlust in his eyes forbade such an emotion. With another furious roar, intricate patterns spread from his forehead down his arms. A dark aura surging forth, seemingly harboring a colossal, ghostly visage within. Instantly, all the black energy, including the ghostly claw, coalesced into the weighty spirit blade, transforming its once bright silver blade into a vivid crimson hue. With both hands gripping the blade, he swung it toward Roya, seemingly channeling all his might into this singular strike, intent on resolving their confrontation. Roya stood resolute, extending his hand downward, the wooden giant synchronized with his movement, its massive palm descending towards the child. Yet, the child's speed was remarkable, allowing him to evade the wooden hand and continue his assault on Roya. Observing the child charging at him, Roya remained motionless, gripping his long blade at an angle, enveloped in armament haki. With a single surge of Conqueror's haki, he coated the blade, achieving a dual layer of haki. Had it been in his usual state, Roya would have deemed this feat impossible. As the child approached, raising his sword to strike, Roya executed a diagonal cut with his single hand, unleashing a divine evasion empowered by the dual haki to meet the child's downward slash. The clash of blades resounded with a tremendous metallic clang, so loud that even Eve winced at the sound. A tempestuous gust of energy erupted from the center of their confrontation, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground instantly fractured, the cracks extending endlessly. Ultimately, in their clash of blades, the child was bested by Roya. While Roya remained steadfast, the child was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Roya then delivered a powerful punch, sending him hurtling away. Subsequently, he commanded the wooden giant to raise its hand and strike at the child suspended in midair. This time, the child had no chance to evade, being directly struck by the wooden palm and embedded into the ground. When the hand finally lifted, the child had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The battle concluded, and the wooden giant dissipated, returning Roya to his original appearance, though he was utterly exhausted, with Eve watching from behind. He could not afford to show any sign of weakness. If only he had known the consequences of using the balance between good and evil. The blood explosion truly took a toll. It was painfully taxing. In the future, he He needed to acquire a healing ability before employing such a technique again, lest he inadvertently explodes himself. Roya silently mused. Nevertheless, his injuries were not severe. Prior to using the balance, he had sustained minimal damage in his encounter with the child. Coupled with Hashirama's cells and the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, he possessed a dual self-healing capability. Such wounds were trifling for Roya at this juncture. Regaining his composure, he stowed the long blade in his weapon arsenal that moment. Eve, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, approached his side. "Roya, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine. Absolutely fine. A mere child like this. I could take on 10 of them," Roya replied. "Let us go see how he is doing," he said, walking towards the child. Eve nodded in agreement and followed him, empowered by the blood explosion technique. Roya had effortlessly triumphed over the child as they arrived beside the now unconscious boy. He lay in a giant pit shaped like a hand, appearing quite serene. Roya flicked out a vine to ensnare him and lifted the child onto the ground. Crouching down to inspect him, the patterns on the child's forehead and arms had reverted to their original state. Gently patting his face, Roya attempted to rouse him. To his surprise, the child slowly opened his eyes. The once crimson sclera had returned to normal, and he gazed at Roya and Eve with a look of confusion. Seeing the child awaken, Roya promptly declared, "The operation was a success. You are now a girl." The child responded with bewilderment. Pushing himself up with his palm against the ground, he groaned. "Why does it hurt so much? Who are you?" Roya, relishing in the theatrics, replied in a mockingly tearful tone, "I am your father. My dear child, ever since you were caught in the door at the age of 7, you have remained unconscious until now that I have stayed by your side, hoping you would awaken. Today, you finally." Unable to contain himself, Roya embraced the child. The child, bewildered, pushed Roya away, exclaiming, "You look no different from me. How can you be my father? Who exactly are you? You claim to be my father. Why should I believe you?" Roya burst into laughter, realizing that prolonging this charade would result in sleeplessness for him that night. "I am indeed not your father. My name is Oscar." "No, wait, it's Roya. I am Roya." "Roya?" the child murmured, suddenly widening his eyes in recognition. "So it's you, the current master of the weighty spirit. I could always hear your name while I was asleep." Roya, taken aback, inquired, "You just mentioned you were asleep, yet you could hear my name?" "Every time you summoned the ghostly claw using the weighty spirit, I would retain a fragment of consciousness and could hear the sounds from the outside world," the child explained. "Ah, I see." Roya nodded in understanding. Rising to his feet, he extended his hand to the child and said, "Get up. What is your name? Do you know how to get out of here?" The child grasped Roya's hand, and he helped him to his feet. Standing up, the child scratched his forehead and replied. But as he scratched, he inadvertently touched the pattern on his forehead, and mid-sentence, he suddenly transformed, as if he had become a different person. My name is Hualong. I am your father." With that, he quickly retreated, gripping the weighty spirit, his gaze sharp, glaring fiercely at Roya once more. Faced with the child's sudden ferocity, Roya was equally perplexed, pondering whether he would ever be allowed to rest. "What do you mean by this? Is it a split personality?" The youth exhibited 2 distinct personas. "I must admit, I underestimated you earlier. Let us continue our battle," Hualong declared. "Battle? What is the meaning of this?" "A split personality?" Roya questioned. "Humph. That idiot is weak beyond belief. If I could kill him and claim the body for myself, I would have done so long ago," Hualong retorted fiercely. "How about we negotiate? You let the other personality out first, and he can tell me how to exit." "All right. Sure. Just knock me down, and he will naturally emerge," Hualong replied with a grin. Roya regarded him thoughtfully, slowly stating, "Is it truly to be this way? Enough with the chatter. A fight will reveal everything." "Very well." Though he agreed, he turned to Eve and said, "Sister, that little brat needs a good thrashing. Would you teach him a lesson?" Eve initially appeared quite cheerful. Yet she was abruptly called upon by Roya. Nevertheless, she did not refuse, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she brandished her wooden sword and swiftly advanced to engage in combat with Hualong. Roya observed from the sidelines. Having witnessed Eve effortlessly send the Anubis robot flying with a single strike in the palace, he had sensed that her prowess was formidable. Now, he focused intently on the scene before him. In just 3 strikes, Eve had brought Hualong to the ground, further piquing Roya's curiosity about her capabilities. Approaching, Roya crouched down to regard the prostrate Hualong and inquired, Is it now possible for the other persona to emerge? Wadalong did not respond, merely emitting a scoff. Her disdainful gaze, once sharp as a blade, gradually softened. Apologies, Roya. My brother's nature is indeed combative. Yet when he is not under the influence of malevolent energy, he refrains from indiscriminate violence. Roya, pulling Wadalong to her feet once more, asked in confusion, Brother, are you not suffering from dissociative identity disorder? Wadalong shook her head, explaining, After our demise, our father created the Riryoku, merging our souls into one, thus forming the spirit of the Riryoku blade. However, due to the being a cursed blade, we, along with our father and previous wielders, have been unable to resist the malevolent energy within it. Each wielder succumbs to its influence, losing their reason and resorting to murder, until they are subdued into slumber. Until you awakened us today. Roya nodded, pondering, how is it that this blade's spirit resembles a protagonist more than I do? After considerable effort, Roya had finally awakened the spirit of the Ryoku. Wadalong. From her, he learned that they were brothers, named Wadalong Ichiro and Wadalong Jiro to preserve their souls after death. Their father forged the cursed blade Ryoku, merging their spirits into the blade's essence. The elder brother was gentle and averse to conflict, while the younger brother was passionate and combative. Hence, the two brothers, sharing one body, sometimes appeared as if suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Their prolonged slumber was a consequence of the cursed blade's malevolence driving them to madness and chaos, leading to their suppression. So, where did that system acquire this blade? And the system claims that its products are of the highest quality, ning their father. Roy silently criticized the system. The system replied, written by the author. Do not question me that I never anticipated you had such a backstory, Roya remarked politely, continuing to inquire. Was that fearsome visage and bloodshot eyes a result of the malevolent energy's influence? Will it affect me? Big Wadalong? Wadalong questioned, perplexed. This way, it makes distinguishing between you brothers easier. You shall be Big Wadalong, and your brother can be Little Wadalong, Roya explained. Wadalong offered a wry smile. As long as you are pleased. However, given my brother's temperament, he would never accept the name Little Halong. So what? He cannot defeat me, Roya retorted. All right, enough of these trivialities. First, tell me, will the malevolent energy affect me, and how do I exit? After such a prolonged period of suppression, the malevolent energy had been largely purified. What remained mostly resided within us. When you summoned us, you also summoned the blade spirit, which means the malevolent energy could influence you. However, since you possess the ability to suppress the malevolence within us, it should not corrupt you, Wadalong clarified. You may call me Roya. Master sounds rather odd. And what about you? Will the malevolent energy still corrupt you? Roya continued to inquire. Wadalong shook her head, responding, while the malevolent energy can indeed corrupt us, it also grants us power. The remnants of malevolence within us will not corrupt us unless we approach death or choose to embrace it willingly. Roya nodded, somewhat understanding, but silently mused. Even if you were to be corrupted, you would still be weak. After a yawn, Roya finally felt fatigue wash over him. That is relieving. Now that you are awake, I should take my leave at D. Oh, you know how to exit. I do, but before you go, could you tell me who this sister is? I can sense that she is also a blade spirit. Why is that? Wadalong glanced at Eve, questioning. Did you not already deduce it? She is also a spirit of the Riryoku. Roya explained, recounting how Eve had also been transformed into a spirit of the Riryoku, along with the system's revelation that Riryoku meant dual blade spirit, capable of housing two spirits. Upon hearing this, Wadalong nodded slightly, remarking, so our father intended to fully transform both of us into blade spirits, but alas, our souls were too frail. His tone was tinged with profound sorrow. Roya patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, thinking, I understand your grief, but could you first tell me how to exit before indulging in your emotions? Once Wadalong had composed himself, he lifted his gaze to Roya, signaling that he was fine. He pointed to the wooden bed where Roya had previously lain, stating, at the head of the bed, there is a pattern resembling you, Master Roya. Must place your hand upon the pattern, and it will transport you out. Roya nodded, realizing the implication. Together with Eve and Wadalong, he approached the head of the wooden bed. Indeed, he observed a pattern resembling just as he intended to bid farewell to Eve and the others. He noticed the uneven ground resulting from his earlier spar with the corrupted Wadalong and asked, Is this ground all right for you to reside on? Before Waddalong could respond, Eve interjected, "It is fine. By the next day, it will return to its original state. Is that so?" Roya mused. "What a splendid training ground. Too bad I cannot simply step inside." Looking at Eve, an idea struck him. "There is only one bed here." "Sister, where do you usually sleep?" "Ah, I do not rest much. I merely lean against the wall or close my eyes on the wooden bed for a brief respite," Eve replied. "That will not do. I shall construct a room for you," Roya declared, using his wood manipulation to create a wooden hut for Eve. "From now on, sister, you shall sleep in this wooden hut." Eve smiled, responding, "Thank you." Waddalong was taken aback by Roya's ability, exclaiming, "Roya, you possess such a talent. How convenient." Roya regarded her, replying, "Indeed, it is quite convenient." He then disregarded her expectant gaze, redirecting his attention to the pattern as he reached out to touch it. Eve unexpectedly interrupted, asking somewhat bashfully, "Roya, may I ask, did you not consume the seed fruit? How then did you partially transform into a beast?" Roya's hand froze mid-motion, turning rigidly to face her, feeling a twinge of guilt as he responded, "Well, if I were to say that I possess 1/36 of beastkin blood, would you believe me?" Roya felt a surge of apprehension, as Eve was not as easily deceived as Roger. However, upon hearing his words, Eve was momentarily stunned but then smiled and said, "I believe you. Good night." Roya was taken aback, then smiled in return, saying good night, before decisively placing his hand upon the pattern without a hint of hesitation. Thinking, "If I hesitate now, I may not get out tonight," that a flash of red light enveloped Roya's vision. When his sight returned, he found himself back in the wooden hut. Roger was still sound asleep. Exhausted, Roya collapsed onto the bed. Yet, as he lay there, his mind began to wander once more. The bed was the perfect place for contemplating the meaning of life, reflecting on his journey through the world of pirates. He questioned, "Why did fate bring me to this world? In living this second life, what is the essence of my existence? Is it merely to seek out some fries at the dock?" Roya pondered aloud, contemplating the purpose behind his arrival. Emerging from the blade, Roya reclined back onto the wooden bed, yet suddenly began to ponder the meaning of life anew. What was his purpose in being here? Was it for freedom, for survival, for wealth? The answer is that there is no answer at all. To live again, in his past life, he had often imagined himself traversing into the world of pirates, embarking on adventures alongside Luffy and his companions. However, he never anticipated that he would truly find himself in such a world. And yet, he had been transported to the era of Roger. He had become friends with that foolish lad, Roger. Yet, he could not fathom why Uncle Heg would rescue him and even take him as a disciple. With Heg's formidable strength, he was undoubtedly not a simple man. Moreover, having acquired numerous abilities through the system, Heg had shown no suspicion. Even during his swimming escapade in the waterfall pool, Heg had not questioned him. There must be some underlying reason for all this. Roya pondered silently. "So, what is the purpose of my being here? Is it to go on adventures with Roger?" Roya raised his hands to inspect them, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the grass bracelet gifted to him by Madame Elixia, which adorned his right wrist. Staring at the bracelet, Roya found solace. "What is the meaning of life? Since I have crossed over and possess a system, I shall liberate myself and stir the world into chaos." Roya turned to glance at the originator of this thought. Roger, that rascal, remained fast asleep, snoring incessantly. "Perhaps I should add a condition. Ensure that Roger does not perish too quickly, and see if the system has any means to cure his terminal illness." Roya silently concluded the tasks he needed to undertake henceforth. To make Roger the Pirate King, while preventing that scoundrel from turning himself in. To seek out the true history, to uncover what transpired during the blank century, perhaps to seize the treasures in the sky, and, if he possessed the strength, to overthrow the celestial dragons as well. Also, he must procure some French fries from the dock. Trust me, my friend, if you don't, you will surely regret not having gotten those fries in the future. With his life's goals firmly established, Roya contentedly closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Yet suddenly, he jolted awake. "No, wait. It seems I have forgotten the singular objective shared by every pirate enthusiast. Momonosuke must die. There are also old perverts who wish to dominate the ages and become Momonosuke." Countless methods of killing Momonosuke flashed through Roya's mind. However, upon further contemplation, they seemed rather impractical. After all, Momonosuke was born aboard Whitebeard's ship, If he were to strangle him in utero, it would be a miracle if Whitebeard did not hunt him down out of sheer rage. Moreover, it would be difficult for Roger to locate Odin to sail with him and decipher the ancient texts of history. Although Odin was not the only one who could read those ancient writings. He was notably skilled and powerful, and seeking out the scholars of O'Hara would undoubtedly draw the attention of the world government. Well then, sleep was out of the question. In his mind, Roya relentlessly contemplated a method to eliminate Momonosuk while ensuring that Odin and Whitebeard did not harbor hatred towards him. Was it even possible to kill someone's son and still expect their cooperation? After much deliberation, an unusual thought suddenly struck him. What if we were to turn Momonosuk into a girl? Yes, that's brilliant. Let it be decided. With this transformation, perhaps I, and the readers, would not dislike Momonosuk so much. The system should have a way to alter Momonosuk's gender at birth, right? It should be a mere matter of changing a chromosome. Surely that scoundrel can manage it. I'll ask him tomorrow. Well then, it's time to sleep. What are all these matters, anyway? Roya closed his eyes once more. Hee, Roya. It's settled. Tomorrow for lunch, we shall feast on roasted chicken. After stuffing 2 seeds into his ears, Roya finally drifted off to sleep. The following day, morning, the small island was drenched in rain. How heavy was the rain, you ask? It was as if one were imploring. Please, stop the fighting. Such was its ferocity. Roger, undeterred, continued to practice his swordplay in the downpour, while Roya remained blissfully asleep. By noon, the rain gradually ceased. Sunlight poured over the entire island once more. The rays filtered through the window, illuminating the wooden cabin and bathing Roya in warmth. Slowly, he awoke, stretching languidly. With a face displaying mild annoyance, he rose and stepped outside, gazing at the aftermath of the rain, droplets cascading from the leaves, creating a rhythmic patter. Roger, bare-chested, sat by the campfire, munching on an apple while warming himself. Black Bear was also present. Roya approached and took a seat by the fire, grabbing an apple for himself. Good morning. Roya, how did you sleep last night? Roger inquired. Roya reflected on the previous night's experiences and returned a brief smile. That I slept well. That is good to hear. So, what are we having for lunch? Roger asked. After a struggle to fall asleep, time had swiftly flown by in his dreams. With a blink, noon had arrived. Rising and stepping outside the cabin, Roya was greeted by the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth, the droplets still clinging to the leaves. After finishing his apple, Roger asked Roya about lunch plans. This question reminded Roya of the wild chicken that had crowed at midnight. Black Bear, go hunt a few wild chickens for roasting. Roya called out to the bear, who was still gnawing on his apple. Big brother, are you calling for me? Black Bear asked, pointing at himself. Unless you prefer to be called Bear too, Roya retorted. Black Bear it is. Then, wild chickens, right? Leave it to me, big brother. Just wait for the feast, Black Bear replied, patting his belly before setting off to hunt. Watching Black Bear's departing figure, Roya turned to Roger and proposed, shall we catch a sea king? That should suffice for several days, eliminating the need to forage for food tomorrow. Roger nodded in agreement and stood up alongside him. With their ideas aligned, the two headed towards the beach. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the shoreline. Roger, who had been leading, suddenly halted, his expression serious as he gazed into the distance. Roya, puzzled, approached to inquire why he had stopped, but upon doing so, he spotted 3 strangers on the beach. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was an elderly gentleman, his face lined with deep wrinkles, while the other 2 appeared to be young, not exceeding 30 years of age. A pirate ship was anchored offshore, its flag depicting a skull with eyes ablaze with green flames. However, the vessel appeared dilapidated, as if it were on the verge of sinking. The 3 individuals on the beach bore visible injuries. The old man struggled to stand, supported by the other 2. It was evident that they had just survived a fierce skirmish. Good heavens! A ship of pirates reduced to but 3 survivors. Had they encountered that god of death? Roya mused silently. Though the trio was wounded, Roya remained unaware of their backgrounds and chose to remain hidden behind a tree alongside Roger, observing them that moment. The elderly man who was being supported spoke up. Come out, you 2 boys hiding behind the tree. Roya and Roger were not surprised. The elder, possessing the observation haki, could easily detect their presence, or he might have other means, stepping out of the forest. Roya and Roger approached the beach, locking eyes with the elderly man and his companions. So you're not savages? I expected to find wildlings here. Who might you be? The old man, recognizing their attire, inquired in astonishment. Roya remained silent, as did Roger. Are you two little brats deaf? The elderly man to the right observed the silence between Roya and the two individuals, and thus called out, continuing in silence is not a solution. Roya then inquired about their identities, asking, Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to the island? If it's for recuperation, we shall not interfere with one another. You may tend to your wounds while we fish. Fish? You two mere children think you can catch fish in the sea? Beware of being devoured by the sea kings. The man laughed heartily. He continued, You two should go find some herbs to staunch your bleeding. I could assist you in hunting wild beasts. Judging by your appearance, it seems you haven't had meat in quite some time. Roya turned to glance at the spirited Roger, scoffing. From where do you derive the notion that we haven't eaten meat in ages? And assist us in hunting. Do you think yourself so formidable? Is this what they call an average man? Roya was about to dismiss him, intending to suggest they venture to the other side to catch a sea king, when suddenly the trio opposite them turned to gaze behind. Both Roya and Roger sensed something approaching from the sea. Upon closer inspection, they witnessed a sea king soaring from the depths, crashing upon the pirate ship, which was utterly shattered and sank to the ocean floor. That a figure emerged slowly from the water, clutching the tail of the sea king. The elderly man gasped in terror, exclaiming, You madman! You actually swam after it. The man and woman beside him also looked on in horror at this figure emerging from the ocean. Roya and Roger exchanged bewildered glances as they beheld the figure clad in a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops. That isn't that old man Kurt? Roya exclaimed. Hey, Wilson, why are you running so fast? After all this time, shouldn't we catch up with an old friend? Just when my mood is rather foul, why not accompany me for a brawl? Old man Kurt addressed the elder named Wilson. Yet, he suddenly noticed Roya and Roger standing behind Wilson. In an instant, he dashed over to their side and landed a punch squarely on Roya's head. Before Roya could comprehend, a sharp pain radiated through him. Old man, what are you doing? Roya and Roger had come to the beach intending to catch sea kings, but encountered a group of pirates who appeared to have just survived a skirmish. Roya was unfamiliar with them. Moments later, old man Kurt re-emerged from the sea, still gripping a sea king, evidently the very creature he had used to smash the pirate ship. It seemed that old man Kurt recognized this band of pirates. Leaving Roya utterly perplexed, before he could gather his thoughts, old man Kurt swiftly struck him on the head. Old man, what are you doing? What am I doing? You little rascal claimed you were going to the island for training. Yet you never mentioned you would be gone for so long. Where is Xiaofu? Where is she? Old man Kurt retorted angrily. Roya pressed the ornate hilt of the heavy spirit blade. Summoning EVEAS, she materialized. Before old man Kurt could speak, Roya rushed forward, embracing Eve with a tearful tone. Sister, the old man hit me, just because I brought you to the island for training that I wanted you to reunite with them. But I must practice the heavy spirit's divine evasion. You have become the spirit of the blade, and I cannot leave you with the old man. Eve, taken aback by Roya's sudden embrace and his lamentations, finally lifted her gaze to old man Kurt, saying, Father, it is thanks to Roya that we can see each other again. You should not strike him, Thais, he said. I have indeed become a blade spirit and am not in control of my fate. Roya has genuinely come to the island for training and has worked diligently. His strength has grown considerably. Upon hearing Eve's words, old man Kurt could not remain angry in the face of his daughter. Isn't it just to see Xiaofu? Fine, fine, I won't hold this against the brat anymore. After hearing this, Roya released Eve, facing old man Kurt with a triumphant demeanor. Good lad, you certainly know how to perform. Old man Kurt mused inwardly as he observed Roya's proud expression. Roya proudly touched the bracelet on his wrist, smiling. However, as he smiled, he suddenly froze, sensing a strange familiarity about the scene. Why does it feel like I resemble Peach Boy? Meanwhile, old man Kurt and Roya were conversing. Observing their interaction, Wilson realized they were acquainted. Seizing the opportunity while they conversed, he and his two disciples attempted to enter the island's forest from another direction, hoping to evade old man Kurt's pursuit. Yet, as they took a few steps, old man Kurt called out, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wilson, it's not every day one encounters contemporaries. Shouldn't we reminisce a bit? Orlos Kurt, why have you always targeted me? Even when you were an admiral in the Navy. Now that you have left the Navy, do you still wish to eliminate me? Wilson shouted in response to old man Kurt's remarks. Clonsnoke Wilson, a notorious pirate from old man Kurt's youth, commanded a crew of over 300 pirates. He was a ruthless criminal, known for his mercilessness and his gang of outlaws, who thrived on robbing civilians. He possessed the power of the devil fruit, the eye of death, which allowed him to see through any form of concealment and discern an individual's vulnerabilities, specifically their weakest points or any injuries sustained. When activating this ability, his eyes turned green, earning him the moniker Death's Eye. Wilson was exceptionally powerful, combining his fruit ability with formidable martial prowess, committing heinous acts that led to a bounty on his head. Shortly after his bounty was issued, he encountered the then Admiral, Old Man Kurt. Faced with the formidable figure, marred by old scars yet showing no weaknesses, Wilson was swiftly defeated. He was forced to push his subordinates in front of him to shield himself from gunfire and fled in disarray. Due to the crimes he committed, Old Man Kurt relentlessly pursued him. Wherever news of Wilson surfaced, Old Man Kurt would personally seek him out, causing Wilson to live in hiding like a rat, fearful of making any bold moves. Even after hearing of Old Man Kurt's resignation from the Navy, he merely laughed, opting to stealthily build his own power rather than return to the seas. The young individuals standing beside him now were his most exceptional disciples, a brother-sister duo, Karina and Cass. They had only recently resumed their maritime endeavors, sailing with a crew of disciples. However, they did not anticipate that just days into their voyage, with supplies dwindling, they would conceive the idea of robbing Rogue Town. What audacity to rob Rogue Town, only to encounter Old Man Kurt, who had retired there. Old Man Kurt, still enveloped in grief over his daughter's passing, had adopted a nonchalant attitude towards everything else. He was caught off guard when Luo Ya turned his daughter's soul into a blade spirit, allowing them to reunite after 20 years. To his astonishment, he found himself facing Wilson once again, just as he was about to rob Rogue Town. Was this not a collision with his own gun? Old Man Kurt swiftly confronted Wilson and his crew, and before they could even set foot on the shore of Rogue Town, they were shattered by Old Man Kurt's assault. Only Wilson, Karina, and Cass remained from the entire crew as they attempted to flee. Old Man Kurt, having contacted the Navy for reinforcements, leapt into the sea, swimming after them. Thus came the scene where Luo Ya witnessed the old man emerging from the sea. Upon hearing Wilson's words, Luo Ya and Roger stared in astonishment at Old Man Kurt. Luo Ya had previously sensed that the old man's identity was extraordinary, but he never anticipated that he had once been a Navy admiral. Old man, you were a Navy admiral? That was in the past. Now I am merely an old man who enjoys fishing and the sea breeze. Old Man Kurt replied nonchalantly. The title Navy Admiral lingered in the minds of Luo Ya and Roger. Roger could hardly believe that this elderly man, who had lived by the lighthouse of Rogue Town since his birth, was a Navy admiral. Although Luo Ya was aware of the old man's formidable strength and remarkable status, he was still taken aback to learn that he was a retired Navy admiral. Isn't the standard height for a Navy admiral 3 meters? But this old man is not even 2 meters tall. Luo Ya pondered silently as he looked at Old Man Kurt. The old man, sensing Luo Ya's thoughts, retorted, "Though I may be short, I can send you flying for 10 miles with a single punch." Old man, don't all Navy admirals have code names? Something involving colors and animals? What was your code name when you served as a Navy admiral? Luo Ya, aware that every admiral had their own code name, was curious to know what Old Man Kurt's had been. The old man did not respond, but Eve answered Luo Ya's question. When my father was a Navy admiral, due to his exceptional mastery of armament hockey and agile swordsmanship, he was known as Admiral Ink Fox. Ink Fox? That sounds quite nice, Luo Ya remarked as he listened to Eve's account. Old Man Kurt, with a smile on his face, added, "Of course, you should consider whose code name it is. Well, that is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it any longer." The old man turned to Wilson and the others, continuing, "Let us first reminisce with old friends. Some matters require closure." With that, Old Man Kurt faced Wilson and the others, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, pressing down on the three, causing their hair and clothes to billow wildly. Wilson removed his hands from Karina and Cass's shoulders, bracing himself against Old Man Kurt's aura. "Let us still refer to you as Admiral Ink Fox. Long time no see." Wilson remarked, "You are right. The matters between our generation must be settled. However, these 2 children, Karina and Cass, are embarking on their first voyage and have not committed any offenses. Could you let them go?" Hearing Wilson's words, Old Man Kurt found it surprising that Wilson, a ruthless pirate in his youth, who had once betrayed his crew to save himself, would now plead for the sake of his disciples. This took him aback. Yet, after retracting his aura, he shook his head and replied, "From the moment they entered Rog Town with the intent to commit robbery, their fate was sealed. Only impelled down awaits them. Do not pretend that you came to Rog Town merely to procure supplies." "Humph, I know your temperament all too well," Wilson retorted. "We didn't even set foot on the shores of Rog Town before you smashed us to pieces." "Humph, what difference is there between going to impel down and dying?" Wilson scoffed. That he then turned to Karina and Cass, saying, "I will hold off old man Kurt. You two take the chance to escape into the forest and find a way out." Upon hearing Wilson's words, Karina and Cass stood firm in front of him, declaring, "Teacher, we won't leave you. Get lost." Wilson unleashed his aura, pushing the two aside as he charged toward old man Kurt. However, his true intention was to capture Luo Ya and use him as leverage to threaten the old man into releasing them. Yet, he could not possibly bypass the old man, especially while still injured, and was sent flying back by a punch from old man Kurt. Karina and Cass hurriedly caught him, helping him regain his footing. The old man, however, chose not to strike again and, with his arms crossed, stated, "Considering they have yet to commit any wrongs, I can offer them a chance. Let them face Luo Ya and Roger in a match. If they win, I shall allow them to leave. If they lose, they must obediently go to impel down. And you, Wilson, are destined to go to impel down to retire." Hearing the old man's words, Wilson readily agreed. He held great confidence in his two most exceptional disciples. "Fine, this is your proposition. Let it be so." Yet, he remained unconvinced. Secretly, he instructed Cass and Karina to seize the opportunity during their match to capture Luo Ya or Roger, threatening old man Kurt to let them go. With a chance to escape, Wilson naturally agreed. However, Luo Ya was displeased, thinking, "I'm just here enjoying the spectacle. What does this have to do with me? I still wish to witness the old man's strength as a retired Navy admiral. What does this have to do with me?" Luo Ya inquired. Roger, on the other hand, felt indifferent, seeing it as an opportunity to test his training results against a worthy opponent. Old man Kurt smiled at Luo Ya, saying, "Did not Xiaofu say your strength has greatly increased? Let me witness it. Don't come at me with that. You're just seeking revenge for me hugging my sister earlier." Luo Ya thought to himself, irritated by the old man's grin. "I shall not grant you your wish, you old coot." Luo Ya pointed at Cass and said to Roger, "That man is yours to deal with." Roger nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Luo Ya summoned Hualong and asked, "Are you Big Flower or Little Flower?" "What Big Flower or Little Flower? What nonsense are you spouting?" It seemed to be Little Flower. Luo Ya, munching on his snack, noticed old man Kurt directing the situation towards him, pushing him to confront Cass or Karina. Claiming he wished to observe his training results, it was evident that he was simply seeking revenge. Luo Ya, however, was determined to defy his intentions. He assigned Roger to fight Cass, while he prepared for Hualong to face Karina. As for why Luo Ya inquired about Big Flower or Little Flower, it was because he deemed Hualong too weak and considered giving him the scale of good and evil. However, if it were Big Flower, he would refrain from using the scale, fearing that any excessive damage could lead to a loss. If it were Little Flower, then the more damage, the better. Actually, the two of us share a body. Even the one who is asleep will still feel pain, Little Flower retorted. "What Big Flower or Little Flower nonsense are you spouting?" From that tone, Luo Ya understood that Little Flower was the one currently in control of the body. "Aren't you quite powerful? Do you have the ability to defeat her?" Luo Ya pointed at Karina. "You aren't going to say you won't strike a woman, are you?" Little Flower glanced at Karina in response, saying, "Women only slow me down when drawing my blade. Just her. I could cut her down in an instant." "Oh, is that so? Then I leave it to you. Good luck." "Humph," Little Flower snorted coldly, drawing his blade and preparing to advance. However, Luo Ya stopped him, saying, "Wait, let me give you a buff first." "Buff?" Little Flower looked bewildered at Luo Ya's mention of a buff. What on earth was this fool talking about? Suddenly, Luo Ya snapped his fingers, summoning the scale of good and evil before him. He extended his hand and pierced it into Little Flower's chest. Pulling back, he held a slightly pulsating heart. Upon seeing his heart being extracted, Little Flower was shocked, touching his chest as he reached for the heart, exclaiming, You, this is my heart." Yet, Little Flower's hand merely passed through the heart. This was not an actual heart. If it were, Luo Ya could simply extract and crush the hearts of his enemies in the future. Luo Ya did not respond to Little Flower. He placed the heart on the right tray of the scale, and immediately, a feather of truth appeared on the left tray. With a click, the scale tipped to the left. Was the feather heavier than the heart? Regrettably, Luo Ya thought to himself. Meanwhile, Xiaohua felt a sudden surge of warmth coursing through his body, washing over him. The injuries inflicted by Luo Ya and Eve had been treated, and he relished the sensation, closing his eyes to savor it, unable to suppress his delight as he exclaimed, "So refreshing." However, upon reopening his eyes, he found Luo Ya and the others regarding him with peculiar expressions, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. His face flushed a deep crimson that in a fit of spontaneity. He brandished his knife and charged at Karina, who, in turn, drew her twin guns to engage him. Roger, wielding the ordinary long knife gifted by Luo Ya, stepped forward with determination, while Cass also unsheathed his weapon to meet him. Observing the four engage in combat, Luo Ya snapped his fingers, causing wooden tables, chairs, vines, fruit trees, and a royal sunflower to materialize in an instant. He settled into a wooden chair and said to Eve, "Sister, take a seat and enjoy the spectacle of their duel." Then, turning to the elderly gentleman beside him, he added with a cheerful demeanor, "Old sir, please sit and have some fruit." The old man shot him an exasperated glance before also taking a seat. The three of them sat back, indulging in fruit while watching the clash of the four fighters. Wilson, barely able to stand, declared, "I am not envious in the slightest." Swish, bang, clang. These were the sounds of their fierce battle. The outcome became apparent. Cass and Karina, as Wilson's most exceptional disciples, showcased commendable skills. Their mastery of basic armed hockey, combined with martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, was impressive. Yet, for Roger, who had mastered armed hockey and evasion at the tender age of 9, Cass's abilities seemed somewhat lacking. After exchanging a few blows, Cass was swiftly sent flying by Roger's skillful evasion. As for Xiaohua, stripped of his malevolent energy, he found himself at a stalemate with Karina even when using his ghostly claws. Eventually, after a brief exchange with her, he became careless and was sent flying by a kick to his abdomen. The victor was now clear. Luo Ya, along with the other two, rose and returned to Roger and Xiaohua's side. Luo Ya patted Xiaohua on the shoulder and remarked, "You, little flower, truly lack prowess." Xiaohua, feeling indignant, cast a glance at Karina, eager to continue their bout. However, it seemed Luo Ya would not permit him to do so. Ignoring Luo Ya's words, he retreated into his own thoughts, escaping reality. Luo Ya then turned to Karina and stated, "As per our agreement, you may leave." After which, he thoughtfully tossed her a plank of wood. Karina glanced at the plank and then at Wilson to go. Wilson said tersely, allowing her to depart without further ado. Biting her lip, Karina bowed 3 times to Wilson before clutching the plank, tears streaming down her face as she made her way towards the sea. Not looking back, Wilson, meanwhile, laid the unconscious Cass upon the beach. Brushing the sand from his clothes, he turned to the elderly gentleman, exclaiming, "Oloroskota, come forth. I would rather die than be taken to impel down." With that, his pupils turned a vibrant green as he charged at the old man. Wilson understood that entering impel down at his age would be far worse than death. Thus, he chose to face the old man in battle. Believing that dying at the hands of such a formidable opponent could hardly be considered disgraceful. Consequently, Wilson resolved not to surrender, determined to uphold the reputation of his Eye of Death, activating his fruit ability. His pupils shimmered green, and his upper body became enveloped in armed hockey. With a sudden surge of power, a fierce wind erupted as Wilson darted towards the old man, launching a punch that sliced through the air with incredible speed. The old man merely snorted, unperturbed by Wilson's advance, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces colliding with tremendous impact, the shockwave reverberated, causing Luo Ya to hastily pull Roger and Eve back to avoid being caught in the fray. Once they had distanced themselves, Luo Ya focused intently on the clash between these two ancient titans. Wilson staggered back from the force of the blow, while the old man remained steadfast, barely shifting. Regaining his footing, Wilson's eyes sparkled with green light as he targeted the old man's left shoulder, a known weakness from an old injury. Yet, the old man seemed to anticipate Wilson's intentions, extending his right hand to precisely catch Wilson's fist while delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Wilson's legs, causing him to lose his balance. Releasing Wilson's fist, the old man unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow more powerful than the last, ultimately sending Wilson crashing to the ground. Despite being bloodied and battered, Wilson struggled to rise once more, determined to charge at the old man again that he had never intended to escape. He understood that his fate was either death or imprisonment and impelled down. He preferred death. Yet, even in that eventuality, he resolved to take a piece of the old man with him. Thus, he lunged forward once again. The old man let out a disdainful grunt and struck once more. Another colossal clash ensued, sending Wilson hurtling backward. Bloodied and battered, he continued to roll and struggle to his feet, charging forward with relentless tenacity, seemingly tireless. Time passed, and this elder, equal in age to the old man, stood there, face smeared with blood, his body swaying as though a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, instead of attacking again, he remained motionless, head bowed, his once formidable presence evaporating, even the fruitability in his eyes fading. The armed hockey that had cloaked his body gradually dissipated, leaving only his right fist. The old man observed Wilson, now a mere shadow of his former self. Standing like a statue, he understood that the next punch would be Wilson's final attack. A desperate last stand. Thus, the old man focused intently, his gaze sharpening as he raised his hand, ready to meet Wilson's final strike. Just as the old man lifted his hand, Wilson suddenly raised his head. Determination burning in his eyes, he lifted his hand, forming a fist, and in an instant, surged toward the old man, shouting, "Oluros Kote." This time, the old man did not remain stationary, waiting for Wilson's punch. Instead, he advanced, channeling his strength into a powerful punch that collided with Wilson's fist. In that moment, both men unleashed their full power, holding nothing back. Boom! Their fists met with a tremendous explosion of force, sending a violent shockwave towards Luo Ya and the others. However, Luo Ya and Roger were no longer the same as they had been a month prior. The three stood firm, unaffected by the blast. Yet, the trees behind them and the wooden table crafted by Luo Ya were not so fortunate. As the shockwave subsided, a massive crater formed around the two combatants. Centered on the old man and Wilson, the crater was shallow, no more than 10 centimeters deep, but remarkably wide. Sand flew into the air, creating a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, both fighters remained standing, motionless. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. Wilson's right fist lost its armed hockey, and the bones in his arm shattered, causing his hand to droop as it slipped from the old man's grasp. "You have lost," the old man declared calmly, retracting his fist and gazing at Wilson. Wilson's body shuddered as he struggled to lift his head to meet the old man's gaze. Yet there was no trace of pain on his face. It was as if that shattered hand was not his own. "Indeed, I have lost to you for a lifetime," Wilson exclaimed passionately. After uttering these words, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the old gentleman's attire. Subsequently, his body collapsed backward, his gaze fixed upon the sky, as he gradually ceased to breathe, exhausted to death in the midst of his duel with the old gentleman. A figure of the same era as Lord Kurt, he was indeed a formidable adversary. In his youth, he committed countless atrocities, and even in his old age, he harbored delusions of a resurgence. The number of pirates who perished at his hands was immeasurable. At long last, this chapter reached its conclusion. With Wilson's demise, the farce on the coastal shores of the small island finally came to an end. Upon witnessing Wilson's fall, Luo Ya and his companions approached Lord Kurt. Luo Ya inquired, "Old gentleman, your prowess remains undiminished. So, who exactly is this person that compelled you to chase him across the sea?" The old gentleman cast a sidelong glance at Luo Ya, wiping the bloodstains from his garment with the hem of his own clothes. "Luo Ya, we should both take a step back. I am no human, but you are indeed a true dog." After cleaning the blood, the old gentleman recounted Wilson's notorious exploits to Luo Ya. "So he was an infamous pirate. No wonder you dealt with him so ruthlessly." However, Luo Ya was not particularly concerned with Wilson's past. He understood that in the world of pirates, bounty amounts were determined not only by one's strength, but also increased with the number of misdeeds committed. From the old gentleman's account, it was evident that Wilson had amassed quite the list of wicked deeds. What did that imply? It indicated that his bounty must be substantial. What lay before him was no mere corpse, but a treasure trove of bountiful berries. "Old gentleman, what is Wilson's bounty?" Luo Ya asked excitedly. The old gentleman, with his hands clasped behind his back and his posture hunched, resumed the guise of a decrepit elder, as if the one who had just vanquished Wilson was not him at all. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's been nearly 30 years. I can hardly recall, but it should be over 50 million berries. If memory serves me right, 50 million. What a windfall! Upon hearing the old gentleman's words, Roya's heart raced with exhilaration. Over 50 million. This is a fortune indeed. The old gentleman observed Roya's excitement and surmised that he intended to exchange Wilson's corpse for the bounty. He promptly doused Roya's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. After I left the Navy, Wilson vanished from the seas, disappearing for over 20 years. The Navy may have rescinded his bounty, you know. Be careful not to shatter your dreams with naivety. Huh? The bounty can be revoked? Roya asked in astonishment. The old gentleman nodded. If a pirate remains hidden for too long, the Navy generally considers revoking their bounty. Depending on the circumstances. So, it might not have been revoked. Roya mused, since there was still a possibility of obtaining a bounty, and he was unable to leave the small island. He decided to notify Druna to send someone to retrieve Wilson's corpse and Cass, to see if they could secure the bounty. Roger, where's the transponder snail that Uncle Heg left for you? Roya called out to Roger in the cabin. What's the matter, Roya? Roger replied. Nothing, we can discuss it later, Roya said. With a flick of two vines, he bound Wilson's body and Cass together. He then turned to the old gentleman and said, Since we're here, why not stay a while? This way, you can continually meet with my sister and impart some wisdom to Roger and me. It would be a win-win situation. The old gentleman glanced at Eve and then at Roya, remarking, What? Do you expect this old man to sleep outdoors with you? Or perhaps in a cave? Roya patted his chest confidently. Sleep outdoors? A cave? You underestimate me. Old gentleman, my seed fruit can not only create wooden tables, but could also construct a 3-bedroom apartment with ease. Without waiting for the old gentleman's response, Roya dashed toward the seashore, summoning Xiaohua to carry Wilson and Cass. He himself shouldered the sea king that the old gentleman had captured. Upon returning to the old gentleman and the others, he declared, Let us not linger on that. Old gentleman, come along. I invite you to a feast of sea kings. The old gentleman replied, You invite me? Did I not catch this sea king myself? A grand procession returned to Roya's camp. Xiongda had already returned, but his appearance seemed somewhat unusual. Roya gazed at the black and white furred figure and tentatively called out, Xiongda? Xiongda turned around, still chewing on an apple. Upon seeing Roya, he leaped forward, landing at Roya's feet, and lamented, Brother, you've finally returned. I don't know why my once majestic black fur has turned into this peculiar state. I'm neither black nor white. I can't possibly be stricken with some terminal illness. Can I? Brother, you must save me. Brother. Roya was perplexed by his condition. The others were equally startled, as they could comprehend the bear's words. All right. Let go of me for a moment. I need to think about what has happened to you. Roya managed to extricate his foot, patting Xiongda in a comforting manner. Xiongda clumsily stood up, nodding his head. Roya truly could not fathom how Xiongda had transformed from a black bear into this form. His worth had undoubtedly skyrocketed, multiplying several times over. Turning to Lord Kurt, Roya asked, Old gentleman, with your vast knowledge and age, do you have any idea what has transpired here? The old gentleman examined Xiongda and replied, Only a devil fruit, specifically a mythical zoan type, could enable a beast to speak human language. Devil fruit. Human fruit. Roya pondered, then kicked Xiongda gently, asking, When you went to catch the wild chicken, did you eat anything strange? Perhaps a fruit adorned with patterns? A fruit with patterns? Xiongda reminisced. Yes, after catching the wild chicken, I felt thirsty and plucked a patterned fruit from a tree to eat. I didn't pay it much mind. It was worse than the breakfast Brother Roger made, so I tossed it aside, and upon returning, I transformed into this. Listening to Xiongda's account, Roya was convinced that this bear had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit. Specifically the human fruit. He just did not know which form it had taken. What kind of form of the human fruit would resemble a bear? Bear human. Could it be that you are the ultimate boss bear man from One Piece? This is utterly absurd, Roya thought to himself. Casting a glance at Xiongda, he decided to set aside these thoughts for now. He would eat first and inquire with the system later to ascertain the fruit's form. After placing the Sea King down, Roya instructed the old gentleman and the others to sit, while taking Roger into the cabin to find the transponder snail. After finishing the call with Druna, he asked Roger to handle the Sea King, while he started roasting the wild chicken by the campfire. The old gentleman and Sister Eve were engaged in light-hearted conversation nearby, while Xiongda wore a woeful expression, simultaneously crying and stuffing apples into his mouth. It seemed time to rename Xiongda. Now transformed into a national treasure bear, his name could no longer be so mundane. Roya contemplated silently. After securing the wild chicken, he summoned the system in his mind. System, come forth. Do not tell me you are still asleep. System, who else sleeps until noon like you? Lazy pig, I dare you to try getting into a fight at night. And then have someone sing in your ear. Just see if you can still sleep. Luo Ya retorted, System, who says that's not true? All right, let's get down to business. What do you want, you mutt? Good heavens, so now you don't even call me host anymore. Huh? You filthy creature. System, oh dear, that slipped out. Let me rephrase. Host, do you have any matters to discuss? Luo Ya rolled his eyes, now thoroughly convinced that this system was either created by someone who added their own personality to it, or that some unfortunate soul, struck by lightning or hit by a car, somehow transformed into a system and then encountered him, just to swindle his money, scan Xiong, and see what fruit it has consumed. Luo Ya instructed, pointing at the bear. System, Xiong. Following Luo Ya's gesture, the system noticed the bear that had transformed. System, well, host, where on earth did you find this prison-sitting beast? This is the same black bear from before. Luo Ya replied, System, goodness, does that mean it's achieved enlightenment and its status is skyrocketing? You talk too much nonsense. Just see what fruit it has actually eaten, growing impatient with the system's incessant chatter. Luo Ya said, System, oh, System, host, after scanning, it appears that the fruit on it is the zoan-type human fruit, priest-bear form. System, haha, what kind of ridiculous fruit is this, ha? The system's report concluded. And before Luo Ya could react, the system burst into laughter to human fruit, priest-bear? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Ya felt a flurry of question marks swirling in his mind. Don't deceive me just because I haven't read much. Hearing the words bear person, countless memes instantly popped into Luo Ya's head. This even something that exists in the world of pirates. System, what is going on? System, how would I know? You should ask the author. He knows. The scanning result is just like this, the suave author stated. There is no reason. Existence itself is justification. System, why care about why it exists? Isn't it amusing? Ha! Just thinking about those memes coming to life makes me laugh. Ignoring the system's raucous laughter, Luo Ya realized that this creature had completely given up, no longer even pretending. What abilities does this human fruit, priest bear form possess? Luo Ya inquired curiously. System, using its abilities will grant it the priest's three-piece set, robe, Bible, and cross. System, it lacks combat prowess but can be used for healing. It should function as a support character. After hearing the system's explanation, Luo Ya shifted his gaze to Xiong that it had already finished eating the apple beneath its feet and was licking its paw, trying to wipe off the white remnants to make it black. However, this proved futile. Luo Ya conjured a wooden stick and tapped it onto Xiong's head to interrupt its actions, saying, forget that. From now on, your name is a Bao. Try to sense the power within you. And then use it. Yes, use it, or rather, control it. Huh? The black bear, now a Bao, looked bewildered at Luo Ya's words. What power? What are you talking about, big brother? Luo Ya sighed, suddenly feeling a bit foolish, if one found their actions to be foolish. Consider the absurdity of trying to teach a bear to sense power. First, close your eyes. Luo Ya instructed. A Bao obediently followed Luo Ya's command and shut its eyes. However, before Luo Ya could utter the next word, a snore escaped from it. Luo Ya was momentarily stunned, eating and falling asleep in a heartbeat. It was like a reincarnation of Roger that a vein throbbed on Luo Ya's forehead as he struck a Bao's head with his stick, angrily saying, I told you to close your eyes, not to go to sleep. A Bao yelped as Luo Ya's hit jolted it awake, rubbing its head. You close your eyes, but no sleeping. Listen to my commands. Luo Ya insisted. A Bao dared not disagree and quickly nodded, closing its eyes again. Feel if there is a warm current within you. Imagine it as your favorite food, then take a bite. Luo Ya guided a Bao to search for the fruit's energy within. A Bao obediently complied. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped it, and a Bao donned a black robe, gripping a cross in its right hand and a Bible in its left. A Bao curiously examined the new items adorning its body. Old Master Kota and Eve were also drawn to the sudden appearance of the white light, moving toward a Bao's direction. Big brother, what are these things? Why did they suddenly appear on me? A Bao inquired. The old master and Eve approached a Bao, examining it closely. How strange. What kind of fruit ability is this? I've never seen anything like it, Old Master Kote remarked, puzzled. Luo Ya interjected, Old Master. Don't say you. Even if we went back 800 years, no one would recognize it. Can't you tell what form this human fruit takes? Luo Ya pretended not to understand. The Old Master shook his head. Unable to discern it, Dazoan-type fruits are inherently rare, with forms that are bizarre and diverse. Hardly anyone could recognize all fruit abilities. That's so. About. You should try to see if you can use the things in your hands. Is there any connection with them? Connection? Abao stared at the cross and Bible in his hands. Suddenly, it raised the cross, and a beam of white light shot forth from it, illuminating Luo Ya and the Old Master. As the white light faded, before the Old Master and Eve could speak, Luo Ya exclaimed, "This light actually has healing effects. Look, the hangnail on my thumb is healed." Old Master. Eve. Ignoring Luo Ya's theatrical antics. The Old Master indeed felt the white light's healing properties. Just before, when illuminated by the white light, he had felt a slight scratch from sparring with Wilson instantly heal, sensing the changes in his body. Old Master Kote had deduced that Abao's fruit had healing capabilities. However, he still could not determine the form of the human fruit, but he chose not to dwell on it.as ages. Why fuss over so many details? Returning to their seats with Eve, they noticed the roast chicken was ready and began to eat it with wine.as for Luo Ya. He patted Abao, who had reverted to his original form, saying, "Abao, regarding the changes in your body, there's a bad news and a good news. Which would you like to hear first?" Let's hear the bad news first. "The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn," Abao replied. "The bad news is that you can't revert your fur back to its original state. However, your worth has certainly risen. As for the good news, well, you can't revert your fur back. What difference does that make?" Abao asked, confused. Luo Ya nodded. "Of course it makes a difference. The good news has an additional statement. You will follow me from now on, as a reserve food supply. Big Brother will look after you." Reflecting on his carefree days on the little island, free and unburdened, and then contemplating the days of oppression under Luo Ya's watchful eye, and Roger's gaze fixed upon his palm. Is this really good news? Abao thought inwardly, but he also voiced his agreement. Luo Ya looked at him with a smile. "What? You don't think this is good news?" Gazing into Luo Ya's noble eyes, Abao chose to follow his heart. He had no right to refuse. "Sure, of course it is. To be able to follow Big Brother is my fortune in 3 lifetimes." Luo Ya nodded in satisfaction, patted Abao's shoulder, and then returned to his seat. Abao sighed with relief as he accepted the roasted chicken that Luo Ya had handed him. Yes, he savored the succulent meat. Abao cast a sideways glance at Luo Ya, reassuring himself, "It's truly delicious. Following him isn't so bad after all. At least I have my meals and lodging covered. An orc shall never be enslaved unless meals and lodging are guaranteed." After a while, Roger returned to the camp, carrying the prepared Sea King. "Luo Ya, the Sea King has been processed," he announced. Luo Ya nodded, rose from his seat, and handed Roger a roasted chicken before slicing off a generous piece of Sea King meat to make soup. While the soup simmered, Luo Ya summoned Hualong and offered him a roasted chicken as well. At last, he found time to sit on a wooden chair and indulge in his own chicken. Truly delightful. As time passed, everyone enjoyed their roasted chicken and began sipping the fish soup. That moment, the people from Drina arrived on the small island and successfully located Luo Ya's camp. Observing the newcomers, Luo Ya thought, "Isn't that the steward from Drina? He even came personally to deliver someone." "Master Luo Ya." Anliana slightly bowed as she spoke. Luo Ya jogged over, holding the fish soup, and inquired, "Aren't you the steward of the Bell family? What was your name again?" "Anliana," she replied. Yes, Anliana. What brings you here in person for something as trivial as delivering someone?" "Regarding the matter concerning Mr. Spiros Jr. Master Luo Ya, the boss believes it's prudent to exercise caution. Thus, I was dispatched. Furthermore, the boss wishes to ask if you could convey to Mr. Spiro that he has a request for him and would like to invite him to the Bell Manor. Should Mr. Spiro be able to assist with this, the boss is willing to offer him all his wealth." Anliana spoke slowly. Luo Ya listened, nodding slightly. What could be so important that they would be willing to part with their entire fortune? "Upon returning to Roger Town, I should find a moment to investigate. If it comes to fruition, it could be quite profitable." "Very well, I shall inform him. You all may wait at the manor," Luo Ya said with a smile. Anliana bowed once more, exclaiming, "I am immensely grateful. There's no need for such formalities, Luo Ya replied, while using vines to summon Wilson and Cass. These are the individuals you are to take for the bounty. Liana nodded and waved her hand. Her subordinates stepped forward to carry Wilson and Cass away. I entrust you with the message, Master Luo Ya, Liana declared. Rest assured, it's merely a matter of passing along a message. I shall contact him shortly. Luo Ya responded, I am sincerely grateful, Liana reiterated, before leading her subordinates toward the coast, preparing to return to Roger Town. Watching Liana's departing figure, Luo Ya felt a sense of curiosity about what Druna could possibly need his assistance with. Oh no, it was a request for Captain Spiro, which Liana emphasized by coming in person. However, he did not dwell on it further. He would find out what it entailed upon returning to Roger Town. Turning back, he rejoined Roger. After finishing the fish soup, Luo Ya constructed a larger wooden house beside the cabin. Addressing old Kurt, he said, Old man, look, we have a house now. You can stay here, no need to sleep outdoors. And you can see your sister every day without needing to cook for yourself. Isn't this more comfortable than going back to Roger Town? Just devote a little time each day to guide me. Roger, and, well, Hua Long and a bow. You see, you might as well stay, he urged. Swimming back would be exhausting. Old Kurt shot him a glance, thinking, exhausting? I could swim 10 laps and not feel tired. Under Luo Ya's persistent persuasion. With Eve also advocating on his behalf, and considering the premise of a 3-room apartment, old Kurt finally nodded in agreement. All right, since you're so earnest, I'll stay on this island for a while to accompany you youngsters. If you want my guidance, be prepared. In my day, out of 100 recruits trained under me, only a few could endure to the end, old Kurt said slowly. Luo Ya nodded. Of course, if you agree. That's all that matters. We will persevere. Good. Then for now. I'll take a nap. Huh? Luo Ya replied. Surprised, do you have an objection? Old Kurt fixed his gaze on Luo Ya. No. You go ahead and rest. We'll train in the meantime, and once you're rested, you can guide us. Luo Ya responded earnestly to him. Then, Father, I shall return to the blade now. Please rest well, Eve interjected. Old Kurt turned, smiling. All right, you should rest well too. Little Fu. Eve nodded and returned to her spirit form. Old Kurt once again turned to Luo Ya, his smile vanishing without a trace. Luo Ya mused. Old man, what a pity it would be if you didn't learn the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera. Subsequently, old Kurt removed the white undershirt that had been splattered with Wilson's blood and tossed it to Luo Ya. Before you train, wash my shirt. With that, he entered the wooden house, leaving Luo Ya bewildered in the wind. Luo Ya? He stared at the white undershirt in his hands, utterly confused. What does this mean? Who am I? Luo Ya, you want me to wash your clothes? How could that be? He reached for the hilt of his spirit blade. Summoning Hua Long, he shoved the undershirt into Hua Long's hands. Is this a gift for me? Luo Ya? Dahua looked at the shirt in his hands. No. I just need you to wash this shirt clean. Luo Ya shook his head. Without waiting for Dahua to respond, Luo Ya grabbed Roger and fled, calling back, I'll leave it to you. Dahua watched as Luo Ya and Roger's figures vanished. Now feeling bewildered himself, due to Wilson, the unfortunate pirate of old Kurt's era, the old man inadvertently found himself on the small island where Luo Ya and Roger were training at Luo Ya's request. He decided to stay and guide their training. Thus, under the old man's tutelage, Luo Ya, Roger, and of course, Hua Long and a bow, engaged in daily merciless training. Just how merciless was it? So merciless that a bow had become emaciated from it all. And so, days flowed by. Finally, they reached the last day of the month they had agreed upon with Uncle Heg. Tomorrow marks the final day of that agreement with those 2 youngsters, Luo Ya and Roger. Right? Are you really planning to keep the tavern open and not go to meet them? Hall sat in a chair, a glass of rum in hand, watching Heg wipe a wine glass at the bar. During the time Luo Ya and Roger trained on the island, Hall had been helping Heg run the tavern. Although his role was merely to relay customer orders to Heg, he had contributed in some small way. The patrons were too intimidated to let him serve their dishes. They always fetched their own orders from the bar. Heg set down his glass and looked up at Hall, seemingly realizing it was time. You remember the time? Well, of course. A grand swordsman like me serving as your waiter? What a waste of talent. Such a disgraceful task. I certainly kept track of the time, hoping it would end sooner. Hall said as he downed his drink in one gulp, addressing Heg. Heg poured him another glass, saying, Oh, who was it that said they would serve me unconditionally for a month if they lost? What good is your complaining now? And by the way, what you did doesn't even qualify as serving me. You've drunk more than all the customers combined throughout the day. Che, realizing his own shortcomings. Hall did not engage with Higare's remarks, letting out a snort as he lifted his glass to drink. Since the time had come, there would be no business tomorrow. He would go to fetch the two of them. I wonder how they have fared this past month, Higar mused. They won T-Starve. Did you not say they had mastered the techniques of Shuanpa and Kinbunchika hockey? What creature on that island could possibly challenge them? Hall retorted. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Humph, you think you know everything. Hall set down his glass, which was now emptied. He then rose to his feet, declaring, so, no business tomorrow. That's for the best. I'd rather not endure another day of this misery. With that, Hall strode towards the wooden door of the tavern, preparing to return to Bell Manor. Higar continued his tasks without missing a beat, casually muttering, get lost, get lost. As he secured the glassware, he stepped out from behind the bar, firmly closing the tavern's wooden door, ready to close for the night. While shutting the door, he pondered, that clever lad Roya must have figured things out by now. Oh well, I'll just ask him tomorrow to find out. The next day, Higar awoke early, as usual, practicing his swordplay in the courtyard. By midday, he made his way to the coast of Rog Town. Taking a small boat to retrieve Roya and Roger, he found it odd that Old Man Kotel was not fishing today. After a while, Higar arrived at the small island. Along the way, he wondered how Roya and the others had fared under the sun and wind. However, when he reached their camp, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Two wooden cabins stood out prominently. In front of the cabins were roasted meats, fruits, and white liquor. Roya and Roger, along with a black and white bear and a little boy he did not recognize, were dancing around the campfire, holding hands and singing about the exquisite wines of the guests. Old Man Kota and Eve sat on wooden chairs, watching their performance. What is this? Is this survival on a deserted island? This is clearly a banquet. This is not survival. It's a gathering of the idle rich. Higar thought, his expression souring as he approached the dancing Roya and Roger, calling out, Hey Roya! Roger! The sudden shout startled the dancers. Uncle Higar, what brings you here? Roya and Roger chorused in surprise. Higar was rendered speechless by their reaction. Annoyed, he replied, Today marks the final day of our 1-month agreement. So naturally, I have come to take you back. Or should I let you swim back instead? Oh, right. So, are we leaving now, Uncle? Roya asked after processing Higar's words that don't change the subject. Explain what's happening here. Is this survival? The cabins, the tables, the chairs, where did they come from? Who is this child? And what about the bear? Why is the old man here as well? Higar bombarded them with questions. Only then did Roya remember that he had yet to demonstrate the wood release technique in front of Uncle Higar. He was unaware that he possessed the 3 rooms and a hall technique. When Higar had previously taught them Shuanpa and Kinbunchika hockey, he had not performed the wood release in front of him. Survival, living in wooden cabins hardly constitutes survival. He then passed the responsibility to the seeds and fruits, explaining the events surrounding Wilson, Abeo, and Wadalong to Higar. Higar listened quietly, realizing that quite a lot had transpired during their time on the island. So, it seems that for a period, the old man was the one guiding your training? He had hardly finished speaking when Roya, Roger, Wadalong, and Abeo immediately knelt on the ground, enveloped in a dark aura, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Hell. That was hell. It was utterly unbearable. But in the next moment, they all stood up again. Roya said, Let us go, Uncle. Let us return to Rog Town now. Time flows like an ever-tiring river, perpetually rushing forward. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Higar arrived on the small island to collect Roya and Roger, only to find them celebrating this survival on a deserted island. Is this training? However, through Roya's explanation, Higar understood what had transpired over the past month. Aside from matters concerning the Moon People, the reason for the celebration was that Roya felt today was the last day of training on the island. One day more or one day less made no difference. Roya decided to forego training that day and host a banquet to reward themselves for their hard work over the days. Naturally, this was met with unanimous approval. They would never admit it was a means to escape the old man's training. Having grasped the situation, Higar said nothing further. Training under the guidance of Old Man Kota is undoubtedly more effective than training alone. After gathering their belongings, the group headed towards the coast, preparing to return to Rog Town. However, upon reaching the coast, a dilemma arose. Higer's small boat could not accommodate so many people. The inclusion of the old man posed no issue. But Abeo was another matter. Yet for Roya, who possessed the 3 rooms and a hull technique, this was hardly a problem. He simply conjured a small sailboat and pushed it onto the water's surface. Watching this unfold, Higer thought to himself, how convenient this ability is that I should have this lad use his powers to renovate my tavern, perhaps replace the old wooden tables and chairs. Feeling Higer's gaze upon him, Roya sensed a chill run down his spine. After some fuss, everyone boarded the sailboat and set sail towards Rog Town. After a while, the group finally returned to Rog Town, stepping onto the wooden planks of the dock. Roya, having spent over a month on the island, felt as if he had stepped into another world. "Ha ha, who Hansen, am back again," Roya exclaimed. The others ignored his nonsensical declaration. Higer turned to Roya and Roger, saying, "The tavern is closed today, so you two can head home first. Roger, tomorrow." Higer's sentence trailed off, but Roger understood, nodding in acknowledgement. "I know, I've been keeping it in mind." Seeing his response, Higer nodded slightly, saying, "Good, I'll come find you tomorrow." Listening to their exchange, Roya was utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, you know? Remember what?" Although confused, he refrained from questioning Roger. Having spent every day together, he would surely find out the next day. The old man did not insist that Roya move into the lighthouse, but only asked him to bring Eve to visit whenever he had the chance. By the way, Roya and Roger could be considered half-apprentices of the old man. Roya patted his chest, promising, "I will definitely come to visit you, old man, that if you could spare some time to teach us a few more techniques, that would be even better." The old man merely nodded slightly, then turned towards the lighthouse. Roya and Roger followed Higer into the town. However, halfway there, the old man called out from the lighthouse window, "Hey, wait, you 2 lads, help me tidy up the lighthouse before you leave. It hasn't been cleaned in over half a month, and there's bound to be some dust in old man Kota's lighthouse." But as soon as he spoke, the 3 figures vanished in an instant. The old man blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Those 2 rascals!" No one offered assistance. There was no alternative. The old gentleman had no choice but to commence tidying up the lighthouse upon arriving in Rog Town. He gazed at the words Rog Town emblazoned on the gate. Though he had never thought much of it before, at this moment, Roa felt a peculiar fondness for it. The inn was closed for business, and thus Roa and Roger bid farewell to Heg. The 2, accompanied by a bear, made their way toward Roger's home. Along the route, it was Abeo's first encounter with human society, and he was filled with curiosity, his naive head swiveling to take in his surroundings. The residents of Rog Town were equally intrigued by the black and white bear, who appeared somewhat bumbling. However, his towering height of nearly 3 meters instilled a sense of intimidation, causing them to keep their distance and observe from afar. After a while, the trio arrived at Roger's villa. Upon entering, Abeo startled Grandma Tao. "Young Master Roger, young Master Roa, you have returned. And who is this bear?" Roa gently patted Abeo, instructing him to walk on all 4s for the time being, as this would make him appear less daunting. "This is the little bear that Roger and I found on the island." "May we keep him, Grandma Tao?" "That would require the lady's approval," she replied. "All right." Roa nodded and proceeded with Roger into Mrs. Alexia's room. The lady was busily weaving something with straw rope, seemingly engrossed in this singular hobby. After a prolonged absence, the sight of Roger and Roa brought an unmistakable joy to her face. She pinched Roger's cheek, then Roa's. As time flowed by, Roa and Roger completed over a month of training on the island and returned to Rog Town. Mrs. Alexia, who had not seen them for some time, was elated at their return. Observing the 2 young men, she reached out to pinch Roger's cheek. Then Roa's, "Oh dear, you both look thinner." "Roger, Roakin, you look the same," Roger replied. After pinching their cheeks, Mrs. Alexia noted the lack of plumpness and inquired, "Have you 2 not been taking good care of yourselves?" Hearing her words, Roa and Roger reminisced about the days under the old gentleman's rigorous training. With such intense workouts, how could anyone gain weight? Even Abeo had grown lean. "Mother, we have taken care of ourselves. Roa's culinary skills are exceptional. His dishes are delightful," Roger exclaimed. "Oh my, Roaquin can cook? How impressive. I wonder if I might have the chance to taste Roaquin's cooking." Mrs. Alexia praised Roa. Embarrassed by the compliment, Roa scratched the back of his head and said, "If Auntie wishes to eat, I shall prepare dinner tonight." "Really? That sounds wonderful. Then I shall leave it to you." "Roaquin," Mrs. Alexia replied with a smile. "Ha, Roa said shyly at that moment. Mrs. Alexia cleared her throat, prompting Roa to remember the important matter he had come to discuss. Auntie, while training on the island with Roger, we found a bear that has consumed a devil fruit. Its appearance changed due to consuming the human fruit, leading to its rejection and abandonment by its companions that we felt pity for it and wished to take care of it. May we? Upon hearing Roa's words, Mrs. Alexia's expression turned sympathetic. Roa continued, he is not without merit. His fruit grants him healing abilities that he can speak and even ride a unicycle and juggle. Quite clever, indeed. Abeo, I can ride a unicycle and juggle. How come I was unaware of this? After Roa finished speaking, Mrs. Alexia smiled and interjected. So, where is this little bear now? May I see him? Little? He is far from small. Roa thought to himself that he is outside. I shall bring him in, Roa replied as he headed toward the door. Upon exiting Mrs. Alexia's room, he found Abeo sprawled in the corridor, sound asleep, with bubbles of snot fluctuating from his nose. Roa delivered a playful punch to his head, eliciting a resounding thud. That's a solid noggin. After enduring the old gentleman's rigorous training, both Huolong and Abeo had significantly improved their strength. Roa and Roger had also made considerable gains. Rubbing his head, Abeo protested. Bro, what was that for? Roa retracted his fist and shot him a glare. What do you mean? What for? How can you just fall asleep right there? You're a bear, not a pig. Come on, let's go inside. Use your fruit abilities to assist the person I mentioned to you last time. Okay, Abeo replied, clumsily rising to follow Roa into the room. The pair entered, and upon seeing Abeo's chubby face, Mrs. Alexia felt an irresistible urge to reach out. Approaching her, Roa pointed at Abeo and said, Auntie, this is the bear we found, named Abeo. Observing Abeo for the first time, Mrs. Alexia waved at him. Abeo hesitated momentarily before bending down to approach her. The lady gently patted his head and said, So, Abeo, you need not feel sorrow. Your companion's disdain is not your fault. Perhaps your transformation is simply too peculiar for them to accept, leading to your abandonment. Abeo, filled with confusion, pondered over her words. What companions? What abandonment? Just as he was about to ask what she meant, he felt a piercing gaze from behind. A shiver ran down his spine. Even without turning around, Abeo knew it was Roa. Words caught in his throat. He merely nodded silently. Seeing Abeo nod, Mrs. Alexia beamed with a radiant smile and continued to gently stroke Abeo's head. Although Abeo was filled with questions, he found the woman before him to be quite gentle, far more agreeable than Roa and Roger. Yet, he wondered why she had such a penchant for patting others' heads. Before he could ponder further, two hands suddenly grasped his face and pinched it. Before me stood Madame Alexia, her hands gently pinching her own face, a look of sheer satisfaction adorning her features. Behind her, the piercing gaze of Roya held me captive, leaving me with no choice but to remain still, allowing this human woman to manipulate my visage. This peculiar situation arose after Abeo inadvertently consumed the devil fruit known as the human fruit, model, Minister Bear. Upon discovering the fruit's remarkable healing abilities, Roya resolved to take him under his wing, recognizing the immense potential that lay within. Indeed, the fruit's capabilities were soon to be unveiled. Roya had brought Abeo to meet Madame Alexia with the hope that he might use his powers to illuminate her condition, perhaps even cure her ailment. Yes, I beheld the contented expression on Madame Alexia's face while she playfully pinched her own cheeks. I felt a mix of discomfort and trepidation, yet I dared not resist. The menacing death glare from Roya loomed persistently behind me, compelling me to submit to her whims. Fortunately, Madame Alexia proved to be a person of good manners. After a brief moment of playful pinching, she released her grip and remarked, Abeo-kun, you are truly adorable. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to witness your performance.